Hi everyone, Tony from Hack the Movies here, and today we're going to talk about the original Nightmare on Elm Street and talk about how it changed slasher films and saved an entire film studio. On today's Talking About Tapes.
Talking about tapes.
And here I am in this nightmare world where I have to talk to women. Hello girls, how are you?
What?
No wonder you're single. Holy shit.
Also, what women? I'm discount Johnny Depp.
Yeah, Jessica's really proud of her Johnny Depp costume.
I am not. Thanks, Dad, for the shirt.
My friends Andy and Vito went to his concert. Vito posted, it's like, dare me to scream free Amber or something like that. I don't know if he did. Anyway, Nightmare on Elm Street by Wes Craven.
Woohoo!
A classic. A classic. Really put Wes Craven on the map. Now, he had previous hits. Of course, he had The Last House on the Left.
I've never seen it.
I own 2 copies of the remake, and I've never watched it. I saw the end of it a few weeks back. My sister had it on. I'm like, I've never watched the remake of Last House on the Left. I bring this up because apparently Wes Craven was bullied by a kid named Fred Krueger when he was a kid. And
that's really funny.
And the dad, the leader of the insane family in Last House on the Left, his name is Krug. He's Krueger. So
I wonder how that kid feels knowing that his name is.
I remember hearing that fact. I don't know if it's 100% true, but yeah, imagine, don't bully people, guys. Someone might name a famous film monster after you.
Like a bad one, too.
Yeah, I'm coming after you, bully name redacted. I don't want to say their name.
Bully name redacted.
I don't want to say it.
Yeah. I'll name my bully Johanna from high school.
I'm going to root for that slasher.
I'm going to name mine Antonio Paluzzo.
Don't do my full name, Jessica. Bleep that out. Bleep that out. She's trying to fist bump you. Anyway,
You can just cut that out. That was embarrassing.
I thought you were pretending to hold a microphone to be like, yes, get him.
Anyway, yes, he
No,
did.
it works both ways. You fist bump the mic. Anyway, continue.
He did Last House on the Left, which is a very, very intense film. I don't know if you've ever seen the original. It's rough. It's rough to get through. It's good. Then he also did The Hills Have Eyes, the original.
I've heard of that.
Which is really good. I actually like the remake a little bit more.
Yeah?
But the original's really good too. Yeah, and then he did Nightmare on Elm Street. Now, apparently, he got the idea of this film because he heard about these kids in Thailand that were having like horrifying nightmares and then dying shortly afterwards. And like the one kid like tried to stay awake for like a week and then he fell asleep and died. And I guess this story like really stuck with Wes Craven. I remember looking into like that story a while back and I think it was drug related. But anyway, it was enough to stick with him because it's like, oh, what's the most horrifying thing? It's like something attacks you in your sleep and you can't get away from it.
Look, I've had a Freddy Krueger nightmare. He pushed me onto a bed of nails or glass and I felt it. But I woke up and I was fine. And that was not the most horrifying nightmare I've ever had.
Just what the fuck?
I don't know. He also threw me into a pool of chlorine and it stung.
Why is he throwing you so much?
I don't know.
He's not stabbing you. He's just throwing you.
I have never had a nightmare about Freddy Krueger.
No, but he called me a bitch, so that's
That reminds me of, was it Rick and Morty?
Yeah.
Aw,
Scary. Is it Scary Terry or something?
Scary Terry.
Oh, bitch.
And he has a family.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
So everyone he tried to pitch the script to passed on it for 3 years. No one wanted to make this movie. And then he went to Rob Shea, who was the head of New Line Cinema, who was on the verge of bankruptcy. And they went, yeah, okay.
And it saved them.
It became, New Line was known as the house that Freddy built. Because it basically saved that entire studio. And it's always been New Line since then, or New Line, Warner Brothers. So
yeah, when you
that's
first see this
why
movie, you get a seizure because it's just like New Line.
That's why even early on you were able to get nice big box sets of Nightmare on Elm Street because unlike Halloween or Friday the 13th, they weren't like separated by different studios. So this was like the most coveted VHS box set for a long time. This is my second. I bought these individually, but I never had all of them. I was always missing 4 and 7, and a fan actually sent in 4 and 7 for me to complete it. But Kieran actually gave me his old box set, so I actually have the completed box set with the box that it comes in at home. It's saved New Line Cinemas. It's funny. I was looking at the credits, and people who would be involved with the franchise, like directors from later films, worked on this film. The assistant production manager was Rachel Talalay, who ended up doing Freddy's Dead. And what other film? Tank Girl. Did you forget about the Tank Girl episode?
No, I remember. I worked on it. I just was just expecting another Nightmare on Elm Street.
That episode.
I was going to say the 2010 Nightmare,
No.
which is terrible.
That episode didn't do well. Go watch the Tank Girl episode.
Go
It's really
watch
good.
It's fun.
But Jack Shoulder is in the credits. He ended up doing the second one, who we interviewed on the show for the Wishmaster 2 episode, because he directed that.
That was before I worked here, so.
That was before you worked here. And it is.
And the episodes were shit.
It's one of the most famous slasher franchise, one of the big 3. When was the first time you saw Nightmare on Elm Street?
I was definitely older. I think Halloween, Jason and stuff like that I saw when I was younger. I think it took me a while to actually see. So I have to be maybe 12, 13 maybe.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was definitely older.
What did you think when you first saw it?
Huh. And then I went to bed.
Fell asleep.
He didn't scare me. I liked it though.
Yeah. When did you first see Friday? When did you first see Friday the 13th?
Last year.
Actually, Sean Cunningham gets a special thanks in this. The creator of Friday the 13th. He actually directed one scene in this. When did you first see Nightmare on Elm Street?
Also last year, but I technically watched it in focusing for the first time. That made no sense, but whatever. This weekend, because the last time I saw it, I had 103-degree fever.
That's when you want to watch this movie.
Well, no.
No wonder you're having nightmares.
That wasn't what gave me. I'm like, I have to get through this movie because I have an OCD. I'm like, if I don't finish it, I'm not gonna sleep. That's what's not gonna make me sleep, of course. But at one point, I let my dog out and I collapsed on our kitchen floor, and I'm like, no, I have to finish Nightmare on Elm Street. And then I didn't go to work the next day because I was literally dying.
What are you doing to her?
I didn't do shit.
He didn't do anything. It was my own fault. I mean, yes.
Shut up.
It was him. It's Freddy's fault. I blame Freddy.
I think I might have actually seen Freddy's Dead first.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Maybe that's why that one has a special place in my heart, which most people hate it. I think they hate it because it has a female director and they're all sexist, but I love the movie. No.
How could they be sexist when, it's one of the best female final girls?
Well, she's not named Freddy's Dead.
Just in general, I'm talking just Friday the 13th. There's always.
I don't know. People hate Freddy's Dead, but I really like it, so I'm calling them sexist, so they feel bad. Anyway, and I eventually went back and watched the first Nightmare on Elm Street, and I loved it. I thought it was really creepy, all the dream stuff. Although Freddy was never really my favorite out of the big slashers.
He doesn't really have a personality in this one, except he's just
kind of there.
However, in recent years. Halloween was usually my favorite franchise, and then Friday the 13th. But as I watched all these franchises back to back a few years ago, Nightmare is the one that is the most consistent of the big 3 when it comes to being I don't really like 4 and 5, but there's enough interesting things in them. And I kind of like all of them to varying degrees.
3 is the best one, in my opinion.
3 is the best one?
3, Dream Warriors. I like Dream Warriors.
No, 2 is the best one. Freddy's Revenge.
To be honest, I don't remember 2.
That's the gay one. And it's always been my favorite. And I love that it's now I have a whole mini review of it on this channel.
You would like the gay one, wouldn't you?
It's really good. Watch my little mini review of it. And I also reviewed the documentary about it because everyone always hated it because it was the gay one. And I'm like,
oh, that's a silly.
And I'm just like,
that makes me like it more.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, no, but it's a good movie. I don't care that it's gay.
Well, I just like the third one because you get that line. It's prime time. Well, welcome to prime time.
that was pretty good. But Freddy was never really my favorite series. But now that I'm older, it's probably technically the best of these big franchises. Chucky's good too, I guess.
I'm gonna go with Chucky. Sorry.
I still like Friday the 13th.
And I actually really like Freddy. And the reason I'm doing this is well, Halloween's over and Friday 13th is far away, so we got to do another big slasher. And I recently watched on Tubi all of Freddy's Nightmares, the TV show he had that ran for 2 seasons.
It's a TV show?
Yes, and it's great. You've got early appearances from Brad Pitt and Mariska Hargitay and a bunch of other big like celebrities.
Is Robert Englund in it? Or?
Yeah, he's the host.
Brad Pitt
Oh,
almost had Johnny Depp's role in this.
Oh, really? That's funny.
He tried out for it, yeah.
That's funny.
There's a lot of people. The girl, oh my god, her name, Heather
Langenkamp.
Yeah, Courtney Cox and other people were trying out for that role.
Oh.
Isn't that weird? I found that out and I was like, huh.
Courtney Cox would find stardom when she was in the Masters of the Universe movie and that one Bruce Springsteen video.
With his pink Corvette.
Friends, Scream.
That was later.
Thank God Johnny Depp was in this because then I wouldn't be able to dress up as him. Like
Yeah,
Brad Pitt,
so-
how would I dress up as Brad
Jess
Pitt?
just wants to be, technically the same.
I know it. When I looked at myself, I'm like, I'm Rango. It's fine.
So let's get into this film.
Good movie.
And we'll talk about how it kind of changed things. So yeah, it starts off with Freddy building his glove, which was a very unique weapon at the time. It's actually not Robert Englund. And listen to the audio commentary. So like the very first Freddy Krueger that you see, I think it's some guy named Tony. It's like a stunt dude, and they like shot this like really, really late because they needed some kind of title sequence. But yeah, then we see the credit that says introducing Johnny Depp.
Woo!
Now
Justice to him.
Now, we know how Johnny Depp got in this movie because we watched Hot Take, the Depp Heard story, where they show his first date with Amber
Jesus
Heard
fucking Christ.
and him telling her that like, he was in a band and a friend convinced him to do it, and that's how his whole career started.
Yeah. Little did he know that his worst nightmare wouldn't be in this movie. It would be in like 2016 or something. Booyah! Gotcha, Amber Turd.
Johanna didn't watch that movie. She was Team Amber. But anyway, let's keep going.
And what about it?
Let me
She's-
tell you, you did not miss it. That movie sucked. Anyway.
No, the movie.
Johanna's like, I've shit a bed multiple times. Nothing wrong with it.
I shit in your bed.
I was just about to defend you.
My prized possession.
So, we get to see Tina, right? Tina. She's like walking around this boiler room, which was apparently a prison that they filmed in that was full of asbestos. And it's since been taken, it's since been
That
demolished.
poor goat. There was a goat at one
Yes.
point. Yes.
So Heather Langenkamp, I listened
were they
to,
sheep?
huh?
Were they sheep?
It's a sheep,
It's an animal
lamb.
that goes bah.
So
That would be
I
sheep.
listened to the,
Well, yeah, I guess a goat goes.
Come on, you're dressed like a cowboy.
No, I'm dressed as discount Johnny Depp. He doesn't know Rango's a chameleon. Anyway.
so anyway, the sheep or the lamb or whatever, it was a reference to Louis Bunnell. It's like a filmmaker. That's what Craven said in the commentary track. But Heather Langenkamp said that's the question she gets the most is like, what's the deal with the sheep?
Yeah, it's only like in there for like a second. It just like, runs away. It's like,
it only
"Oh!"
comes back in like a few other movies. But they couldn't get the sheep to run. So apparently, like before they called action, they just like kicked it in the butt to get it to run. Because they're like, all right, get the sheep to run. And the sheep would just sit there like confused. So they apparently they like kicked it in the butt to get it to
Like,
run.
hey, we took you out of your grazing pasture and put you in this friggin' asbestos prison.
But yeah, this is a creepy opening. Just some creepy guy in a giant boiler room following her. But yeah, she wakes up. And we get to see like the cuts on her dress.
Yeah.
It's just her shirt.
Or her dress. Yeah.
Her nightgown.
Yes, he didn't get her. He got her nightgown though. And I like her mom comes in all boozed up and she's like, what's wrong, honey? And then that guy comes in. He's like, come back to bed, baby.
All the parents are like alcoholics.
Mhm.
Every single parent's drinking alcohol in this movie.
In the credits, it said Tina's mom's boyfriend, and I'm just
Yeah.
like, oh, okay.
And from the commentary, I think they said that was either Johnny Depp's agent or stepdad.
What?
It was someone Johnny Depp knew, and they were real excited because since they got a line, they got to be in SAG afterwards, the Screen Actors Guild.
Well, it seemed like those parents drank a mega pint.
Well,
Sorry.
well, there is something kind of messed up about all the parents, and we find out what that is later.
Is it messed up though?
I was confused, but
Is it messed up though?
I'll hopefully I'll have an explanation.
So the next day, we get our first hints at the Freddy girls, who are the ghost of his previous
The
victims.
girls-
You don't know
the
that
girls
at the time.
Doing jump rope, going 1, 2,
two,
Freddy's coming for you.
Uh,
3, 4, better lock your door.
5, 6, carry a crucifix.
Grab your crucifix.
Whatever.
7, 8, don't
Stay up late.
Better stay up late.
Better
stay up late.
9, 10.
Never sleep again.
Kick a hen. I don't know.
Kick a hat. Abuse to all the farm animals. You are a terrible cowboy.
Johnny Depp.
Anyway.
kick
But
the
that's a cool shot how it starts in slow motion and then like it plays normal speed, which apparently was like a super complicated shot. They had to have like 6 people on the camera like adjusting things because film was hard to work with. But yeah, it turns out they're all kind of having the same nightmares.
Yeah.
They don't know that they're dreaming about the same guy yet, but they're all having nightmares, which is really bothering them. So since Tina is very upset, they decide they're going to stay over her place while her parents are out to make her feel comfortable.
Side note, Tina's boyfriend, when he's like, he mentions his dick and she's like, my name has 4 letters on it. It won't fit on there or whatever. Did you? I was just like, oh, it's Tina's tiny dick boyfriend.
I was with someone with a tiny dick once.
Brandon Routh from Superman Returns?
Yeah.
Why did you look at Brandon
not
Routh?
Schmantonio Manuzzo.
That was a lie.
Oh, that's what. Oh, no,
Strike that from the record. That was a lie.
I remember. No, I
That's
remember
a
what
lie.
he said. No, he's like, Tina, my dick has your name written out, and she's like, my name has 4 words. It wouldn't fit.
4 letters.
4 letters.
So anyway, are you done talking about dicks?
Are we?
Okay. So, I do love this scene of Glenn, Johnny Depp, trying to lie to his parents that he's at his like aunt and uncles.
Yeah, sure. Just some kids drag racing outside, I think.
And they went by the
with the
airport.
boombox.
And it's like, oh yeah,
Pressing
so we're,
the other button.
yeah, so we're by the
Does he,
airport. He's like,
scream.
he's like, hey mom, what's up? But then there's other sound effects. It's like,
like
oh,
Explosion.
oh, there was a crash. I gotta call the cops. But yeah, this is when they're sharing the nightmares that they've had. And Nancy's like, yeah, this guy with these fingernails or finger knives. And Tina's like, holy shit, I've had the same dream. And at this point, you think Tina is the main character. They do a good job.
Yeah, they introduced her first, so.
Yeah, except for the covers of the posters kept saying if Nancy doesn't wake up screaming, she won't wake up at all.
I mean, at that point, it's like established. Like,
no, it was on the original posters
Well,
too.
let's just hope that people who saw this in the 80s didn't read that.
it's like a bait and switch, like how they did with Drew Barrymore and.
True.
Yeah.
True. Whoever did Scream must have plagiarized from the guy who did
Clearly!
So yeah, they hear a sound outside, and even Wes Craven makes fun of this on the commentary. It's like, of course they have to go investigate it.
Yeah.
And we hear the scraping and the screeching, and oh no, it's Rod.
It's Tiny Dick Boyfriend. That's what I kept calling him in my reaction.
He's a tiny wad.
Sorry. Not really.
So yes, Rod and this tiny dick are there.
Tiny Rod.
And for some reason, Tina's like, you know what? I can go for a little dick riding. And
She went for a tiny dick ride, and it did the job well, apparently, because holy fucking shit, that was so obnoxious.
Yeah.
I felt like Glenn in that scene. I literally was just like,
I was like, that's so rude.
the funny thing is,
So rude.
Wes Craven said like he, I think he moved to Chicago or whatever, and he was still a virgin. He like moved into some apartment complex, and he had to like hear that. So he wrote that from personal experience, where he's like trying to sleep, and that's all he can hear.
I lived in an apartment in college.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So, and then Rod's like, morality sucks, because I guess Nancy is celibate. And not Rod, Glenn says that. So Nancy is celibate.
it's like Sydney and Scream. It's just,
Yeah.
Oh my God. Thief.
Yeah.
A thief.
And freaking, yeah. Glenn is like upset about this, but I'm not upset because Nancy is right. And as a fellow virgin, born again,
God.
I agree with everything Nancy's doing. You should wait until you're married. And you only do it to have babies. And Glenn's just going to have to deal with that. Glenn is just going to have to deal with that.
What's the movie where they have the Freddy baby? I don't want.
That's 5, the dream child.
Yeah, I don't want that.
So, Glenn's going to hell.
Ow, he didn't do anything.
Yeah, he was
Yeah, but he
stuck
wants to, and
No,
impure
no.
thoughts are enough to get you into hell.
Oh
Tina
my
and Tiny Dick
God.
Rod are going to hell.
And they do.
So, This scene is awesome, and apparently was like thought of like on the day. Nancy is sleeping on the bed, and then we see Freddy like come out of the wall, and it looks like it's like an optical shot, like composited, but no, it was like they bought like a big thing of spandex and put it over the wall, and they just had like a stuntman put the makeup on and do that, and they had like a lighting there, so that's like all in camera, and it works like super well. It's probably the most memorable.
There's like rarely anything where I'm looking at the scene and going like, all right. Like I know definitely the end scene. I was like, what is this, Hack the Movies?
Yeah, that was pretty funny. So yeah, that whole spandex scene is really creepy. And now Tina is in Nightmare World, and she sees Freddy. I don't know. This scare hasn't held up well for me with the giant arms.
Yeah.
I like the practical effect of it though.
I do. It's just like, ooh, and like when you know how it's done.
Yeah, I know how it's done.
It's like just two people on fishing.
Yeah. He's just like, give me a hug, bitch. I'm sorry, but the hat is so funny. I'm like, why, out of all the fashion choices, he's just like, hey, a fedora.
Why the Christmas sweater? I don't know. He's not the most fashionable guy.
Yeah. I don't know.
So I always heard that they put like sparkler, like what do they call those? Those little firework things. Not sparklers.
Firecrackers?
Like poppers?
Like those poppers, like
where
on
you
his
just
blades.
like throw them down and
Yeah, people have said that they put that on his gloves, and that's how they got the effect. But listening to the commentary, I think they said that they hooked up a car battery to like the metal in the glove, and they put it against the metal wall, so there were sparks.
How did that thing move?
Because I bumped it.
Oh.
Because that is a trick. Because remember in Highlander, when they're sword fighting, they both have car batteries up their sleeve. So when the swords touch, they just like spark and go crazy. I've always wanted to try that effect. But with my track record, I knew it would go horribly wrong. So
Tony, you should try it. There's a sword in there. I think I can actually see it.
Yeah, I'm not going to try that.
I'll help you.
It's dangerous, though.
I don't think so. I think it's a great idea.
So anyway, Freddy attacking her. There's a lot of really cool visuals. Like you said, the arms you like. The arms are a little silly these days. I like that he cuts his fingers off. And he's like, watch this.
It's like, you guys haven't seen the Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared show? Where the little yellow guy's like, my turn. Play it.
You should watch those.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
My turn. Ow.
But yeah, I like when she's like being attacked by him and she like rips his face off and he's like a skeleton. He's like, ah!
That was like the scariest part of that whole scene.
That was pretty scary.
I'm just like,
I think this whole thing was pretty scary.
Yeah.
Well, the
because
arm.
then she wakes up and this scene's awesome. So they have a rotating set. And then I never even thought about this before, but they're like, yeah, then we had to like secure the lights that are outside the set so they could rotate too. So there wouldn't be any like shadows being all messed up. So yeah, like basically Freddy is just like dragging her all over the wall and stuff and cutting her up. You don't actually see Freddy do it once
like,
it's out of the sheets.
Chest gets ripped
Yeah,
open.
that's a really cool shot.
This is when film studios tried instead of being like CGI it.
Yeah, they do this later on in New Nightmare, but they actually show Freddy dragging her and whatnot. Apparently you've been saying.
Can you imagine being the boyfriend watching your girlfriend just getting like tossed around by like nothing?
I'd be like,
and
oh
everywhere?
no, darn.
You're a liar. You'd be like, fuck, there's my chance to get fucked again.
This is the only woman who likes my tiny dick.
This is Jess's last episode, everyone.
That's fine. You can cut that out.
Oh my god!
She was talking about Rod, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not Tony's tiny rod.
No, I was
but
talking about
Rod in the movie.
Yeah.
I'd be like, oh no. Okay, do I have any more matches?
I'd be like,
To be
oh,
fair, I was
no.
talking about tiny dick boyfriend in the movie.
Okay. So Tina's dead. She falls into a puddle of her own blood. We hear Rod like screaming and jumping out the window to get the hell out of there. Because who the hell is going to believe him? But yeah, here we get introduced to John Saxon.
Woohoo!
The late John Saxon. I have his autograph. I forgot to bring it in.
Forgot to bring a lot of things, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, John Saxon. I met John Saxon when I was like 14 at Monster Mania. The same Monster Mania I got the Evil Dead DVD signed by everyone.
The same Monster Mania we'll be going to?
But this comes out after.
Yes, way
That
after.
you guys all missed.
It was the day after, so we had so much fun over the weekend, didn't we? Anyway,
I don't know.
so I met John Saxon. He's there. You know, he's got all the Bruce Lee movies. I got like a picture of him and Bruce Lee. I got his autograph. And I just told him like, hey man, I loved you in Mitchell. And he just went, how the hell do you know what Mitchell is?
And you probably said because I'm Tony from Hack the Movies.
Hack the Movies wasn't a thing yet.
Oh,
And
I'm Tony. I will have a show called Hack the Movies. You better watch
I was like, yeah, it was on Mystery Science Theater, and he didn't know what Mystery Science Theater was, and I was like, never mind.
What?
He was just shocked that like a teenage kid remembered this movie that everyone's forgotten about. Mitchell is not a good movie. However, Mitchell was he was a big influence on Mummy Cop. I kind of based Mummy Cop over how terrible of a detective
Stealing
Mitchell is.
things.
It was inspired.
When's season 3?
Shut up. But Nancy's dad is like the captain or lieutenant. But he's a cop, and we find out that her parents are separated. There's like a weird thing with the parents. Like, Glenn is the only one who has like a kind of stable family. Because they say Rod's dad abandoned him.
Yeah.
Nancy's parents are like separated. There's
Yeah.
definitely tension there. And then Tina's mom is sleeping around with excited dudes. There's something going on
Glenn's
there.
parents are sweet. Except at one point when they're just like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
frickin' Nancy.
Also, the next day, the news is showing like the aftermath, and they show like Nancy's bloody arm come out of the stretcher. I'm like,
Tina.
Tina. I'm like, I don't think they would show that on
Why
the news.
wouldn't they zip it up? They just like were just like,
There's
oh, that's
that.
good enough.
Why wouldn't they zip it up? But second, I could see if it was happening live, but this is like the next morning. Like they're not playing that on the news. I mean, it's a cool visual, but they're not playing that.
It's like, oh, get the camera. Her arm's falling out. Oh, like.
So
Zip. Oh my god, it bugged me so much. I'm like, zip the
I like that they
thing
have
up.
detectives stalking Nancy because they know Rod's around, and of course he is, and he's just like, Nancy, it wasn't me. Someone else killed her.
And she believes him.
And I love that he's just got his leather jacket, and he still isn't wearing shoes or a shirt. But yeah, they arrest him.
Dad, you used me or whatever. the
You
hell
used
it is.
me. And at the school, Lynn Shay is the teacher. She is the sister, I believe, of Robert Shay, and she's in a bunch of horror films, most recently the Insidious franchise. She's the old lady in the Insidious franchise. I hate those movies. But anyway,
Seen it.
yeah, so she's the teacher, and they have the guy talking about Hamlet, specifically a part of Hamlet where they're talking about dreams. And I love like the surfer dude. And like when it turns into the dream mode and he's like saying it like really slow, he's like, I have bad dreams. It just looks so funny coming out of the guy's mouth.
Were it not that I have bad dreams.
The body bag stuff here is creepy as shit. What did you think of that?
I remember watching it actually in high school. Like I tried to get through this in high school,
Yeah.
but I never did. But that was the one scene that stuck out when it was just like he lifted her and was just like, boop, and I'm like, oh,
It's creepy.
oh,
What'd she say about the hall pass?
Oh, you need a hall pass.
fuck your hall.
No
pass.
running in the hallway. So
Is
Freddy
that what
can...
she says? Fuck your hall
Yeah,
pass?
she's like,
Is that what
fuck
she
your
says?
hall pass.
Screw your pass.
Why has no one ever cosplayed as that girl?
If you guys were at Monster Meet, no, okay, I'm not gonna.
No one's ever cosplayed it as Hall Pass Freddy girl.
Pretty easy. You just wear a sweater.
I'm gonna do that.
Pigtails.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna be Hall Pass Freddy girl. All Monster Mania.
Honestly, do it. You can pull it off.
Jess's last episode, everyone.
I'm
Anyway.
being nice.
But yeah, what I like about Freddy, I like that he purposely injures himself. So like, because like when you're being attacked by someone, you're like, maybe I can hit them and stuff. He's like, no, look, I just cut myself up and I'm fine.
Doesn't he have like?
Yeah, he has
he has
maggots
maggots
coming out of his
him?
nipple. It was like, ew.
The
Ew.
pussy.
Yeah. Don't like it. But yeah, this is when he finally says his name. He says, like, come to Freddy.
Come to Freddy.
And then he does a little,
He likes to do that.
yeah. Yeah. What was wrong with that?
I hate it. Not when you just remembering the scene. I hate it. With this,
For our podcast listeners,
the sound.
I am so sorry.
someone's driving.
I'm so
Someone's
sorry.
driving right now going, ew. Ew.
I am so sorry.
I have to edit this.
Enjoy.
Jess, I need you to up the decibels on that by 10.
Okay.
No, do not. Do not do that to these poor people.
Look, I have to listen
Oh my
to
god.
him.
No, you don't have to listen to him.
I have no choice.
I'll go get a higher ranking person right now.
Joanna's not your manager, Jess.
Oh, I know.
I can go get the manager of the manager. And she will be like, no.
You know what, Jess? 20 decibels. Get it to 20.
I'll do 6 at most.
I will delete this whole thing right now.
So anyway, she realizes, she knows she's in a dream now. And I feel like once you know you're in a dream, you should just wake up. But I guess Freddy's powers don't have that.
I mean, in like real life, it doesn't happen like that.
Yeah, that Freddy dream I had.
No,
really hard to
I've
get out.
definitely woken up when one.
Yeah,
Like,
not all the time.
no, there's times where like my dreams will get like a little too goofy, and I'll be like, "Wait a minute, this doesn't make sense." And then I wake up and I'm like, "Oh, I'm just."
There have been
dreaming."
times where I'm like, this has to be a dream. And I try to wake myself up and it doesn't work. And then like 10 minutes later, I wake myself up and I'm like, oh, thank God.
You ever have that where you have a dream where things start off normal and then it gets like real weird and then you just snap out of it? Like I had a dream like
Yeah.
I was on a lunch with Johanna and she was like really pleasant to talk to and I was like, oh, that wasn't true. Anyway, we got a comment over the weekend that said you're too mean to me.
Well, now they're going to say that about me, apparently.
Well, people say this, but
I'm
then
trying
they don't.
to genuinely be nice.
They
saying
said
that you
they
can-
said you're too mean to me.
I'm just saying you can crossplay as the hall monitor lady.
Oh my god.
I'm saying
Well,
good for you.
people say I'm mean, but then I have to deal with shit like this. And there's also stuff off camera that I have to deal with, and that's why I'm mean.
What happens off camera?
Don't even get me fucking started. I have a list.
So she
Hey,
bur-
Tony hurt my feelings.
She burns herself and gets out of that dream. And I like that she's like screaming in English class.
Yeah.
But she has like the fucking welts on her hand. And I do like Lin Shaye's callback when like Nancy runs out. She's like,
You'll need a hall pass.
let it go, lady. Let it go.
She gets a pass.
Although, wait a minute, earlier, they made fun of this in the commentary because John Saxon's like, what the hell are you doing going to school today? And like, I think like Heather Langenkamp on the commentary was like, that's a good point. Why am I going to school? Like,
I
my
mean,
friend
everybody
was just-
asked that in the movie too.
Yeah.
They're like, why are you going to school? What are you doing?
Yeah, you just witnessed like the aftermath of a murder. You should not be going to school. You got to
Yeah.
process this and whatnot. So that was pretty funny. Why did she go to school?
Because she said that if she stayed in her room much longer, she'd become insane. Like, she just needed an out. But I'm
Go
like,
to the park or something.
yeah, I'm like, why school?
I've never been like, I'm so stressed out. I need to go to school. Like, I've
Then
never
again-
done that.
Who knows what would have happened if at the park, maybe she just in her dreams, birds would attack her. I don't know.
No, that's Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2 where the bird goes crazy.
I really don't remember part 2. I forgot.
Which they actually made fun of in the Freddy's Nightmare show. There's an episode where there's like a skit where Freddy is like confessing his sins to a priest and he's talking about all the people he kills. And at one point he goes, oh, and one parakeet. And I'm like, that's a funny callback.
Okay,
Anyway.
now I remember the parakeet. Oh.
So yeah, they go to talk to Rod and Rod mentions that he also had a dream about Freddy, which is probably where he got the idea to like scrape the thing to scare them earlier. So they're all having dreams about him. I don't know if Glenn has admitted it yet, but you could tell that Glenn has the same
Yeah, I
dream.
don't think Glenn said anything yet.
But he like, I think it was earlier when they're talking about like the nightmares, you could see he looks concerned because it's like a visual thing where it's like, oh fuck, I had that dream too, but I don't want to talk about
Yeah.
it. So Nancy decides to just relax with a nice bubble bath.
You can't relax with a nice bubble
I
bath.
can't because that fucking cat doesn't let me relax. Whenever I take a nice bubble bath, I'm just like, it's so relaxing. And then I hear, or she just looks at me. I gotta send you the new picture where it's like her peeking from the door, just looking like really concerned. Apparently cats, they don't understand why you're in the water because they don't like being in the water.
Oh, Carson tries to jump in with me.
Oh,
that's
she
a
won't
fun-
do that because I've
Yeah,
given her a
that's
bath
fun.
in this tub. She
Like,
knows
he
that.
doesn't like the water touching him or whatever, but like, especially when
He's
we
just like,
me and
Mom!
pretty much. Me and Ian, when we used to live at the apartment, we had a shower curtain. So we would have the actual curtain and then the liner. And he would literally go sit in between the liner and
Oh,
just
God,
watch us.
no.
And I'm like, what the hell? He can't do it anymore because it's just glass. But he'll still like sit out there and be like,
Yeah. She's
I
fine.
open it up and
I
he's
have a
like,
dog.
hey.
I have a
She doesn't
dog.
care-
He's just like, yeah, I'm good. I'm going to wait for my real mom.
She doesn't care about showers, but every time I take a bath, she just has to sit there and like cry And then she gets upset and leaves, and then comes back to make sure I'm alive or not, and then cries again.
Look, I can't fit in a bathtub because I'm too tall. So,
But instead of a cat, Nancy has to deal with Freddy coming up, and it's like this. She's just like, oh man, I'm just. Oh no! That was a good.
She didn't do that.
Good
But
remake.
no,
right?
she was like snort. Well, she wasn't snorting.
you gotta put your legs up so you can see the.
I don't.
I can't get him up.
When I first saw that, I thought.
Oh God, you said this in the office the other night. I was
thought he
like,
was
Jesus
gonna
Christ,
think
Jess.
You gotta move it back.
I thought he was gonna finger her, and I'm like, dear God, oh come
As
on!
I said, you gotta move it back.
So, Jess, what are some thoughts you had during the bathtub scene that you shared with me the other day, and it wasn't weird at all?
Look, it's a genuine concern I had when I first saw this. Okay, I thought he was going to finger her.
Look,
where the hand was coming.
yeah,
like,
where the-
I'm like,
yeah.
don't. That's gonna hurt.
I mean, he
luckily
in Freddy
he did
versus
it.
Jason, he does he at least attempts it, but yeah.
But he was a gentleman here, I guess.
He was a gentleman here.
I guess.
Freddy is a gentleman and a scholar.
scholar.
But yeah, so she wakes up for like a second.
Yeah.
Freddy, I like the hand just going like, woo. They built this on so every set was 2 stories, so they had like a little thing for him to be under and do that.
Was she actually naked? I hope not.
So about that, when she does go to sleep and gets pulled under, that's a body double. I think she said in the commentary that it's not her,
Okay.
or maybe she was joking, but I don't think it's her. I think it is a
I
body
was just
double.
like, please don't tell me this.
But that was just something they
There's
did.
someone actually under her doing the hand thing while she actually is naked. Like,
But that was they did that in like a swimming pool. They put like a cover over the pool with the hole and just like pulled her under.
that's a cool scene.
That is a cool scene. That is like a really creepy,
it's like,
creepy scene.
oh.
And yeah, I guess we should talk about this is different than any other slasher that was being done at the time. Because think of like other they were all kind of just rip-offs of Halloween or Texas Chainsaw, where it's like
It's a dude, murder. Blah, blah, blah.
sometimes it's
But
a
he's
lady, like
not-
the first Friday the 13th. It's a person, okay?
I mean, he's
It's a
technically
dude,
not a
murder,
person.
whatever. It's just kind of just literally just a slasher. They're there. They're with their axe, butcher knife, whatever the hell's going on.
It's-
This at least it's like fun practical stuff.
And he's not really there.
Well, not practical.
He's
It's like
there, but he's
nightmarish
not
stuff. It's
really
like
there.
dream.
No, how it's filmed.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, yeah, you're right. Usually it was just like, I'm the killer and I'm chasing you and I'm killing your friends one by
I
one.
would run, but I'm choosing to walk.
Yeah. And then in this,
Freddy runs.
this gets rid of everyone being like, you should have did, that girl would have survived. She did this. Like, no, she's in a dream world where she has no control.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing any of them can really do except for get out of the goddamn dream.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really cool. Like, none of the other slashers were really you didn't have this kind of like cerebral kind of mystical slasher yet, other than them just always coming back to life. I guess Pinhead was the next one who did something similar.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the greatest magical slasher of all time, the Leprechaun, all of our favorites.
Yeah.
The Leprechaun, Chucky a little bit. He did do voodoo once in a while, but the Leprechaun is the most magical of all the killers, I feel.
He went to space.
He went to space.
Space.
So did Pinhead.
Yeah, but
That was both in the future. You think they were in space at the same time? We'd have to look at the dates.
He was also the Leprechaun was also in the hood.
He was in the
Freddy
hood.
Krueger ever go to space?
No. Well,
Does he ever go to the hood?
I mean, in some of the dream stuff, he like drops a guy off.
But I mean, like, actually, like,
I don't think Springwood has a hood. In Freddy's Dead, it's like a shitty town, but like it's not a hood.
He goes to the town.
It goes to
I'm trying. I'm failing miserably at this episode. I'm so sorry.
Anyway, so she survives that. And I like that she's like freaking out. Then the mom comes in. She's like, "No, I'm fine." Also, is this a scene where the mom's like, "Can I get you a glass of warm milk?"
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
we had a whole warm milk discussion in the
Ugh.
Fright Night episode. So yeah, later on, Nancy is watching Evil Dead.
Woohoo.
And this is like a gag that them and Sam Raimi actually gets a thanks at the credits too. So in Hills Have Eyes, there was a poster of a shark inside the family's trailer and it was ripped up. And Sam Raimi interpreted that as the filmmakers being like, Jaws isn't scary. This movie is scary. And then in Evil Dead 1, they go into the basement and there's a Hills Have Eyes poster that's ripped up. Basically saying, Hills Have Eyes isn't scary. Evil Dead is scary. And then Nightmare on Elm Street put the Evil Dead clip in this. And then in Evil Dead 2, Freddy's glove is hanging in the thing. So it was like a back and forth that they had going
I
on.
like it.
Like a friendly little rivalry there. But yeah, Nancy is trying to be comforted by Glenn, but she feels really bad. Guys, she's not looking great. She almost looks 20 years old.
God, I look 20 years old.
I feel offended by that. I'm 24. I feel offended.
By the way, she was 19 when they filmed it.
Oh,
Like,
okay. I feel less bad then.
I think Johnny Depp was actually older than a lot of them. He just looked really young.
Yeah,
so.
but he didn't say the quote, so he's just like, it's me, Johnny Depp. I'll
It's
become
like,
Edward.
God, I look 20 years old. It's like, woman, shut up. So yeah, she ends up dreaming so she can look for Freddy. This is a great plan. And she finds him while he's attempting to kill Rod, but then he attacks her. And again, with the creepy visuals, Nancy covered in eels.
Tina.
I always get those two confused. Yeah, Tina is just covered in eels and a centipede comes out of her mouth.
Yeah.
And according to the commentary, that like bug got loose and everyone got freaked out because they didn't know where it was.
I was in CVS yesterday. I saw a centipede. I'm like, nope. Also, during that scene, Glenn pops out of a tree and is like talking to Nancy. I'm
yeah,
like,
she's like, "Are you still here?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm here."
I'm like, how are you talking to him? You're asleep. He's awake. Well, not anymore, but I feel like if he was asleep, that'd be easier to talk to him. I don't know. That
you're
part
right. She does get like attacked, and then she wakes up and she's like, "You shit! You were supposed to.
You had one job.
I asked you to do one thing."
Johnny Depp, how could you?
Men.
I know.
Men.
Meanwhile, Rod is in his cell, and Freddy uses the sheet to hang him up by his neck to make it look like a suicide.
Rest in peace, Tiny Rod.
Rest in peace, Tiny Rod.
You beat me.
And that was cool. They had like a wire inside the sheet. They used some reverse photography with that.
That's cool.
I like the shot. They mentioned in the commentary that like the shot of Freddy going through the cells. They're like, yeah, I feel like Terminator 2 kind of got that idea from us. Maybe just they added the liquid metal part of it.
Terminator's got nothing on Freddy.
Yeah. Now, so Rod is dead, and you know they have to go to a funeral. And of course, this is a normal Midwestern town. I think in Freddy's Dead, they say Springwood is in Ohio. So, you know, you got all those lovely Ohio palm trees in the background, just everywhere.
Say it.
Aren't we in Illinois?
Well, now it's Ohio. Aren't we in Ohio?
Are we in Ohio?
Honestly, I don't think
I was like, shit, what's my line?
I don't think they say where Springwood is until Freddy's Dead. But yeah, like they kept saying like they wanted it to look like a Midwestern town, but they shot in LA and you see all these palm trees at the funeral. It's like, it could have just been LA. I don't know why it's not.
Look, I've been to Ohio. There are so many palm. No, it's not.
Or could have been somewhere else in California. Like,
You mean Ohio?
Maybe that was like an ambitious landscaper in Ohio, and he's like, I know, I'm gonna plant these palm trees and show that I can make them last in this season, in this environment, and then his business.
What's this, Dune?
Palm tree.
Yes, it's like Dune, really.
Palm trees would die instantly in Ohio. Do you know how many months it snows up in Ohio?
No, I've never been to Ohio, and I
over
never.
in Ohio. Yeah, sure. Well, near the lakes, it's upwards. It snows 10 months out of the year. I feel.
I've never been to Ohio, and I will not be going to Ohio.
It's not
I don't
bad.
agree with what they stand for, and I reject them.
If you live in
I'm
Ohio,
gonna throw my head.
I'm just like, what? I want a hot take against Ohio.
No, Ohio.
I'm calling you out, Ohio.
The only shit I give Ohio is not for the people; it's the weather there. Stop the snow. Too much snow.
I'm pretty sure it was Ohio. Maybe it was Idaho. I don't know. Anyway,
People were hating
Maybe it was
on Ohio
Illinois.
lately.
it was not Illinois.
Are we in Illinois?
People were hating on Ohio lately. Like Ohio and France for some reason.
Well, France,
That's
obviously.
Two totally.
No, we had her check. Our French demographic is not that big.
Oh, yeah.
So-
Oh my god. We're good. Don't you worry. You're fine.
So-
You will not be canceled.
So Nancy tells her parents, she describes Freddy, and they're like, oh, fuck. Like, they clearly are just like, uh-oh. But yeah, Nancy's mom takes her to a sleep study place, and the doctor is Roger Rabbit, who it was me. He was at a convention we were at. I might have told this story in the Roger Rabbit episode, but I'll tell it again. I was in an elevator with him, and he kept looking like really nervous around me.
Because you're so famous?
And I'm just like, why does this little guy look so stressed out? I didn't know who, like, I know that actor. I've never seen him in person before, and he looks very different these days.
He
So I'm
doesn't
like,
really look like Roger Rabbit.
no. And he's just looking at me, and I'm like, this guy looks like he's really on edge. And then I looked at the pamphlet. I'm like, oh, that was Roger. I'm like, oh, he probably thought I was going to like ask him to do the voice or some shit because it was just us on the elevator.
Meanwhile, I was in an elevator with the voice of Bowser.
Ooh.
We
Jack
just said
Black?
hello. I wish. Oh, I wouldn't be leaving that elevator. Anyway, we were just talking, small talk or whatever, and then I said, have a good evening, and I got off at my level, but I had to get off on my floor.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on, we were at the same party, and we were both drinking, we saw each other, we were both drunk as shit, and we clinked glasses. Fantastic.
You also talked to Lita there. Although when I was walking down, she was in front of me. And some guy went, Lita, I fucking love you. Like right in her face. She was like, okay. And just like kept going. I was talking to someone recently. They're like, Lita seemed like she was in like a bad mood when we met her. She seemed like really mean. She's like, and then knowing what that guy, I'm like, oh yeah, she probably had to deal with like a bunch of assholes.
When I went to meet her, she was nice as pie.
If someone is mean to you at a convention, it's usually not their fault unless their name rhymes with Shman Shavini.
I'm switching the chair.
That's
My
okay.
back hurts so bad.
That's okay.
What are you getting at?
If we're ever at a convention and you're like, wow, Tony's like really in a bad mood. I don't want you to think like I'm like a bad guy and I'm mean. It's just that you did something wrong and you're the problem. Anyway,
I just say don't be creepy to people that you look up to.
Or just don't be creepy to people.
Yeah.
oh, well, what's creepy?
You.
And fuck you. Anyway, so Dr. Roger Rabbit is like,
Roger Rabbit.
is like, oh boy, we're gonna put you to sleep.
Yeah, he sounded exactly like that.
The nurse is Wes Craven's ex-wife.
Cool.
So yeah, they put her to sleep and they're testing her like brain waves and whatnot. And you know, this really dates the movie. Nancy's mom just lights up a cigarette in the hospital, and I'm like, the 80s, love it. But yeah, I'm actually shocked they didn't show any of this dream sequence here.
Yeah.
But it actually kind of works better because you're like, okay, people are watching her now. Clearly, nothing's creepy.
Yeah, nothing's gonna happen because nothing was happening.
Yeah,
And everything was at a 3 instead of the 5 and 6. And
Yeah.
like, oh, everything's fine. Oh no,
But-
she's in rapid eye movement. Everything's oh god, everything is going wrong.
But that's
Looking
the
at
thing.
it from like their perspective.
But yeah, that's the thing. Like usually in these horror movies, like the creepy thing doesn't happen when there's too many witnesses. But now it's just like
Yeah, he didn't give a shit. He's like, all right, hey.
she's freaking out, and then she wakes up.
He's like fresh meat.
She wakes up. She has like a white streak in her hair. Now she looks like a freaking old bat. Like she looks like she's pushing, I don't know, like 25. It's like, ugh, lady,
thank
you're
goodness.
over the
I'm
hill.
thinking-
Pack it up.
Thank
Ginger
goodness
from
I'm
Ginger
20
Snaps.
I'm 24. Ooh, I'm not there yet.
You got 1 year, Jess. Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
less than that.
Yeah, you
Ugh.
go to the old folks home after that. You're
At this point, maybe.
we all can't age gracefully like me. Anyway,
I'll try some prunes.
I'll eat prune juice. Anyway,
Eat prune juice.
yeah, drink prune juice and eat prunes. Anyway,
No, thank you.
this scene is the one that like really creeped me out as a kid because it's like, oh, her hair and she's cut, but then she actually like
The hat.
pulls the hat out, and at no point does anyone go, "What the fuck?" And they're just like, huh, "Where'd that hat come
That's
from?"
a really stylish hat.
yeah, it's a real stylish hat.
Did that help you fall asleep?
Did she say that like the name is written on the hat? Did I imagine?
Yes.
that?
Yeah, she did.
Fucking Freddy Krueger.
No,
even in the
Fred-
nightmare realm, he's just like, oh, I don't want to lose my hat. Oh, I gotta write.
I wonder
Fred.
if his underwear was also embroidered. He has like the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday
Nah.
ones. too.
Probably. Also, I like that the subtle nod to Nancy's mom's alcoholism throughout the film with like her hiding like the bottles and stuff.
In the towel closet?
yeah.
Why?
No one.
Hide it where you can, I guess.
When I hide booze, I make sure to put it in a closet that everyone in the house uses
Yeah,
every
it's
day.
like it's only me and my daughter here. I really gotta hide my.
That's where they would least expect it.
When I have alcohol, I just have it out in the open because I don't have a problem, and it's for anybody to drink.
I mean, Nancy's not gonna be drinking it. She's too busy
Admitting
drinking
you have
coffee.
a problem is the first step, Johanna.
Don't worry, Mom. We're here for you.
Don't call out your mother.
What's happening?
Johanna's getting too personal again on this show.
Should I start crying too?
So,
I don't know.
the mom lets her know. The mom lets her know that Fred Krueger's dead. She's like, "Stop bringing that guy up. He's dead." So Nancy's just like, okay, my mom knows a little bit more than she's letting on. And then, of course, Glenn and Nancy, they hang out on a bridge with a typical Midwestern backdrop of palm trees everywhere.
Typical, yeah.
Oh, it's funny. The close-ups for this were done on the New Line Cinema building.
Huh.
'Cause I guess they couldn't get a camera like in the water
whatever.
looking up.
I mean, they want to ruin the equipment.
Yeah, so
Expensive.
what you call it, Nancy is now really into survival, as she says. And she's got a booby trap book, and she's going to do booby traps, which apparently are illegal. That's bullshit.
Booby traps are illegal?
Yeah.
Poor Kevin McAllister. Hopefully he didn't get caught out.
You could hurt an innocent person who just happens to be walking in. It's really just...
He's a dream demon.
It's the government. They're just like, well, if we want to arrest you, we don't have to deal with traps. Get
Kevin
those out of there.
McAllister would have been fucking dead if he didn't accept all
Kevin
those booby
McAllister would have been sent to juvie. You can't make booby traps.
traps. Well, luckily it was probably out.
That's just him. I think you should booby trap everything. Did you see the guy who
Those
booby
two guys are
trapped?
trying to kill
Did you
him.
see the guy who booby trapped his Amazon package? Because some guy kept stealing his Amazon package. So he had
That's okay.
like a firework, some kind of explosive
Oh
device.
yeah. He has like the fireworks, and then you pick it up and just go bam,
Yeah.
and then be
so
like,
the guy
oh
went to
my
pick up
God.
the box and exploded. He like fell and his like pants fell. He's like and the guy's like in his house just screaming at him, telling him he's called the cops.
At one point, he
whatnot.
brought out like a shotgun. He's
And
like,
he's
get
just
away
like,
from
and the
me!
dude's just like, please help me.
I've seen ones of like glitter bombs. Like
I
they'll,
love
they'll
glitter.
purposely put out like an Amazon package, whatever, and then
Yeah.
they pick it up and then it explodes as a glitter bomb.
Yeah, if you're
Yeah.
stealing- if
All
you're-
over their car.
If you're stealing packages off porches, you're stupid. Anyway, just saying the truth.
Or they're smart.
No,
Don't do
Because
that.
Amazon put those small businesses out
no,
of business.
because you might be getting a
Don't
package full of
steal
dogs.
Amazon packages off of people's porches. Just rob a train like they were doing last year. Just rob a train instead.
Rain.
Oh, yeah, that was the thing in LA. They were just like robbing the trains for their Amazon packages. That was
This
like
is
a
why
thing.
we need more drone. No, okay.
Yep. Anyway, Nancy's mom puts bars all over the windows and the doors.
It's not creepy.
Yeah, it's pretty. It stands out.
Throughout the movie, she just gets drunker and drunker.
It's like my parents' neighborhood where there's that one house that just had evergreens in the front of it to block what they were
Yeah.
doing. Guess which house burnt down because they were growing marijuana in their garage? The one that had evergreens in front of it blocking what they were doing.
Wow.
Oops. It's like, I always knew those guys are up to something. I'm glad it was just that. Anyway.
Oh no, at least okay.
Yeah, so Nancy's mom is like, all right, I'm going to tell you everything. What?
Just when she goes downstairs. So yeah, go
She's
on.
like, we're going to go downstairs. She's like, look, years ago, this man ruined our quiet Midwestern town full of palm trees. And he took our children away from us. He killed 20 children. And then there was that amazing trial, and the lawyers were there, and the judge was a celebrity, and it was a big thing. And then they realized they signed the search warrant in the wrong place, and he got off scot-free.
Technicality.
Yes. And then the townspeople were like, not on our watch. And they
Vigilante justice.
They did
Let's go, baby.
vigilante justice. They found him and they burnt him alive. You would see more of this in the flashback scene in Freddy's Dead. Spoiler, as he was being burnt alive, 3 dream demon sperm looking things came up and they're like, hi, do you want magic powers? And he went, okay. Also, if you want to see a version of this origin story, the very first episode of Freddy's Nightmares is his origin story. They change it a lot. Nancy's parents aren't there. You find out later on in the show that Freddy's Nightmares is in its own universe, and these movies are movies within that universe.
This was before the multiverse stuff.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, I guess actually no. New Nightmare introduced the multiverse in this series. So yeah, they burn him alive, and she kept the knives, and she leaves him in the furnace.
That's
think
what bugs me. I'm like,
Yeah.
why the fuck did you keep it?
So I think, and I didn't hear it in the commentary, but I read this years ago. I think there was originally a thing in the script, or maybe a deleted scene, where she actually let her know, Nancy had an older sibling who was killed by Freddy, and that's why the town that's why a lot of the parents are all messed up because I guess they had kids who died and they had kids afterwards.
Gotcha.
But I think that was all cut out. So yeah, she's like, Freddy's dead. He can't get you. It's going to be fine. Please get some sleep.
Here's the proof. It's like, I just don't understand why she kept it.
And I like seeing the sledgehammer in the front of the frame because it's like that comes up in a little bit. And also,
I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's like right at the bottom of the frame. Like that's pretty funny. And then I like when they cut to Glenn in his bed, there's a vulture above his bed. I'm like, it's pretty. That's not so subtle. The sledgehammer was a little subtle. The vulture, I'm like, uh-oh, he's dead. Johnny Depp's outfit is great.
They need to bring those fucking crop tops back. I'm not kidding. I literally had a post about this on Twitter like a while ago. Bring them back.
You told me to wear that, and I'm just like, I'm not buying a shirt. I'm just
yeah, like, are you gonna wear that?
I'm like, I don't feel like buying a shirt. I'm gonna borrow stuff from my parents.
I should have wore the crop top for this episode.
I thought you were gonna wear the Freddy sweater. I mixed them together.
I think, for the same reason I didn't wear the crop top. I think it's a size too low.
Do you have the sweater?
Yeah, we have a sweater.
Where?
It's in there.
No, don't get it now. We're in the middle of the review.
I want the sweater.
Oh no!
You didn't know we've had that in there?
No.
I saw it.
I had this on the whole time.
Oh no, it's Freddy! Oh wait, it's just Johanna.
How do you feel?
I'm not here to murder children, I promise.
Why are you wearing that Christmas sweater? Are you feeling festive?
Yeah, Christmas is coming up.
Why was it a red and green sweater? I always want like a flashback where he was at like a holiday party when he got arrested.
Because red, because I don't know, and green because
I like in the TV show he's wearing the red and green sweater in court. It's like, buddy, I would have wore a suit. I would have wore a suit, buddy.
Hey, it looks comfortable. Is it comfortable?
Yeah, it's pretty comfy.
It looks comfortable.
It's like official too.
Why
Anyway.
not kill people with some comfortable clothes? Don't take that out of context. If you do, I will cry.
So Nancy calls Glenn. She's like, whatever you do, don't fall asleep.
Dumbass.
Glenn falls asleep.
I love you, Johnny Depp.
He's like the worst boyfriend. He's doing everything the opposite that she asks.
Here we go. Amber Heard defender over here. Oh, he's the worst. He's the worst.
It's just like, Trump and Biden. You have to pick one. It's not that you can hate both. Yeah.
Well, I picked the third option.
Harambe?
He turned out to be more. No, he turned out to be more controversial than I thought.
That's because you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Look, he's a noble Christian man, and I really liked his music. I didn't think he would do certain things. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Wow.
So yeah, Nancy's mom, I have it here. Nancy's mom must be drunk if she didn't smell the coffee machine making coffee underneath
She's
Nancy's
taking the one
bed.
coffee machine, all the mugs. But that looks like my room. I always drink so much tea, whatever, that I have like mugs all over the place.
That's a good point. I just love
Hold on, this is. And then freaking, it's underneath brewing the coffee.
It's brewing the coffee.
It's on. Like, you don't see the wire extending under there too? Like, what?
I love she just pulled up. She's like, thank God we have a second coffee maker. It's like,
Yeah.
why do they have two?
But yeah, no, she keeps calling Glenn. She keeps calling Glenn. The parents are like, oh my God, take the phone off the hook. She's so annoying.
Remember when you used to be able to do that?
Yeah. Now you have to throw your phone in the woods.
Basically.
Yeah.
Throw it in the ocean.
Every single time it's like, oh, Johanna's calling again.
I never call you.
So every time it's like,
I do that, but with spam callers, and just like,
All
hey.
the scams.
Yeah.
oh God, I'm getting like, because Pennsylvania is a swing state. So
all the political
I've
I get
been
text
getting-
messages and oh my God, it's so annoying.
As of
Someone-
recording,
I gotta-
tomorrow's the big day.
Don't let the radical Mark Maffa put Philadelphia criminals behind bars. Support Joe Hogan. And I tweeted,
Hulk Hogan?
I mean, I texted back, I'll stab my eyes out if he wins. And then they went, vote to increase our taxes so that the rich corporations, they don't have any regard for my eyes. So I will not be voting for that person.
Yeah. Hey, more drugs, less slugs. I already messed it up. Damn it.
Johanna sneezed threw us all off. Let's continue.
It's okay.
Um,
it's okay.
I think the sweater's dusty.
It hasn't been washed ever.
Freddie.
I would have not put it on, to be honest. So Nancy, she like breaks her phone because she's mad, but then it rings. And then she answers it.
Ugh.
And it's Freddy Krueger going, I'm your boyfriend now, Nancy.
Bleh.
And then he goes,
See, I was nice enough to just go bleh because
He
I
does
don't
not
wanna
do
make-
that at all, but okay,
I want
Tony.
to. I want
what
to
are you
make.
talking about?
we kind of, but he just goes,
Jess, play the clip. And you better add my audio to it.
I'm your boyfriend now, Nancy.
I had no choice.
Anyway. That scene's always creepy. Leprechaun tried to like redo that scene with a tiny hand coming out of the phone. It didn't work. Look, guys, hot take. I think Nightmare on Elm Street might be better than the first Leprechaun. I know that's controversial, but that is where I stand.
Oh my gosh.
However, Leprechaun 3 and 4 are better than every other movie.
Look, Leprechauns just a fun movie to watch on St. Patrick's Day.
It really is.
It really surprises
is.
your parents when they walk in.
Very
and see a
historical
leprechaun.
for Ian.
When I was in Dublin, I went to the Leprechaun Museum, and it was so fascinating.
Oh no.
And they had like one section that like, oh yeah, the horror movie. Anyway, Lucky Charms.
So, Glenn gets pulled into his bed.
I love this death scene.
It's so awesome.
It's pretty good. Yeah, he
With
gets
his TV on his lap, and I'm like, that's
Yeah.
fucking
It was
heavy.
his TV. It was his.
Yeah, his TV's on his lap, and it's like, buddy, you're gonna melt your testicles, man. You're gonna end up being sterile. Get that off your goddamn
It was
lap.
his TV and his like
His
boombox.
headphones.
His stereo,
His
yeah, because
headphones?
so his mom wakes him up for a second, and she's like, "You have the TV on and the stereo and your stereo," and he's like, "Yeah, I want to listen to my music and watch the TV. Miss Nude America is on tonight." And then she's like, "How will you hear what she has to say?" And he goes, "Who cares what she has to say?"
Sexism.
You know what? That we blame the writer. You should go tell Wes Craven how you feel.
I will, just like he's stealing stuff from. Or no, what was it?
Scream is stealing from Nightmare.
Scream is stealing from Nightmare on Elm Street.
Whoever that Scream guy
Like,
was.
hey, I don't know who this is.
Come to think of it, there's a janitor wearing a Freddy sweater in Scream. Whoever did Scream, they're in a lot of trouble. We will be reporting them.
I wonder who that actor is too. Where is it?
Robert Englund should sue that actor.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Man, you're really sniffing a lot.
Yeah,
from
I'm
that.
dying.
Do you want to take the sweater off, or are you committed to it?
I'm committed.
Okay.
I'm committed to the bit.
So the blood is going all over the ceiling, and apparently they this is the same set as the rotating set from earlier. Obviously redressed, but they said they wanted to like kind of tilt it a little bit so this blood could get all over, but then like it threw off the balance of it. So at the very end of the shot, you see the blood is coming out of the bed and going diagonal because it's like apparently just went out of balance.
You like see like the sheets like
Also, I think Freddy, isn't he supposed to like be killing people and making it look like accidents? I don't know how you make this look like an accident at all.
I think I was gonna say
he's just desperate.
Yeah, at this point, he was like, I don't give a fuck. Like,
Yeah.
He's like, I can't get Nancy. So,
He was like, what are they going to do? Arrest me?
Johnny Depp.
kill me.
Rest in peace, Johnny Depp, until the next movie. And pray for your sanity in 2016.
Nancy's dad doesn't take her seriously about all the Freddy stuff. He thinks she's like going crazy and he's very upset about it. She sets up all her booby traps.
And booby.
Yeah. Her mom has now just passed out drunk, so don't worry about her.
She's like, good night, Mom. And she's like, good night.
So yeah, she sets up all the booby traps, and her plan is to get Freddy into the real world so she can kill him physically.
Bring him in like she brought the hat.
Yes.
He's like, bring my hat back. Bitch.
Yeah, so she goes into the dream boiler room world to look for him. And yes, she succeeds. He attacks her. And then I like that she falls in the boiler room and then falls in front of her house.
Yeah.
Apparently
On
there
the
was
roses. Ouch.
Yeah, they were real roses too.
Oh no.
Apparently they and I like how that's set up where the roses were there and then when the bars came, the roses got thrown down, so that was good setup. Apparently there was going to be a blue screenshot of her falling like 3,000 feet.
Oh thank God.
But they ended up, I guess it was just too expensive. So they're like, let's just cut to where she just plops in front of the house.
Works, it works fine. Works fine.
It works fine. They do something similar, I think, in Nightmare 3. I mean, they do a couple like falling for a really long time. Definitely in Freddy's Dad, they do it a couple times.
Yeah.
She succeeds. She grabs him. And I actually really love this shot of like where she has like the roses and whatnot and the camera pulls out. She's in her bed and the roses disappear. I thought that was really cool. But yeah, she succeeds. He's hiding behind her bed.
Yeah, so she thinks she fails, and then this is the only thing that scared me throughout the whole movie was when he just went, bah!
Bah!
I'm like,
But yeah, she sets up her Looney Tunes trap with the sledgehammer.
wait a minute, was he just waiting there for being like, it didn't work? And he's like, I did! Surprise!
But yeah, like he kicks, he gets hit in the belly. Would have been funnier if it was the balls.
Like, between.
But then he gets like knocked over and he falls onto the stairs that conveniently have a mattress. And then the mattress disappears in the next shot. That always
Maybe they're still in a dream. You never know. You never know.
always stood out to me when I was just like, there's a mattress there. Like there's very clearly a mattress there.
I didn't notice that.
You didn't notice it?
Now that you said it, the movie's ruined for me.
Exactly.
Look what you've done.
Now that one scene.
0 stars. 0 stars.
I just give it 9 now.
So this is a lot of fun where he's chasing her, but now she has the upper hand.
Yep.
It's always fun when that happens. Yeah, because there's never really been like at this point like a final girl who's gone like this hard on the villain.
Oh, yeah. She
Like it's
Kind of
usually like I'm
McAllister
running
him.
and I managed to get a couple hits in and blah, blah, blah. But no, she actually prepared. She's like, okay, I'm going to blow up this lamp in front of him. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Now this is crazy. You know how like in Halloween 2, when Michael gets caught on fire, he disappears and another strange person in a fire suit shows up.
Yeah.
In this movie, I look, I'm just theorizing.
Uh-huh.
She goes to light Freddy Krueger on fire.
Yep.
And then another guy who looks like Freddy Krueger, but who's 70 pounds heavier shows up. And I think that might have been his brother, Teddy Krueger, who also happened to be there.
Ted Krueger?
Ted Krueger was there, his chubbier brother. And you know, he's
Spells Kruger with a C instead of a K.
no, that doesn't make any sense if it's his brother.
Because he just changed it.
Yeah,
he
he
wanted to
changed
fit
it.
in more. Kind of like, you know, your dad, he wanted to change his name to fit in more.
Yeah.
Ted.
So Teddy
Different
Krueger.
spellings of like Palooza.
So Teddy Krueger was like, you know, he was kind of behind the scenes, like he was like following Freddy. He was shadowing Freddy. He had recently just died.
Yeah.
And he's just like, Freddy, I'm going to watch you. I'm going to learn from you. But he also got pulled into the real world. And then when she threw the fire, Teddy was like, Freddy, get out of here. And then Teddy got lit on fire. And that's why we have this fat Freddy Krueger. It's definitely not the stuntman in a ton of padding to protect himself from the fire. It's actually funny. When I was watching it, it's just like, it's so clearly.
Whatever.
At least it had the Freddy face
Yeah,
on.
you can see the scarring and
It's not like Halloween 2 where it's like, that's just a guy in a fire suit. That's not Michael Myers.
But he didn't have the hat.
Now, at this point, the hat's gone. She took the hat. And I guess
And
he can regrow fingers.
and
He
he
can
didn't-
copy himself, but he
Not
can't
his
grow
hat.
that hat back.
You can't just.
family heirloom.
Yeah. So the dad, like, I love the cop that's like, hey, lady, relax. And Nancy's just breaking all the windows. And she's like, help me, help me. And then he's like, I should probably help her.
It's like, I should probably get her dad.
Yeah, so the dad shows up. They get in there and they're like, where is he? Oh, no, he's in mom's room. And
Womp womp.
mom turns into a Muppet.
What was that?
It's time to play.
You know what she kind of looks like first? She looks like something that you see in Beetlejuice. She looks like one of the
Yeah.
corpses you would see in Beetlejuice. I just love the hand, just like,
I was like how he's just on top of her and they're just like,
Yeah.
oh, and then she's just burnt.
So I guess Freddy does
bones.
still have some powers in the real world.
It's never explained.
Yeah, it's always unclear. Well, in 2, it makes sense because he enters through the guy's body. It's the gay one, by the way. So he's able to use his powers in the real world and not have to do it in the dream world. But all the other ones, whenever they bring him into the real world, it's unclear, like, what his limits are.
Yeah.
Like, okay, he could be killed, but he could also do some of the magic stuff. So yeah, she's dead. And I like this ending where she's just like, wait a minute, I figured it out.
I'm not afraid of you.
Yeah, she's like,
I'm not afraid anymore.
she's like, you're preying on our fear of you to get stronger, and I'm not allowing you to have
I'm taking back my energy.
I'm taking back the energy I gave you. I'm not allowing you to have. I'm not afraid of you. You cannot prey off my fear, and I've defeated you.
Get him.
And he's just like,
I've turned
Robert
into
Englund
pixie
is
dust.
really good in this, but he's very like compared to the sequels, he's very restrained in this.
Yeah, he's not as like, haha. You know what I mean?
He does do jokes.
Does he
and
say bitch at all in this?
I don't even think he says bitch in this until part 3.
No.
And even in like 2, he's not in 2 that much. It isn't until 3 when he starts becoming like a real clown.
That's why 3 is my favorite, because it's like...
And then 4 in part 4 when he put the...
Well, 3's when Nancy comes back too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when she dies.
Isn't 3 also the one where her dad comes back and it's just like,
Yep.
I'm in heaven now? It's like, really, you believe that?
I think so.
Remember that when
Yeah.
he's like, I'm dead now. I'm in heaven. It's me, the angel of your father. And it's just like, just kidding, bitch. It's me, Freddy Krueger.
I know he fights a stop motion skeleton that does not age well.
Yeah.
And then she comes back in New Nightmare, but that's in the real world. That's a whole different story.
Anyway.
And we're
Yes.
talking about the first one. Sorry.
Yes. So, what I was saying, it isn't until like part 4 where he puts the sunglasses on the beach. It's like, okay, now that's funny, Freddy.
Getting goofy, yeah.
But yeah, so he disappears. She walks out and everything's fine. Apparently Wes like wanted to just end it there and have like a happy ending, and he didn't want to do sequels. But I guess Robert Shea obviously made a good decision and was
Yeah.
like, nah, you got a sequel bait. And it's like, oh, okay.
You can't just start with Freddy's hand. You gotta get the whole Freddy.
These didn't come out till way later.
They don't know that.
So, I do like everything's great. All her friends are alive, and they get in that nice, cool red convertible, and the cover of the
Red and
convertible is red and
green.
green. And I love that they're screaming, and like, by the way, her and her mom are all wearing white. It's all nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The little girls.
Yeah.
1, 2. They're not
The
gonna
mom
see
sees the little girl. She's like, uh-oh. And then Freddy grabs her and pulls her.
She's just like, goodbye.
It is clearly a dummy.
Clearly a dummy.
I did
That
have a
just-
giggle.
Yes.
That just it ends so abruptly, though.
Yeah.
Just like,
He didn't really want to do
"Rah!"
that ending, and like he didn't want to kill like Nancy, I think. So he kind of did they just drive away. And he's like, all right, I guess we'll kill the mom. Why not?
But even if it just were to end there, it still ends so abruptly. It's like, I'm not afraid of you. And he turns to pixie dust. If she just walks outside, like, everything's okay. And I'm like, that's it?
Yeah. Well, I think in the end she was just gonna like walk away or something. I don't know. I forget what the original ending was, but
It's
I don't
very
know.
anticlimactic.
But it's a very good movie.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
It's a really good movie. It introduced us to a very creepy killer who was somewhat
New type
charismatic.
of slasher.
A new type of slasher, our supernatural slasher. But yeah, it's a killer you really can't run away from, who knows all your deepest, darkest secrets because he can literally get inside your head, and he's a horrible person.
Yeah.
There's just
Where's a weird looking hat?
he's very festive. He loves
Yeah,
the holidays,
loves the
apparently. But
Very
yeah,
asymmetrical with the one glove. Anyway, continue. Sorry. I'm just looking at the doll and I'm like, let's see what else we can
I
say.
feel like this would be really hard to kill someone with. I feel like you're gonna break your finger.
I mean, the middle, the ring finger on this doesn't work really.
yeah,
I mean,
every time I make
every
a fist
time-
and then go back up, it's just like that.
Yeah.
I have to physically go like that.
Cheap prop. Like,
Yeah. But yeah, it's a great film. It is a classic. It really made Wes Craven. Of course, he went on to do like huge things like Scream and Swamp Thing. Although he might have done Swamp Thing before this. Swamp Thing's awesome. Mint Salad did a review of Swamp Thing.
Yeah. She also did a review of Man Thing.
Me and her did a review of Man Thing, and then she took it upon herself to review Swamp Thing.
Good for her.
Which, by the way, are you dead? The one bad guy in Swamp Thing is the guy who played Krueger in Last House on the Left. So anyway, yes, we love this movie. It's very, very good. Robert Englund now charges a lot of money at Monster Mania, and his line is always out the door, so he's doing well. It led to a bunch of sequels that we're going to get to. We're going to go through, how about we go through all the sequels
Yay!
and the remake eventually?
No!
are we gonna do Freddy vs. Jason too?
Yes.
So it means we have to do all the Jason movies.
We're almost done, those.
I love Freddy.
Do you know what it's almost time for?
Jason X. Oh yeah, spoiler, we're not going to do 3 in a row next time.
Oh.
We decided that the next 3 Jason movies are actually kind of big and they all deserve their own episode.
I
Like,
mean, I have a chance of being in Freddy vs. Jason?
you have a chance of being in
Yes!
Freddy versus Jason.
Yes! Yes! Sorry. I
So
got
yes,
excited.
that is it from us. Do you love this movie? How does this rank on your slasher franchise? Is the big 3? Is this your favorite? Yeah, let us know. And yeah, we'll be back. I already did a mini review of Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, but I think it deserves a closer look with a panel and a podcast type review. So next time we will do that. We'll do Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, Freddy's Revenge, the gay one. But if you want to know what I have to say about it, you can watch my little mini review from a few years ago.
I feel like I have to dress like this for that one. I don't know why.
No, there's like literally a leather daddy bar in that one. Anyway, Jessica, where can we find you?
You can.
Have you done any reactions to this movie at all?
Yes, if I get it out on time, we'll see.
And if it doesn't get copyright claim like the Final Destination one did?
Yeah, YouTube. How could you? I love you, YouTube. I watch
Where,
videos.
Where can we find you?
You can find me on YouTube at Just Daydreaming. JESS Daydreaming. All one word.
Okay.
I hope. I always
Don't-
forget.
You better not daydream or Freddy Krueger will get you or his slightly overweight brother, Teddy Krueger.
I want to meet Teddy Krueger. Seems like a cool guy.
Joanna, where can we find you?
I'm on Twitter as Stuff Like Hearts
Okay.
and twitch.tv Stuff Like Games.
Okay. And no other websites.
No,
other
nothing
websites.
called.
No, yeah, we don't know what that is. Bleep that. Bleep that. Bleep that.
No.
No, we do not support those degenerate sites.
Let me just
here.
say that I'm a fan of Johanna. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it.
Well, you know, there are other sites that I post
Oh my
on.
God.
If you look,
Tony, I'm hungry. Let's go.
if you look up Hack the Movies on sites that are meant for fans and only for fans, you will find some good stuff there. Stop poking the eye. You keep doing that.
Not real. It doesn't really look. Oh, did you break it? Yeah, but it's okay.
Okay, that is it from us. Patreon, voicemail. Leave us a voicemail. We haven't done voicemail in a long time. Hit us up.
We haven't done a voicemail in a long time.
Check out our other episodes. You definitely want to check out the Friday 13th episodes, our Halloween episodes, and our Leprechaun episodes. Those are a lot of fun. And of course, me and my cousin, I got to get back together with her to continue our Hellraiser bonus show on Patreon. Yes, we'll see you next time. Goodbye. Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, Freddy's Revenge.
The brains.
Ah! Where do I get those glasses? I want those.
Dude, those are some fly ass glasses.
Hi everyone, Tony from Hack the Movies here, and today we're going to talk about what everyone or most people consider to be the best Nightmare on Elm Street sequel. You guys are nodding. And we're going to see if that's true or not today on, oh god, I moved the thing.
That's the
Today
name
on
of the
Talking About Tapes.
That's the name of the show. Oh God, I moved that thing.
Talking about tapes.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Hi,
Hel-
Tony.
hello.
Hi, Jess.
Hello, Casey. It's
been
our
a while.
first episode together.
Oh my
Yay!
Yes,
Reunited.
Casey, you know, a beloved Hack the Movies cast member, and traitor Jessica, who betrayed me, who is a traitor. I'm sorry, Jess from Hack the Movies? No, I'm sorry. Jess from The Creep Off. Results Girl from The Creep Off.
And ASC Presents now.
Who always shows up on time except for when she doesn't.
Okay, that was... Leave me alone, all right? My brother's graduating next...
I was cringing that whole time, like, Jess didn't show up. Anyway,
Oh,
you're doing good work over
Thank
there.
you.
Congratulations, Jess.
Thank
But like I
you.
said, if you ever feel nostalgic, I got a load of episodes to edit.
Well, if you ever want to pay me, then you can pay me by giving everybody what they want.
I'm
Mummy
sorry.
Cop Season 3. That's all we ever want.
Nobody wants that.
No, I'll be Mummy Cop.
Over my dead body.
Yeah,
You'll be Mummy Cop, and you'll be the Mummy Cock.
We'll all be Mummy Cop.
Okay, we're gonna stop that at Mummy Cock. That slip up. I don't think it's gonna get funnier than that. Yes, Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Now, you guys are probably like, Tony, where is the podcast review for Nightmare on Elm Street 2, aka the gay one?
That's what I was wondering.
Forgot
Yes,
about that.
I actually did a solo review a few years ago when Scream Queen came out. And it was like a little mini review where I talked about how I think it's the best sequel, or at least it's my favorite.
You talked about it in the first one, too.
Yes, I mentioned it in
With
the
the
first one.
exploding bird.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Goo-goo-goo-goo.
Yeah, with Clue Googler. So I talked about it a lot in that, and in the Wishmaster 2 episode, which is not on YouTube, but if you go to Odyssey or download on the podcast, I interviewed the director of Nightmare on Elm Street 2, so I think I got it covered. So
That's
we're going to
so
skip
cool.
to 3. We will also be skipping, because I got to do all of these before Freddy vs. Jason, New Nightmare, because I reviewed New Nightmare on Clayton's channel. We did a fun review together there.
There's quite a few documentaries made on these movies.
That's true. I actually want to sit and watch a couple of the documentaries.
Have you seen any of them?
No.
I
Not
haven't.
even the Scream Queen one?
No, Scream Queen I did see.
Okay.
Sorry, Scream Queen I did see.
Then Heather made one.
Yes.
And then there's like a 4-hour long one.
Yeah,
All
I
the
know about the
movies.
4 hour. I think James AVGN is in one of them. I think he's in the long one.
I don't know. That was probably before I was your
Aggravating
editor,
me.
and then before I also was it betrayed you.
Yeah, when you betrayed
I
me.
almost said traded you.
Mid Salad betrayed me too. We're going to talk about that later. I'm saving that for the end. I'm now in a war with Mid Salad and Adam Does Movies. I might have to fight Mid Salad, but we'll get to that later. Nightmare on Elm Street 3. This is a lot of people consider this their favorite. I think you said it was your favorite.
Yes, out of all of them, yes.
Yeah,
How about
fan
you?
favorite. After rewatching it, it was such a treat.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've rewatched all of them, so I can't really say, but I do remember liking this one and then New Nightmare
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, New Nightmare's great.
I think I like New Nightmare more than this.
and the original.
But it's funny you mentioned New Nightmare because I'm going to talk about that in a second.
Also not as good, but it's not as good as Freddy versus Jason.
Oh yeah, that one's fun too.
Yeah, that one's the best.
A lot of this leads into Freddy versus Jason. We have like a whole setup for Freddy versus, well, not like Jason particularly, but the setting.
Wrong
I'm
hat.
wearing the Jason hat because he's a winner.
They're all connected though.
So this is the first film directed by Chuck Russell.
Chuck Norris.
Was it his first film?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, interesting.
I wrote that. I assume it is.
Okay.
First film he directed, I think.
Okay.
He went on to do the Blob remake, which I love,
Oh yeah, that one's good.
which he wrote with Frank Darabont, Darabont, who I'm going to talk about in a second. He also directed The Mask with Jim Carrey.
Not the Son of the Mask.
Not Son of the Mask.
know-
Or
no.
Mask with Cher.
Not Mask,
Was
the
wait,
Rocky
there's a-
Dennis.
What?
Fun fact, this
Oh, I'm
fi-
thinking the Green Mask, and I'm like, was
Yes.
Cher the mask?
Fun fact, this film reel that's been sitting here, this is the trailer for Son of the Mask. Anyway,
That's so
Burn it.
random. How appropriate.
Burn it.
it's been left here.
That's what all they played on Cartoon Network when I was a kid was just Son of Mask. I'm
Well,
like,
they had to recoup their losses. Anyway,
Isn't Jamie Kennedy in that?
yes, yes, he did a whole video with the director on how they with Chuck Russell, how they got like fucked up. Or not Chuck Russell, the other director. Chuck Russell did the first one. He also directed Eraser, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger, which there is a sequel they pumped out direct to HBO Max like 2 years ago, starring no one from the first movie. I don't know why they did it.
I have not even heard of the sequel.
And
but
then-
Arnold's having a great month.
Yes, he is.
Some great
Oh, yeah, we gotta
news
watch
for
Fubar.
Arnold.
And then the last movie of note, because I think he does a lot of TV stuff, is the Scorpion King movie starring
way.
The Rock. Yeah, he directed all these.
Have you seen Nope yet?
Yeah,
Yep.
The hoodie?
yeah. He's wearing the
wears
Scorpion King hoodie. Yeah.
So I got
I
that
would-
hoodie.
I would just like to say.
I'm
behind the
sorry.
scenes-
Is there something in the store distracting you girls?
Yes, it's a cat.
Pussy.
You know, you've been on the show for a year, and you've been getting a little bit raunchier as the
You're
years.
just learning who I am.
Hi, cat.
Hold on. Hey, come here. Come here.
I'm not. Hi, kitty.
Okay. At some point, hopefully the mics will cancel it out, but you might hear a gut-wrenching shriek. That's actually Space Cat. She doesn't know how to meow. She just knows how to shriek and scream and yell.
I think it's just unique.
Anyway, Craven did not enjoy Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2. Well, he didn't want it to be a franchise. Like, the ending of Nightmare on Elm Street 1, he's not really happy with. Because it was supposed to be about her overcoming her fear, and then that ending kind of doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
and
with
then
how bad the dummy is.
which we recreated perfectly
Yes,
at the
it
end of
was
our video game review.
Immaculate.
It
Immaculate.
looked
I'd
perfect.
say better.
I think it was 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 better. Tony, don't worry. You were just having a bad dream.
Oh, thank God. 2 did well, but critically, a lot of people didn't like it. Idiots, because it's great. Yeah, so
Homophobic because it's gay.
that's part of it. So yeah, he came
come
back.
on, people.
He came back to co-write this one with the hopes that it would be the final Freddy movie. Oops. And
Well,
actually,
the way this movie ends just cracks me up.
Actually, he wanted to do the plot for New Nightmare. He pitched the New Nightmare idea where it's like a meta sequel, and they rejected it, and I'm glad they did. New Nightmare works better when there's like a bunch of sequels that they can yeah, I think New Nightmare worked better. I mean, not financially. I don't think anyone saw the movie in theaters, but the story worked better when it became an actual franchise.
What year did that come out?
New Nightmare is like 94.
I wasn't born yet, so you can't blame me.
I was just born.
Oh my God, she's so loud. Hold on.
Space cat, space cat, space cat.
Say hi.
Yeah.
Say hi.
Oh, you made an appearance.
I
Say
can't
hi.
wait for her to
Look
review
at her
Garfield.
face.
She wants attention, but this is too much attention.
Oh
She's probably going to run away.
Goodness.
Okay, do you have anything to say about
You are
Nightmare on
the
Elm Street
cutest
3?
thing.
That was the loudest.
You know what? You know what? You know what? I couldn't have said it better myself. That's gonna be the
best.
that's gonna be the trailer. That's gonna be the trailer for this episode. Yeah.
So yeah, he came back with the intention of being the last. Didn't work. Frank Darabont, he co-wrote this movie.
I'm sorry.
You haven't seen her face, Tony.
Sorry. No cat.
So Frank Darabont co-wrote this movie. Him and Chuck Russell wanted to do The Blob first, but I think they had to do this to get that movie made. The Blob remake's awesome. I don't know if you've ever seen The Blob
Yeah, I've
remake.
seen it.
It's awesome.
I got it on a 4-pack DVD for Christmas, along with I think it was Fright Night. It was Fright Night, yeah.
Yeah.
Along with Fright Night and 2 other movies.
Well, there's 2 winners. I'm hoping the next 2 are also good.
I didn't forget the others.
He co-wrote it. He also went on to write The Shawshank Redemption, The Fly 2, which we have a copy of there. I have a poster of it somewhere.
Never mind.
What was
I
that?
thought Shawshank was before this, but no.
No, this is
Your
Shawshank's
pen is
after this.
upside down.
Huh?
Do you want us to fix it? There we go.
There we go.
How quick?
Continuity.
Movie dumpster. Movie
Yeah.
dumpster's
He
He
coming to
wrote
get
The
you.
Green Mile. He did a lot of like Stephen King stuff,
Oh,
like The
wow.
Mist. He executive produced The Walking Dead, at least the first season. He got that off the ground.
Is that show still going?
Yeah, there's like 3 spin-offs now. But he wrote Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, the Frankenstein movie starring Robert De Niro, which is one of our most watched episodes.
Yeah.
So
Where
go
you're-
back and watch that.
where
He
you're-
does not like that movie.
Wait,
he,
where you're-
he had to be like, it's my script, but it's the worst movie I've ever
I'll be
seen.
honest, Robert De Niro, eat your heart out. Tony's dad is the real Frankenstein.
Aw.
And John Saxon returns, and I remember to finally put my autograph in an episode.
Finally!
When I met him. Did I tell that story in the Nightmare on Elm Street when I met him?
Probably, but say it again.
When I met him, he was like, "How are you?" And I was like, "Hey, man, I loved you in Mitchell," which is a terrible Joe Don Baker movie, and John Saxon's the bad guy. And he looked at me, because I'm sure he even forgot he was in Mitchell, and he was like, "How the hell have you seen Mitchell?" Of course, returning is, our BFF Heather,
Heather.
who apparently we're on first name basis with. If you check out,
Yeah.
no, what was it? The unrated Final Girls episode? Was it that episode?
Underrated, yeah.
Yeah. What did I say?
Unrated.
I said unrated. The underrated Final Girls episode. Casey's like, that's where we met Heather. And I was like, who? She's like, Langenkamp. I'm like, Casey, we're not on first name basis with Heather Langenkamp.
Casey is. Because she is famous. You're famous too, but she's famous.
Yes. So she
I don't know what the
returns.
difference is.
She returns, which is probably what people wanted for Nightmare on Elm Street 2 instead of a whole new group of people. But
Said we got a bird exploding. Ugh.
that was awesome. And this made me sad. Music by Angelo Badalamenti, who did the music for Twin Peaks and a bunch of David Lynch movies. He died last year.
Aw.
He died the same year as Julie Cruz, who also did a bunch of music for Twin Peaks and David Lynch stuff. They died in the same year.
Man, Twin Peaks just had a rough year last year, huh?
Their music got me through my last breakup, and then they both died. That was a rough thing for me to handle. Anyway, I was just sad listening to Angelo Badalamenti
That's what I
music and
figured.
Julie Cruz
So
songs.
sad, Tony.
Anyway, let's talk about this fun movie about kids being killed.
Yeah!
So it starts off with an Edgar Allan Poe quote.
Oh, yeah.
What was the quote again?
I'm glad you asked.
Ha
Casey knows it off the top of her head, right?
Yes. Something about dreams and how he despises them.
Oh, she nailed it. Oh, she nailed it.
And I was thinking, and
I'm gonna
I
cut to like a picture of Edgar Allan Poe writing that on a piece of paper. Dreams. And
think I had to pause it to like collect what it was and to understand it.
the
was it?
quote, the actual quote
Yes.
is sleep. Those little slices of death. How I loathe them.
Slices, because
Apparently-
fingers.
Edgar Allan Poe. Yeah.
Edgar Allan Poe was a fan of Freddy.
Yes. And alcohol. So yes, it starts with Patricia Arquette. This is like one of her early movies, I
Her
think.
first one.
Is it her first one?
Yeah.
I like Patricia Arquette.
Yeah.
We talked about her recently in the Holes review because Johanna and Tim decided I needed to watch the fucking movie Holes.
Have you never seen it before?
We're not going through this again. So she's making a papier-mâché house.
A what?
What is papier-mâché?
Also, side note, I like torrented this online. Oh no, I'm such a bad. I
Don't mention torrent. You really upset the Super Mario Brothers archive.
I mean, I did. Well, you mentioned it.
I don't know what you're talking about. Me and them are cool now. You're still on their shit list.
Yeah, because whatever. But the first one I got, I'm like, oh yeah, here we go, and it was all in Hindi. And I'm like, whoops, wrong website.
That's good. I have to. Me and Joe from Movie Dumpster.
Great guy.
Sorry, a little tangent. We did a exclusive live stream on Patreon where we went through a bunch of old movie posters from a video store I
Oh,
found.
how fun.
Yes.
I saw some of the pictures. I'm like, huh, striptease.
Yeah, well, that's a popular movie. There's some like forgotten movies. Like we tagged Kate Beckinsale in one picture.
Yeah,
'cause we found,
I didn't know that movie.
But one of the movies was Space Marines. And I'm trying to look up the movie, and I only found it on YouTube, but it's dubbed in Russian. But like, you can still hear the American actors, and it's like a Russian voice over the American voice.
They tried. They tried.
So anyway.
Also, I think that people are mad at me in the Super Mario thing for not liking the movie.
Yeah, what's your
I'm
problem?
sorry, I have an opinion, guys.
No, there was the wrong one. Anyway, the last 2 episodes in this will be my Diet Coke trilogy. Because in Batman 89, me and Frank, we reminisced. If you had the Batman tape, it started with the Diet Coke commercial where Alfred is calling the store and being like, oh, someone's picking up a Diet Coke. And it's Batman driving the car. And then The Last Crusade, I put the tape on. There's a whole Diet Coke commercial in that where a girl's going to get a Diet Coke and Indiana Jones is saving her. And then I turn this movie on and right away there's a Diet Coke. And I think we all just need to.
Diet.
Cheers.
Diet.
Cheers.
I'm
Oh,
on
yeah.
a diet for this Coke. No,
Wait. Just for the taste of it, Diet Coke.
I'm a Pepsi person.
I couldn't chug it.
So she's desperately trying to stay awake. She's blasting music. She's doing arts and crafts. She's drinking Diet Coke, which I don't think has any caffeine, so that was pretty stupid. Maybe it had it in the 80s. I don't know. And she's listening to Into the Fire by Dokken, I think.
Dokken.
Yes.
I don't know. I just was like headbanging.
Well, I know they did the song for the movie.
Yeah.
So did they just feature all of their songs?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe it is.
Also, I did not do a reaction to this because with how long it takes me to do a reaction.
Yeah, your reaction videos come out late. Kristen's mom comes home and she's like, hey, turn that music off. I'm trying to get late. She's very upset. She's like, go to bed, lady. I'm so tired of you.
Wait, I wrote something in my notes. Kristen's mom is terrible. I hope Freddy gets her.
Oh.
Kinda.
I have a fun fact about her mom.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm going to say?
No.
Oh, well, her daughter is an actress in real life who's from one of the Friday the 13th. I'm pointing to her hat.
Oh, I thought you were pointing to the scene. Okay, Friday
one
the 13th.
of the Friday the 13th movies. I think it's part 5, New Beginning.
Okay.
And it's the girl that's like dancing with the headphones.
Oh,
yes, exactly.
Oh,
great
yeah.
job,
When he
Tony.
did, yes.
He
did the
that's her
dance.
daughter in real life.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
They're all connected.
Yeah.
She's got some moves.
Well, I think
Wait, what's in Superstars? You got some moves. I forgot what they say.
Well, I think I might have mentioned, I don't know if I mentioned in the last review, but the show Freddy's Nightmares features a couple Friday the 13th actors in a few episodes.
I do remember you mentioning that, and he just wore the sweater into his court hearing.
Yeah, that was funny.
And Brad Pitt.
And Brad Pitt is in it, yes. Mariska Hargitay, a bunch of people are in it.
In the Freddy show?
In the Freddy show, yeah.
Really?
Yep. So, yeah, she comes in, she's like, go to sleep. And Kristen goes to sleep, but she ends up at the Elm Street house.
Now there's not just Freddy girls, there's also Freddy boys.
Woke.
Inclusive.
Anyway, I think he killed that just anyone.
Yeah,
really.
I don't think he cared. It was kids. He was
yeah, so there's like
bad.
one little girl that she's trying to save. Let me see here.
Yeah.
She's like riding her tricycle on the porch, and I'm like, how is she not falling?
Yeah, that was pretty messed
Because
up.
if it were me as a kid, I'd just be like, ah!
Is this when she's like running in the hallway and she's like sinking into the floor? That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, she's like
That's
holding
coming
the
up.
little girl.
Yeah. That scared me as a kid when like she looks at the little girl and it's like, you're hurting me,
Right.
and she's like a skeleton.
Yeah, it's just like, ah.
So she wakes up Or does she? Because then Freddy turns the sink into blades and cuts her wrists.
Right.
That
Oh
was-
gosh,
That was
terrible.
that was a cool effect though with the
Yeah.
little.
Yeah. And then they cut to the real, like, her awake and I
she's
made
like,
it look like she
Oh,
did it to
gosh,
herself.
Oh.
Terrible.
The mom's probably like fucking.
Yeah, the mom
trying to
doesn't-
get laid.
The mom looks like she is just fed up with
Again, I
Kristen.
hope Freddy gets her.
Yeah. So
I've
yeah.
been to the house.
Huh?
I've been to the Nightmare house.
When I was in LA, I didn't have a chance to stop by there.
It's right in the smack dab of Hollywood.
I know. I went to Pasadena and saw all the Halloween locations, but I didn't get a chance to see that. But we go to Weston Hills, which will show up again in Freddy vs. Jason.
Yeah.
And we meet Larry Fishburne.
Larry. David.
Which I have a Morpheus action figure from the Matrix here. Yes, he used to go by Larry Fishburne.
I know I said Larry David.
No. And the biggest...
I was like, Morpheus! But I almost said Morbius.
Oh, by the way, you could tell this was a re-release cover because they put him on the cover, even though he's like... He doesn't really do anything with Freddy. I'm actually... It's funny, he survives the whole movie. He never even interacts Freddy. I'm like, we had a movie... We had a movie with Lawrence Fishburne and Freddy Krueger, and they didn't meet. I'm like, I wanted to see that. I would have loved to have
And
seen
then he
that.
did the whole like Matrix thing and with Freddy in his dream.
During one of our Predator commentaries, the one that he's in,
Predators, yeah.
You asked me, you did a trivia question,
Yeah.
and you were like, well, which other franchise is he in? And I knew it. I was so proud of myself.
Good job.
It's this one.
This is why she's famous.
But yeah, we find out that there's been a string of suicides. So I guess that's like Freddy's new thing. He like kills kids, but makes it look like a suicide. So
What a sick, twisted man.
yeah, he's a child murderer. I don't know if you know this, but he's kind of like fucked.
Oh,
and that
so
face
sick.
isn't doing anything for him.
That was actually going to be like a bigger part of it. I mean, they still kind of make him look like suicides up until a point, but
Right.
apparently the whole like kid suicide thing was going to be a bigger part of the script. But I think the studio was like, let's tone that down a little bit. That's a little deep. It's like our movie's about a literal dream demon murdering people. Like, I guess it can be kind of deep.
He's just a tricky dude.
Yeah. So we get to
Serious
meet
topic.
we get to meet some of our cast who will some of them end up being the Dream Warriors. We got Dr. Neil Gordon, who's just I don't like him. I don't know why. I
He's
just
not
don't
really-
like this guy.
He's not really a dream warrior. He's just a doctor.
I mean, he technically beats Freddy, but
This
But-
whole movie,
yeah.
he thinks he has a chance with Nancy. The entire movie, I'm like, does he still think this is going to happen? Stop trying to make it happen.
And he's just like
It's not gonna
He's like
happen.
kind of stalking her. He's like, oh, you take this medicine.
yeah, he like doesn't believe her for the longest time, and then he believes her a little too much. It's like, all right, buddy. Like, I know you.
Nancy.
Taryn, who
I
was
love
the
her.
junkie. She was a former junkie.
I love her. She's beautiful and bad.
Yes. Why didn't you get a mohawk when you came in
Oh,
here?
man.
I could
Missed
try.
opportunity. No.
It won't stay up.
Then there's Jennifer, who for years I thought was Renee Zellweger. I don't know why.
Okay. I can see that.
I don't know why I thought that was Renee Zellweger. She's in Texas Chainsaw 4, but yeah, for some reason I thought that was her. But she wants to be an actress.
She's gonna be on prime time one day.
Yeah, she'll be on TV, literally. Then we got like Roland Kincaid, who's like the tough guy.
I like. Oh my god.
Yeah, I like
Kincaid.
Kincaid.
What was the thing he said? He's like, this is Kincaid. We put him in the quiet room. Yeah, so I had to look at your face all the time or whatever he says. So cool.
And Kristen is newly. I'm gonna knock over this Milton one day.
It's these Diet
You have
Cokes.
before.
I have, yeah. Kristen enters Weston Hills and she's freaking out. She doesn't want to be sedated, obviously.
Like, why are they trying to do that if she doesn't want to? Don't
That
do
one
it.
nhas
Because she's just being hysterical. They gotta sedate her. I don't know.
That one nurse is a bitch, and I was
Yeah.
like, that fucking Karen. Like, she has the Karen cut up.
Yeah, she's not very sympathetic.
She probably
Yeah.
yells at the manager all the time.
Yeah, and I think Nancy is the one who. This is Nancy's reintroduction. She's got that
Yeah.
white streak in her hair.
She's
still.
got a great reveal. Freddy's not so great in the beginning.
Never sleep again.
And where'd you hear that? And then she's like, it's like, all right, you didn't answer my question.
This part made me like cringe. When Neil was just like, oh, well, last month a kid was really sad, so he sliced his eyelids off, and I was like, oh,
Yeah,
I was like, no.
I.
Somehow he died from that.
Yeah, probably bleeding out.
I feel like he's
And
not.
also not sleeping.
Oh, that would suck. That would suck.
I once had a Freddy nightmare before. Surprisingly, not the scariest nightmare. Never used to.
What happened in it?
Well, to recap, he threw me on a bed of nails that were all
Okay.
sticking up, and then he threw me in a pool of chlorine that stung, and then I woke up and I'm like,
That's terrible, Jess.
yeah, but he didn't use his claw hands, and I'm like, huh.
Oh yeah.
So scary.
I think that would be funny if you're being killed by Freddy. He has some elaborate thing. And you're like, oh, I kind of wanted to get stabbed by the glove.
You know, surprisingly,
I'm like, oh, you're lighting me on fire. I'm like, that's fine, but the glove is like, why even wear the glove?
I would be honored. No, but surprisingly, the scariest dreams I've had recently where I'm back in high school and I forgot to take an exam, and I'm like, damn it.
When do the back in high school, grade school dreams stop? Because I thought in my 30s they'd finally stop.
They're terrible.
Oh, that must mean something.
I don't know.
I haven't had ever had one of
There,
those.
it's once in a blue moon, but I'm like, I thought I would have moved past this. But yeah, I still get dreams where I'm like, because I was just such a shitty student, I still get dreams where I'm in school and I totally forgot to do something and I failed a test. And I'm like,
You know,
I wake up all stressed. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm not in school.
If Freddy wants to be more effective, he should do those kind of dreams.
Yeah.
Because that'd be horrifying.
She drops her hypnosil, which we find out in a later scene is a drug that makes you unable to dream.
And the guy picks up.
Yeah,
like,
you
"Don't
shouldn't
look
be.
at that."
He's not. Mind your business, buddy.
Yeah.
Mind your business. There's a nun spying on them. Just a nun in a big white dress. I've never seen a nun. I've never seen a nun in the actual nun outfit. I went to Catholic school. The most they would like wear like the. What's the thing the nuns wear on their head? Habits, maybe.
The headband.
Yeah, they would wear the thing on their head, and that was like the most.
Veil, almost like a veil. I don't know what. Tony, look it up. What's it called? Put it there. Yeah.
Put it there. Yeah, put it there. Me.
Yeah, you.
It's the most annoying thing. I can't just get you to do notes anymore. I have to now look up the notes.
Everybody loved my notes.
I hate it so much.
Again, you can bring me back with Mummy Cop season 3.
Shut up. We meet Philip next, who's a puppeteer.
Oh, yeah.
He's
Yeah,
cool.
he really loves puppets, and like right away you're like, oh well, that guy's being turned into a puppet. Like obviously that guy's gonna be turned into a puppet.
Well, I connected the two today. He's from Stand By Me.
He is?
Yes.
been
He
a
played
minute since I-
Eyeball. He was River
your
Phoenix's
favorite.
brother in it.
Oh,
Eyeball,
Kinda
your favorite.
remember it.
Yeah.
kind of. River Phoenix was in the episode we did last week.
Oh, he was?
He was the young Indiana Jones in the beginning
Oh,
of Last
yes.
Crusade. Yeah.
Man, maybe they
Um,
should bring him back instead of Harrison Ford. Sorry.
I should watch Stand By Me again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not with us
River
anymore.
Phoenix died.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It just took me a minute. I'm looking at your face like, oh, Jess literally doesn't know River Phoenix
I don't know
is dead.
River Phoenix. I'm sorry.
93.
I'm
Joaquin
sorry.
Phoenix's brother.
Rest
Halloween.
in peace.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. I'm
That
so
was kind of
sorry.
fun. We talked about the last episode, but like he literally told someone, like, I think I'm having an overdose. And the guy's like, oh, you're standing, you're fine. It's like, oh, wow, that was fucking, like, get a second opinion.
Well, his brother in the movie is this guy.
yes,
Wait, so
yes,
his brother's Joaquin Phoenix?
yes.
They should get Joaquin Phoenix to play Indiana Jones instead
No.
of Harrison Ford.
And they were all at the con that we were all at.
They were.
All these.
Yes, they were all there. They
Yeah.
had the Dream Warriors there.
Ooh.
And we also meet Joey the Mute,
Oh, yeah.
which I just sounds
That's
like
like
that sounds like a mafioso name. Joey the Mute.
Who has the teardrop?
Yeah.
Does he have that the whole movie? I don't even
I only
know.
noticed it the
I have
first
to check the
scene.
footage.
Like he killed a person? Isn't that what that means, or is that insensitive?
There's like several meanings, but that's like the most known meaning for that. Like
know-
it can either mean you serve time,
Oh.
or you, because I looked it up this morning, or you killed someone, or you're ashamed of something. I don't know, but like the most popular interpretation is that you murdered someone.
Well, I mean, hopefully that gets him the pretty nurse.
Maybe that's why he's quiet. We don't know.
Yeah, pretty
Because he
nurse.
can talk, apparently. He
Yeah.
just doesn't want to.
He's cute,
Yeah.
and the other guy's cute.
He's just
They're
like
all good looking in
He's
this one.
looking at the nurse like, yeah, and she's
He's got the hots for that nurse.
She's pretty.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
I
you
got a
could
note
use-
about that later.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I should.
Kristen's mom just like hates her daughter.
Again,
She's like, she wants so much attention. I spend money on shrink. She's so annoying. It's like, lady, this is your daughter. You probably should be a little bit more
You
concerned.
ignore
She only
her.
has one.
Huh?
And she only has
And
one
she
kid.
only has
Oh my
one.
gosh.
like it's her. I blame the mother because she's just like, oh, you're having nightmares. Hold on, I have to go get this asshole I just met some booze. I don't care about you. I birthed you, but you know, this guy, he wants some bourbon or whatever he says.
So yeah, we get another dream. Nancy notices the paper mache house. She's like, well, that's odd.
Right.
That's my house. But we get another dream sequence. The pig coming to life, that also whenever I like don't watch this movie for a while, that part makes me jump. I always forget about it.
Yeah,
And it did it,
good.
it did it this morning. I was like, oh Jesus.
I love that. It just it's on it and then it goes.
The Snake Freddy.
Oh, it's so cool.
Oh yeah.
Snake Freddy is awesome.
It's so that's practical, right?
Yes.
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 So good. I mean, it's not CGI, but still.
Oh no, there's stop motion later on in this movie.
That's not awful
They used
3D
it all.
graphics.
Yeah, they used like every
But
effect
that's
in this.
great.
The
so
weird thing
good.
is though, when you watch Freddy versus Jason and they show the snake, they color corrected it to make it red. Because it's green in this movie. And like how Freddy versus Jason opens up with that recap of the other movies. They made the snake like bright red. I'm like, what the fuck was the point of that?
Doesn't matter.
No,
It's
the
Freddy
snake
versus
is
Jason.
awesome. And I know he does get his eye stabbed, which makes me cringe.
Oh, the
but
close-up
But
is
he
so
deserves it.
good.
Yeah.
That's, once I saw that, rewatching it, I'm like, no wonder this is a fan favorite.
Oh my god.
I do like the when he gets his eye thing. He's like,
it's a
his
pretty
mouth.
good effect. And then we find out that Kristen can pull people into her dreams.
yeah, Nancy got like get outed.
Yeah, Nancy
Oh,
fell
wow.
through the chair. Yeah, and she enters the dream world. I like Freddy looking at her, just going like, "You." That was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really cool like meeting of the two.
Yeah.
I think that's better than Halloween H2O when they see each other through the porthole. This is way better. This is way better. Yeah, Freddy's not really too thrilled to see Nancy.
I don't blame him
Yeah,
because that's. Or did she? Wait, did she defeat him? I don't know anymore.
she defeated him, and then they have that weird tacked on ending where you
It's like,
assume
JK.
they all died, but I guess only her mom died. It's a little confusing.
Right.
And no one from 2 is mentioned at all. No one mentions the time Freddy entered the real world and killed a bunch of teenagers. That that didn't make it to the news, apparently.
Even he blocked that out of his
They
memory.
all blocked it out of their memory.
He's like, oh, I killed a bird.
They have a group therapy session, and this is where Will gets introduced, right?
Oh, the guy in the wheelchair.
Yes.
The Wizard King.
Yes, the Wizard King.
Who was also in Elvira's movie.
Oh, he is?
Yes.
I like that. I guess they couldn't license Dungeons and Dragons, so it's just Wizard Master. It's like some knockoff thing. Wizard Master.
Also, thank God you're here because you know where every person in this movie's been.
I love movies.
I do too, but my ADHD is just like whatever.
River Phoenix. You didn't know.
He apparently broke his legs. I guess we're assuming he tried to kill himself and
Oh my.
didn't work.
Gosh, this movie's so deep.
I know. Well, I mean, if this guy was following you around all the time in your dreams and wasn't killing you, you'd probably be like, I need to just fucking, I just need to fucking just end it.
Are we at? No, we're at the therapy part, but like
Yes.
when him and it's Joey, right?
Yeah.
They're just like, all right, good night, and then they're like, all right, you're on duty.
Yeah, that
You keep
comes up a little bit later. But
That,
yeah,
that was smart. I was like, oh.
they find out they're all dreaming about the same man. And like the doctor, they're all dreaming about
Their
that same
dream
man.
Freddy.
Their dream, the man of their dreams.
How funny would it be if
great.
like everyone's sitting there like, yeah, he's horrifying. One person's just like, I don't know, he's kind of hot. And everyone's like,
Blushing.
all right.
Oh my goodness. And they're all dreaming about the same thing. Okay. I'm
By
sorry.
the way, I love that, like, they try to point out, they're like, isn't it weird that we all dreamed about the same guy? The doctors are like, oh, you're just sexually repressed or
I
something.
know. Like, listen, she has a great explanation.
Yeah.
Science, I guess.
Yeah.
But she has no empathy.
Yeah, she's
She
just
shows
like,
nothing.
Yeah,
No
the
one
head
wants-
doc-
where's my
She's
paycheck?
completely
The head
ignorant
doctor
to
is
them.
like, she doesn't even, like, suggest, like, oh, maybe you all heard stories of this and whatnot. She's like, you can't possibly be dreaming about the same person. It's like, well, they are. And they have, like, detailed descriptions of the guy.
He wears the same thing with the fedora.
Yeah, it'd be
without
one
the fedora.
thing. Well, I guess the 1-year-old will be like, I don't know, he was a snake, I guess. And they're like, well, see, that doesn't add up.
And Philip
That-
says they're not getting anywhere
Yeah.
with any of these meetings.
Yes, they're not. They're
Yeah,
not.
with that bitch in there, like that Karen nurse, where she's just like,
She's just like, stop being crazy,
she's
kids.
like-
Go back to sleep.
she's like, you know what you need? Sleep. Anyway, how much did I get paid this month? I dealt with these little assholes. That's probably what she says.
So yeah, this is where they take turns sleeping, and then
They roomed the wizard man
yeah,
who can't walk, and
Yes.
then together with the one who can't speak.
yeah.
Not good.
I don't know. I
combo
think I
here.
would have like roomed him with someone different.
Yeah, not
I don't
good
know. I don't
combo.
know. They're working well together. They're just like, all right,
Then-
your turn, my turn. We got this.
Then we wouldn't have a movie, but still, not a
Yes.
good combo.
But Nancy goes on a date with Neil.
Was it a
Not gonna
date?
happen.
I don't really think it's a
You
date.
really don't think he has
Nancy
a chance?
doesn't think. No.
Why does she
not
keep
in the
hanging out with
least.
him?
You could just
Like
tell.
what is that where the scene where he lights all the candles? There's one scene where he lights a bunch of candles and she's just like, yeah, it's just another day hanging out with
I
someone.
think so.
Not
Yeah.
into it.
Yeah.
She's like, oh yeah. Like you could tell he's just like, yeah, Nancy. And she's like, you know, I don't need this. There's a dream demon. Like,
Yeah, listen, buddy, you seem nice, but I got a lot of shit I'm dealing with right now.
put that erection down. We're not having this right now.
This is the dating podcast. We should just dissect relationships.
Movie
in these-
couples, like
Movie
worst and best
couples.
movie couples.
That's
a
gonna be
great
Casey's
idea.
and I new podcast. Why it won't
That'd
work.
be so good.
Yeah, Freddy becomes a stop motion puppet.
That-
And
it's
the
pretty
puppet, which I
good.
have a little toy of here.
Oh, that's
Oh,
so
there he is.
cool.
I
Yeah.
didn't
I
even
love
see
it.
him.
The
have
puppet
that.
looks really good. The stop motion for this scene looks really, really, really good.
I'm sad it didn't like last longer. Like, granted, like
Yeah, I
you
did
don't really
wish
have
it
to do
lasted a
much.
little bit longer.
All he does is just go, hey,
It's
cuts
funny,
himself,
I
and
like
he's
he
like,
cuts his strings, like,
and he walks away, and then he just badly green screened grows, and I'm like,
Yeah, that was an
Okay.
awkward effect. They're having a lot of fun with their effects now.
Yeah.
you know what?
And going forward, that's kind of like the appeal of everything. Just
And-
how crazy can the dreams get?
You know, it doesn't really
Exactly.
matter though because I was like, that stop motion was cool. Like it was really, I was like, that wasn't good, but the stop motion makes up for it. It's
What
over.
were you going to say?
And before this, Philip's complaining how he can't properly make his marionettes. And I'm just over here thinking, those would make a killing on Etsy. Like the way he does it.
But I like how they set this up that he's a sleepwalker.
Yeah.
Because he gets up and Kincaid's like, go back to bed.
Genius.
Ah, whatever. And like, no one's paying attention. It's like, oh.
But
But I'm,
That nurse was
she
just
didn't
sitting there like,
explain it.
yeah, so Freddy, like, in the dream world, Freddy is ripping like his muscles and stuff
No.
that
out of
hurt.
his like
That-
arms and legs, and he makes him a literal puppet.
They like zoom in on it.
I
I'm like,
know.
especially his foot.
Yeah.
I'm like, no,
No mercy.
Yeah.
no, that's like a giant gaping hole.
I know. And
No.
and then he blue screens himself through a wall. Very obvious blue screen.
It's
This
okay.
part is really sad though when
It's
they're
so
like,
sad.
Yeah.
they're
Does the
all
nurse
ch-
even see him walking away?
No, she's
No,
just
she never saw him.
like,
She's like
"No,
on
I'm
the
just
thing."
gonna-"
She's
Well, if
eating.
it were today, it wouldn't matter because she'd be on her iPhone like,
Yeah.
I'm on Bumble.
oh, fucking Bumble. What
Doesn't
a
work.
Scam
It's a
that is.
scam,
It's
yeah.
a scam.
But yeah, the Joey drags
Yeah.
Wizard King out of bed.
He's just the Wizard King now.
What's his name?
William.
William. Well,
Or Will.
begins with a W, so Wizard
Yeah.
King. He drags him out of bed and he's like, what do you want? And
Yeah.
Carries
And
him
also
over.
the fact that
I know he literally carries him, but like they're all like screaming
Yeah.
and sad. You feel bad for them.
Joey grabs like a tray and hits every door. Like the fact that he can't speak
Yeah.
doesn't matter. He hits every
Yeah.
door and everyone's up.
I do love the shot of Freddy in the sky cutting the
Yeah.
strings and him falling. That's a cool
So
shot.
good.
It's so
That is a
upsetting
cool
though.
shot.
Because no one can really do anything because if they try and run up there, it's gonna be too late.
Yeah.
They
yeah.
really can't do anything.
Yeah, it's heart wrenching.
By the way, Neil is a little mean about the suicide.
Yeah.
Like, hey guys, it was just too much for him to handle. He was doing a lot of stuff. He's like, he's a coward. Why would he do that? I'm like, hey, buddy, that's real. Like, you were that kid's doctor. You knew he was going through a lot. Maybe don't be that like hard on the dude.
And this
So
is why
insensitive.
Nancy won't go out with you.
yeah.
Yeah.
Nancy's like, should I give that guy a chance? He's like, that kid committed suicide. He sucks. Like, I'm not giving that guy a chance. Be a little
deserves
bit more
better.
sensitive there, Dr. Neil.
If only she didn't get. If only she didn't lose Johnny Depp.
But yeah, he wants to give all the kids Hypnosil, and the head doctor's like, what the hell are you? It's like an experimental drug.
Yeah, she's
But-
just like, what?
But even she's like, you can do it, but it's your fault if anything goes bad. I'm like, all right, lady, come on. But I don't even think they'll get them in time.
No.
Because he's like, will it even show up in time? She's like, I don't know, maybe. It's like it's an experimental drug. I love this next scene. Jennifer is watching Zaza Gabor
Oh yeah.
being interviewed on
love it.
TV. I can't believe they got her for a Freddy movie.
Well, I think in the Never Sleep Again documentary, I can't remember who said it, but who do I want to see? They asked themselves, who do we want to see get killed by Freddy? And they chose her.
Zaza Gabor. By the way, this scene, so she's being interviewed by a guy, and it turns out to be Freddy. And I like that reveal. He's like, I have a question.
Certainly. Who gives a fuck what you think?
They kind of ripped off this scene in a movie called Trick or Treat, not the anthology horror film.
Oh, I was gonna say, I'm like, that came out after.
No, there was a horror film from like the 80s around this time where like Gene Simmons and Ozzy Osbourne are in it.
Oh.
Very briefly, the cover of some DVDs shows them in their rocker outfits, but in the movie they don't look like that. In the scene, Ozzy Osbourne plays like this uptight like preacher about how rock and roll is bad, and the bad guy in the movie kills him on the TV.
Oh.
So they kind of like try to take this gag and one up it. Trick or Treat is fun. It's not great, but it is fun.
These evil people have just got to be stopped.
So yeah, she goes up to the TV, and this is a cool scene of Freddy coming out of the TV.
Yes, best line of the movie.
Yeah.
And she does the burning.
Oh, that's right. Her thing is
Yeah.
like burning herself
Just to
with
make sure
cigarettes.
she's awake.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
But Freddy gets her, and he does what has become like the beginning of the bitch. I feel like he didn't say bitch as much as the first two, but he's going all in on the bitches in this.
Did he call that boy a bitch?
No, he calls Nancy a bitch later on.
Okay.
Well,
I mean in the second one.
I don't know.
Did he ever call him that?
Yeah.
What's the quote? It's like, your big break. Welcome to prime time, bitch.
Which, actually, when we get to it, Freddy's dead opens up with another quote about sleep, and then it's immediately followed by, welcome to prime time, bitch, quote, Freddy Krueger.
Also, apparently that quote was improvised by Robert Englund.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Isn't there like a Rick and Morty character who's basically Freddy Krueger, and he just says bitch
Scary Terry.
and he just says bitch after every line of dialogue?
Aw, bitch. Joanna and I were saying that in the first review.
Now, here's the thing. Freddy's done a good job at staging these to look like suicides.
Yeah, oh my god.
He's getting a little carried away with this one. And don't, like,
It looks like
Larry Fishburne's going to be like, yeah, she must have killed herself. Like, how did she run and then jump head first into the TV?
It looks like it's like the reverse of the girl from The Ring. She's just like going the wrong way.
It's pretty fun. By the way, I love like seeing her body hang out the wall, but I love like later on they're back in that room, just a big burn mark when they got rid of the TV. I'm like, oh, yeah. They're like, I don't feel like being in this room. But yeah, I'm like, how do you stage? I can see if the TV like fell on her, but like, she's
I was
like 3 feet up in the air. There's no way she jumped full force and broke the tube.
Yeah, like what is it? One of the head of the place was just like 2 suicides. I'm like, that was not a suicide.
If I was there, I'd be like, all right, maybe the one, but I don't know, TV girl lady. I think that wasn't a suicide.
Like that.
Do you think Wes Craven, because he did Scream,
Yeah.
got inspiration from this one for Stu?
Maybe, because they drop a TV on Stu's head, which apparently is in the new movie, and they theorize whether he's alive or not, and he's not.
Well, I haven't seen
Or
Scream
is he?
6 yet.
Oh, spoiler.
It doesn't really matter.
You saw the trailer that there's like a Scream shrine.
Yeah.
Yeah, the TV's there. Anyway.
Also, Matthew Lillard's going to be in the new Five Nights at Freddy's.
He needs to be in a new Scream, so I don't have to do that dinner, which
It's been over a year.
Literally a new Scream movie has came out, and I still have not taken them to dinner.
Everybody in the chat, write the word dinner.
No, I've
Do it.
I've gotten pretty lucky. I haven't had to take them out to dinner. Do you know what we're talking
I
about?
have no idea, but it sounds
when we
delicious.
reviewed the first Scream, I predicted that Matthew Lillard would show up in Scream 5 and he would be the killer.
Spoiler.
Technically, he voiced the ghost face that's in the movie within a movie. He was the voice of the silver face ghost face with the flamethrower. That's Matthew Lillard's voice.
That doesn't count.
I thought, and they talked about how that was the return of Stu.
No.
I thought that would count, but no, apparently that didn't count. So I got to take Johanna and Crystal to a dinner, and I haven't done it yet.
Just take them to Outback or Olive Garden.
No.
You took us somewhere. Or did
Huh?
we all pay?
Shut up.
Oh,
Shut
But yes,
up.
write the word dinner in the chat now.
No.
All right.
No. We don't pay.
Okay. So at the funeral, this is a quick turnaround for a funeral. I don't know which one it is. Neil meets Sister Mary Helena. And she's trying to confront him. And then she's also like, oh, you better stop that Freddy guy. He's like, what? Who? What? And then there's that classic trope of like, who are you talking to? Oh, they were just here. And they always go like, nobody. And like every time that happens in the movie, I want someone to be like, no, you were literally just talking to someone. Are you crazy? Are you imagining someone?
I would have just been like, ghosts are real. I knew it. I knew it all wrong. Tony was wrong. I was right. Ghosts are real.
Nancy has another therapy session with the kids.
Straight talk only.
Yes. And she is giving them the deep lore on Freddy. Apparently these kids, they're the last of the Elm Street kids. All the parents who killed Freddy, they're They're the last of that group.
Freddy
I don't know how the
needs
kid.
to get over it.
Yeah, Freddy really needs to get over it.
Get some
Seriously.
therapy, like. Is there therapy in hell? Probably.
Well, I mean, we find out Freddy's origin. I don't think there's enough therapy in the world to help fix that guy.
Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, you can leave the revenge thing. Just kill anyone you want. Why are you so hung up on the revenge part?
Cause bitch. I don't know.
So yeah, she lets them know about all that, and then they do like a group hypnosis to go to sleep, and they're like, Kristen's gonna pull us into our dreams, her dream, and we're gonna use all our personality traits to stop Freddy.
I like that little pendulum. Like,
yeah, I was gonna say
that was cool.
I like the fake out where like you don't realize they're in the dream world, and Joey leaves to talk to the nurse.
yeah, the nurse is giving him sex eyes.
Yeah, the nurse
It's
giving him the look. He should be like, we are in the dream world. I've had this dream many times.
Because before she was like hanging out with that asshole other nurse.
Oh yeah, there's like a male orderly.
Yeah.
I think it comes up later. He's like trying to get her hooked back on drugs.
Which I wrote down. I really hate that nurse guy. I hope Freddy gets him.
And he doesn't.
I know. I was like, what's the point? He's just
They weren't part of this.
Yeah.
yeah.
Their parents didn't do that.
I don't know if it's before and after, but that one guy, he's just like talking to the beautiful bad girl, and he's just like, I got you some drugs, and she's like, leave me alone, and he's like, Like, that's exactly what he sounded like because he was a douche.
Yeah, he's like, who are they gonna believe?
But you're right.
Who are you gonna believe, a man or a woman?
No.
Well, I mean, that's what he probably was thinking too, because he's a douche.
Well, I know the answer to that question.
A woman.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm woke now. So yeah, he hits the pendulum. And I love that the metal balls just start flying, and that's how they realize they're in the dream.
Yeah, so real.
So they're talking about like what they can do in like the dreams, and then they're like, Kristen, what can you do in this dream world where anything's possible? She's like, I can do a backflip. It's like, oh, cool. I mean, you could probably.
This is the scene where
Let her have it.
It's like, I mean, if you were like a gymnast, you could probably do that. Like the other guy's bending steel, the other dude's like a wizard, and she's like, I can do a flip.
This is the scene where he's like, in my dreams, I'm the wizard king.
Yeah.
He can stand.
And he can walk.
He can stand.
He can walk.
But the wizard king thing, I was like, wait, what?
But I love how they all come back into the other scenes.
And what's
all these good things.
Yeah.
And what's the
But Terrence is the best.
Terrence, she says like, she has the mohawk, I'm beautiful. And bad. And I'm like, yes, you are, queen.
By the way, that leads up to like the biggest letdown in the world.
I know.
But Joey, we don't learn his.
She's still beautiful and bad.
We don't learn his dream power except for being super horny. Because he goes right into the thing and he's believing everything the nurse is saying, where she's like, I always liked you.
Which, by the way, that nurse, va-va-voom.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah,
I heard that, well, no, I didn't hear it. In the documentary, they say they took the most time to cast this character.
Yes. Yeah. Because I have here that nurse's body is insane.
Yeah.
It is like
it's
insane.
no wonder why that douche nurse.
And it's
like,
a surprise because they dress her all like kind of frumpy and whatnot when she's a nurse, so you're not expecting it. You're like, holy shit!
Mm-hmm.
Why isn't she wearing a bra? What? It's unprofessional.
Let's not nitpick these things, okay?
Nitpick?
Yeah. Look, bras were forced on women by the patriarchy.
You know what? You're
okay?
right.
We got to get rid of them. All right.
Yeah, we got to get rid of them. What the fuck, Tony?
I'm woke now.
Stop. Well, at least he agrees that women are better than men.
So yes, he captures Joey. The transition from the nurse to Freddy is pretty good.
Oh, so good.
The camera panning, and then he's like,
yeah.
Freddy kissed a boy.
She was supposed to wear like a whole prosthetic of Freddy.
Oh.
Yeah, but it looked really weird.
Hey, she probably make it look good.
And yes, she did.
With those
but only
boobies?
he can play that character, really. That's why they decided against it.
So he's had body doubles though.
Oh.
But it was her playing it.
Oh, yeah.
Has Freddy ever had fake boobs? That's kind of something
He's pretended to be women a couple times.
I know, but I'm like, how funny would it be if he just
yes, in the TV show. There's a scene in the TV show because remember they're like anthology horror stuff. Sometimes he's involved. There's a scene in the TV show where it's like a wig and it turns around and it's Freddy in a dress, and I think he has fake boobs.
Every time I think of whenever a bad one of the a major villain should be a bad guy, it's like I think of the killer clowns, like those women, and they have the inflatable boobs, and I'm like. Are you her roommate?
So he attacks Joey, but doesn't kill him. He's like keeping him in a coma.
Yeah, he tied him up with
horrible.
his tongue.
Yeah, he tied him up with the tongue and put him like over a
Ew,
pit of
little
fire.
Tongue tie.
Yeah.
Oh, clever.
Okay, his voice in this is back and forth. Freddy's
Yeah, it
voice.
sounded weird.
Sometimes it's the really deep voice from the previous two, and then other times it's
Are you
more of his
sometime?
normal voice that we hear in the later films. It's like, what happened here in the audio mix? Why
We'll have
wasn't?
to ask him.
Prime time, bitch. What's wrong, Joey? Feeling tongue-tied?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna wait 10 hours in his line. I've
Okay.
never gotten his autograph because his line is ridiculously
And then
long.
we're gonna pay $200 for his autograph.
I'm gonna pay $200 for his autograph.
I met him and I have his autograph. He told me I should do voice work. So that's my fun fact, my trivia.
Yeah.
Freddy
Well,
Krueger told me I should do voice.
well, did you meet John?
No, I didn't meet John.
And now you
Gosh,
never
he
will.
looks like someone.
Yeah, you never will.
Who does he look like?
Oh,
I don't
Another
know.
actor.
He looks like Nancy's dad.
I don't know.
Who's apparently an alcoholic in this.
Yeah,
now
well,
he's
I
out
mean,
alcoholic.
he went he went
former
through
wife.
a lot.
Is he also hiding the alcohol in the towel closet?
No, I think he's just more open about
What
it.
does he look like?
But we're gonna get to him. We're gonna get to him.
All right.
So yes, the sister meets Neil in an abandoned wing of the asylum that he just happened to be exploring.
Oh, yes. This is sad.
Yeah, and she gives him the deep lore, more deep lore on Freddy. She's like, well, there was a girl who worked here, and she got locked in for a weekend, and they hid her, and they blanked her.
Oh,
YouTube doesn't like that
gosh.
word. Over and over and over and over again, and that's why you get the nickname Son of 100 Maniacs. And then they show this a little bit of this scene in part 5.
I think it's 1,000.
I think it's 100.
I don't know. But then Freddy Krueger, Robert Englund was in a movie, 1,000 Maniacs.
Yes, yes. I think it's 100 Maniacs though.
I'm
in this.
connecting all these dots.
So wait,
I don't think it's. Maybe you're right.
So people always
it
say
was too many.
It was.
It was
lot.
too many.
Yeah,
Like
peop-
what? Just
So
stop.
sad.
The bastard son of 100 maniacs.
people
Men,
say it's
stop.
100 Maniacs, but really only has one dad because in 5 when they show that flashback, one of the dudes is Robert Englund. So
How could Robert Englund not?
not
Wait,
it's just Robert.
I
It's
know.
the
It was-
actor playing a character.
it
It's not
was a
literally
different-
Robert Englund.
It was a joke. Robert Englund, you're great. If you could just lower.
But
your
he's like,
prices,
yeah,
that's
that's why Freddy's evil. And it's like,
I don't really blame him after that. It's like, yeah, my mother was.
yeah. And by the way,
bad.
by a crazy person,
Wait, so like, were these all like people
criminally insane.
criminally insane? Oh, so they weren't like priests.
No,
'Cause that's what I thought they
no.
were. I'm like, what? She's a nun. Is it her? It was some
She
lady.
must have became a nun.
Yeah, she was a nun. She worked there
Because she knew that all those people needed Jesus.
Yes.
Well, her line to him is great, and I remember tweeting that when I rewatched it.
You want to say the line?
Yeah, I don't know if it's correct. If your only faith is science, it may be you that's laid to rest.
Oh no.
Woohoo! And like in the
no.
documentary, they said that number 2 was the gay movie,
Yeah.
and then this one's the Christian one.
Oh. Yeah, the Christianity kind of comes out of nowhere with this one.
Yeah, but at the
Well,
same
the director
time,
wanted to
Yeah.
involve it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
at the same
Yeah.
time, the people who did this needed Jesus. So maybe I'm just saying. They really did.
And he apparently was a little bit hard to work with.
The
And he-
director?
yeah,
or-
and he wasn't a fan of Patricia Arquette
Oh,
because she kept messing up her lines and everything.
that is annoying. Have you ever
Yeah.
filmed with Crystal?
The kids don't want Turbo Man. They want Fraggle Rockstick. What? Fraggle
Hey, there it is.
Fraggle Stick Car.
Fraggle Stick car.
Lindsay, your dog is barking again, and it's annoying me again.
Getting on my nerves
Why do I keep saying that?
Oh my god! It's annoying me again.
It was her first movie, and like she really powered through. Apparently,
Yeah. She tells him, like, hey, you need to find Freddy's remains and give it a proper funeral. Apparently that'll stop him.
Sorry, where the remains are. We'll get to that. But where remains are, I'm like, really? Really? You guys?
she almost locks him in there.
Yeah, she almost locks him in there.
Bye.
But yeah, I like
She's
Nancy.
She's kind of angry at men. I don't blame her.
I like Nancy over Joey's body, and like Freddy leaves her a message, but it's like, come and get him, and then it cuts back, bitch. It's
That
like
was
a bitch in the
that was
H.
so rude of him. But also at the same time, like when the nurses come back, they'll be like,
Who wrote "come and get him, bitch"? Like, what the fuck?
He's gonna have that there his whole life.
yeah. I'm just like, are they not gonna be concerned? They'll just be like,
That would have been a good detail.
They're probably like, he did that to himself in his sleep.
He comes back. He comes back in part 4. But we don't see him shirtless. That would have been a good detail if he just still had the scars.
That would be good. Bitch.
So yeah, Nancy meets up with her drunk, depressed dad.
Oh yeah.
My good friend John.
And he's just like, princess.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. If you were him, it's like, okay.
My wife turned into a really bad dummy.
There was a deleted backstory in the first one where like Nancy had an older sister who was killed by Freddy. They didn't leave that in the movie.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes.
Did you know Robert Englund wrote a treatment for this movie?
And so did John Saxon. They both wrote scripts for treatments.
Oh.
But neither of them were picked.
But speaking of sister,
yeah,
Robert Englund's was about Tina's sister.
Okay.
And how she was just gonna like dive into the history of everything.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Which would have been cool.
Think about it from his point of view. Like, he killed this child murderer who was terrorizing everyone. And then they came back as a dream demon who killed more people and then killed his wife. I don't know. I'd probably hit the booze pretty hard, too. I wouldn't know how to deal with that. Because it's like, is that guy ever going to come back again? And I'm sure he probably heard about those kids in part 2 who died. He doesn't bring them up in this.
And that
but I'm pretty sure he heard about them.
And that bird, too. Oh.
He heard about that bird that blew up.
I don't even remember the bird.
I do. It made me so upset. I was like, no.
He doesn't want to tell them where the remains are. He's like, no, let's just leave them alone.
Yeah.
It's like, well, that hasn't been working, Dad. They have to split up because they call and they're like, hey, the doctor's like putting what's-her-face
Kristen
to sleep. Yes. Not to kill her. She's not euthanizing her. She's literally just putting her to sleep.
But before they leave, the doctor's like, I don't know about you, but I love Nancy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, okay, I'm going to take care of your dad. Look, if you're trying to impress a girl, don't start a fight with her dad.
Again, it's not going to work out for him in the end.
Yeah. But yeah, he's like, I'm going to deal with your dad. You go help those kids. And he's like, come on, Sheriff. We're going on an adventure.
He literally picks it up and pushes him against the wall. He's like, we're going.
And no one in the bar is like, should we help the sheriff? Like,
maybe they've seen him before. He's like, oh, yeah, he deserved that. He's an asshole now.
But yeah, then Neil makes a pit stop to steal some holy water and a cross from a church.
He trades his license.
Here's my license.
I don't get that part. Why?
Because he wants to return it.
I thought he was giving him a credit card. Like, you need to pretend.
No, I think it's like collateral. It's like, if I don't come back, you can report me. Here's my.
At the end, the one thing I had on my notes was like, did he get his license back?
I assume he did.
I hope so. Did he give back the holy water or the cross? Probably not.
So Larry, good old Larry Fishburne, won't let. By the way, when I lived in North Philly, when I was at Temple University, the independent businessmen in the neighborhood, one of them, Cheese, that wasn't his real name. I overheard him like complaining about not enough light-skinned black people being in movies. And he's like, we used to have Larry Fishburne. And I was like, wow, in 2011, he still called him Larry. He's been Lawrence for a while. Also, he's still in movies.
Yeah.
That always cracked me up. I'm like, yeah, you guys are really sticking to that Larry.
We just really need to clone Larry Fishburne. Because there can only be one Lawrence. There can be multiple Larrys.
So yeah, he won't let her see him. He's like, Nancy, before you kid, well, I guess one, but it's like more kids started dying after you started talking to them. Can you please get the fuck out?
Yeah, that one girl really committed suicide by jumping into the TV.
She goes to see the kid, and she's like, all right, we're gonna do one more group therapy thing. We're gonna go in there.
Straight talk only.
Meanwhile, Freddy's remains are in a junkyard.
In like a car.
Yeah, and John Saxon's like, I didn't think anyone would ever look here. So there's a lot of back and forth here. I love Kincaid's line, let's go kick that motherfucker's ass all over Dreamland.
God, he's awesome.
I wanted to see more of Kincaid fighting Freddy.
Oh my god! Like
we get a little bit of it in the next one,
even
but
in Dreamworld, he looks like a circus like bodybuilder with the suspenders. I'm like, okay, sure.
So Freddy splits them up. He like gets them in a room and then he splits them up. He sends Kristen back to the beginning of the movie.
Right.
But this time he cuts off the mom's head.
Oh, yeah.
Well, she's acting a lot nicer. She's like, just go to bed. I love you. And he's like, give me the bourbon, bitch.
But I like, it's not just her head's cut off. She starts yelling at her.
She's like,
Severed head's like, God damn it. Blah, 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 blah.
Whatever she says.
Which I was not ready for the first time I saw that. I was like, oh, God. I was not expecting that.
Mother still a bitch?
Huh?
The mother's still a
Your
bitch?
mother's still a bitch.
And doesn't she come back?
And guess what? Freddy got her. Not
in
really.
one of them?
The mom?
I'm pretty
I
sure
don't
she
think
comes
so.
back.
I don't
Not.
think. Maybe. Oh, well, maybe the next one because Kristen dies in the next one.
What?
I'd have to rewatch it.
What? She does?
I feel like she does come back.
I've seen it. I was joking.
Yeah, well, you probably didn't connect it because it's a different actress. They couldn't get Patricia
Oh,
Arquette
really?
back for the
Oh,
next
that's
one.
probably why. I don't know. Whatever.
Remember, this is the beginning of the Dream trilogy because there's Dream Warriors,
yeah.
Dream Master, and Dream Child.
God, the Dream Child's disgusting.
Anyway,
Fetus.
so yeah, he like attacks her, and then that kind of I don't know how that scene ends. It just kind of dissolves. But then we
She
get
does a backflip. She does a bunch of flips and then like out a window and she
right. She flips out the window. She flips out the
Her
window.
flips come back.
Yes,
just like
again. You want to fly in your dream? No, I just want to do some flips. Taryn,
Ooh.
she shows up in the alleyway, and you're like, she's gonna kick ass. And it's like
she's doing well.
she kicks his ass a little bit, and then he brings out the needle.
and
the
then the
needle
little
arms.
mouths in her arm.
Oh yeah, that part's gross.
Those are-
The mouth.
And they're just going. Here, wait. I'm gonna pull you from the last one where you did the tongue thing, but I'm gonna do the. All right, put it over.
Jess, that's really rude. I have to wear headphones and boost that audio, and that's gonna
Oh,
make me feel
wow.
really gross.
Oh.
Like, how do you think of others
Yeah.
for once?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, what's this in my pocket? Oh, I'm just kidding.
I lost the ability to fire her, and she just,
Wow.
she has like a whole she come in here with this big ego and confidence
I have no confidence.
because you're the famous Jess from Creep Off.
And ASE presents.
God damn you!
Forget that one.
Damn it! I can't even.
Again, I could edit for you. Mummy Cops.
No.
Mummy
Okay.
Cox season 3.
So this scene where he's like injecting her with like the heroin,
Oh.
he does the whole like, oh, what a rush. That joke, that line gets reused in The Mask.
What a rush.
Chuck, the director's movie, The Mask, when the bad guy puts the mask on, he does the same thing. He gets all big and he goes, oh, what a rush. And for years, I didn't realize that was a callback to this. Which
Her
I thought
head
was
was
pretty
supposed to explode.
Huh?
Her head was supposed to.
And they didn't explode it?
No,
Why?
it didn't work.
Because the Hollywood
Like,
was being
the
a
effect
pussy.
wasn't convincing? Or
No,
they
it just kept not working. They couldn't figure it out. But
They're
I think
like, blow the
the
head
veins, like the veins.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh,
Look,
I'm
if
sad
they
we didn't
could-
see the head blow up.
Look, the effect.
needle things.
The
creep me out.
effect in was it Friday the 13th with Kevin Bacon? I remember we learned they messed that up and he just had to blow through a tube.
Whoa.
Oh,
If they can do that, so can a big budget Hollywood movie. But no,
Well, they gave up.
we don't like.
I think the
Twitter.
movie. I think the scene ends
Yeah.
pretty fine.
It's
The
good.
What a
just like,
Rush is a good ending.
Yeah.
The nerd kid will.
The Wizard King.
He avoids that evil murder wheelchair that has an obvious rope pulling it. I don't know if you saw
I didn't
that.
notice, but the only thing that distracted me was he looks like fucking Count Chocula.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
does.
Yeah.
Or just Dracula. He's
So he avoids the wheelchair and then he turns into the Wizard Master, which again looks like Count Chocula.
he just has like a Dracula cape, and I'm
He
like,
does.
not a wizard hat.
Fuck, I had a Dracula cape. I should have worn that.
Ah, get it now.
So yeah, he's using all his wizard powers on Freddy, and Freddy's
really.
Freddy's like,
It sucks.
I don't believe in fairy tales. It's like, Freddy, you're a literal like dream
Yeah.
demon. That's probably something that exists in a Dungeons and Dragons game.
That's just not a fairy tale. That's just bad. I don't know.
But he
Nightmare.
kills him, and there's another obvious wire picking
Yeah.
up the kid. It's like, wow, this is
That one I saw.
like the wires are real noticeable in this scene.
Look, the
Still a fan
wizard,
favorite.
the
Yes.
Wizard King can still use some extra help.
That wheelchair is awesome, by the way. I want to know what happened to the wheelchair prop. That'd be cool to see
It
in person.
exploded. I don't know if it really exploded. In the movie, it exploded.
It does explode in the movie, but you got to figure there was like more than one built, right?
Well, they should make a nightmare
know.
movie with a shrine. Like a scream. They should
Look.
all get one of those kind of movies.
Freddy Krueger's gonna come back, and he's gonna have a shrine of all his previous adventures. And someone's gonna point to the 2010 movies. Like, we don't talk about that. Ignore that one. Ignore that one. That one doesn't
The only
exist.
thing I like in that movie is the fact that the voice actor for Mr. Krabs is in it.
He's in so many better movies.
I know, but he was the only thing that made that movie good for me. I was just like, oh, him. Okay.
where are we at? Clancy Brown, by the way.
Oh yeah, Clancy Brown.
The Kurgan from Highlander. So Kincaid burst through the wall wearing red, and I couldn't help but think of the Kool-Aid Man. And yes, this has probably been done in other reviews, but fuck it. I'm putting the Kool-Aid Man's line over this.
Oh yeah!
He's just ready to fight.
Bonesaw
He's like,
is ready.
He's like, come on, Freddy!
Yeah, they're like,
pussy!
maybe not yet. Just maybe not yet.
Yeah, that's how we come up with the plan. He's like, I'm gonna fight him!
They were like, stop, and he's like, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna get you.
Manny Muskets should be Kincaid for Halloween. I think he could pull it off.
Good. Get the suspenders.
I literally tweet him asking him what movies he wants to cover. And he's like, Pootie Tang, Cell Block 4. And I was like, Manny, they don't have to be black movies. They don't, like, you have any option. But anyway.
What if he just says, My Little Pony?
Be a surprise. They descend into the boiler room, which I love this scene with the door that's just floating.
The door is so
and they open
cool.
up, it's like that spiral staircase, like going into hell.
It's a door that leads to nowhere.
Yeah.
Look, I'm clumsy. I would have fallen down those stairs. Like,
That set is amazing.
Yeah,
so
the boiler room set looks awesome.
The boiler rooms in these movies are really good.
Yeah.
Not so sure. No, yeah, the first one.
Yeah. Good. And then back at the junkyard, John Saxon goes, there's the remains. They're inside that red Cadillac. And then Neil goes, you ought to know by now. And I forget the rest of the words to that Billy Joel song. I just wanted to say Cadillac.
I didn't beat you to the Devo this time.
Yeah, bitch. I'm so mad that you beat me to that joke. All right. Joey's still being held captive. That has to suck. Just having tongues holding you over a pit of fire.
Yeah, your back's gonna burn.
Like, I don't know how you didn't scream
Your
earlier.
back's gonna burn, and your wrists and your ankles gotta feel soggy. Sorry.
Freddy almost kills them, but then he fights the Dream Warriors. And he shows off his soul chest.
Oh yeah, the first time, right?
Yeah, I wonder if Mortal Kombat got this idea.
Oh yeah.
Because they're like, he's never been this powerful before, and he's like, I have all these souls. And the bad guy in one of the Mortal Kombat games is Shang Tsung, who sucks your soul and gets stronger.
That looked cool.
And Freddy ended up being in a Mortal Kombat game, but it was the remake Freddy. Yeah, that sucked.
Scooby-Doo had souls.
They did. They did.
Oh, I was like, I'm thinking Scooby-Doo was in Mortal Kombat.
He could have been. Okay.
That would have been good.
So, because Warner Brothers owns NetherRealms and whatnot, people were trying to get the head of Mortal Kombat to put Shaggy in the last Mortal Kombat game. Because there were all those memes going around how Shaggy's like overpowered, but instead they put him in that multiverses game. So
Who's voiced
Shaggy isn't a fighting game.
He's voiced by Matthew Lillard in the game.
Matthew Lillard really stuck with that character for a while.
He does a good job with the voice.
So yeah, he's kicking the shit out of everyone. But then he has to leave because he finds out his bones are being messed with.
Yeah.
Which, like...
Look, so most of the effects in this movie are great. They're great. I hate the skeleton.
Wait, you don't like the skeleton?
It looks so bad. And again,
I guess because of like green screen.
And we mentioned a bunch of times before digital compositing, like the compositing always looks a little weird. It looks so weird in this. Like I think they might have the puppet in front of a rear projection. It just looked. At no point do I think the puppet is actually fighting. Like it doesn't look like it's holding them. It looks so bad.
The thing is, the movements aren't bad. Like the
movements are okay, but Jason and the Argonauts looks better, and that's like from like 1950 or whatever.
They know they didn't do a good job. They were trying to. They took inspiration from some like really old movie.
Probably Jason and the Argonauts because there's a skeleton army at the end of that.
Yes.
Yep.
They tried their best.
Yeah, but it reminds me like because a few years before this was the first Terminator, and the stop motion Terminator doesn't look great in that. But this is like a couple years later with a bigger budget. You'd think it would look better, and it doesn't look better. Meanwhile, RoboCop comes out 2 years later, and the stop motion in that looks awesome.
They had a snake to make.
The snake looked
All
great.
the money to the snake.
That's why every effect in here has looked really great, and then you get to the skeleton.
They got tired.
Look, it's a skeleton.
Just imagine someone like really like asleep moving the puppet.
But they did use like Robert's physicality and stuff apparently.
I think it's more of a letdown because the puppet looks so good in the beginning of the movie. I know. Yeah, but
no, here's my issue: is like he had the chance to come back as a skeleton all this time. Because he just, like, he's in the real world.
That's a good point.
And he's just like, Here I am.
He could just turn
Like
into
Scary Movie too.
Like,
Yeah.
I get like your.
Oh wait, no. Because if he's a skeleton, people know where he is and they can bury him.
Gotcha. Well, but at the same time, like.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
he could have done that before.
He
He's just, like, I get you're more powerful in the dream world, but it's like, oh yeah, I can do this.
well, he kills poor John Saxon.
Rest
Yeah.
in peace.
He stabs him and then throws him into like a big spike.
Yeah,
And the doctor's like, oh.
She doesn't know.
And then
all mine now.
by the way, I like he throws Neil into the pit and then he starts burying him.
And then he stops and he's
And
like,
then he stops. Yeah, like he goes, and then just collapses.
like the
I'm sorry, I like this movie, but the skeleton it's so bad. The skeleton's terrible.
he's just like he's like the guys from Star Wars.
Joey's dream power, we find out. They end up in a hall of mirrors.
He just shouts,
Now,
"No!"
this effect is cool where Freddy's in all the mirrors. That's awesome. Joey's dream power is to scream really loud.
Yeah, that's so nice.
And now he can talk. I don't know how he wasn't screaming when he was over the pit of fire. Nancy falls for the old
But
fake
wait,
dad
she's
trip.
just like, oh, we did it. It's like, don't say that yet. And then,
Yeah, I'm
and
like,
then the
what?
dad's like, I'm in heaven now, and everything's great here.
Now-
I'm
That's
good. I
say
love
bye.
you.
Now, did this come out
It's like,
before or
really?
after Spaceballs? Because if she saw Spaceballs, she would have known that was a trick. Cut to the clip.
Would I lie?
This is literally what that scene is. John Saxon's like, I come from heaven. I
Yeah,
just
like
want to
he
say
has like
bye.
this like little sparkle effect.
Yeah,
He's like,
he had a little
hi,
sparkle.
princess. It's me. I'm in heaven now.
like
I
a
love
ghost.
Yeah. It's like
you. And then
he
he
goes.
and then Freddy stabs her. He's like, gotcha, bitch. Fucking dumb.
Yeah, he kills Nancy.
Yeah.
Which again, if you thought this was the ending, that would make sense. But yeah, that is pretty sad that she dies.
And then
Hero.
the guy's like sprinkling the holy water.
Yeah, you know what? Thank God they did a fourth one. If fucking Neil was the one who finally killed Freddy, I would have been pissed.
Yeah,
Right.
I like
I'm
that.
like, I don't like that this
Good
asshole
point.
ends up. I just don't like this. Something about this character I don't like.
It's really Nancy.
Bad
though.
hairstyle. He doesn't really brush his hair. He's
Yeah,
covered-
it is
now
annoying
he's
that
covered-
Nancy dies
now
and
he's
her
covered
like
in dirt.
fake boyfriend is the one who kills Freddy.
No, it's her. Team effort.
I guess it's a team effort. I mean, he is the one who does the.
I like the
Which one?
cross on his head, and he does like a little spin. He's like, oh.
Oh yeah, when he puts the cross on the skeleton, and then there's like the puppet Freddy's head's bending backwards.
Yeah.
The spin is cool, but yeah, he dies, and then Nancy dies, which is sad. And that is
So
sad when
sad.
what you call it, Kristen's like, please, I'm gonna dream you to a
Gives her a
happy
kiss
world.
and everything.
Yeah, it's really sad. It's
Neil's
really
probably just
upsetting.
like, damn it, I didn't get to go out with her.
Yeah, like he still thought that him and because when he's like putting the holy water for Nancy,
yeah.
he still thinks they're gonna happen.
He's still thinking. Then he's at the
Yeah.
funeral, and he's like, I don't think I have a chance.
That's what it took for him to finally
Yeah.
believe it.
Well,
And everyone's sad, and then he sees the sister, and he's like, "Oh, let me go thank her." But it turns out, Sister Mary Helena was really Amanda Kruger.
oh
Yeah,
my
totally
god.
Bobby.
Yeah,
Forgot about that. That was
Yeah.
good.
because I guess her sister name was different than her real name. I don't know if that's the thing that they do. But yes, so that's the reveal at the end, and then it's just him going to sleep with the paper mache
yeah.
Yeah,
house.
he has like the little dream doll that Nancy
Yeah.
had because I guess he robbed her house.
Yeah, why did he get all that shit?
And
I don't like Neil.
A piece of Nancy.
and then he has the house that again stole from her house. And the
Yeah.
light turns on and it's like,
Dream
Is she
warrior.
alive in the dream world?
no, it's
We-
Freddy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I guess it is
Nancy.
Freddy. I don't think that's
There's
meant
no
to be
way.
Freddy, but it is Freddy.
I didn't think
How-
of Nancy at all.
Though how funny would it be if she just came back? She's like, "You stole my stuff, you asshole!"
And that is Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, The Dream Warriors. How would you rank this? Is this your favorite still? Do you think it's the best? Favorite and best could be two different things. So what is yours?
I'd say it's my favorite. I wouldn't say it's the best. I'd say it's my favorite because just the effects.
Favorite overall or just out of the sequels?
Oh, the sequels.
Okay.
The first one you can't beat because Johnny Depp.
Yeah. How
Yeah,
about you?
my favorite's the original, but I haven't rewatched them in a very long time. I
Okay.
just remember one of the deaths where the girl is getting kissed by Freddy and he sucks the life out of her.
Oh yeah, that's in 5.
Which one
Five.
is that?
That's
oh,
five.
that's
That's a
5. Okay.
five.
That's hot.
But I really like.
Is that 5? It might be 4.
I don't know.
Suck face. Let's suck face. You're
Yeah.
right. They do kind of blend together.
That one I like, but I really like New Nightmare because it has the movie element, the
Yeah.
making element, and I love that stuff.
New Nightmare is just on its
Yeah.
own, like
Yeah,
it's on its
it
own
is.
tier.
All right.
So out of the dream ones, I guess this one I don't know.
So out of the
This one brought the franchise back to life,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it made the most it was in the top 10 movies
Which
of
is
that year.
which is the opposite of what Wes Craven wanted. He's like, no, I want them to end, and they're like, we gotta make more.
The only
This
thing
is the new line, the house that Freddy built.
Yeah.
We need more.
The only thing I don't like is how weak the ending is, kind of, where he's just like,
Yeah.
Nancy, it's me, your dad. I'm in heaven. And she's like, I believe this.
Yeah.
And then she died. And then, like,
Out of
and also Neil, I now discovered I don't like Neil, thanks to you guys. He
I
sucks.
would have preferred it to be a different character. With
I wish
the
he
house,
wasn't,
like
like-
Kristen.
yeah.
he wasn't so horny for Nancy.
Yeah, gosh, it's.
Men.
Out of the ones that Wes Craven was involved with, I know he only wrote this one. It's my least favorite of the Wes Craven ones. I do think it's one of the better sequels, obviously, but I don't know. I still think the best. It's hard because New Nightmare doesn't really feel like a sequel. It feels like a spin-off. Because technically, I think that would be the best after the first one.
It's on its own tier. Like, you can't.
But if we're talking about
can't put it there.
favorite sequels, I really like 2. 2 is still my favorite sequel, and I'm going one further. Everyone's gonna fucking hate me for this.
At least it's not me.
My favorite sequel after 2 is Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare. The movie everyone hates. I love that movie so much.
I mean, at least
I'd
it's not.
rewatch it.
Look, at least it's not 2010. We can all agree.
No, that's obviously the worst. 2010 is
2010
obviously the worst.
It's like, listen, these movies are supposed to not make you are supposed to make you afraid to fall asleep. I fell asleep during that movie.
That is the most boring fucking...
It's so boring.
I snuck into
and I
that
don't,
movie. That was the first one I ever snuck into.
And I don't blame the guy who played Freddy.
I
blame the stuff. Like, I don't blame the cast or
We,
anything. I blame like the script they were given.
By the way, Nightmare on Elm Street 2010, me and Cecil from Good Bad Flicks, we did a commentary track for Smile, and Kyle Gallner is in that. And 2010 had its anniversary, and he did like a really funny post. It's like, thanks to all the people who love it, and apologies to all the people who said I ruined their childhood, and all the people on podcasts who said I suck. Like, he gave a shout out to all the people who loved and hate that movie.
That's awesome.
I literally got drunk watching 2010 because I couldn't get through it.
I couldn't believe that Rooney Mara became like a big star after that movie, because I was like, this actress is awful.
Oh, no,
She'll never be in anything again.
Hey, you
and
know
then she
what?
won an Oscar or something.
You know what? She deserved it.
Yeah. Yeah.
She deserved to be put through that. Anyway, Nightmare on Elm Street 3.
Yeah. Nightmare on Elm Street 3, yeah, it's definitely one of the better sequels. It's better than the next 2.
I don't remember.
I know.
Just the kiss.
Maybe you'll come back for
I
one
just
of those.
remember the kiss.
Maybe you'll come back for one of
Dream
those.
Child makes me not want to have a child.
It's funny, the Dream Child. I always say on this podcast, I got a funny story about that guy, but I can't talk about him on the podcast. But yes, what do you think? Do you love Nightmare on Elm Street 3? Would you have preferred if this was just the ending and they didn't do 4 and 5? Although I kind of like the final girl in 4 and 5. She's pretty cool. Yeah, let us know what you think. We are trying to knock these out before Freddy versus Jason in October, because October has a Friday the 13th.
Yay!
And we've covered all the
my
all the Jason movies leading up to Friday.
Then you can wear your hat.
Yes, I covered all the Jason movies.
I was rooting for Jason in that movie.
So I thought it'd be fun to cover all the Freddy movies leading up to that. And I guess we'll do the remake after that. So yes, check out the Nightmare on Elm Street playlist. Definitely check out the video game review I did where you had that fun cameo.
Yes. Dressed as my Johnny Depp costume.
And unsubscribe from Mint Salad's channel. She's going after me.
No, don't
She's
do it.
going after me.
She's beautiful
me and
and
her,
bad.
I thought me and her had a fun alliance against Adam. We both reacted to his reaction video. But now, because I didn't invite her to watch Backlash with us, because she lives in a different fucking state, she has now decided that she's on Adam's side. She is saying things that I am not famous. She's saying I'm not famous.
Mint salad.
And she apparently has challenged me to a wrestling match.
I don't believe this.
Tony from Hack the Movies, who isn't even famous anymore, we should, actually, not even should, I am challenging you. This is a challenge that we should wrestle in the ring 2024. Tony from Hack the Movies, who isn't even very famous anymore, who is a serpent in my ear, and played me against Adam Does Movies, I will fight you.
I think I might have to kill Mint Salad. I don't know.
She's beautiful and bad.
She said 2024 she wants to challenge me to a wrestling match. And I did start working out again, so your days are
You
numbered.
guys
I'm
should
sorry.
go to Creator Clash.
I still want to start Cringe Clash. Anyway, Casey,
Oh.
you have a lot of opinions on Final Girls and stuff. Where can we find you?
Oh, great. You can find me on Instagram at Casey the Final Girl with all my fun stuff going on there.
You're so adorable.
You have some new stuff going on, right? With
Death Comes Lifting?
Yes.
Yes, we just released my new workout program, Fit for the Final Girl, to Hell and Back.
Yeah.
You can get that on deathcomeslifting.com. A lot of inspiration comes from these Final Girls.
I haven't started the
Specifically
workout
Nancy.
program
Oh my gosh, yeah, she got a complimentary copy.
What the hell?
So
know,
did
because-
Tony.
I'm not a girl, but it looks nice.
Hey, girl power.
I autographed it and everything.
Girl power for
I have
everybody.
it on the set next
Thank
to
you
your
so
other
much.
autograph for Victor Crowley.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Aw, you're so sweet.
Jess, where can we find you?
You can find.
Okay, like, share, and subscribe. I'm sorry, I cut you off. Sorry. Where can we find you?
It's okay. You can. You can find me at Just Daydreaming, all one word, and you can also find me on the Creep Off. I'm the results girl, not really the review girl. The results girl.
They don't get enough reviews. Leave some reviews for the Creep Off podcast.
Leave some stuff for me you want me to say.
Oh, leave some reviews for this. We never get podcast
Yeah.
reviews, ever.
Oh.
Leave some podcast reviews for us, please. They can be mean as long as they're 5 stars.
You can also check me out. I edit for ASE sometimes, not all the time, just in my free time.
Jess's last episode.
Check
No, it's
out our
not.
Final Girls episode, too.
Yes, the Underrated Finals Girls episode is really, really good.
And check me out on season 3.
No, I don't have time to do Mummy Cop season 3. Also, I guess we'll say the live show, the Dick Show, WATP live show is available at both their Patreons. If you want to see
Yes.
me opening the show, I got it right this time.
Yes, he did really good. He did
I
really
a really
good.
I screwed up Vito's merch, but I did a really good job on stage.
Not on stage. Yes.
I did a really good job
He
on
literally
stage.
walked up to me. He's like, "Was I good?" I'm like, "You weren't good. You were great."
Aw.
Because it was.
You're like Tony. That fat joke was really good. And I'm like, thanks, Jess. So check out that show, especially if you were there, because if you were there, you couldn't actually hear the show, but now you can.
Well,
so
yeah,
check
where
out.
we were sitting, people in the back were like talking up a storm because
yeah.
they were drunk.
Yeah,
But that's okay.
they're just awful. All right, thank you, everyone. Goodbye. Hi, everyone. Tony from Hack the Movies here, and today we're going to talk about Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4, The Dream Master, aka the one where Nightmare on Elm Street started to get kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Today on Talking About Tapes.
Talking about tapes.
Hello, Crystal. How are you?
Hi, Tony. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. We're back in the nightmare realm to talk about more Freddy Krueger movies.
But I feel like I'm in heaven because I got a beautiful fur cat.
Yes, Space Cat. We're tested this
Freddy.
out. People really liked her appearance, and I keep forgetting to shut the door, so she keeps making herself known. So we're having her on the set. She probably won't be here the whole episode. She might bail. She's already on. She's already on the fence about Crystal. I might upload that to Patreon.
You should.
Just Crystal versus Space Cat.
She liked me one moment. She didn't like me the
Fun
second.
fact: she got a little nick on her back from when she got shaved, and
Yeah.
Crystal must have touched that spot.
And Tony didn't tell me. Like,
And
hey,
Space
careful,
Cat,
there's a cut.
I told you several times, and you kept petting her. Why would you pet her again? Don't pet her. Don't pet her.
Sorry,
Anyway.
baby. We were best friends like 5 minutes
Yeah,
ago.
but then you touched where she got her little nick,
Ugh.
and now she's scared of you. Just leave her alone. Leave her alone. All right, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4.
I'm sorry.
Crystal. Before we get into Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4, there's a new segment we're doing.
Yeah.
It's called Tony Was Wrong.
Love it.
So if we do a sequel to a movie we've covered and I got something wrong, which I am known to do.
What? You get things wrong? No way.
Sometimes in my notes, I don't write detailed notes, and I'll misread them or I'll misremember something that I've read or heard.
No, you're never wrong.
I do research, but sometimes I'm busier than usual, and my research kind of slacks. And sometimes I just miss details, and it's fun when fans correct me, because so many fans left the same comments about how I was wrong
All right,
about
so what you
stuff.
fuck up?
So here we go. Diet Coke does have caffeine in it. I assumed it didn't.
What? Why? Why wouldn't it have caffeine?
I don't know.
Okay, this is just
It
like-
has less caffeine, but it does have caffeine in it.
It doesn't say caffeine free on it. It's a diet. That's why people.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. makes sense now. But at the time, I went, I don't think it has. And I had a bottle of Diet Coke in front of me. I don't know. But this is a movie from the 80s, so I didn't know if Diet Coke was different back then.
What the fuck?
The band is pronounced Dokken, not Dokken, as I said several times. Sorry. Nancy's dad was a lieutenant, not a sheriff. But it doesn't matter because in part 3, he was actually a security guard. I forgot. I think I did know that. I forgot the detail because he looks like a cop, but if you look closer, he's actually a security guard because I guess he became an alcoholic and then got kicked out. Okay, Terminator actually had a bigger budget than Nightmare on Elm Street 3 because I was like, the skeleton looks so bad in 3 and this had a bigger budget than Terminator. But no, Terminator did come out first though and did look better. But it did have a bigger budget. So my bad. And this one is, I don't think this one's my fault. In Freddy versus, the Snake Freddy?
Yeah.
In Freddy versus Jason, they color corrected him to look red when he's green in the movie. Someone let me know that he actually was red when they filmed. But they, according to this person in my YouTube comments, so let me know if he's lying. They thought the Snake Freddy looked too much like a penis, so they messed with the coloring to make him look green.
Now like a gonorrhea penis.
Yes, that's what I heard from someone in the comments. Because it always bothers me in Freddy vs. Jason. They show the snake, but it's a different color. It's like something. What was the deal with that?
It looks like a penis no matter what. Just a different color
I don't
penis.
think Freddy looks like a. I'm sorry. If you think the Snake Freddy looks like a penis, what penises have you seen?
I've seen a lot of penises.
Oh my god. When you were training to be a doctor, obviously. Anyway.
Yeah, duh. What did you think I was talking about?
Nothing.
I've done a lot of like autopsies and stuff. Just cutting off penises.
I did this because there's karate in this movie.
Is that what you did?
Yeah. Let's get into Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4. No, I'm lying. One last thing.
Oh shit.
For everyone who yelled at me for not doing Nightmare on Elm Street 2, even though I think I have a wonderful solo review of it, and I interviewed the director in Wishmaster 2. Okay. That was not enough for people.
No.
So me and official Joey C did a commentary track for Nightmare on Elm Street 2. So that's on Patreon if you want a long-form discussion of that movie. Now we'll get into 4.
All right.
They asked Wes Craven, who, again, the previous movie, he wanted to be the last movie. But New Line was like, no. And they went up to him and they're like, what do you want to do for Nightmare on Elm Street 4? Where should this franchise go? And he pitched the idea of time travel. And the New Line people were like, well, thanks for stopping by, Wes. We're not doing that. Even though there is some time.
There is some time, yeah.
There's some time stuff in this.
A little bit, but not time travel.
But then they went to one guy, and then his script went to another guy, and then they got 2 guys to touch up the final script. So this movie has 4 writers. They wanted the director of Friday the 13th Part 6, which is my favorite Friday the 13th. But this is actually a pretty funny quote. As I read this usually I don't bring in these quotes, but this one was pretty funny. When I finished Friday, I was offered Nightmare 4 and went to New Line, met with them, and I said, I love Freddy. I would love to do one of these, but I really want to do what I just did, where I had creative control, which is why Friday 6 is just so good. He explained, and they go, well, we're already shooting. And he said, what? And they went, yeah, we're already shooting. We're shooting like 2 different units for the visual effects and something else, puppets or something. And I said, without a director? And they said, yeah, we kind of know how we're going to make these things. And I went, that's not the way I work, so I turned it down. Which, of course, made Nightmare 4 director Rennie Harlin's career. Yes, this is directed by Rennie Harlin. Who's more known for action stuff.
I wouldn't even say this is definitely not an action.
Well, it becomes one. Toward the end. It kind of becomes one.
It's all over the place. This one's just all over where things just don't make sense. I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
But look, Rennie Harlin's career has been all over the place. He's done some pretty big movies. I think he did Deep Blue Sea. Yeah. Actually, we covered one of his movies, Die Hard 2, Die Harder. He actually directed that. But yeah, they shot this, speaking of Rennie Harlan, they shot this during the 1988 writer's strike, which we talk about often.
Yep.
We talked about it in the Batman
Man,
review.
those writer strikes. Those don't happen often.
No, they don't happen anymore.
They don't happen at all.
So a lot of the actors had to ad-lib stuff because there wasn't like a writer on set. And apparently a lot of the dreams were just stuff that Rennie Harlan came up with. Like, he didn't even care about the script. He was like, let's do this.
They didn't care about the script in this movie? It's so odd. You would have never thought it.
Hard to believe, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to believe. So yeah, Rachel Talalay, who did Tank Girl, who ends up directing one of these later on. I think she said, like, her and Rennie Harlan are both kind of like quoted being like, all right, well, Freddy's not really scary anymore. He's kind of the hero now. So let's lean into that. Like he's the bad guy, but you like him. Let's make this more fun and humorous, which I get to a point. Yeah. And Patricia Arquette did not want to come back.
Huh.
She wanted to avoid the horror genre, apparently. Although
yeah, because she does not like horror.
Yeah, although...
Yes, that's right. We talked about that before.
We did?
Uh-huh.
On what?
On one of our episodes.
Well, she's in horror stuff.
I know, and we literally have said how she does not like being in horror.
Mm.
I don't remember which.
I don't know what it is.
Nope.
Because like I said, in the HOURS review, I mentioned how I recently watched Lost Highway, and it's not like your traditional horror film, but that's a very horrifying film.
I haven't seen it.
Oh. You're going to want to see like late 90s Patricia Arquette. That's a good one. That's a good one to see. But yes, they replaced her with Tuesday Night, which is like the funniest name. I don't know why it's the funniest name. Because it's Night with a K. It's not even Night with an N. It's like, all right, what the hell?
That's not her real name, is it?
I don't know. I know she was a musician. Actually, the opening song, I think, is hers. I actually have... So, someone in our comments, I'm sure other people have said this, that this is the MTV Freddy. There's even a plug for MTV.
This one? For the 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's definitely Freddy for the MTV generation.
I can see that.
There is a list of songs that I'll read at the end.
I didn't hate the songs.
But there's a lot of them.
Yeah, there is.
During like the MTV generation, up until like the early 2000s, there were some movies that were kind of made just to sell a soundtrack.
Oh, yeah. Obviously.
Although I'm hearing that a lot of these songs weren't even on the soundtrack. But yeah, that's why I feel like these days there's like less like modern kind of like pop songs in movies.
Because it will totally take you out. It's a different genre, I feel like now. You don't have a lot of those were a little bit more on the grungy-ish side.
Yeah, well, no, it's just any movie did it, but we got to that point where, you know, people were pirating music, so no one was watching the movie and then going, I have to buy the album.
I never used LimeWire and gave my computer tons of irises. Never. Ever.
Oh, God, we're all guilty of that.
God, so many viruses.
So, before we get into the whole plot thing, when did you first see this? How do you feel about this one?
I have no idea when the first time I saw this. No idea. This is when I start losing a little bit of interest.
Mm-hmm.
It just gets a little too funky. It just doesn't make sense.
These 4 and 5 blend together, and actually one thing I got wrong in the previous episode.
You got so much wrong.
I did say the sucking face thing was 5, but it was actually this one. But yeah there's like...
What a suck face.
Yeah, they just kind of blend together. I think the problem, as you'll find out in this, is like they were more interested in like what they could do dream-wise and special effects-wise.
And that's what I enjoyed. I enjoyed
it's
the
interesting,
journey.
but then
I
like
hate the story didn't make sense.
Yeah, the story is kind of weird and like it's not scary.
No, it's silly.
Yeah, so it's just
silly,
like
funky.
okay, that's cool and trippy, but not really scared by anything. No. And Freddy's starting to become a real jokester.
Yeah.
He started leaning into it in the third one,
hard.
and now they're leaning into it a little even further. Now, let's get into this film. It starts with a quote. Do you remember the quote?
No. I don't remember yesterday. I watched this yesterday too.
You remember Freddy's in this movie. I don't know if you know Freddy Krueger.
Who's Freddy Krueger?
He's Robert Englund played the guy with the claws, the knives. Not the hockey mask one.
Oh,
anyway.
Scissorhands?
No. Close though. Johnny Depp is in a couple of these.
Yes, he is.
So yeah, the quote is, "When deep sleep falleth on men, fear came upon me, and trembling, which made all my bones to shake. And that's from the book of Job.
That's right.
Chapter 4, 13, 14.
That's right.
I'm gonna pause because someone's in the comments right now telling me that it's Job. And now I'm pausing because someone else is replying, that's an Arrested Development. Tony's making an Arrested Development reference.
Do you think they're actually going to get that?
Arrested Development's a very popular show.
Yeah, but are they going to get that reference?
You know, that was more of a season 4 thing when Netflix started doing it. Maybe it's not as common. Anyway, so Kristen's back, and again, it's not Patricia Arquette. Like, I remember the first time I saw this, I kind of saw them out of order.
Okay.
Like, I think I remember seeing 3. Well, famously, for a while, I didn't even own 4 on VHS. So I remember watching like 3 and then skipping to 5 and being like, I'm out of the loop on a lot of what's going on in this movie.
Yeah.
But when I eventually did watch this, like early 2000s, I think my friend had it. I was like, who's this new girl?
Yeah, it seems weird when you see it. You're like, oh,
because she looks nothing like Patricia Arquette.
It's like going from like what's it called? Casey's movie. Hatchet.
Hatchet. Yes,
Hatchet
the girl that Daniel Harris.
Yeah. At least Daniel Harris looks like her a tiny bit.
A little bit. And it doesn't help that like the Kristen character was dressed all plain.
Yeah.
And just blonde. It's like, she didn't like wear something specific that will cue you in. So I was very, very confused until later in this
when all of a sudden you see her calling things back. Yeah.
Yeah. So she meets a little girl at the Freddy house, which I forget if that actually is his house. I think he just likes that house.
It's supposed to be.
I need to rewatch Freddy's Dead if it's revealed that that was his literal house. But anyway,
I have that in here.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I got Freddy's Dead in here.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
I can read it. See
why are you reading the booklet for the late 90s, early 2000s DVD set?
Because it says if Freddy's dead, if this is his real house or not.
I have this newer DVD set that goes all the way up to Freddy vs. Jason. And it was made recently, and they just left out the remake.
I wish I watched this. It does have a bonus DVD. I did not get to watch that yet.
Anyway. She asks the girl what Freddy is. Freddy traps her in the house. Is this the part with the kaleidoscope where like she's opening the door and it's like the same part of the house? Yes. And Freddy like blasts her with glass. I did like the fake out of the claw shadow on the wall, and then it's just a tree that looks like a stupid hand. But yeah, this part when she calls Kincaid and Joey, who are played by the same people. That's when I realized, like, oh, that's that girl. That's very confusing. And they actually have a good point, because she's like, Freddy's back. And they're like, stop it.
Yeah.
We killed him. The furnace is off. And I think Joey makes a good point. This might we'll see how he comes back. But I think I might have just been for a show. I think Joey's like, if you keep, like, fucking around with this, you might actually bring him back. Because of, like, the whole fear thing.
Yeah. I do think that's what happened, because before he was, maybe not. I don't know. It's weird. You don't know if that's real or not.
Well, the scene where he does come back, I hope that's not literally how he came back, because it's very confusing.
That's what I thought. It was the literal scene of how he came back.
Yeah. And remember, animals can dream in these movies, because that poor bird blew up in part 2. So Jason attacks Kristen. Not the killer, Jason the dog.
Yes.
They named the dog Jason.
Which is fantastic.
And I like when they wake up and the dog's got blood on him, and then Kristen's got the bite.
So random blood. It wasn't even like a dog bite blood, or it's just bloody all over his face. We're like, what? And he's just happy.
So did Kristen bring the dog into the dream?
That's what doesn't make sense.
Or is it because Kincaid
like
was next to him? It was so weird.
No, because he's the one he went up in the air and then went in.
Yeah.
And it was a while before the dog went in.
But he can't bring people into dreams.
No.
Only she can. She thought to bring his dog into the dream. It's very bizarre.
At that point, if you think you could bring a dog in, wouldn't you bring a lot of other things in? Like a freaking tiger, a bear. And if you could control things in your dream, all of a sudden you're a zookeeper that can attack this Freddy. Oh my gosh, this could be a new Freddy movie.
By the way, I love that she just turned around completely And like it's just showing her ass to you because she's so angry at you. She might hate you forever now, by the way. She doesn't like that.
You're gonna like me by the end of this.
She went from being like, you guys don't understand.
Like we were best friends.
Best friends to you're my sworn enemy. It took years for this cat to like me, and we still don't even like each other.
I don't blame her.
Anyway,
okay,
no,
we'll give it time. We'll give it time.
She's not
You
even.
might just be hangry. It's fine. I get it.
So we meet Alice, played by Lisa Wilcox, who was one of the first few people I met at a convention. I remember her being very nice.
Okay.
She's a daydreamer. She likes to daydream.
She's an interesting character.
And she's real into Dan. He's a major league hunk. Was he a major league hunk for you?
He was very cliche looking.
Yeah, he was very
not my type, but very cliche.
Like-
I'm more into her brother.
It's a karate guy?
Yeah.
Like a karate greaser? That's what you're into?
That or her alcoholic dad. Either one. I'll take. The other one's too pretty for me.
Anyway. So yeah, Alice, her brother Rick is dating Kristen. We find that out. And Alice is super into Dan.
But are they twins?
I don't know.
They're in the same class. All three of them are in the same classes.
They could be close in age. I don't know if they're
like
actually
Irish
twins. Yeah, they could be Irish twins.
It was just so, I'm like, why are they all
My
in the same
Italian
class?
cousin has Irish twins.
There you go.
Yeah. That could be it, or there was like a cutoff. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a little odd. I'm like, why is everyone in the same class? And there's okay.
Yeah, I didn't know all the kids were the same age in part 3, but apparently they are.
Yeah, all the
or
same
because
age,
they
same
were in
class.
or because they were in a mental asylum. Maybe they got held back, so they
That
all
would
ended
actually
up-
make
yeah,
more
that
sense.
makes more sense. So yeah, Debbie. We meet Debbie, who I forget is in the movie until way later.
I like her.
I like her too, but like her and Sheila, they're just cannon fodder.
Which sucks because I
Yeah.
think they're good characters.
They're actually like,
They're a
I
lot of
would have
fun.
liked to have gotten to know them a little bit more because
Yeah.
they seem really fun. I like that she's like, I was supposed to study, but Dynasty was on, and I really wanted to watch Dynasty. And I like even Sheila's like, get a VCR and record this shit. Sheila's the nerdy one.
I wish I saw more of Sheila. I could have swore she was in it more.
Yeah.
I hated that she died
Yeah.
that quick.
Love
Love her.
Yeah, she asked Sheila to do her homework, and then we find out that Debbie hates bugs. And
They
Sheila
made that
has
clear.
and Sheila has asthma. It's like, okay.
We got
This
it.
is coming up later. Okay, we're establishing what their fears are. So yeah, Kincaid and Joey, they give Alice more shit. They're like, hey, stop bringing us to the scary boiler room, you asshole.
Yeah.
Stop it. I'm mad.
Imagine just like that's how you're sleeping. You just wake up and you're like back there. You're like,
Yeah.
seriously, what the fuck? I was just having amazing dreams.
Yeah. I'm mad we don't see Joey shirtless.
You are?
And I know I'm drinking a woke Miller Lite beer, but that's not why. Because in the previous film, Freddy carved that message into his chest, the come and get him, bitch. And I really wanted like a scene where he's like shirtless and then see if he has. Imagine having the scar say come and get him, bitch. And people, like everyone you date afterwards is like, are you? Am I getting you? Like right now? Like why would you carve that into? Like, hey, I
would love that.
have some cuts. And like, hey, I accept you. Like, no, you don't understand. They spell out a message, but I swear I didn't type it. Or I didn't scratch it into me.
No? Do you ever have anyone no one's ever carved anything of you or into you or no? I've had an ex carve my name into his skin. That was in 8th grade. No, 7th
With
grade.
like a
7th or 8th
blade?
grade. Huh?
With a blade?
Yeah. He was then sent to a special high school.
You don't say.
Yeah, he was sent to an alternative school for.
No, I
behavioral
never
issues.
carved anyone's name into
No?
me. I dated a girl who was scratched a little too much. Which is
Well, you're just a pussy at that point.
Which is rough if you're dating multiple people at once, because like.
Well, if you had a cat, it's an excuse. Tony, you gotta be faster at this.
Yeah. My cat's paw was this big.
Yeah.
And just carved up my back.
Just say it
Got
was
it.
a cat, and every girl's gonna be like, "Oh."
Yeah, a cat with like
Yes.
a giant, a fucking
Yes.
tiger. Like,
Clearly vicious. Yes.
No, I don't do the carving or cutting. But you know what does get cut up? Those lockers in the hallway, which I was a little confused about. I'm like, wait.
It's not part of a dream. It's not. It's just random.
But Alice does daydream. But this was.
But it wasn't part
that
of her
wasn't
daydream.
Alice, right?
It wasn't her daydream.
It's a cool visual. I like it, but I'm like, wait, are we in a dream now? See, they're having a little too much fun with their effects and getting all like crazy with stuff. It's like, yeah, but it's okay to be confusing intentionally, which we get later in the film.
Yeah.
But right now, I'm like, wait, I'm trying to get to know all these characters and this new dynamic. Like, I need to know what is in the dream world and what isn't, and that locker just really confuses me.
Mm-hmm.
But what doesn't confuse me is Rick's karate. And I'm saying, I don't know what it is. I'm calling it karate. Yeah, he's real into it.
Yeah.
He's at the big,
I think it's just a standard 80s.
Big flag of Japan right there. Yeah, I'm guessing this is like, because in the
Bruce
90s I went to a
Lee,
karate school. But like the 80s and 90s were big
Yep.
for like the karate stuff. He's super into it.
Yeah.
Good for him. Good for him. You know, when you first see that character, because he's wearing like all the black and whatnot, you think he's going to be like some punk dude. And it's like, oh, he's real into karate of all things. And like I said, Alice likes to daydream and she hates her dad because he's just being an asshole like all
Everyone
the time.
hates her dad. They
Yeah.
all hate them.
Yeah.
Fucking what's his
Rick
face?
Rick kisses him to piss him off.
He's there climbing out a window. He's like, well, dad's popping aspirin all day.
Yeah,
you know,
he's
stay to
literally,
avoid
it's like
him.
in the morning and he's pouring like the vodka into his mug.
he's doing a Bloody Mary first thing in the morning.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
like,
like-
all right.
I guess they wanted like a callback to the mom in the first one.
Yeah.
Maybe. How you doing, Space Cat? She's gone to sleep, I think. She's like, no, I will not look at you. You don't understand. She's pissed.
Are we not friends anymore?
No, you are not friends.
Are
You
we
are
gonna
not
make
going to be
up?
friends for a
We
while.
were friends before this today. We were friends before. You remember?
No, next
You were
time you're
hiding in
here,
the cabinet,
next time
and
you're here,
we became
wear your hair
friends.
down so she thinks you're a different person.
Oh, I'll wear my glasses.
Hey, wear
because
your
apparently
glasses.
People get very angry if I don't wear my glasses.
Yeah, what was that about?
I don't know.
We're like, what the hell? She's not wearing her glasses. I'm like, okay.
I was like, ah.
I just
I
kept
was thinking about bringing them and wearing them halfway through the movie or the review.
I kept picturing the kid from the girl from My Girl. What happened to his glasses? Where are his glasses?
I don't know what you're talking about. Remember the movie?
My Girl?
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Phew. No, you haven't seen it because every girl I know, if I say that to them, they start like getting emotional. That's a very rough scene. Yeah, that's a very Thomas J. Spoiler: Thomas J. dies, and oh my god, that's a rough scene.
I don't like chick flicks or stuff like that.
It's a coming of age tale.
I've never seen. I don't know. Maybe I was deprived on that shit.
You might like it. You might like it.
Ugh.
Do you like Macaulay Culkin? Wow, my good friend Macaulay Culkin. You don't like him? Anyway.
He's okay.
Yeah, so she's like back talking her dad. She's like, you're an alcoholic, I hate you. And then it like cuts and it's like, oh, she didn't have the balls to yell at him.
Nope.
So yeah. How do they get Freddy back? Well, Kincaid goes to sleep.
I love this character.
I know, it's really annoying.
This really sucks. There's like a couple characters you really like and they die really fast. And of course the ones you kind of don't care about last the entire
I wouldn't
time.
have minded if like he died if him and Joey and Kristen died in the next one. Like I think that would have been
or at least
fine.
like towards the end maybe.
Or at least toward the end.
Yeah, let me see more of them.
Yeah. This was a bit of a letdown. This was a bit
Super
of a letdown.
First
But
fucking person that fucking dies.
apparently from what I read, that is the same, like they kept the junkyard set in between movies. So that's like the same junkyard set from the previous film. So he's in the junkyard, walking around.
Well, he's trapped in the trunk. He wakes up in the trunk.
Yes, he wakes up in the trunk.
Like, what the fuck, Kristen?
I forget if he's in the trunk of the Cadillac. You ought to know by now. Anyway, so Jason shows up.
Yes.
Not the killer. I have to keep stressing that.
Not hockey mask man.
The podcast listeners might be driving right now. And when I say Jason showed up, they'll be like, what? He's not in that movie. And they're slamming on the brakes. No, the dog shows up. And then he pees fire.
That was interesting.
And then ground cracks open.
From
and
the piss fire.
Yes, and then Freddy Hellraisers himself back together. It's literally the Hellraiser effect of like
It
his.
is.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I thought when I saw that.
So he's back, but I don't get like.
Why is he?
That's not literally why he's back, right? The dog peeing fire, I don't think is literally why he's
But
back.
why was he not back doing others? Like, I don't
know. I guess he returns to kill Joey, Kristen, because they're the last of the Elm Street kids. Yeah, because I guess the 1 and 2, he's alive at the end of them, but 3, he was like kind of. They make it seem like he's definitively dead.
Yeah.
So that's why you kind of needed to explain why he came back this time. Instead, they're just like, Freddy's back, a dog peed fire.
And the
By the way,
he's open.
Not even in the real world. The dog did it in the dream world, and somehow that brought Freddy back. I think Kristen's fear brought him back. That's what I think actually happened.
There's like enough fear to awaken him and give him power.
That's what I think happened, and I think this is all just for show with the dog and the pee and the Hellraiser stuff. Freddy must have watched Hellraiser and it was probably like, that's probably a cool idea to come back. Yeah, so I actually really, really love the shot where Kincaid is like, Freddy's back, and it pulls out, and the entire planet is a junkyard.
Yeah.
That was cool. That was cool.
But I have to ask, though.
Yes.
Before, he was able to, like, kick ass and stuff like that because he was super strong.
Yes.
Why is he all of a sudden super weak?
Because Freddy...
I still push a car, but that wasn't enough.
When Freddy was in hell...
Uh-huh.
He made a deal with Malbolgia.
Okay.
To lead his army against the armies of heaven. And Malbolgia was like, okay, I'll send you back to Earth. But you gotta lead. I'm just stealing the plot of Spawn. That was the plot of the comic book Spawn. I don't know. He's just way stronger.
The entire last movie is about how they can kick ass and control, and they say it multiple times. You can control your dreams.
Well, I guess he's
no one.
Well, he never released the souls last time. So maybe he
Where
has.
the fuck did those souls even happen? Like, that
Because-
wasn't a thing before.
Well, we know Freddy Krueger exists in the Mortal Kombat universe, so he learned the soul sucking from Shang Tsung. Of course, that game didn't come out till like 2010, but he learned from them.
But how did he already have so many other souls?
Well, he had him at the end of 3. Remember, he showed off all his souls, but like we never saw those souls escape. So I'm assuming he went to hell with all those souls.
Sure.
And then he might have gotten more souls in hell. Because, like, remember in Freddy vs. Jason, Freddy's like, I found someone in hell. I'm like, does Freddy just walk around hell? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, him and the devil are just like best friends.
Him and the dream demons? I don't know. He's just strong now. It's because they had to kill Roland and they had 4 writers, but not when the movie went into production.
In any of the dreams, none of them are able to have their... They change what powers are.
Well, now he's ready for the powers this time. He's
bullshit. But the thing... we'll get into it. It makes me angry that you set up this entire really cool idea of, great, you can control our dreams, but also it's my dream and I can control it. And all of a sudden, I can be anything I want. But no one uses that again.
Well, Freddy's wise to them now. He's learned from his mistakes. It's like a wrestling match when a guy like loses against someone at one pay-per-view and then he trains and he beats him at the next pay-per-view. That's what it is.
Space Cat? That is bullshit.
So Kincaid is dead, which is very upsetting. I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like that. He died an interesting way. Just like...
Yeah. By the way, the ADR for Freddy's like first line is bad. He's like, you shouldn't have buried me. And I'm like, okay. But then it cuts to his face and he's like not... From what I remember, it was kind of dark, but I don't think he's talking at all. And he just hear, I'm not dead. So I'm like, that was awkward ADR. And by the way, this is when they're like, Freddy needs to do jokey lines. He did a couple in 3. He's not really, he was kind of a jokester since the first one, but he wasn't like, he didn't have to button everything with a one-liner.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I like Roland's like, I'll see you in hell. And he's like, tell him Freddy sent you.
I didn't mind.
And I have in my notes, ew, Kristen likes you too.
What's your problem with you two?
Yeah.
sorry.
Joey is thinking of hot babes and MTV.
And MTV.
Because there's just a guy on a TV going, I love MTV. I watch it all the time. Me and the fish watch it. He like goes on this whole thing about MTV. And then he's looking at a hot girl.
He is.
There's an autograph of, and
Yep.
he falls asleep. And then, oh my God, the hot girl is in his waterbed.
Boobs.
Boobs. Not as nice as the nurse from the previous one, but still. And he's like, what's this hot babe in my bed? And then it turns out it's Freddy.
In the waterbed.
I'd be horrified.
I thought you were about to say something else.
No. One, if I had I don't know why I would have a waterbed. But no, if I had a waterbed and I like took the sheet off and there was just an alive woman banging, nude or not, hot or not, I'd be like, what the, why? I'd get like scissors and be like, get out of there. Like, I'd be terrified. You wouldn't be scared?
I'd want to keep her forever.
I'd be like,
"You
this
stay
woman is
there.
going to drown and I'm going to
her."
be accused of murder. But no, it's Freddy. Freddy chops them all up. He doesn't even get to use his super screaming sound.
But at that point, you can change it, can't you? To all of a sudden imagine that you can breathe underwater. If it's your dream, you're a fish man.
He was distracted by boobs.
Understood.
He was like, boobs. Oh, God, I'm being attacked by Freddy. It is kind of sad when the mom
That
comes
was
in.
really sad.
But also, if I was the mom, I'd be like, oh, no, my son's dead. But I'd be like, how did he get in there and then close it around him?
But no one else dies like that. Like
Yeah.
in real life, all of a sudden he just happens to be in there. You're like, what?
That is weird. Roland or Kincaid, he doesn't have any scars when he wakes up. It's almost like usually whatever damage you get in the dream world, you get in the real world. But in this
Yeah.
one, Freddy's like covering his tracks a little bit. But
even as we go along, like you see little things, but it's not
yeah.
under them in the mattress a little.
That was a little ridiculous. I'm sorry, but Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4 at the Dream Master is just a little ridiculous, Crystal. Just a little ridiculous. I do like the moment of Rick teaching Alice-san karate.
That was cute.
Alice-san. No, I like that. As much as we would like Debbie and the other one to get developed, I like that they developed like their brother-sister relationship really well.
Yeah, they do.
It was a cute moment with them. You
Yeah.
kind of like get, I'm like, okay, this is kind of funny. He's like teaching her how to kick, and she like kicks her shoe into the fish tank, which was pretty funny.
I like that.
Oh,
we gotta talk about the mirror too.
Tell me about the mirror, because
How
I
she
don't
has-
have it on my notes. I forget.
Oh, she has tons and tons of photos
Yes.
of all of her friends and family, and it's covered up. And brother's like, "Why? You can't even see yourself. Like, what's the point?" She's like, "I don't want to see myself."
Yeah.
Because you realize she has no confidence until the end. All of a sudden, then
Yeah.
at the end, because she takes them off whenever someone dies.
Yeah.
She takes the photos off the mirror.
Yeah, and she mirrors play a big part later on randomly.
Very angry
Yes.
at that.
Yes.
That
Well, she tells Alice later on, she's like, you never heard the nursery rhyme of the Dream Master? But she can't remember the rhyme. She's having trouble remembering it. It's like the Dream Master can control their dreams and do all this cool stuff, I guess. Kristen knocks herself out when she goes into school because she realizes Kincaid and Joey are gone. And she knows what's up. She's like, oh,
they're not there yet.
fuck, they're dead. She knocks herself out, and then she's woken up
Nurse Freddy. Woo
to Nurse Freddy, Robert Englund in drag.
Loved it. I was like, dang.
I do like that he tries to like get in some of these movies as himself. Like, was in part 2, he was like the bus driver and whatnot.
Yes.
But yeah, this one's really funny. I remember the first time I watched it, I was like, wait a minute. But yeah, he's being real creepy, and then he's like, I want some blood or something like that. But then she actually wakes up with the real nurse. It was a very tense scene. Oh, where does Alice work? Did you take note of the diner that she
called?
works at? Yeah.
No.
She works at the Craven Inn.
Stop. I didn't even notice that. Motherfucker.
Sorry, Space Cat. She didn't like the badumcha. Look at that.
She doesn't like much.
Look at that
does she?
condescending stare. She's like, what was that sound? Stop it, please.
You don't like much, do you, huh?
Space Cat.
She's like, don't dismiss me.
Okay, you can go back to sleep. You can go back to sleep. She didn't like that either. Don't do that. She didn't like that.
What do you like? I can't please you.
Not a lot. So yeah, she works at the Craven, which I was like, that's funny.
That's really
funny. Kristen brings Rick, Dan, and Alice to the Freddy house.
Oh, we didn't mention how she said that working at the diner would be her worst nightmare forever. They say these things over and over in the movie.
Good catch, because that does come up later, and I did forget to write that down.
Way to go.
I was answering all my fan emails while watching it.
They email you?
Yes, and all my Tinder matches. I'm just going through all.
How's that going? You need a couple more beers.
Actually, it might go well, because they got you, broads. Oh,
well, one, I don't have Tinder.
No, they got you, broads. They have a new thing where women, or just anyone, but we all know it's women. You're not allowed to use your Tinder to promote your social media, and you cannot have your Instagram handle in your profile.
Do you know every other guy? So on Hinge and Bumble, every other guy has their tag. Every other guy.
Yeah.
Not just women there, Tony.
Well, I don't see. Actually, no, that's not true.
I see both.
I
literally see men and women.
That's not true, because Tinder is just like, Tony, you're so fucking hopeless. Here's some guys. And I have to go into my settings and be like, I have it for women, right?
It's like here.
And I'm not even talking about trans men. It's straight up, like, they're literally guys. And I'm just like, that's Tinder. It's just like, Tony, you
just try.
Tony, we can't help you out. Try being gay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I saw that update. They're like, you can't plug your social media. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
A bunch of girls are going to be like, well, I'm out. Goodbye.
That's not how that works.
A lot of girls just use it to get Instagram followers. And guys, I have heard of guys who do it. I just didn't know.
All I have to do is like to boost my socials is just throw it on social. Like then I get nervous. I don't want them all knowing my socials right off the bat. A lot of them are crazy.
No, you don't say.
Like crazy.
Anyway, I would love to talk about Tinder all day long. We've got
it's well, I mean, we could do a new show. Talk about dates.
Yeah, talking about dates. I did talk about a date recently on Here's What I Don't Get. I left the date part out of it, but I talked about everything else that happened that night, including the clown bartender yelling at a Republican guy. It was watch that episode of Here's What I Don't Get.
Was a literal clown?
The bartender got done her shift and then became a clown. Put on a collar and made balloon animals.
Like a literal clown.
A literal clown. And then made balloon animals for drunk people. So she stayed at work to get even more tips by making balloon animals.
Brilliant.
And then she got into a fight with some guy who just kept bringing up the Second Amendment. Anyway, which we all support. So they're at the house and they're thinking of going in and because if someone didn't go to one of these previous movies, everyone needs to bring you up to speed.
Yeah.
So Rick is bringing Dan up to speed. They're like, Freddy Krueger was a guy, killed a bunch of people, blah, 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 blah.
Apparently he's a town legend. Apparently.
Like,
wouldn't
this be the biggest story ever? And then, because in the previous episode, we forgot if Kristen's mom showed up in this one, and there's Kristen's mom just beeping the horn, going like, Kristen, get away from the house!
Yes.
Same actress. I guess she was just driving by.
Yeah, that's what I was like.
That.
I thought she was picking up, but I was like,
no, because Kristen has her own car.
Like,
Kristen has her own car.
I got very confused at that.
But yeah, she's like, get out of her house. Her mom is.
You see her?
Huh?
That's the only time you see her, isn't it?
No, you see her in the next scene because her mom's a bitch.
Oh yeah.
She's like, oh, sorry. Space Cat is readjusting.
Hi.
she's looking at you.
Yeah. We'll be best friends.
I can't believe she is to try to fight you. All right. I mean, I can believe it.
She's done it to other people plenty of times. I've seen it. It's not just me.
Yeah. Anyway.
Then she does it to Johanna too.
I would love to know what happened to her as a kitten that made her this way.
I'm so sorry.
Because we didn't have her the first 2 years. She lived with someone else. Something there bothered her.
so pretty.
Okay. So her mom is like, stop talking about
right.
Freddy Krueger, you crazy lady. And she's like, Mom, I gotta stay awake. She's like, I put drugs in your drink. She's like, you.
Jesus Christ. And she also mentions though too about how it's like you and your friends are the reason that Freddy is doing this and shoves it in her face. But didn't she realize that?
The mom?
I thought the parents realized it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of broken up about it, or they don't want to admit that that's what happened.
I thought they did admit it.
I don't think they want to I think they just feel guilty and they don't want to accept that this is the action of their this is the consequences of their actions. But yeah, she drugs her daughter to go to sleep, and Kristen is ice cold. She's just like, you just murdered me.
And she's not wrong.
Not wrong.
She's not wrong at all.
She is not wrong. So yeah, Kristen is trying to use her dream powers.
She goes into the room and starts grabbing random stuff.
Yes.
I was confused. I was like, what is she trying?
I think she tried to grab a phone at one point.
She did grab a phone at one point, but then it looks like she was looking for something.
Yeah, so she's using her dream powers, and she dreams herself to a nice beach. She's like, okay, I'm on the nice beach.
Yeah, because Freddy can't get you on a beach.
And then the little girl from the opening is there building a sandcastle. And then Freddy's glove is a shark fin.
I didn't mind that. I thought it was interesting. I didn't hate it.
It's a shark fin that chases Kristen, who then falls into quicksand. And then here comes Freddy with the sunglasses. He's like, oh yeah.
But then it turns into something else. But at that point, wouldn't Kristen then think of powers that she could have?
She doesn't do any of her flips, by the way. Her thing was about flips when she was in the dream world. She's not flipping once in this.
Why?
I don't know.
She could have flipped over the fucking sand.
I know. It's very frustrating. Do you agree, Space Cat? She's out. Okay. But yeah, she gets kicked into the sand, falls into the Freddy house. Freddy brags about being back, and he's trying to convince her to bring more people into her dreams. He's like, you should bring in some more friends. We find out why later on. And then she kind of caves and brings in Alice. She brings poor Alice into her dream.
Out of all the people.
Yeah, and then we get how sweet, fresh meat, which will get repeated in Freddy vs. Jason, but the line will be altered a little bit. Kristen sacrifices herself to save Alice.
I don't know if she really sacrificed herself. I guess she did.
I don't know. I assume that's a pretty lame way to die. I hope it was for something.
I don't know.
But yeah, Freddy stabs her and throws her in the furnace, which is pretty brutal.
It's very brutal.
But he gets her soul. But then the soul, I guess he gets her soul, but the power.
This is the moment where I was like,
yeah.
Okay, I'm starting to not enjoy this as much.
So Kristen thought to send Alice her powers. And are her souls in them? I assume he gets the soul, but they get the powers.
But who is they?
Alice gets the powers.
But why?
Because Kristen used her dream powers to transfer the powers to her.
She got the Alice power.
Yeah.
Because Alice gave it to her.
Well,
somehow, where apparently you can give powers in dreams and just be like,
yeah, you can do that. You can do that now.
Okay.
You can do that now.
Oh, you can?
Yeah. Yeah, they teach you that.
What's your power, though? What's your power?
What's my dream power?
But it's not even a dream. It's not a dream power, though. Because the other ones aren't dream powers.
That's true. Yeah, she ends up just getting personality traits afterwards.
That's what it is.
I don't know. Look, she's the dream master or whatever. But she has this ability now. But now that she has this, Freddy can kind of manipulate Alice to bring other people into dreams for some reason. So yeah, this part's pretty rough. They go to Kristen's house, her and Rick, and they're like, we gotta get her in. And the mom opens the door, and Kristen's on fire.
Yeah.
Straight up fire in the real world.
Done.
It's
and her hand's just off the bed.
I love that they didn't see that while driving to the house, and the mom just didn't hear or smell anything until they showed up.
Well, you see it in the window. You do see
a little bit.
You do see it in the window.
So yeah, maybe the mom was taking some of those drugs if she didn't smell anything. So Kristen's fucking dead. This is a little weird though. So Kristen, Kincaid, and Nancy and her dad are all buried right next to each other.
That's not how that happens?
What a coincidence.
So strange.
What a coincidence. Those 4 plots were all right next to each other.
So
I couldn't believe it.
The luck. The coinkydinks.
It's insane.
Did everyone else get buried, I wonder? Because they don't show it. Is it just like a patch?
Joey was cremated. Ironically, Kristen wasn't cremated.
I was gonna say, how is Kristen not? So she was buried? How does that even like?
Yeah, I feel like.
Is there anything left?
I feel like if
her?
like someone's on fire, it's like we're halfway there. Let's just finish this.
I mean, you can bury a cremation, but like.
Yeah. Anyway, because Alice starts lighting up a cigarette because Kristen smoked, and then Alice is like, "Wait, I don't smoke." Because again, she's getting like part of their prayer. She's like Rogue from X-Men. How Rogue can like touch other mutants and get their powers.
Yeah.
But like
some powers.
Huh?
But it's not powers.
Yeah, but it's the same idea. But like now she's getting like part of their personality traits, which I think is pretty
like
funny.
Alice was like, "Here, now you have my power, and now you can bring people into your dreams." Which actually, if she didn't do that, the entire movie wouldn't have happened, right?
Yeah, she admits that she screwed up.
That Alice screwed up?
No, Kristen admits that
Kristen.
bringing Alice in was a mistake. She did it. It was like a moment of weakness.
No. If Kristen didn't give Alice her power,
You're right.
wouldn't the entire movie not happen?
You're right. Kristen shouldn't have given her the power because if he needs new people to bring him people,
She literally, it's fucking Kristen's fault.
And even if he did kill Alice, Alice wouldn't have
any-
that power to bring people.
Exactly, and then it's done.
Kristen, I'm glad you're dead.
Exactly.
I'm glad you're dead. You did it. You everything is your fault. And yet the mom lives. I love that the mom survived both these movies.
Yeah.
It's like, you're kind of the worst, mom.
Poor Sheila.
Yeah, okay.
That's the main
Sheila.
one. Kristen, you're a bitch for killing Sheila. That is your
I know.
fault.
Sheila falls asleep during her exam that she was studying for all night.
Bullshit.
And I guess Alice also fell asleep. Because I guess when Alice falls asleep, that's when she brings other people in and they can meet Freddy.
Don't you usually have to think about them and call them in? That's what Kristen had to do.
She hasn't fine-tuned her powers yet, so she might be doing it subconsciously. I don't know. But yeah, she falls asleep. And I like during her exam, like Freddy's like changing the words on the paper. And then because we find out that Sheila is a bit of a tech nerd. And she made a sonic device to get rid of bugs for Debbie.
Yeah.
So I guess she's dreaming about robot shit because a big robot arm comes out of her paper and like grabs her face. But she's able to shoo it away. And Alice is trapped during all of this.
Her trap's dumb.
Yeah. I did like the pattern on the ground that made it look like it was sinking in. When the camera pulls out, like the tiles on the ground, it all leads to Sheila in the middle, and
I don't think I realized that, or maybe I saw it, but then everything was blended.
Yeah, maybe you didn't notice it right away, but you could tell that they didn't make 2 floors because in the next scene, it's definitely the same like dream pattern, but they have everyone standing to cover it up.
Oh, that's funny.
But yeah, Freddy's there. He's peeling an apple. He's teacher Freddy, and he asked the ultimate question: "You want to suck face?" She has bad asthma. And he sucks the hell out of her. She turns into a corpse. It's pretty brutal.
That was absolutely brutal.
Like her
Great
eye
effects.
sockets cave in and the eyes pop
It
in.
was really cool effects.
Yeah, it was.
I really liked
again, they're
that.
having a lot of fun with the effects.
Which is great.
But it's also,
what I
it's
enjoyed.
like-
I enjoyed that.
Yeah. But it's like, you're not like thinking up like a scary scenario anymore.
No.
Or something that's like kind of it's just like, wouldn't this be cool? It's like, yeah, it's kind of cool, but I feel like you're overdoing it a little bit.
But then she wakes up.
Yeah, she wakes up and then the power goes into Alice. She's like, oh, in front of everyone.
Yeah, like what?
And then she's like, he was right here. And everyone's like, what the hell is this lady talking about?
She has her asthma attack, her fatal asthma attack.
Yes.
Which is weird. Like, she didn't die right then and there. It was afterwards she had the asthma.
Again, Freddy, how he's choosing to have real life effects of the dream world and then covering his tracks. It's weird. He's going back and forth. Which he kind of did in the previous one, but it's like one or the other, buddy. One or the other. The previous two movies, like, I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
This girl is all over the ceiling and now she's dead.
Yeah, there's blood and
yeah, Johnny Depp is inside his bed and there's blood everywhere.
But, like, he was able to control her and her body going everywhere. You don't see Sheila's body going up or anything.
Yeah. I guess because she was in front of too many people. I don't know.
No fucking way.
Because if people saw all that crazy stuff, if there were too many witnesses, they would have called an exorcist or something.
But you don't see it with anyone else.
I don't know. I didn't
No one else.
Look, I'm not one of the 4 writers on this movie, okay?
None of the writers could have fucking fixed this.
I think a lot of these dreams were made up by Rennie Harlan after the fact. So I don't even think the writers were involved.
Or the directors, really. I think it was everything that happened. I think this entire movie was shot before the directors came on.
But yeah, Alice is getting Sheila's nerd powers now. She talks with Dan, Hunky Dan. She thinks Freddy can't get to the new kids without Alice pulling them into her dreams. That's what she's come up with. Then there is another classroom scene with Robert Shea in another cameo, the head of New Line Pictures, doing another cameo. He's done a bunch of cameos in these. And he's talking about dreams and the Dream Master. What a coincidence. He's talking about the Dream Master. Rick.
It was interesting what he was saying, though. I thought that was cool, but I thought they mention it later a little bit about the gate. Freddy mentions the gate.
Yeah.
Now he's been guarding his gate for a long time. But then there's nothing else about that.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to see them explore that more.
We don't have time. We got to cut to Rick with a bunch of cheerleaders he's dreaming about.
Oh, yeah.
But then he's dreaming about his dead girlfriend. Oh, yeah. It's a little inappropriate to be dreaming about both those things at the same time, Rick.
And he's also seeing himself on the toilet as well.
Yeah, let's space those dreams out, buddy. Let's space those dreams out.
Oh, yeah, and his sister's there.
Yes, and then there's sisters there for a second.
Yeah.
He's in his dojo. Apparently, he was supposed to have a different death. I forget what it was supposed to be, and then this was kind of like a replacement. But he's in his dojo, and he's like trying to fight Freddy.
Yeah.
He's like, what are you going to do without your glove?
Yeah. Well, there he was able to have somewhat of a superpower, I felt like. Then he was able to kind of incorporate dream world powers-esque.
Yeah.
But that's the only time you see that.
Yeah. And speaking of like real world and dream world conflicting, he dies. Alice, I think, gets his soul. And then she screams and like all the windows in the classroom blow.
Which made no sense. I was like, wait, why did that just happen?
Yeah, it's just, look, you're on movie 4. It's cool if you want to try new things, but you're kind of
consistent.
Yeah, it's not as consistent as it was before. It's like, okay, I need to know, like, what is there a reason now that the real world's being more manipulated? Because in part 2, he was possessing someone and he was able to use his real powers in the real world. Is something like that happening?
Or just do it a little bit. Like a little out of place is fine. But when you're going that much out of place, you're like, wait, what are the, like, it's okay if you can't follow the rules completely.
Yeah.
But you're just all over the place. I don't know.
Yeah. Very, very confusing. And then she falls asleep at the funeral. And her brother is like, can't believe they think I'm dead. And that was.
I thought that was kind of cute. I personally thought that's them showing her like that's the movie showing that she's still daydreaming.
Yeah.
And that she still has these wants and she still daydreams of what she actually really wants.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't mind that.
I thought it was at first. I thought it was like Freddy pretending to be him.
That's what I thought at first. Yeah.
But Freddy does interrupt the funeral in New Nightmare, so I think I was misremembering that. Debbie, then the movie remembers Debbie exists, and they bring her up to speed on Freddy.
She's really into the gym.
And right away, she's just like, kills you in the dreams, got it. She's not like, oh, you're all fucking insane. What are you talking about? But yeah, she's very into the gym.
Really into the gym.
But yeah, Alice is like, I'm going to try my best to take on Freddy. And then she does the whole mind over matter thing. They're like, that's what the nerd said.
That's the only time you really hear her have Sheila's power. Besides pulling out that. But
she has another thing later on. She has a Sheila thing later on. I'll bring it up.
Okay.
So yeah, now Alice can do karate good. She's like, I'm doing karate good now. That's an actual line of dialogue from the movie. And she wants to see her friends, but her dad is stopping her.
Yeah.
And he kind of lets on that he like knows what's going on. He's probably heard from other parents and whatnot. Yeah. But he's like, no,
Well, he also
we're not.
just lost his son.
Yes,
I think
and
that's
he's
the
also a
biggest
sad
thing.
alcoholic. So
Yeah.
and he's only getting sadder. But Debbie goes to work out.
Mm-hmm.
And then Alice ends up at a movie theater playing. What was the movie that they were playing?
I don't know the movie they're playing.
The main one on the marquee. What movie were they playing? It could be any movie. It could be a movie that's literally in front of you right now, staring at you.
Was it Reefer Madness?
It was Reefer Madness.
I don't think I realized that.
Yeah, they had a
I
big
don't
thing.
know how.
They're like Reefer Madness.
Oh, I think I totally missed that.
I got that at Goodwill recently.
Oh, hey.
I'm excited.
You didn't fill this out yet?
Oh, I didn't fill out my Kino video.
How'd you not fill this out yet?
I don't know.
You let them know that you're interested in foreign films, Hollywood classics, animation, silent cinema,
I will fill that.
documentaries, jazz and blues, and African American.
I will fill that out right now. Right now. Anyway, they're
the
playing.
email or the address or the www.kino.com still works.
I
Or
will
the phone
find-
number or the email address. Yeah. Should we call it? Let's call it.
We'll call it later. We'll call it. Remind me afterwards to call Kino Video.
Okay.
So yeah, they're playing Reefer Madness. But then the movie screen shows the Craven diner. But it's all like desolate and whatnot. And this is a cool effect of her being sucked into the screen. I thought that was really cool.
Are we before or after her at the diner itself? Not. Are we not? We're
She's
not at
about to be in the
Okay.
diner.
Okay.
The
Oh,
dream
that's right.
diner.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
sucked
because she
into the
gets
drink.
sucked
Okay.
into the
That's
screen,
right.
into
Yes.
the diner.
Yeah. And at the movie theater, it's all the dead people, all the dead kids.
Yes.
They're all standing up and cheering.
And then she sees who's the person serving her at the diner.
It happens to be herself. Her
Oh,
worst
no!
nightmare, her biggest fear.
Oh no! And then Freddy turns her brother into a meatball. You see, it was kind of clever and creepy.
It was kind of gross, actually.
And then,
to where I was like,
no. The scene started out clever and creepy, and then Freddy shows up. He's like, "I'm gonna eat a meatball, man." It's like,
it
all
was
right.
kind of gross, though. Like, it kind of
was
like, you're
pretty
just like,
gross.
because they're all like, oh no! You're like, oh.
There's a couple times where they play with scale. Well, they'll show something,
Yeah.
and then like it's clearly an enlarged set with an actual size person. They do that a couple times. So yeah, Freddy turns his brother into meatball, eats him, and then somehow he's able to get to Debbie. I guess Debbie fell asleep while lifting.
That's what I was like. Was she just too tired and felt? But you don't normally just fall asleep there on the.
No, I definitely don't. I'm in agony, going Why do I take
That's
such
after
long?
you getting just you getting up from the couch. You stood
Ugh.
up. You do that.
No, I actually that hasn't happened as much lately.
Okay.
No, because that happened last year. That was rough, and then I started working out again last summer, and it's been a little bit better. But then I've been on a workout hiatus for a while, and I just started out again. But this is workout pain. So yeah, if I'm on the bench, I'm like, why did I stop working out? It gets harder every time I start again.
Yeah,
I'm not
falling asleep.
I'm not falling
You're
asleep.
not falling. The bench is really comfy for you to fall asleep on, right?
No. But I guess Debbie fell asleep.
Which makes no sense. And she knows what's happening. She
Yeah.
knows not to fall asleep. She's waiting for them to show up.
Yes.
She still falls asleep.
And then Alice wakes up, and this is or does she? Because this is the beginning of the time loop.
So confused.
This is really cool. I remember.
Did it fuck you up? Did you get confused?
I probably did the first time, but I remember like I hadn't seen this in years.
Yeah.
Up until like a few years ago when I rebought the whole set. Because I spoiler, I didn't really like this the first time I saw it. This was like my least favorite for a while.
Okay.
The remake wasn't out yet. But I remember when I rewatched it a few years back, I'm like, did my DVD just skip? Like I thought my DVD skipped. I'm like, what? Wait, what happened? What just happened here? While this is happening, this whole nightmare scene, it constantly keeps cutting to Alice and Dan getting into the car to drive again. I like how each time he's like, wait a minute. we've done this before.
The second time he doesn't say it.
The second time he does
That's
it.
why you're just like, and then it happens a third time.
Yeah, and he's
I
like,
swear I get tricked by it almost every time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I know this is happening, but every time I'm like, wait,
yeah.
oh yeah, this is that scene.
So Freddy breaks Debbie's arms. And you're like, oh, that's rough. But then because she saw a cockroach.
Because that's her fear.
Yeah. Yeah. They were like, nope, that's not enough. Now she needs to grow cockroach arms.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
And then she ends up in a roach motel.
Yep.
One of those big glue traps.
With another one in there.
Yeah, there's another one in there. That's also stuck like, wah! Yeah, because she falls. It's actually pretty. Again, they were having a lot of fun.
Cool. I had fun watching it.
They had a lot of fun with their special effects, but at some point, I'm like, this is getting a little ridiculous. And they're dragging it out because they really want to show those effects. And then she like falls on her face.
Yes,
and her pulls her face up. But like at that point, like
her human skin and everything is now off, and she's cockroach.
But like at that point, I don't really care about her death because it's just a stupid bug. It's a stupid bug puppet. I'm like, I can't relate to this bug puppet.
You can't relate to that. I totally relate.
Like my mind, like I know it's supposed to be her, but it looks so ridiculous. I'm like, I can't buy that. That's her.
I was like, is she gonna wake up as a cockroach? Like, how do you wake up from that?
But then Freddy crushes her. And of course, he has to do the.
You can check in, but you can't check out.
Which I think was the Roach Motel motto. Remember that old Saturday Night Live commercial they did? That was like a roach thing.
Maybe
they did like a roach, like a similar to Roach Motel, but it was even more ridiculous. It's like the roach gets stuck in there, and then little robot arms pulls their arms off and slaps them. It was like the most ridiculous.
I don't know
torture
if I've seen
thing.
that now.
It was from the 90s. It was
That's
like
when
it was like a
really
commercial for like a roach killer, but it was the most horrific torturing roach killer ever.
I miss the 90s SNL.
I'm pretty sure it was SNL. Maybe it was Matt TV. I don't know. Maybe it was in Living Color. I don't know. So yeah, they finally realize they're in the time loop, and then they crash. That crash is pretty good.
Yeah, I got confused though.
Why?
Because Freddy caused a crash, but they actually crashed into a tree. So then I'm like, is this not part of a dream? Were they dreaming? Were they
think
driving and dreaming?
Because you know how Freddy can control people's movements. I think he was controlling them driving.
But were they already in a dream? Because they were.
That
in
is a
the time
little
loop.
Confusing.
That's why I was confused at. Where I was like, okay, like as you're watching, you're like, oh, she woke up. And it was actually the crash, but now you're like,
it's not
oh,
very
wait.
clear. I was hoping they would be like, because she is a daydreamer.
He would go into her daydreams.
Was she able to like go through her daydreams? That's why it was so much harder for her. She's constantly daydreaming. She doesn't know. But yeah, they don't make it.
So,
I think that's what we're meant to believe, but it's not clear. It's not really spelled out.
He never goes into her daydreams.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is because she is a daydreamer, that's what giving him this extra power to like fuck with reality. But they never say that. It's very, very odd. Space Cat has changed positions again.
Baby.
Hi, Space Cat. Hi, Space Cat.
She's like, fuck you.
You can sit here next time, away from the mean lady.
Usually cats love me.
But yeah, I like when they crash the car because then the motorcycle in the back seat like does a flip. That was a really good crash. But Dan gets sent to the ER.
And this entire time, it took me a while to realize it's not part of a dream.
Yeah.
Because also it's green inside.
Yeah.
Inside the ambulance is green, and a lot of the dreams, it's like a funky color.
That's just they liked the way it looked.
But it looked like a dream world.
They watch John Carpenter movies because it's always green inside his cars. So they're like, that's what we're doing. But yeah, she's like, all right, I'm going to go get Freddy. I'm going to be the Dream Master. And she wears mementos from all her friends.
Yep.
She's a super punk chick who knows karate and science.
So what's her face's power?
Debbie?
Yeah.
Being strong because she worked out. That's separate.
Well, she wasn't really strong.
Shut up. Really Shut up. She was strong and stunning and brave.
Oh.
Yes.
And scared of bugs.
And scared of bugs.
Brave and scared
of bugs. So I like that she's going to save Dan, and Dan is like being attacked by Freddy. But then like this part's pretty cool because like Freddy goes to kill him, but then like the doctors are able to like resuscitate him and pull him out of the dream world just in time.
Because he's hemorrhaging, yeah.
Yes, and they're like, we got you out, buddy. He's like, put me back. Ah!
So where do those kids come from, and why the little girl? Why the little Alice? They never explained that.
Yeah, I thought there was gonna be a thing where like, is Alice like one of his victims?
I
or
was like,
something?
was she when she was younger? Is that her younger self? Because even on the beach, she's like, oh, I have a friend named Alice, and like she giggles.
Yeah.
I'm like, are they connected? Nothing.
Yeah.
How does this girl keep reappearing? And the little angel choir.
Yeah, they should have explained it a little bit more. Like, did he have a previous kid that was killed by Freddy? It's not really clearly...
Were those all the kids that he killed?
Yeah, oh no, I think we're always meant to believe that those little ghost kids are kids that he killed.
Including the little Alice?
That's where it gets confusing. The Alice part makes it confusing. So they're singing, and then Freddy shows up, and it's like a wrestling match. Like, they're gonna fight one-on-one, mano-y-mano, and it's like, Freddy, why? Because, like, she kind of kicks his ass. I do like when he's like, come on, and he's bring it on. But it's like, why are you even bothering to fist fight her? Turn into a snake, turn into a bomb, and blow her up. Like, what are you doing?
But, like, she's hitting him, and it's not doing anything. All of a sudden, she's just one kick, and it does a blow. You're like,
yeah,
now it works? But I want to say, the song that they're singing, it's a fucking prayer.
Yeah. The lady.
How are they able to, like, it messed me up the entire time. Every time I heard that, I was like, because I grew up with that prayer.
Yeah, they modify the lay me down, the my soul to take prayer.
I'm just like, in my head, I'm like, no, that's not right.
But I do like that she uses a bunch of her friends' personality traits. She does the karate one up, but she also grabs like a thing in the wall and makes like some kind of device to shoot electricity at him, which is what she got from Sheila because she was so good at it.
Well, that's what I meant with.
Oh.
That I knew, but that was the only other time you see Sheila.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. She's racist. I don't know. Alice forgot to say that. She's like, I didn't like Sheila.
Sheila.
But yeah, she's doing this whole fight with Freddy, and Freddy, I'm just like, Freddy, why don't you just like disappear, turn into bugs?
I'm eternal. Like,
I am eternal. It's like, yeah, well, you're kind of losing this fight. Why don't you grow some spikes? Freddy, why don't you hang out with Beetlejuice and learn some lessons?
Yeah, right?
You seem to have learned the snake lesson. Yeah. Are you excited for Beetlejuice 2? It's actually,
I'm not sure.
It's actually happening this time.
I know it is. I'm 50-50 on it. I am 50-50 on it.
This is
it
the
could
one.
Be cool. It could be cool.
This is the one role where I wouldn't mind Michael Keaton coming back to return because he is a ghost man.
I'm glad it is him.
That's fine. And then they went, Monica Bellucci's in the movie. And I was like, cool. And they're like, as Beetlejuice's wife. And I went, nope.
He's got to have a hot wife.
Nope.
Beetlejuice has a hot wife.
Nope.
There's no way Beetlejuice doesn't have a hot wife.
Nope. I don't need Lady Beetlejuice. I don't need Lady Beetlejuice. What I do like, though, is that Jenna Ortega is in it, but she's Lydia's daughter. Which it
makes sense.
It was weird to do the Wednesday thing and bring Christina Ricci back as not Wednesday. I thought that was going to be like Wednesday's daughter. But anyway, I've been shitting on a lot of these really late sequels because most of them suck. I'll wait to see a trailer. I'll wait to see a trailer before I'm negative. I'll wait to see a trailer.
I think you were just negative.
You know, I don't think Lydia's dad will be coming back for the new movie.
Damn.
Nor do I think Alec Baldwin will be coming back for the new movie. Anyway, she's beating him up, and then the girls are singing the song, and then she somehow pieces together, like, I need to show evil their reflection. And it's like, well, Freddy's been around mirrors.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why do mirrors now hurt him? Why does this specific mirror hurt him?
I don't know if it's like a dream power mirror, but like it's because of her intentions.
Yeah.
But that means any intention that you have them would be able to kill him.
Yeah, it's very confusing. But what is cool is like the shot going into him with the well of souls, like everyone like
that was cool. That was cool.
And then it's really awesome when like the visualization of the souls escaping him. It's like hands coming out, and
loved that.
And you see like people inside of him, like trying to claw out.
That was cool.
So that was awesome. And then all the souls pop out like little spirits, and they fly into space or some shit.
Alex, we're free.
Okay. So, I mean, it's a cool death for Freddy. I just didn't understand. Why does the mirror? I don't understand.
They're just trying to get to the point
We've seen Freddy literally in mirrors. We forgot. Speaking of mirror, we forgot after he killed Kristen, he leaves a little picture of him and Kristen, and it lights on fire.
Greetings from hell.
Yeah, I was like, that's pretty mean, Freddy. So yeah, Freddy's dead. Not Freddy's Dead, the final nightmare. Freddy's Dead is in this film right now. And then Alice and Dan celebrate. She goes to make a wish, and we see Freddy for a second.
Yep.
We see him for a second.
water,
It's like,
yep.
okay.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
Is he turtle? Remember, you can't kill him.
Couldn't he just dig up his bones and bury them again?
He doesn't. All of it disintegrated. There is no more bones.
In the third one, they buried his bones.
Yeah, there's no bones this time.
No, but in the real world, I think his bones are still buried in that lot. Because him being resurrected was in the dream world.
That's right.
They should go back to that lot.
So then he should easily be resurrected in the dream world again.
Yeah.
So what?
And
keeps him from being-
also, what the hell? Here's two people who didn't return. She returns in the next one, but Amanda Kruger, his ghost nun mom, where the fuck is she? Yeah. Where was she during this? Oh, by the way, she only showed up. I guess, is she only at Weston Hills? Is she only allowed to be in the fucking cemetery? Well, no, bullshit. Because she got to be at the cemetery and the hospital.
Yeah.
This woman only ever helped out once.
She can only do so much. Okay.
She's like, I am
That
only
poor
allowed to
woman.
suggest the Catholic way of hurting him.
They fucked up the prayer. That's why she can't be there.
Yeah. By the way, the guy who physically killed Freddy in the last one, Neil, a fucking loser. We didn't like Neil. We didn't like Neil in Nightmare 3. I didn't like Neil. The fucking doctor is trying to date Nancy. Casey was like anti. She's like, he doesn't have a chance with her, and he should stop
He
trying.
annoyed me.
Yes.
A lot. I wasn't the biggest fan of him.
Oh, his
either.
like suicide thing when all their friends are trying to cope with the suicide.
Yeah.
He's like, what an asshole that guy was. Like, buddy, let's bring it in a little bit. Yeah. But no, Neil didn't show up for any help.
No, he didn't.
And Freddy's mom really slept on this one.
Yeah, they're like, you're on your own this time.
Yeah.
We tried teaching everyone. They all fucked up.
Well, anyway, she makes a wish. And I do like Dan being like, what did you wish for? She's like, if I tell you, it doesn't come true. Because she's probably like, oh my God, I never want Freddy Krueger to come back to life or be in one of my fetuses. Spoiler for the next one. Yeah,
I mean, that's a very specific wish, but I think most women can come and make a wish and hope someone doesn't become my fetus.
Yeah. So Nightmare 4. How does this one land for you?
It's fun to watch.
Mm.
Do not think much into it. If
Yeah.
I can just turn my brain off and it's a movie to put on, I enjoy it, but it's definitely not my favorite. It's a fun ride.
Yeah, the effects are cool. The visuals are cool and wacky. But it's just missing something that those first three had.
Like an actual cohesive.
Yeah, like a coherent plot.
Cohesive?
Yeah, you said cohesive. I mean,
Is that a word?
And that is a word. It's
Coherent,
similar, I
cohesive.
think. I
Are
think you
those-
meant coherent, but cohesive is a word, and I think it's very similar. So you're good. You're good. I'll allow cohesive. But yeah, I don't know. It's just something about this doesn't do it for me. I do like the Alice character. And I think I might have mentioned her briefly in the underrated Final Girls, because then she comes back in the next one.
I wouldn't say she's an underrated final girl.
That's why she was just a honorable mention. I didn't
wouldn't
actually put her on the list.
I wouldn't put her for honorable.
But no, I did enjoy her. I enjoyed her and her brother. But you're right, Debbie and Sheila aren't big enough characters. They seem like they could have been really likable characters. Bringing back Kincaid and Joey, and I know I'm a hypocrite because I love Alien 3. Just to kill them was a bit of a letdown.
There's so much more they could have added to that.
And I would have been
teased a
fine.
lot.
I would have been fine with just killing Kristen because it wasn't the same actress, so you're not going to have that connection anyway.
But she's the last person.
Yeah.
So
I don't
you
know.
just
I would have written it very differently.
At least have one of them. That way you can still keep killing them without making that horrible, oh, let's pass this power over to Alice, which makes no sense to do.
I think with this and the next one, the balance of comedy and whatnot is kind of off. And I'll go more into that in the next one.
Yeah.
Because it is still trying to be scary and horrifying. Not a lot. But it wants you to think that this is a horrifying scenario, but it's kind of like that lady is a bug. Like, I'm sorry, that lady is
like, okay, here's horror and here's comedy,
Yeah.
and then it slowly is now, and like I think we're here now where it's a little bit more comedy than
Yeah.
it is horror, and then it.
Yeah. And then really like making Freddy more of a character. It's like, nah, I get it. It works because Robert Englund is like so good. But you kind of like miss how he was in the first three. Or he's there. He can still be witty and stuff, but
he is never what they did in the remake. As long, are you ever gonna review the remake?
yeah, after Freddy vs. Jason,
Okay.
we'll probably do that.
It was probably the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's bad.
Like really, really bad.
Yeah. And I know I'm the asshole who loves Freddy's Dead, but I think Freddy's Dead actually did a good job with the comedy. It balanced it really well. It embraced it more.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is one of the lower ones for me. When I do part 5, I will see which one I think is out of like the original movies. 4 and 5 are like my least favorite, but I need to rewatch 5 to see which one I like the least.
I feel like it just kind of. I know a lot of people say 3 is their favorite.
That's the episode was called Dream Warriors is a fan favorite. Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
I didn't watch it.
Yeah, that's not my favorite, but I can see why it would be.
I think I actually go in order. When I first saw 3, I didn't like it. I thought it was too corny for me, but the more I watch it, the more I like it. It's one of those.
Then again, I'm an asshole who loves 2 and Freddy's Dead, so.
Well, you are an asshole. That is true.
It's okay to like 2 now because of the Scream Queen documentary. It's apparently okay to like 2, but apparently we're not on board for liking Freddy's Dead. I don't know why. I guess people just hate female directors. Is that what it is?
Oh my god. Bite him, Sassy. Bite him.
You know, some people think I'm problematic. I'm like, but my favorite Freddy movies are the gay one and the one directed by a woman. What the hell? What's wrong with me? Anyway, let's talk about music.
Okay.
I have the soundtrack here.
Okay.
Well, not like the soundtrack they sold. Apparently, like a lot of these songs weren't on the physical soundtrack. But yeah, number 1, Tuesday Night's Nightmare. It was played at the opening credits. Number 2, Dramarama, Anything I'll Give You, played during Rick and later Alice's martial arts training montages. Now, this is a big one because this one has a music video. The Fat Boys, Are You Ready for Freddy? We should do a bonus video where we just watch Nightmare on Elm Street music videos.
I'm down for that.
Because there's the Dokken ones, there's this, and then there's Will Smith's Nightmare on My Street.
Listen to that every Halloween. That is my absolute favorite.
Nightmare on My Street. Billy Idol, Fatal Charm. This played during Joey's final nightmare. Joe Lamont's Pride and Joy played on the jukebox while Debbie serves Dan. Nick Gilder and Time Machine. Big House. Doesn't tell you where it played that one. Sinead O'Connor. Apparently, Sinead O'Connor. This one was expensive because this was like when she was getting like huge. Okay. I Want Your Hands on Me. Played during Debbie's death and end credits. Sinead O'Connor, if you don't remember, did the Nothing Compares to, and then she ripped up a picture of the Pope on Saturday Night Live. And Joe Pesci was mad about it a week later. Blondie, In the Flesh. This is played on the jukebox when Dan comes to the diner to talk to Alice about Freddy. And then Girl Talk, Bela Bela, played during Debbie's arrival at school. What a rocking soundtrack.
Debbie.
Huh?
A lot for Debbie.
A lot for Debbie.
Debbie.
Get out of the Debbie only exists to have accompanying music.
I'm okay with that.
So that was Nightmare on Elm Street for the Dream Master. Freddy is fun in it, even if he is a little too wacky.
He's fine and fun. Fun and fine.
You know, if Crystal, would you say that he's the most popular cinematic maniac since Darth Vader? because that's what apparently someone from Newsweek said on the back of this VHS.
I don't know about that one, but
I don't really see Darth Vader as a maniac.
no, I don't either.
He was a bad guy.
He wasn't a maniac at all.
I mean, he
actually.
participated in a genocide, but several genocides. But
I mean, who hasn't?
he wasn't like, I'm crazy. Like, he
Yeah.
seemed like pretty in control of his
They're
act.
different crazies. There's a lot of different crazies out there. They're.
But hey, look, it gave us Rennie Harlan, which gave us Die Hard 2 and Cliffhanger and Deep Blue Sea and almost Alien 3. He was almost the director of Alien 3. I love that he turned down Alien 3.
Yeah, that says a lot. That says a. That's
Well,
like,
did he turn it down or did it just didn't work out? He wasn't able to get Alien 3 to work, but he got Nightmare on Elm Street 4 and Die Hard 2 to work. And like I said, he did Cliffhanger, which is like Die Hard on the Mountain. So yeah, at least we have Rennie Harlan now.
Oh, look who's awake now.
Hi, Space Cat. Hello.
Are we friends yet?
That's her normal meow when you touch her. It's like, nah.
Ready? Hey.
Oh God. You can pet her head. Pet her head. There you go. We're friends now. Okay, that is it from us. We will be at Too Many Games coming up.
Yeah, we are.
We have a panel Saturday night, and then we will be at VHS Fest.
Yes, that one I'm excited for.
VHS Fest, July 7th and 8th,
Hold please.
or 6th and 7th.
Hold please.
It is that weekend, and new announcement.
7th and 8th, yes.
I believe September 16th and 17th, right before my birthday, we will be at PA Horror Con in Langhorne, which is going to be a lot of fun. And Crystal, I haven't physically done it as of this recording, but soon there will be new Hack the Movie shirts.
What?
I'm buying new red and white shirts to put in. It'll probably be in the Retroware store.
Okay.
And we have a return of the Tony Peak shirt.
Fuck.
I was able to get the Tony Peak shirt. It's not going to be as big as it was before because, guys, I'm paying for this out of pocket and shirts are expensive. But you will be able to buy a shirt with my face on it again.
Jesus Christ.
Isn't that amazing? And
you went
please,
with that, not the twerking one?
that one's still on Teespring.
Oh.
That one apparently is still out on Teespring. So we
it does
do
so well.
still have a Teespring store. Buy stuff while it's still there, because who knows when they'll take the designs down and not give you a reason why. Still really pissed off about that.
Oh.
It's just, if I got a reason why,
Yeah.
I would have been
They're just
okay.
like, no.
And they're like, no, the design's down. I'm like, reactivate? No.
No.
Re-upload? No. Anyway, so new merch on the way. I'm also gonna try and do some sticker packs. My good friend
Sweet.
Lorenzo Areola sent me a bunch of his stickers, and I'm like, those are great. And they gave me a website to do it.
Yay.
So look forward to that. They'll probably be in the Retroware store. I'll probably put a shop on the Hack the Movies website so you can link to it.
That would make sense.
Yeah, that would. It might even already exist. I don't know. I got to double check. So yes, that is all on the way. And always, as always, become a patron or you be a YouTube channel member. Test it out. And if you like it, become a patron. There's even more stuff. I've been streaming more regularly on Twitch.
Whoa, look at you.
Yeah, good job, Space Cat, waking up at the end of the review.
She's a natural.
Way to be boring the whole video and then suddenly come to life at the end.
She's so beautiful.
Hi, how you doing?
Good morning. Hi, baby.
She's like, I don't want to be on this counter anymore. Yeah, so merch on the way. We'll be at those events. Become a patron or channel member. Follow me on Twitch. And I love you. Am I the man of your dreams? Let me know in the comments below. Am I dreaming or am I in the video dungeon?
No, you're not dreaming.
Oh my God, I'm here. Yes, that's right. Today's episode is going to be from the video dungeon. Thank you, Movie Dumpster, for having me.
Of course, Tony. You make me feel like a guest in my own place.
Yes, and today we're going to talk about Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5, The Dream Child. Is it good? Is it kind of one of the bad ones? Let's find out if it's good or not in this episode of Talking About Tapes.
Talking about tapes.
Yeah, it's a little weird. I don't know where to look for your show.
Look anywhere.
I'll be so good.
Well, I never know.
You guys shot an episode on my set.
That's right.
Without me.
I don't know what you're talking about. That was Movie Dumpster Video.
We had the Munchie poster.
Oh, because you put a sign up. Okay.
The Theodore Rex.
Yeah.
I redid that whole intro, baby.
Jerk.
Right, with our mutual friend Clayton Fioriti.
Yes. So I figured we wanted to do Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5. I was coming out here to shoot a review anyway.
Yeah.
Let's kill two birds with one stone. So yes, we were talking about Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5, The Dream Child. I've since done the first film.
Mm-hmm.
I have a solo review of the second film from years ago. Apparently people didn't, that wasn't enough for people, so I did a commentary track. I did 3 and 4, and we're trying to cover all of them leading up to Freddy versus Jason in October, because October has a Friday the 13th. So I'm excited.
So we're really hitting that goalpost, right?
We're really hitting it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to skip part 7 because I already did that on
did.
Clayton's channel, Dragon Curve. So check it out there. And then I'll do the remake, Who Gives a Shit When.
No hurry there, right?
But yes, the reason I wanted to do this with you guys, it's because it's our boy, Stephen Hopkins.
It is Stephen Hopkins.
From Predator 2, director of Predator 2 and Lost in Space and other movies.
We won't mention Lost in Space again.
Yeah, the bloop.
How about we throw in Ghost in the Darkness in there? There you go.
Ghost of the Darkness is a good one. Ghost of the Darkness is a good one, even though it's highly inaccurate. And also those lines in real life didn't have mains.
It's
but I guess
still a ton of fun.
It is a ton of fun. Also, I don't think the Michael Douglas character even existed. But anyway.
It's okay with me.
This was made at the height of Freddy Mania.
4 was the jump off, man.
4 was the highest grossing one.
Yes.
The TV show is out at this point. There's a ton of merch. You own a lot of it.
There is a lot. I got the Freddy Squirter up there.
You've got Freddy Balls up there.
Yeah, well, not Freddy's balls.
Oh
my God, I have a giant head.
You have
a giant squirter head of Freddy Krueger over there.
Yeah, they really went all in on the squirting Freddy.
That's a very sexual character.
I got the glove signed by Robert Englund. I got the 3D glasses from Freddy's Dead.
Oh, that's cool.
That standee is part 4, but that's from John Carl Buechler's studios.
Nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Freddy was huge at this time, and they were firing on all cylinders.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, he's in music videos, TV shows, this.
He's rapping with the Fat Boys.
And they're like, well, we got to do part 5 now. We got to do that. And I have a thing here. This is apparently from one of the 2010 documentary.
Never Sleep Again?
Yes.
You guys definitely need to check that out if you haven't seen it.
So the one screenwriter was interviewed, and apparently the idea for having a kid being like taken over by Freddy was pitched for part 3.
Leslie Boehm.
Yes.
Was the person, the writer, the screenplay writer.
Yes, and I forget an executive, New Line. Yes, Sarah Reicher was pregnant at the time, and she didn't want to do that idea. Feel like she was a little biased.
Yeah.
Feel like he was a little biased. But as she got older and had the kids, she realized that people watch the first one are probably having kids now, so this might relate to them.
I thought that was interesting.
It's an interesting idea. Peter Levy is the cinematographer. He actually is the cinematographer for a lot of Stephen Hopkins movies.
Really?
Not Ghost in the Darkness, but most Stephen Hopkins movies.
Why does that sound familiar, Peter Levy?
I forgot to write down his other
Eugene
credits.
Levy's brother?
He was the cinematographer of her couple big movies.
Okay.
But he seems to work a lot.
He's a producer, too.
I think he's
like
a
big
producer
Yeah.
also.
I think wasn't he a producer on Aliens?
Maybe. I'm not
or
sure.
Or something. I feel like he came up in that episode.
I wrote the cinematographer thing down. I don't have this whole IMDb up. I'm sorry.
Before you keep going, John Skipp and Craig Spector also added to the script, Leslie Boehm's script.
I was going to say, the Writers Guild had to get involved because it had a bunch of writers, and they're like, okay, who are we crediting? Because this is all over the place.
I really want to know like what John Skipp and John Spector wrote, or Craig Spector, John Skipp and Craig Spector wrote for this movie.
The previous movie, I don't know if you saw my review, but like they wanted the director of Friday Part 6 to direct Part 4.
Okay.
And he's like, okay, I really want creative control. And they're like, oh, we already started filming. And he's like, wait, what? The script's not done. And they're like, yeah, we're just doing like puppet shit. So that's the kind of mentality New Line was in at this point.
And then John Carl Buechler stepped in.
I mean, I didn't watch your Elm Street Part 4. I'm going to try not to say Friday. I was doing that a lot before this recording. But that movie I hate so much. But I remember some of the things in that movie just feel like so like thrown in there, like the fucking karate kill.
Well, the
that was
Dramarama song thing. I mean, that
Yeah.
was I liked it as a kid, but like going back to the fourth one is just like I
It's
don't know if
so
I need this.
It's very of its time, very MTV. I think I used to really not like that one, but I think I enjoy it a little bit more now. The karate stuff was like a last minute kill.
Yeah, with the glove is the only thing you
Yeah.
see. I don't know. It's just I know you already reviewed that. I just feel like
Yes.
this one there's things that they pull from for that are important, but I feel
Yeah.
like there's enough different in this that they pull themselves from the yuck.
Yes.
The goo of 4, as far as I'm concerned, from that cockroach's fucking guts.
For me, you could watch this film by itself.
Yeah.
In my
Yeah,
opinion,
no,
like
yeah.
it's a very like contained thing.
It gives you up to date.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these movies bring you up to date if you missed the other ones. So yeah, I have it here. You know, again, they really killed it with that last one. And then I have here, although it was the highest grossing slasher film of 1989, it ended up being the second lowest grossing nightmare movie like ever.
Ever, yeah.
So
which is unfortunate.
That was a step
So
down.
I gotta ask, did this or Ghostbusters 2 make more money?
Oh, Ghostbusters 2 probably made way
Oh,
more
yeah.
money than this.
It was only on 2.
Now, did it turn
Well,
did,
that's
it,
fair.
did it turn more of a profit? That's a different question because this is
True.
probably cheaper to make than Ghostbusters 2.
Yeah, Ghostbusters 2 they had on every channel
Yeah.
forever for every New Year.
But also the actors, it's more expensive to get the cast of Ghostbusters than it is Nightmare on Elm Street.
It's also more accessible to kids.
Yes.
It's also me just bringing it up to get you to talk about Ghostbusters
Yeah.
too. But
It's a good movie.
So I have it here. I have a quote from Stephen Hopkins here.
Oh boy.
Because
What did he
as
say?
you will probably go into with this film, this thing was butchered by the MPAA.
Yes.
I read a little about that.
He has a quote. It was a rush schedule without a reasonable budget. And after I finished it, New Line and the MPAA came in and cut the guts out of it completely.
Yeah.
What started out as an okay film, I love that he's modest enough to be like, look, it wasn't going to be great. It's okay.
Steve is very real about
Yeah.
his movies, you know.
With a few good bits, turned into a total embarrassment. I can't even watch it anymore. Even though I think this might be my least favorite, not counting the remake, least favorite of the actual Freddy movies.
Okay.
But there is stuff to like in this. I'll talk about my biggest complaint with this movie as we'll go through it, which is very ironic when you find out what it is.
Well, just to your point real quick before you keep going.
Yeah.
So when does part 7 come out? 88?
I believe so.
It's like the year before,
Or
and I feel like
87?
they were
It was
like
around that time.
I think it was 88.
They were cutting. They were
on a
the
fucking
MPAA
rampage, which I think the Video Nasty. No, that was like the early 80s.
That was before. But
Yeah.
these movies are doing really well and turning well until 1989. They started to go down at that point. They're turning like such a profit, and you could tell like theater owners and stuff were kind of embarrassed by it. So the MPAA were kind of making them. Yeah,
I guess so.
This one and I think
Cut
the
to
last
shit.
one to some extent, from what I recall, I didn't rewatch it for this, but you definitely feel like Hellraiser influenced these films on some level too.
Yeah, they're definitely getting more. They're more interested in what they can do effects wise.
I guess that's what I mean. Yeah,
that was my complaint before. It's not very scary.
Well, okay. So up until this point, now Freddy in Nightmare 4, Freddy's a fucking meme. At that point.
That's when he like
okay,
goes full blown.
Three for me is peak. 2 is really fucking good, and I think that's the last time Freddy was scary up until 5.
Yeah,
I think Steve does a really good job with this. He makes it like really dark, which is something that we haven't seen for 3 movies. You know what I mean?
So yeah, he tried.
He tried. He
There's
tried
something
giving it like this gothic air.
Yeah, he
to
really
it.
he mentioned how he wanted a lot of gothic imagery in here.
It's darker to the point where like there's not a lot of humor in this movie.
Well, that's a problem.
I know
because
for
there
you.
is humor in the movie, and it clashes
Well,
with the film.
Sometimes.
So yeah, he actually he showed like Robert Englund. He's like, I wanted to have like this whole Escher sort of thing, and Robert Englund was like sold on that. Not that it matters what Robert Englund thinks when it comes to the script, but it's good to have his approval. He was like psyched to do it.
Yeah, he's like, well, I saw Labyrinth. That looked great.
So yeah, I guess we'll just get into this. Yeah. Actually, can I read the back of the box here?
Sure. It's your show.
This is the original.
No, you can't.
This is the original. Oh yeah, thank you for letting me read it this time.
Well,
this
you
is the
you are in
original.
our dungeon, Tony.
Yes.
So I'm glad you did ask.
This is the original VHS tape. Of course, I have my 2000s re-released one.
That
here.
was a fun one though. That was part of the box set where they all made Freddy.
Yes. Here we go. From Tomb to Womb.
Not bad. Not
Freddy
bad.
Krueger's back. ripping up flesh and ripping off one-liners in his most
monotonous. Did you read that one again?
maniacally perverse fright fest yet. This time, he's terrifying a whole new generation of Elm Street kids. A generation yet unborn. It's really ahead of himself with that one. Unable to overpower Alice, the beautiful Dream Master who vanquished him in A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4. So if I'm renting this, I'm like, okay, well, at least I know what happened in the last movie.
Yes. You're already set up for it.
You don't need the recap at the beginning.
Nope. Freddy haunts the innocent dreams of her developing fetus.
That's kind of giving away the goat, huh?
To provide some fiendishly fatherly advice. Freddy a father? ?
There's too many F's happening in those two sentences.
Here's barely going into in the movie. But.
Here's a reference that stood up to the test of time. Hey, like Wally and the Beeves' dad, this guy's Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Meat Cleaver.
The description's more cheeky than the fucking movie.
Every kid on Elm Street. I think whoever wrote the movie wrote this.
Didn't watch it?
And every kid on Elm Street will get the razor sharp point. So lullaby and good fright. Because Freddy's fifth is a symphony of screams. That last part is attributed to Mike Clark from USA Today.
Dude,
Thanks,
I love alliteration. I love puns, but
that
was a lot.
They got a little carried away with that one.
That was fucking rapid fire.
A little carried away.
Hey, Robert, what would you have said if we let you write the script? Well, okay, let me think about this for a second.
It's a boy.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's what he would have really said. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So I guess we'll get into this film here. So it starts with some boning.
Literal.
Yes, and these people are clearly having unprotected sex because they were having it. The plot of the movie wouldn't happen.
A wet dream, would you say?
Yes.
Yeah, you gotta get your sex and your slasher, of
Well,
course. Right at the beginning in this one, second one.
Practice safe sex. That's how you avoid a dream child. Okay?
Oh, gotcha. It is tasteful though. It's not like let's have sex and smoke pot. It's like,
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out where the ass began, where the tits began.
It was a little confusing in the beginning. I'm like, what part of the body am I looking at?
I mean, that's a sweaty back with a hand coming out. You know what's cooking.
Yeah, Alice is getting hers.
Yes,
she sure is.
She goes to shower up afterwards, and she's having a nightmare about drowning.
About pea soup coming out of the drain there.
And
then Pennywise.
And then she imagines herself in an asylum, and she's totally naked until she turns into a nun. And then we realize she is in the past reliving Amanda Kruger's rough weekend that she had.
Oh man,
that's rough is understating.
That's what we'll refer to it on this channel. We'll call it Amanda Kruger's rough weekend.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Nightmare on Elm Street 5, Amanda Kruger's rough weekend.
Yeah,
I like
where
that
she
better.
was locked in with a bunch of insane people.
How does this happen?
Not being monitored at all. I know that was kind of weird.
The
The
guys
Nightmare
were
on Elm
like-
Street Part 3. I'm like, that's a convoluted backstory.
I mean, that's fine because you didn't actually see it.
But
They
now
were just
you
like,
see
she's a
it's
son
like-
of 100 maniacs.
He's like 88, 89. It's 100.
This is the same insane asylum from fucking Good Burger. We know how those people operate.
George Clinton's there?
Well, I'm just saying, if we reviewed it on our show, go check it out. But
Yeah.
those people working there were incompetent. Keenan just hits him in the stomach and then you break out.
They're dancing when they're dancing.
Well,
yeah.
right.
Yeah, we're looking at all these.
They're dancing in this movie.
We're looking at all these crazy people, and one of them is Robert Englund.
Oh, they're showing
'cause
him
he always,
big time.
He always has to have a cameo outside of his makeup.
So if you take this scene and then butt it up with the beginning of Look Who's Talking, it makes perfect sense.
Jesus Christ.
So what? Give the sperm, Robert Englund's voice, and he makes it to the egg. Round, get around, he gets around, yeah.
I think in real life, it's not who gets there first, because I think a lot of them die and weaken the egg.
Well, he's got the
a
claw.
later one
He
gets
ki-
to-
no, he pulled out the claw.
He has a claw.
He killed Bruce Willis, and then he went in.
Sorry, Bruce.
Not today.
I didn't
there
think
you
Look
go.
Who's Talking. I should have known, but I didn't think Look Who's Talking was going to come up. In
Old
that.
habits die hard.
Oh, my
some
God.
You're in
bad
the dungeon, Tony.
So yes, she's somehow reliving this thing. Also, I think we're led to believe that the guy who is Robert Englund is Freddy's actual dad.
Right.
Dad.
100%.
Because even though it's called Son of 100 Maniacs, that's not how babies work.
Well, there was definitely 100 fucking wieners in there.
Yes, But I don't think it was all 100. I'm pretty sure there was one person who was too crazy to get it up.
Fred Krueger had the super sperm, or whatever his name is. Amanda
Also,
Kruger's her name.
What is this? This is like the 40s or 50s?
That was the sepia tone was supposed to tell you
By the way, back then, a lot of times, this is an unfortunate fact, a lot of times rich families would just send their annoying kids there to get out of the way.
Oh my God. It looks like Renfield is in the fucking cell next door.
Like that's why a lot of those places shut down. Because it's like, wait a minute.
There's
not all
nothing wrong.
these people are crazy. It's like, oh, the parents they're like, oh, my son's gay. I got to send him to the insane asylum. Like, that's not what.
Tony, it's even worse than that.
Or they give them the shit to make them like zombies.
People with like autism or like whatever was wrong with them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. They're fucking crazy. Put them in the hole.
Just put them in.
Put them in a jacket.
Put them all in there at the same time.
Throw their record away. We'll never need it.
Completely demolish their psyche by sticking them in a fucking dark room forever.
Hey, you know what? That guy gets scared around loud noises. That guy skins cats. Have them share the same room. It's I think we should separate these.
Oh, you mean Amanda Kruger's in there? Don't worry about it. You'll be fine.
The nun who's
make sure to send the young nun into the middle of a room of 100 people.
What's she even
doing?
doing?
Now, is Freddy directing this and making it look more intense than it was?
Yeah.
What I want to know is like the guys who were there, like, I want to get out of here. 100 of them. If they stayed and Amanda Kruger was like, wait, what would they have done to alleviate 100 maniacs gang?
I don't know. You know what I want to know is the convent that she belongs to. No one went, hey, where's Amanda? For a whole weekend?
Well, because we're now in the 5th film, and they hand waved it in the 3rd one, and now they're actually explaining it. So now it's just like, don't think beyond this dream sequence.
Yeah, you're right. Now that we're seeing it, we're pointing a lot of holes. Like, wait, they let them go for the whole week? What do they do? Fill them like a water?
Yeah.
Like
they must
let's have the food bowl all the way to the top.
They open the door, and they're like, they're going at it for a while. We'll just wait it out. It's like when a dog humps your leg, let them finish.
Once they start walking around, their shoes are sticking, then they know to go in there.
Oh my God. So,
son of 100 bukkakes.
That's basically what it was.
Jesus
Here comes out Freddy. This fucking suckling ass baby.
This fucking sweet potato looking motherfucker.
Does look like a suckling baby.
Yeah.
So anyway, she wakes up, and this is there's a couple good jump scares in this.
Yeah.
Where you think the scary thing is done.
Sure.
That was cool. And then he immediately disappears, which, they move the camera and stuff, but
Yeah.
he leaves. But it's cool how they did that.
She's dreaming while she's awake.
Yes.
Is the weird part here.
Well, yes. She's a daydreamer.
Daydream believer, yeah.
Yes. But there's a reason this is happening, we find out.
Yes.
Also,
they spoiled it on the box,
in
by the
case
way.
you forgot, because they don't really explain it at all, hence why Joe was saying you could just watch this on its own.
Yes.
She got, what's-her-face's, not Patricia Arquette, Patricia Arquette.
Tuesday night.
The character.
Her powers in a convoluted way.
Yeah, and then she somehow, the powers like morphed where she was getting the abilities of all her friends who were dying.
But they forgot about that part for this one.
She was collecting them like fucking souls or something.
Yes.
Like going into her, like, all right.
like,
Here,
and
get
then-
the nunchucks in the headband.
And then she defeated Freddy by showing him a mirror.
Oh, that was so stupid.
And
Look at your
singing a
evil.
song. Yes, but then at the very end when she did the wishing well, she sees Freddy for a second, so it's clear like he could come back.
They do that in every movie,
they're-
though.
Yeah, they're never gonna let him just
the
go
good
away.
news
The point is she has the powers.
What do
or
you mean they're
whatever.
never gonna let him go away? I've seen Freddy's Dead, the final nightmare.
Oh.
Have you seen the newest Nightmare though? After that,
What about
that's
Freddy
right.
versus Jason?
we're not sure where that takes place
No,
exactly.
yeah.
So yes,
But the point is she could bring people into her dreams.
yes, Freddy needs her dreams. It was a convoluted thing
It
in part
is.
4 where all the nightmare kids died.
Yeah.
So he needed her dreams to interact with her friends. So when she was asleep, he could interact with her
Yeah.
friends.
It took a shit.
Yes. Anyway,
Doesn't make any sense.
Anyway, the good news is she's graduating.
Mm.
Her and Dan, the guy she was with from the last film,
She's
they're
also
graduating.
blonde now, randomly.
She's also blonde
Was
now.
she not blonde in the last movie?
She's like more of like a cherry.
Yeah.
She's like strawberry.
Yeah.
And now she has new friends. And they're like, yeah, we're so happy to graduate. And no one stops and goes like, remember our friends who died?
Well, again, because they took that script and they put it in a drawer and they forgot about that part because nobody in the town in the 5th fucking movie, I guess if you don't count 2, the 4th movie.
Freddy who?
It's like,
Yeah, they're like,
that's where you start to lose me, where I'm like,
Oh,
all right.
they-
At least with Halloween, you knew Michael Myers. He was either blown up so they thought he was gone, or he was in the nut house.
With this,
it's like, what the fuck?
What this is, it's kind of cool because it tries something different. This is the movie
Sure.
that does the different. Besides Wes Craven's New Nightmare, this is the different thing, right?
I would agree. I'm just saying that caveat is impossible to look past, where it's like, how is the town not believe her? Not a single soul?
She never says Freddy to anybody.
Well, she does.
She does
later, maybe not at
eventually.
first,
There
to
is
be
a
fair.
scene midway through where she then gives them the update. She only
well,
really
the kids, but not the adults.
Oh yeah. She only really talks about it with Dan because he was there and witnessed it. I did hear that there's a lot of like weird editing mistakes because of how chopped up it was. So in this scene, she has like the tickets to Europe before he gives her the tickets.
Oh right.
There's like weird little mistakes like that.
That's shitty. Like, why was that fucked up?
I don't know. I mean, good movies have mistakes.
No. I'm just
stuff
saying.
like that. What you call it? Her one friend has an overbearing mother. That's right. We're meeting our victims. I mean, friends.
Greta,
The one
yeah.
has an overbearing mother. Yeah, Greta. And then Yvonne is like a swimmer.
Right.
Greta's mom is terrified that she's going to get fat for some reason.
Because she wants her to be a model or something.
Yes.
I failed in life. You're going to do the thing I failed at.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
big time.
I guess.
Vicariously fucking her up, yeah.
She was worried that her dad missed the graduation because he was drinking, but he actually was there, but he's ashamed of his alcoholic past.
That was kind of sweet.
I like that he had a little character arc.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
actually
yeah.
really good in
Yeah.
this, how he kind of like evolved from where we saw him in the last
he
one.
was a piece of shit in the last one.
Yeah, well, I think the death of his son and all that
Well,
stuff kind of like
that'll
leveled
drive
him
you
out.
to do a bunch of shit.
There's also the friend Mark.
Yes.
Who I definitely think of as kind of like what's his face from Scream's kind of the proto version of that. What was that?
Proto
character?
version of
Jamie
Randy.
Kennedy?
Yeah,
He
yeah.
also reminds me of the guy from Friday Part 7 who was trying to be a science fiction.
little
writer.
bit.
He's very similar to that.
But the character that kind of gets it. As soon as things start going wrong, he's like, okay, I kind of believe
He's
this.
open to the idea because
Yeah.
he's like entrenched in the fantastic and like comic books. And stuff.
Yes. So yeah, she hasn't dreamed that night. And you're right, the gothic imagery in this is on point.
It's fucking cool,
the
man.
cinematography in this is on
Oh, it's
point.
really
That-
good.
Unreal.
That's one of the more frustrating things though. I'm like, this movie looks so good, and I'm just not into it kind of story-wise. And there's things that take me out of it, which sucks because it just looks so nice.
The story is strong.
Yeah.
The dialogue is ass.
Yes.
And Lisa
Yes.
Wilcox is really bad at delivering the
Oh,
lines.
yeah. Greta,
Even-
that's
yeah.
Greta, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
no,
bad.
Lisa Wilcox is the
Is-
main girl.
is the
Al.
main
Oh,
chick.
she's
Yeah.
not great either.
No.
honestly.
Nobody's
fine,
really
she's
great.
fine.
What you got?
Yvonne's good.
Speaking of people having kids, the creepy wheelchair from Part 3, I think, gave birth to this creepy baby character.
The one on the
Maybe.
cover?
Yeah.
yeah, it's on the cover. This used to creep me out when I was a kid. When I would see this in video stores, I'm like, he has a kid? I'm like, that is terrifying.
When I watched this as a kid, it scared the fuck out of me because anything with like birth and like messing with birth and making it gross and demonic, it's already a kind of weird, gross thing, and it
Yeah.
kind of freaks me out in general in real life.
Yeah.
And when you apply it to this weird, psychological, disgusting demon dream
Wow.
state,
Yeah.
it just skeeves me out,
I mean,
man.
it also feels like something like talk about gothic, like something like Pubert was riding in, and Adam.
Oh
Sandler
yeah.
values.
That's where he got it from. He got it from the Adams.
The Adams gave it to him alone.
It was a gift.
So Alice is now in another memory
Right.
where Amanda is giving birth. But like Amanda's like, we're seeing the past, but then Amanda's like, why is he doing this again? So like, I guess he's like he's getting Amanda to relive this experience so he could be rebirthed.
Literally.
again?
So I understand the rebirth part.
Yeah.
What I don't understand is how he manifests in the first place.
I
I mean,
get-
how does he manifest in any of this shit?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Well, he
after
comes
the-
back with the dog pissing
Well,
the
there
fourth
you
one.
go.
Well, the dog pissing, I don't think that was meant to be literal.
No, I know.
I think that character being so scared of him, her fear brought him back.
Maybe that's what's happening in this. Like but that doesn't really make any sense.
It's
I don't
one
know.
of the problems with this film.
The initial return of Freddy doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But when he comes back, when he's birthed out of Amanda Kruger, and then she has that whole scene.
Yeah, which I do like that. I think in the beginning it's Lisa Wilcox and the camera pans over and then Lisa Wilcox is watching. So she must have been a quick dress change.
Maybe.
But yeah, I think we're seeing a little bit of reality, but obviously Freddy Krueger was not a weird goblin monster when he was born. I think that's just for this whole nightmare sequence.
Well, no, that's his rebirth.
Yeah,
because he's dead.
He looks terrifying
It's
in this.
fucking creepy,
He's like,
man.
"Wah!"
He looks like one of the bleeders.
A little bit. I'm saying the Suckling, man. Put those two side by side.
If you watch the movie Dumpster, you know that we have a mutant team of ninja babies.
Yeah.
Freddy is joining the fucking ranks.
He's definitely in the ranks for
Do
sure.
you have bleeders?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's in the other room.
I think that's one I've never seen, but the cover used to creep me out because it's all flesh.
Well, it's all the Van Damme faces, and then there's like blood in it. It's like a game box.
Yes.
So the bees are on the other side of the basement.
That's all right. Yeah, it used to scare the shit out of me. But yeah, so he goes back to the church from where he died in the last one.
Right.
Yeah. That's pretty cool when he crawls into the clothes and he starts to grow and his hands all fucked up in his foot. I really like.
And the whole time I'm watching, I was like, Alice, get that mirror.
She forgot about that part.
That mirror over there. Show him the mirror that'll free the souls and get that mirror.
Only works once.
Instead, she goes like, "What?"
She's back. What's happening.
Yeah. So he's back, and
the set design in this is so fucking good.
Yeah,
it's so good, and the special effects are.
And the way they light Freddy in this scene, he's all covered in shadow. It's pretty intimidating.
It's awesome.
And he's back, baby. Literally, because he's back, and he's a baby.
He's a baby
Kinda.
who's back. Well, he's a full-grown man.
Yeah.
With weird fingers.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's your boy.
I don't mind that one, but then like
it's a good one.
And then Amanda shows up and she's like, "Blah, you gotta
release me from my earthly prison."
Release me from my earthly prison. And I guess, what you call it? Alice never got the backstory on Amanda Kruger.
Right.
I was like, "Who the fuck are you?"
No, she's like,
we know who Amanda Kruger is. I also like that Amanda Kruger's young now.
But
I guess she gets to choose what kind of ghost age she needs to be.
Isn't Nancy the only person who knows about Amanda Kruger in part 3?
No, the guy doctor knew about Amanda Kruger.
Oh, okay.
He kept communicating with her.
Okay.
Yeah, he never comes back for any of these.
Because then someone would be able to explain what's going on, and we can't have that.
Yes. So yeah, he like hides her. He's like, and he's like, yeah, she says something, and he's like, "We'll see, bitch." One. Called his mom a bitch.
Makes him a son of a bitch.
Don't say that. Don't say.
Maybe. He's definitely a bastard.
Did I steal your joke?
No. I didn't. That was better than anything I could come up with. Good job,
I'll
Sean.
take this victory. I'm like George Costanza going out on top. We're done, right?
Just leave the whole episode. Well, the jerk store, called. Yeah, but this is, you're right. We were talking about it before. Like, he gets a little carried away with the bitches in this one.
He says bitch almost
They
every
realized
line
that was the thing.
that people were quoting.
Welcome to Primetime Bitch, dude. That's one of the best lines of 3.
This starts to have a little bit of the Austin Powers issue where like all the sequels
Do
had
I make you horny?
The sequels had to like one up, and then they started like really forcing the one-liners.
I mean, I don't want to go on a whole Austin Powers side tangent because I think that all those movies still work really well, but you're not wrong at all that was a thing.
It became less organic and more like, if we make this line catch on,
Sure.
we could sell it on a shirt, we could sell a toy that says
Definitely
it.
more with Freddy, 100%.
Like, I literally have a Mr. Bigglesworth that when you squeeze, it says, "We don't gnaw on our kitty." Like, that's what they're trying to do here with this.
Yeah.
They're trying to like really manufacture these like one-liners, but it's not bothering me yet.
No, but
I mean, they definitely were worse than 4, but I get what you mean.
But I like that we're setting up the stakes. Like, Freddy is back.
Yeah.
There's a way to stop him. We've introduced that. Now we got to see how we get there.
There's no good monologues from him in this.
No.
And that's sorely missed. And I'm like, where is that part? Because now we're just like having him say stupid
The
jokes.
last one, he's like, "I am eternal."
Yeah,
and shit
that's
like
such a
that.
good one. And I thought that was from this one. And I watched it, I was like, oh, fuck.
This one, he mostly is on screen when he's actually killing people, but the rest of it, it's a lot of like him in the shadows, which I guess is kind of reminiscent of the first one. Maybe that's what they were going
He's
for.
fucking ski bopping this whole movie.
So
when he comes in, he's like, "Ha, I'm a puppet. I'm a cartoon."
When he actually does show up, you're right.
So while this is happening, the other gang is hanging out at the pool, and the
Oh, the
dweeb
pool
is
party.
drawing his comics.
Yeah.
The Phantom Prowler.
Oh, that's I missed the name.
The
yeah.
Phantom Prowler. It's
Hey,
like,
man.
oh, that's the name of 2 different comic heroes. Got it.
Yeah, you know.
And he hates blood. It was the weirdest thing. Someone puts their hand on a Budweiser bottle that's just laying flat and cuts, and they go, "Ah." And then he's like, "Oh my God, I saw blood. I'm going to die." This will come back later on.
Yeah, but that's not what happens.
Yeah, because these movies, actually from 3, 4, and 5 all do the thing where like this is this character.
No.
This is the quirky thing that they don't like,
Yeah.
or something that's related to them, and that will be their undoing.
I feel like that was a prerequisite, though. for
Whereas
this.
the first two weren't like that. It's just Freddy found out a way to like in the first one, Tina wasn't like, I'm really afraid of being on the ceiling. It's my biggest fear.
My biggest fear is somebody ripping their face off.
Yeah.
In front of me.
It's like in 4, they keep mentioning that, oh, she works out all the time.
Yeah, 3 is where they kind of introduced that, and then it became less subtle.
Because it was successful, but the best part about 3 is that they use those to their advantage.
Yeah.
And they become the Dream Warriors.
Yeah.
That's all.
But then it's also funny how it also becomes their undoing.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
but it works for that movie and doesn't really work again.
Yes. Yes.
They might even try it in this film.
he could just kill people. That's fine.
Yeah.
Again, Johnny Depp didn't go like, my biggest fear is being sunk into a hole and turning into a blood fountain. It's
Yeah,
like,
but
oh.
you also got to recognize, and I know you're also kind of being facetious by saying that to some extent, but it's like that's the gimmick now.
Yeah.
You got to lean into it.
Sure, because that's what people come to the movie for.
Yeah.
So Dan falls asleep while driving, and then this is where my issue starts. The worst, and we've kind of touched on it, the worst thing in this movie is Freddy Krueger.
I thought this part was kind of funny.
This one's good.
No, like
The truck one's
I
good.
like what's happening.
Yeah.
I like the truck looks really cool. I like him turning into a motorcycle, but like all the one-liners and zingers by Freddy are so uninspired. They're so like
he's peppering them in hardcore.
Better buckle up, dear. This boy feels the need for speed. Better not dream and drive.
It's like Trailer Park Boys. Like, once or twice is fine, but you're doing 80, 90 times.
Yeah.
I like when he burns his own arm off and then like buckles himself
with
in.
alcohol.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Yeah.
I
But,
love when the mom comes on the radio when he first starts streaming. He's like, "My son's a fucking dickweed."
Which I was like, was that like a setup? I don't remember him having a mom in the last one. Also, was that a setup that we missed?
I don't know.
Because that was like a weird.
They have the college scene with him and the dad and the mom come
football.
over with the football coach. Come on, sport.
Yeah, but like, yeah, his mom didn't seem like overbearing like the other one.
I don't think she
But-
likes.
Well, they needed him for
Alice.
this movie because there's actually a plot point to it.
But with Freddy, it's just he keeps taking me out of the movie because I just hate all his one-liners
Also,
in this.
his makeup is some of the worst.
Yes, I was gonna say his makeup is
Not good.
This is not representative of what his
No,
makeup
no.
looks like.
He looks bad.
This is what his makeup looks
That
like.
that cook scene especially, you notice it.
He looks bad in 5. He looks even worse in Freddy's Dead. He looks terrible.
I
in
will
Freddy's
not. I will
Dead.
not have any Freddy's Dead shit talking on this
Wow.
show. Thank you very much.
You didn't get to that one yet, so you can't really
Look,
give your opinion
I might
away
be
yet.
in your home, but you're on my show, and we do not shit talk Freddy's Dead.
Again, I'm a guest in my own house.
But yeah, so other than Freddy just taking me out of it, I like what I'm seeing. I like that he turns into like a weird H.R. Giger.
Yeah, like this Giger Tsukamoto fucking
and then
thing.
the face is on the motorcycle.
Yeah.
Like that shit
Yeah.
was
It's
cool.
really cool.
But really, what's happening in real life is he fell asleep at the wheel, and Freddy like crashes him into shit.
Right into a Mack truck.
Right into a Mack truck.
Right
And
in
then-
Rumpelstiltskin.
Now, this jump scare is awesome. So I often talk about 80s compositing and how
Yeah.
it's real noticeable.
Yeah.
This one catches me every single
Yeah,
time.
it's a good one.
You have to really look, and you'll notice that the foreground has the issue that a lot of it has where like the color correction doesn't match.
Because they're doing compositing with film.
Yes, which is an issue.
Yeah.
But like this one, you're so in the moment that like you don't realize it until she like grabs the thing, and then the whole background turns into the fallopian
Oh,
tube.
man.
Yeah, the whole background changes.
Yeah.
And it makes me jump a lot.
Oh,
yeah. Ah!
Yeah.
But yeah, every single time, like, oh shit, that whole shot was composited. It's lit so well that you don't notice. Now she goes outside and sees that her boyfriend has crashed into a truck.
Yeah.
And this truck driver,
Freddy Krueger.
he just happened to just be. It wasn't Freddy Krueger. It's to fake you out.
Ted Krueger.
Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
it's just to fake you
Does he know
out. But then
Sam?
when you think about it, it's like, wait a minute. That truck driver was wearing a fedora at night? Like, what the fuck was he wearing a fedora?
Did he take his sunglasses off before he got out?
By the way, Freddy's outfit is stupid. He's wearing a Christmas sweater and a fedora. I'm like, you are not well dressed.
Well, and then
but he's a crazy person.
Yeah.
I don't know, this guy's pretty crazy.
I assume the truck driver, although I like that, he's just like, what the fuck? The guy came out of nowhere.
I mean, yeah.
Like, did he manifest, you think?
He
Maybe.
might have.
Yeah. No, I think Freddy was like making him drive into the
Well,
guy's
I could.
truck.
I don't know. That's dicey. It depends
Yeah.
which movie you're watching.
But then Freddy like kind of possesses the body. He's like, wow.
Yeah, see you, Alice.
Yeah.
And then
Want to
she-
make babies?
Yeah, then
Yeah,
she-
want to make babies.
Well, then she
Like,
wakes
what the fuck?
up.
That's not they've already made a baby. I know we don't
Alright.
know yet.
She doesn't know yet.
But like that line was stupid.
I wonder if that whole part is like part of the dream, and that was actually Freddy as a guy, because then she passes out and wakes up in the fucking hospital.
But he should have said, "It's like looks like I'm toast."
I would have been more on
I'm
brand.
burning for you.
Yeah.
Or some bullshit.
She wakes up in the Hellraiser hospital like everybody does in these movies. Oh my God, Dan's dead. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Dan's dead. Oh no, you're wrong. Dan's dead.
But by the way, what worse like news could you get? It's like, hey, just want to let you know, your boyfriend died. But don't worry, you're pregnant. I'd be like, ah,
Freddy's
what?
back.
Well,
yeah, and then in my mind, I'm like, also, there's a dream demon in it. Like, there's a lot I'm dealing with right now.
But then add the additional caveat that you're dealing with all that, trying to make sense of it, and then the guy's parents, your dead fucking boyfriend, the father of your child, the grandparents of your child come to you and say, we don't think you're mentally stable enough to raise this. We'd like to have it,
I love how
please."
she like tries to break it to her gently, but then she's like, "Well, we'll take you to court for the kid."
Yeah.
and she's like, "What?"
He's like, come on.
Wait, does that happen here? Or is
It's
that-
a little later,
That's
but
a little
it's like
later.
some
That's a
fucked
little
up.
later.
So I just wanted to
'Cause
cap
in this
off that
scene,
thought.
the mom is like crying,
Yeah,
and the dad's like, ah.
Yeah.
I like the dad in this scene where he's like shopping.
Yeah.
And she's like, when did you start like shopping smartly? He's like, when I found out my baby girl is having a baby.
When I became a grandpa.
Yeah, and then she's like, are you ashamed of me? And he's like, no. Because he's made his own mistakes and stuff.
I was a raging alcoholic. I'm good.
Yeah, and he kind of like, I guess because his wife died, so you can probably
Yeah.
relate to like the fact that like he's a single parent. It's like,
Yeah,
oh shit,
for sure.
now my daughter's gonna go through the same
He
thing.
even makes some kind of comment like, "Oh, it'd be nice to have a boy running around
Yeah.
again," you know, because of.
I mean, it's a nice like you don't really get these kind of weird like little character details in these type of movies.
Rarely.
It's something you don't usually get in these.
And that's why I like it. But
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I don't know who wrote what scenes. But I'm gonna
10
say
people,
that I'm
apparently.
gonna say that Leslie Bowen wrote the worst parts of this.
'Cause I think there's about 2/3 of a really good movie in this.
Yeah.
And then a third just, take your scenes, right?
Some of
Like
the
you're
fucking
saying.
dialogue is just like shut
Yeah.
up.
Some of the plot decisions too.
And I
but-
will say this next scene, Greta dreaming. You can kind of tell she's already in a dream. Like it's either let us know we're in a dream or like
They try to
trick
fake it
us.
out.
It's also choppy as hell.
It's very choppy.
This
but
is
again,
where a
there's
lot of the gore stuff came out.
Yeah.
But they try to trick you on every single one in this movie.
Yeah.
If you're really not paying attention, you look away for a second, you're gonna miss the person.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So she's like, blah, 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 you have to eat. And she's like, why do you want me to eat all of a sudden? You wipe the food out of my hand every single time. She's like, well, you starve yourself so you can eat at these events.
So you don't look like a fucking weirdo.
And then it's just, she's like, I don't want to eat. And then Freddy Krueger comes in dressed as a chef.
Bon appetit, bitch.
And I'm like, oh my
That's a
God.
fucking good one.
I would have, okay, I'll allow that one.
That one's good. I like that one.
Yeah.
And then he's like speaking with like a French accent. I thought that was funny
yeah,
as hell.
I don't know. He's again, it's just not doing it for me. And then he kind of like hugs her to like choke her. And I do like in the real world, she's standing up going blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah,
I was
and no
hoping-
one's sitting there like, should we do something?
The mom's just mortified. She's being embarrassed.
Yeah.
That's all she cares about.
But again,
She was singing Belafonte like two seconds ago. I don't know what happened.
and again, another cool moment is when Allison looks in the refrigerator and it turns into stop motion food.
Oh yeah.
I love that.
Pee-wee
That
was
was
there.
cool.
Real quick, there's like 6 effects houses working on this fucking
Yeah.
movie. There's Todd Master Studios, K&B, The Character Shop, which
Mm.
is Rick Lazzarini company, Ted Rea FX for the stop motion, a Dave Miller studio.
Damn.
Jesus Christ.
And it's packed
Yes.
to the brim.
Well, that's the thing.
And
it's
it
like-
looks amazing.
Well, because the Freddy makeup, I still think it looks good, but I get what you guys are saying. Definitely starts to look a little worse.
I think
But
that's
there's
K&B.
Maybe, but I'm just saying, like, all the effects overall, I think in this film are really good, especially like this kill. I think the way they make this, like, her face all pushed out,
Yeah.
is pretty crazy.
Oh, it
He's
looks
like
amazing.
stuffing her face. It's gigantic.
With doll guts.
Oh god.
But
yeah.
because she's got a thing with dolls. Her room's
Yeah.
full of dolls.
Yeah.
It's like this whole thing. But she actually looks like the,
The
girl.
perfect body.
She looks like the girl from Eraserhead with the big
Kind of,
cheeks.
yeah. Everything
Yeah.
in heaven is
But I
fine.
love this moment where her friend comes out of the refrigerator.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm like, that's cool. And then Freddy grabs her, and he's not saying anything, which is nice. And he grabs her, pulls her in, and
slams
of
the door.
course, because he has to get another one in. I love that there's
the ticket.
I love that there's a ticket on the thing with a Freddy Krueger magnet. And it says like "die bitch" or something.
It says "die bitch," but the top is like those headers, and
Yeah.
it's like say something nice today.
It's like "die bitch."
Like with these kind of,
But the Freddy magnet really sold it for me.
I feel like though when you have these kind of kills in the movie, I feel like that's them telling the audience, hey, it's gonna be one of those kind of movies.
Well,
but I feel like we're gonna keep talking about it, but I feel like the movie never decides what side it wants to land on.
Yeah.
It
if
takes
that makes
itself
sense.
it takes itself very seriously,
Yeah.
and
Until-
Freddy is
and
the silly part.
Yes. And those two just however it worked in the previous films, and of course it's mastered in the next one.
Right.
It just doesn't gel in this at all.
It's jarring. Yeah.
Because they're like, well, you gotta have fucking the Freddy cartoon character. He's gotta
gotta
whip out
say
those
something
bitch
funny.
lines.
It's like, okay, here's a funny line. He's got to have 5 more lines. Like, I don't think he needs 5 more lines.
Just say some more bone-chilling shit, man.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
How about he says something threatening? Nope, one-liners. Like,
Yeah.
they're all gonna be one-liners.
And it's like, you can't feel bad for every character. You can't connect with every character in these movies. There's too many of them that have to get killed. But
Yeah.
it's like, I don't know. Like, Greta was kind of annoying, but like, oh, she's dead? All right.
No.
The characters are more upset than I am. I could care less.
You didn't really get to spend any
I
time
don't
with her
know.
at all.
I guess you got to kill people, but it just felt like, they could have done that a little better.
Oh, we totally skipped over it.
What?
In the hospital,
Yeah.
she meets a little boy in a
Oh,
dream.
Jacob.
Oh, Jacob. Yeah.
Jacob, who is the
Duck lips.
annoying kid. Duck lips.
Duck lips from Full House.
Oh.
I forgot that. I know
Yeah.
him as the annoying kid from Jurassic Park.
Yeah, the 6-foot
That
turkey.
doesn't sound very scary.
More like a 6-foot turkey.
I know him from another thing that I can't talk about on camera because it's not my story.
Oh.
But I told you guys.
Oh,
off
yes,
camera.
you did tell us that.
And he was also on an episode of Glee. She ends up meeting him in the hospital. He's like, "My name's Jacob. Sorry, your boyfriend died." And it's like, "Who's this mysterious kid?" And it's like, "Oh, it's her kid."
It's a boy.
Somehow the kid has a conscience and he knows what's happening. It reminds me of the film that we've all watched called Daughters of the Dust.
Oh, I thought you were
Yes.
going to say demonic toys.
No,
I was gonna bring demonic toys up later.
No.
Oh, straight up.
No, the black
It's not a little
feminist.
soldier, though.
Done better.
The black feminist period piece that I watched in my Blacks in Cinema class in college. We've all watched Daughters of the Dust, but that whole movie is being told from the point of view of a little girl who hasn't been born yet.
Oh.
And I think it stole from this fucking
You think
movie,
so?
to be honest. Yeah, I have to check out the dates.
Yeah.
I love bringing that movie up because I
Did it have a demon face at the end?
Maybe.
I bring that movie up because the only time I bring that movie up is when I know whoever I'm in the room with has never seen that movie. It's the one movie I can guarantee no one I know has ever seen. Not a bad movie. Anyway,
Never saw it.
Anyway, either it stole from this or this stole from that of having a kid who's not born yet, but somehow conscious of what's happening in the real world. And that's Jacob.
Wow.
He named himself, apparently.
And she just goes with
Well,
it.
no, she goes, oh, that's a name that I always loved that name. So
Oh,
obviously
right,
it's coming from her
right,
conscience.
I guess, yeah.
So yeah, Mark is sad. Probably because all his friends are dying.
Yes.
Again, like, sure, he should be upset. I'm just like, okay, Greta, nice to know you, I guess.
Well, he mentions that he was in love with Greta.
I know, that's his character.
Because that is funny. They should really be like, hey, you weren't this sad about Dan. He's like, oh. No, Dan was...
I didn't want to fuck Dan.
Well, right, yeah. I didn't fantasize about Dan. I didn't crank it to Dan.
He's like, I'm not gay. This isn't Nightmare 2. You're watching the wrong movie, lady.
You won't know that for another, like, 10 years.
It's not a euphemism.
Alice kind of brings them up to date, but she doesn't know how Freddy is attacking her friends because he has to do it through her dreams, but she's not asleep.
Right.
So it's a big mystery. And then you in the audience is going like, it's your baby.
It's the baby.
It's your baby, but we're not at that point yet.
She
We
didn't
gotta
find
wait.
out yet.
Yeah,
Right, there's
she
enough
didn't
hints at that point.
Yeah.
I think it's a really clever thing
Yes.
to put
think
into
it
another
is.
movie.
Clever idea.
I think it's great.
Especially you're on
Especially
the
in
fourth
5.
sequel. Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, Mark wants to be the Phantom Prowler because he can't do anything in the real world. But if he was the Phantom Prowler, he'd be able to take care of people choking.
In my dreams, I'm beautiful and bad.
Yeah, it's really like that. Oh, those two should have gotten
Yeah,
together.
it could be.
So yeah, he gets sucked into a cartoon world. And I
It's
thought
fucking cool,
I
dude.
thought
He-
the aha
I was-
take on me episode. I beat you to it.
Oh,
but
you
you're-
fuck! I was gonna say he ahas right into the comic book.
But I like
it. Looks great.
I like that Alice is like, I need to help him. And she grabs a marker, doodles herself, and then goes to sleep to enter the world. He ended up I guess in his sleep he drew the Freddy house.
Yeah.
the Elm Street house.
I like how like in the comic he's like reading the movie as he's going.
Yeah. Oh, that's a little later. That's a little later. I have that note a little later.
I do think it's kind of funny just to bring up Halloween again, or invoke it rather.
Yeah.
It's like I mean, you can correct me. You've gone through these so far. There's a few more left you're gonna go through, but like the house is pretty consistent in this series. Halloween, they could not get that fucking house
I
right.
think the only difference is the first movie, the door was blue.
This one they nailed it.
Yeah.
Halloween,
And Freddy
they
versus,
could not.
Freddy versus Jason, it's a different color door, but there was a deleted scene where she chips the paint and sees that it was red.
Really?
Yeah, it's stupid. Because then I guess they realized, like, oh, no one gives a shit about the color of the door, really, to be honest.
Except us going, fucking, they made that door blue.
I just say compared to Halloween, it's like I feel like every one of those movies was a different damn house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really was.
The Strode Realty, I think they're just swapping fucking.
Yeah.
You have to remodel it every time because somebody's gonna
The
buy it.
outside of the Myers house looked pretty consistent, except for 5.
True.
The inside kept changing.
6. Are they living? No. Is Paul Rudd in the house? In the Mike Myers house?
He's across the street.
The old lady's in the Myers house?
No, the old lady is with Paul Rudd. The family's in the Myers
family's
house.
in the
That's
one,
where they're adding an addition to it.
That
Anyway.
one doesn't look anything like the Myers house.
It's a fucking rabbit hole.
It did if it didn't have that addition.
Yeah,
right.
But anyway, back to this.
Sorry.
Yes,
Look, I can talk about Halloween 6 all day long, and I intend to right now. So the movie starts.
We already did.
Oh, damn it.
It's very bad. Don't
Damn
watch
it.
I love Producer Scott. Go!
He enters the house. She goes in there to look for him. He's being sucked into a fallopian tube.
Man.
And this effect is great. You can see the wire holding him up, but you can also see where it's chroma keyed, so it's a wire that's across his belly and then it disappears.
I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah, she saves him, but
Yeah.
then he sees blood. And then I guess when you faint in a dream, that makes you wake up in the real world.
It's the implication, right?
I guess so.
But that's another cool shot where he like backs out.
And falls out.
They do a lot of cool stuff with like the camera movement and characters disappearing.
There's some excellent cinematography in this. And again, the effects, the optical effects too look amazing,
Yeah.
not just the practical.
And the fake outs are pretty good. You don't feel like, shit, what the hell?
Yeah.
It's like,
And
all
then,
right.
Jacob's there, and he's being all cryptic until he's not. He's like, oh, vague, something vague, something vague. And she's like, what? She's like, yeah, you won't love me. You never blah, 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 blah. And she's like, what? Are you my kid? What the fuck?
You didn't want me.
Yeah, it's like, how do you even know what's going on? Like,
That doesn't sound very scary. Sounds like a 6-foot turkey. Sounds like a guy with glove
and
fingers.
he's like, my friend, the man with the funny hands. Like,
funny
how do-
hand man.
It's like, how do you know what hands are? You're a fetus.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he's feeding off her thoughts.
Yeah.
Freddie can do it.
Also,
Freddie
Jake,
taught the finger thing.
I have it here. Jake, that sounded wrong. Anyway, I have it
I mean,
here.
it's
I'm
not true.
I was like, Jacob, give your mom a break. She just found out she's pregnant, and your dad died.
And your name.
She's like, why didn't you ever tell me about that? It's like, she didn't even know you existed until a day ago.
Is he already a teenager? What's going on
I
here?
don't know what's going
I
on.
hate you, Mom.
I mean, the doctor does say, well, the baby's growing a little faster than it should, but otherwise it's a healthy baby.
Otherwise, it's fine. Freddie keeps feeding it fucking souls of your dead friends.
We're getting to that part.
Man, that is a creepy scene. This is what I'm talking about. This scene.
Yeah. So she gets the ultrasound.
Yes.
And I love he's like, are you testing if your baby has nightmares? She's like, what? No. Everything.
There's a man with a razor glove coming after me in my dreams.
Yeah, and then she gets all video droned into the thing.
That's fucking cool, man.
And she's seeing her baby close up, and then Freddy's face is in like
That's
in
like
the
she
uterus.
goes to the tube though, and it's like this hyper realistic
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah, it's like,
and then like Freddy's face like, oh, we're blood or some shit.
See any family resemblance?
Resemblance.
What was the second 2001? 2010?
2010.
It kind of reminded me that there's like that baby motif throughout that
Yeah.
film.
Yeah.
Or also
Right on the cover, yeah.
Kind of reminded me of Inner Space too, when he
Yeah.
sees that the girl's pregnant because he's inside her.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's creepy as hell. The
Yeah,
eyes like roll back and
It's
everything.
It's really gross.
yeah, it's a creepy scene, but yeah, we see him that he's feeding the souls of like his dad.
It's like coming
and
down the
girl.
fucking
The umbilical
cord. Yeah.
They're like, oh!
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all just sitting in there for all eternity going, bah!
And it's a pretty big baby, plump.
Well, he's got to have a whole new soul well again.
So again, now this is just like Demonic Toys, but like when he comes out, is he gonna look like Freddy Krueger?
He's gonna look like that suckling creature. The baby
That's
version.
that's a good question. It remains to be seen.
Is he gonna come out like the fucking yam from the beginning of the movie, or is he gonna come
Will
out
he
like
have
normal?
like Freddy's conscience?
I think
don't
what he
know,
would look
right?
like is what Jacob looks like at the end of this film with the weird fucking makeup and
Or
everything.
or is it going to be like It's gonna be like a thing like Jason Goes to Hell, where he's just gonna come out with his outfit
Exactly.
and everything.
Like he's just gonna pop out. Yeah.
My last guess was gonna be what happened with Mae Young and Mark Henry.
The hand?
His hand. It's
just
just
a
gonna be a
glove?
hand.
Remember
yeah.
when that hand grew up?
Turn into
Yes, I do. Weirdly enough.
There was they did a Raw reunion,
Oh my
and it was
God.
Mae Young, and then it's a guy in just a hand outfit, and he's like, "I'm Mae Young's hand."
Now imagine that's Freddy Krueger's face.
Yeah, he's like,
Oh
"I'm
my
all
God.
grown up now." It's like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
That was a bad pun. Let's give May a hand. I'm pretty sure whoever wrote this wrote that episode
So-
of Monday
so
Night Raw.
Jerry the
How
King
about a
Lawler?
hand? Okay, I have a big question. They go into Alice's room. What the fuck is up with the pair of jeans that are being used to house a plant?
It was a 90s thing. I mean, we're on the cusp there,
I mean,
right?
it's the 80s.
In the
Yeah,
background, there's
yeah.
just a pair of jeans that look like the lower half of someone's, like they're stuffed, so it looks like someone's standing there, but the top half is just a plant. I'm like, that's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Maybe it's a really cool planter. I
Well,
don't
she
know.
is kind of artsy. You see that
Yeah.
she has like paintings and stuff and crafty and whatnot.
That had to be in the pop culture at the time. That had to be a
Maybe.
thing
I
people
kind of
were
want that
doing.
now. I don't even like plants,
I
but I
mean-
kind of want just a pair of pants that holds things.
Well, the comic book kid's room looks like the set of In Living Color.
Yeah, it does.
It's got like a spray painted fucking like 6-foot ladder.
He's hanging out in his dad's fucking warehouse.
also
half the
true.
movie.
But this is where Mark brings up, like, hey, maybe you should get rid of that kid. And she's like, no, I want to keep him.
I thought that was pretty
It's a
interesting
part
to
of it.
have in the movie.
Yeah.
Because they're like,
There
there
were a
probably
lot
get an
of-
abortion.
There were a lot, because I'm also watching like Twin Peaks right now. There were a lot of like media that was introducing the idea of abortion at that time, but then like the characters wouldn't choose it.
Yeah.
Well,
'Cause I
think
guess
about
that-
pop culture at the time. That
Yeah.
was a really, I mean, it is now,
Yeah.
weirdly enough, you know, was it 30 years removed?
Yeah.
But
Also, the movie's over then.
Yeah,
Sure,
yeah.
wow,
Well, one,
yeah.
the movie's over.
Alice goes get an abortion.
But yeah, it wasn't.
Freddy's
It wasn't
dead, the final nightmare.
It wasn't until Elaine on Seinfeld where she had a hard stance and she was willing to die on that hill.
Right.
But yeah, I do like the workaround where she's like, it's like me and Dan. It's the only thing I have left of him. And right on cue, Dan's parents are there, and they're like,
Right. Yeah.
We're gonna
they're
take
like,
that
by the
baby."
way, what a terrible doctor. Like the doctor called and let us know you had a psychotic
yeah.
episode. I'm like, I don't know if he's allowed to call other people.
That is
about
illegal to do.
Yeah, she should be like, oh, well, I'm suing that doctor right now.
We're going to take you to court and steal your kid from because you're crazy.
Yeah, that was weird. Like, do they have any authority over that? Because, like,
They claim they do, but I don't think so.
she wants to keep the baby. The dad, he was an alcoholic, but he's not anymore. They clearly live in a nice house and everything. Like,
I think it's a legal guardian situation, but that's like if something happens to her,
Yeah.
and she hasn't been displaying any ineptity except with like the doctor.
yeah, but you can even justify that as like her boyfriend just died. She's probably
Ineptitude.
going through a lot. Like, this probably won't be a permanent thing.
Yeah.
They don't know that there's a dream demon
Wow.
that's floating around.
Wow.
That
Yeah.
fact has not been brought up to them.
Sure.
I would imagine, but this is beyond the scope of this film, that if it got to that point, then maybe someone in fucking Elm Street or whatever this town is
Yeah.
called would finally be like, oh shit. This guy's back again?
I don't think we even say Elm Street. We don't even
Yeah.
see Elm
They
Street.
say Elm
They
Street.
mention
Do
Elm
they?
Street.
Do they?
They mention Elm. They don't go there.
The Elm
other
Street
than, other
kids?
than their dream, they don't physically go
Gotcha.
there. So yeah, Alice looks for Amanda in the dream world, while Yvonne is attacked on a diving board. And this is pretty. Apparently, this actress had like terrible food poisoning during all this.
Trying
So
not
she
to
had-
shit herself while she's doing this
Got a brown
underwater
stain
scene.
cooking, dude.
This is cool. How like the diving board comes up like a
Yeah.
claw.
Yeah, all the stop motion stuff looks great.
Yeah,
Makes
that
me-
was
Pee-
cool.
Pee-wee or Beetlejuice comes
Yeah.
to mind.
I thought she was gonna splat in the pool.
Yeah.
Instead, she like goes
Go
to
through
that
that little
puddle.
puddle.
Yeah.
that was cool.
Yeah, and then they fight Freddy in this like big tank.
Oh my god, Alice stuffs a fucking pool skimmer through his mouth.
Which was so good. They used it in the Freddy versus Jason recap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he shoves it into his mouth. He's ready to like take him on, but then he realizes where they are in the dream world, and he gets scared because Amanda's nearby.
But like, how does he not? He takes her there, so how?
Well,
does
she
he
can
not know that
she
she's in
can
there?
control some of her dreams, so I think she took herself there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's also like, again, we already kind of said this, but we're in like the 5th movie at this point. They kind of already forgot some of their own rules. It's like, yeah, the dream world's a thing when it's convenient for the plot. Yeah, Amanda's around here. Run, Freddy!
They're also
Yeah.
trying to do something different.
No,
which
they
I
are.
understand.
But you got that baggage for better or worse.
Yeah. And then Mark is pulled into another he's pulled into a comic, but you're right. The comic, as he's skimming through it,
I was like the movie.
I wonder if there is like a comic adaptation of this.
I wonder
because
who
it has everything.
I wonder who drew it.
That's actually pretty cool.
And he goes full aha here because
He
and
does.
it's really cool. It looks really good. The
Yes.
optical effect, him turning into a drawing and then into the book.
that looks awesome.
Yeah.
And then when he's in there,
Mm.
what you call it? Everything is black and white, but it's not colored black and white. The set is painted
It's
black and white,
and
he's colored.
It's so fucking cool.
Which is that was really really cool. He sees the girl that he liked. She's still fat and weird.
And she's like a doll face.
Yeah, and Freddy
now.
turns her into a doll. He gets pissed and he has his moment like
She's
in Nightmare
delicious.
3.
or something.
Well, the thing is, he could get away at that point.
Yeah.
And he chooses not to.
Yes.
He's like, oh, I could beat him because I'm in a dream, and she said I could control myself.
Well,
And he's like,
he doesn't
I'm
say
going
that,
to
but it's
turn into
implied.
the Phantom Prowler.
Right.
Who has 2 handguns that for some reason have complicated arms that I don't know what purpose they serve.
Oh, he's got that alien resurrection shit happening where it comes out of his sleeve.
Yeah, no, but that made sense because it was concealed. I don't know why the bars go all the way to his back. I'm like, they're not heavy
Cut back on the
guns.
ricochet.
Oh, there you go.
But-
recoil.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Depends how big those bullets are coming out of there.
But yeah, he's shooting Freddy and he's being real cheesy. I remember when I first saw this, I'm like, oh, this is pretty stupid. And then right on cue, Freddy gets up as Super Freddy. And I'm like, oh, this is really stupid. And by the way, a couple minutes before, Freddy was on a skateboard that had Freddy claws on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't hate that.
And now he's Super Freddy.
I like this scene, but it is really stupid in the context of this series.
It's very
I'm like
stupid.
into it, but I'm like, wow, why is this in a Nightmare on Elm Street movie?
Wasn't Super Freddy in... What did we do? We did another movie. Wasn't Hills Have Eyes, was it?
No, we didn't.
No. He's in something that we covered, and I can't remember who
man.
it is. He's in like another suit or some shit.
Oh, the actor?
Yeah.
I think I remember you mentioning
Or he's
him.
like Mr. Ponytail Man in something.
Oh, I don't remember.
forget.
It
It
sounds
sounds
right.
familiar.
though,
I know,
now
'cause
that
I know
you're
it's not
saying
Robert
it,
Englund.
man.
It's
No.
Mr. Ponytail Man.
Yeah.
What is that
but yeah,
from? Someone tell us,
Yeah.
please.
He turns Mark into a piece of paper and then just slices him up.
The coolest thing is that it's a literal piece of paper, and like
Yeah.
Robert Englund's like cutting it up with the glove,
Yeah.
and it's fucking cool, man. I think it's
That
neat.
was pretty cool, yeah.
all the color drains out of him onto the floor like blood.
So then the plan is like, okay, they looked up what happened to Amanda Kruger because they weren't around for part 3, so they didn't know. So she's like, all right, Yvonne, you need to go to Weston Hills, which is now abandoned.
Yeah.
And also turned it. I guess a lot of kids died. Maybe people stopped.
They must have. I think
after
they
that-
opened it up again in the 2000s.
Yeah,
rough-
they eventually opened it up again.
After that rough night that Amanda Kruger had, I think they shut down.
And, well, no. They were still around because that's where part 3 takes place.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Because remember, she was
Yeah.
said she was in the abandoned wing.
Well, forget that.
And I guess the rest of the hospital got abandoned after part 3. They're like, well, all these kids are dead. We should probably. This isn't good. So she goes there. Yeah, she goes there now to look for the body, which I thought the guy found like the hidden room in part 3, but I guess there's an even more hidden room with Amanda Kruger's physical corpse. I guess she just bricked herself in and died, even though there is a grave for her in the cemetery where everyone gets buried in Springwood.
But the body,
yes,
it's
is
just
in a room.
Right. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just like the Texas Chainsaw remake or whatever the hell that was.
Yeah.
Where Leatherface had the chainsaw behind a brick wall. But at least that one, you could be like, maybe the mother put it there. It's like, who the fuck put
Well,
this
no,
there?
that was a ripoff of John Wick, as we
yeah.
learned.
Yeah.
Oh,
that
wow.
was
True.
the new one.
Yeah.
Right. Wow, right.
The
yeah,
direct
the-
sequel.
whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Alice is looking for Freddy. And the camera work is on point here.
It's so
with the
good.
hallway and the
Oh, yeah.
doors and
Yeah.
everything. It is so good.
It's really good.
And again, stuff like this really sucks me in.
Mhm.
And then Freddy opens his mouth and I get pulled right back out.
The reverse Godfather 3?
Yeah. He gets sucked into the memory of the asylum when his mom was attacked. So he's now being attacked by all the crazy guys.
He gets fucking dismembered
He
by
gets
all the
dismembered,
maniacs.
but don't worry, his arms turn into spiders. Cartoon spiders and then
Yeah.
real spiders.
Yeah.
I guess he just landed on spiders. Can't he just turn into mist?
I don't know. He could do it literally
just
whatever he
teleport?
wants.
He can teleport.
He could literally just butcher them in 1 second and call it a day,
But
but then
he-
there's no movie.
But in the next scene, he's all fucked up, and it's like, well, how did you turn into spiders and then turn back into Freddy, but your arm's still fucked up, and your
Yeah.
back's like all.
There's 3 writers.
Ugh. But yeah, then he meets. She meets Jacob again. And she's trying to get him to run away from Freddy, but then Freddy is pretending to be Jacob's dad.
Yeah, David Bowie's there. He's singing. Drops a ball. Then
we do get
the movie.
Talk
okay.
about Hellraiser. We get the Hellraiser 2 shit in this with this like fucking weird labyrinth going on.
Well, that was the Escher sort of painting
Oh yeah, I
style,
guess yeah, you
which
said
is cool.
that. Yeah.
Doesn't this come out the same year as Hellraiser 2?
That was the thing I was trying to figure out, but I didn't look it up. But
I
was
think
thinking,
Hellraiser 2 is a little earlier.
Hellraiser is 87.
Hellraiser was before
It was
4. I
around
know
Hellraiser
that.
2
Yeah.
then, yeah.
Yeah,
It
it's
would've been
either
around.
89 or.
I'm saying, like, I don't know. Maybe
88.
there's probably actual research of this, whether that is the case or not. But I just feel those little tinges of Hellraiser.
But Freddy's had that look for the past couple movies.
I'm glad you
Like the Dream
mentioned
World.
Hellraiser because
Sure.
I have the you as
Whoever.
a movie
Oh,
monster.
yeah.
Jesus.
Collective.
Anyway, I'm glad you mentioned Hellraiser because I have that bonus show on my Patreon with my cousin Monica, Bloodline, a Hellraiser show. We have, as of this recording, we have finished all the Doug Bradley ones.
Oh boy.
We got 2 more to go, and we already did the newest one on the main channel.
I feel so sorry for your
So
cousin.
become a YouTube channel member or patron today and check that out. Anyway, back to this.
I can tell you that Hellraiser 5 is not as good as Nightmare on Elm Street 5. For sure.
With
Wait, Inferno?
Yeah.
I think I like Inferno more than this.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
6, I definitely agree
Okay.
with you. Yes, so I like when they get to that room. I guess it's like kind of like the boiler room, sort of. But there's these big pillars, and they all have like Freddy's face on them,
Oh, yeah.
which looks
Really
cool
bad.
as
Even
hell.
this reminds. I feel like they bring this kind of aesthetic back in New Nightmare.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
really
New
cool.
Nightmare kind of borrows a lot,
Yeah.
like aesthetic wise.
The best parts of the series. Yeah.
But yeah, I just love the pillars with like all the different Freddy faces on
really
them.
cool.
So Jacob lets her know, like, he's hiding inside you. He hides inside people. So she's like, okay, I'm gonna pull him out of me. And then she's like, it looks like her and Freddy got stuck in a teleporter.
Man, it's
well,
awesome.
she turns into Freddy first and then
Yeah.
pulls him out.
And then her face, like, it's like a
Yeah.
thing, and then it's really cool. There's like stop motion scenes where like his arm comes out of her back and his foot comes out of her
Yeah.
leg. It's really cool.
It's crazy. And then in the real world, Yvonne somehow sees a bunch of bricks in the wall and goes, that's probably a hidden room. It's
and
like,
punches through it.
yes. She breaks through it, and then she finds Amanda Kruger, who is a zombie.
It's Norman Bates'
She-
mom.
Yes, so she died kneeling and somehow just never fell over all these years.
I don't know.
Well, they
she's
put
not.
the bricks around her kneeling body.
Oh, and her outfit's still pure white.
Yeah.
There wasn't any
It's not
like
covered in pigeon shit or
yes,
anything.
nothing.
Tightly packed in there.
Yes.
It was kind of scary the first time I saw it, where the head turned. I
Yeah.
wasn't expecting that. And then she becomes one with the Force.
Oh, dude, she Obi-Wan Kenobi's the fuck out.
She Obi-Wan Kenobi's.
Oh my god.
And then while like Amanda's stuck in the fly situation, Amanda looks like the characters from Leviathan just fused together.
Oh yeah. That was in that body bag, right?
That was in that body
they tried
bag.
to dump, yeah.
Yeah, so Amanda like talks to Jacob, and it's like,
Also, before you just like skip over that plug, yes, check out Movie
Yes.
Dumpster. I don't know what camera I'm looking at for the Leviathan review with Tony. Either out now or out very soon.
Yes, probably
Movie
the same
Dumpster.
time before.
or maybe we'll get into a fight after this episode, and it'll never come out.
Oh no.
No, I
That would
think
be
it's
terrible.
coming out. It's coming out.
Now, if you like miss a release, people are gonna be like, "Did they fight?"
Fuck!
No.
Anyway, so yeah, Amanda Kruger's like, Jacob, help your mom, I guess. I don't know why I'm here. There was a whole thing to bring me here, but Jacob, you gotta do something.
They looked for me the whole movie. Now it's up to you to stop him.
Yeah, and then, as you can see him back here, Jacob turns
Right.
around, he's like, yeah, I'm evil.
I want to learn stuff from you. She's no fun anymore. Teach me.
I want to play with you. Blah. Teach me cool things.
Teach me how to be a molester.
Yeah, and it's just like...
Did you have a rough night?
And Freddy falls for this shit.
Like
Freddy should be like, I know
incredibly duped. He's like, don't leave her alone and let's play or something.
Freddy's like, you don't have a mirror in your pocket, kid, huh? You don't have a mirror.
So Jacob like attacks him, and then, kind of like Leviathan, faces on his back come out. Yeah. I like
the souls that rip out of his back are awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, the previous movie, they were beams of light.
Yeah.
But
Which
now
is also
they're-
cool.
But now they're just spaghetti monsters coming out of his back.
They're gross and awesome, and it's like the heads of all the characters who have died.
I don't think it looks quite as cool as like the arms and stuff in the last movie.
like ripping them apart. And
Yeah.
stuff. No.
But yeah, he gets like attached to Amanda. Like Amanda grabs him. And this scene is awesome where he's like struggling.
Yeah.
And the camera's pulling out and the door's closed, but then Freddy blows up the door. So then another door closed
Yeah.
and Freddy blows up that. And then there's a last door that he can't break through.
You forgot one thing.
Yeah.
He turns back into a yam baby.
Oh yeah.
And she
That's
picks
true.
him up and
That's
like
true.
puts it back into her stomach.
Right.
Question
right.
mark?
Like the suckling.
Yes.
Yeah. Went right back up there.
By the way, if you haven't seen The Suckling, we have a review for it on Movie Dumpster.
Definitely check out the Suckling.
It's
a
great.
great movie.
Just check it out.
I love that shot of like that's just the panning shot of just like boom, boom, boom.
It's
boom.
really cool. I love that too.
It kind of reminds me of Reverse Mystery Science Theater where they go down the
Oh, yeah,
hallway.
4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shouldn't have made any more after this.
And then afterwards, everyone's just hanging out. Yvonne lives, which is nice.
Yeah.
Yvonne lives, the dad lives, the girl lives,
The baby lives.
The baby is there, and you think it's
Little
a
Jacob.
Yeah, you think it's a happy ending until it pans out to the little ghost girls singing
Yeah.
the song. It's like, oh shit, he's back again, baby.
Somehow.
Yeah, they didn't really explain
don't
that. Freddy's Dead kind of skips over that whole thing.
Oh yeah, because you wrote yourself into a corner, but like Amanda Kruger like puts him back into her, and then she's like, "Go! I'm going away into this room," and then it's like, well, "What the fuck are you? Where are you going?"
Well, and it's like, they feel like they can't help themselves. They got to have that weird, like, Freddy implied bullshit at the end of every movie.
Well, Freddy's don't forget, Freddy's clawed hand comes out of Amanda Kruger's chest before the door closes.
Yeah,
Right.
that was cool.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the movie's just whatever. It's not one of my favorites. The cinematography is so good. I
Yeah.
just wish everything else was up on par with that.
I totally agree with you. And like, I don't know if I'd say this is one of my favorites, but I feel like people skip this one a lot. And I feel like you should go back and revisit it because it's worth watching just for that, I think. The effects are really awesome. The cinematography is awesome. The sets are really fucking cool. The script has a lot of good ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But they're not fully executed. And like we were talking about what's chopped up. I feel like I think the only way to watch it uncut as of this recording is to watch the tape of Nightmare on Elm Street 5. This is the uncut version.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's the uncut
Is this
version.
the same way?
I don't know.
Might not be.
This is the first release.
They both say 90 minutes.
Really?
I think so, right?
I mean, to be fair, are you splitting hairs at that point, though, with some of the
That could
stuff?
be
90
they cut?
minutes, it says.
Could be,
Really?
4 seconds here, 3 seconds here. You might not even get up to 91, so they just throw 90.
That's
on
what
there.
that's what I read. You can find the uncut version of it on VHS, but they have not transferred the uncut version to DVD or Blu-ray.
Oh, okay. That's kind of like Highlander 2. The theatrical cut is
There you
only
go.
available on Laserdisc and VHS.
Yeah.
Somehow I worked Highlander 2 into this. Yes, it's my least favorite of the Robert Englund ones, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
How many other? There's only one other non-Robert Englund Nightmare on
Yeah,
Elm Street.
well, as of right now, it's my least favorite of the Robert Englund ones, okay?
Wow.
When they make more Jack Hurley or whatever.
No, thank you.
I
I love the gothic set pieces in this, and I love the darker tone
yes,
that it takes.
Yes, it's you know what? I'm not mad at it. I'm just disappointed.
It
I
makes-
expected
Yes.
better of it.
Well, it makes it feel fresh,
Yeah.
but at the same time they botched it.
It's really just Freddy is the worst part.
Yeah. It's the writing when it comes down to
He's
it.
not scary, and it's the quips are trying way too hard.
Yeah.
He's trying they're really forcing the quippiness and the
trying to make two different movies.
The zingers,
Yeah.
yes.
I think he's definitely scarier than he was in 4, but I didn't again, like I said, I didn't rewatch it for this review because I hate that movie. I will rewatch it eventually when I finally go down my nightmare movies and do my marathon eventually. But yeah, compared to 4, I think this is way better. I know maybe like other people feel differently. I guess Tony does, but 4 just left such a bad taste in my mouth. Again, like some of those kills are cool, but like this one, it's got problems. Like the stuff with Jacob, like I get what they're going for. I think actually with the dream stuff is kind of cool, but then when you actually make him like an actual character, that's where you just start to lose me. And the Amanda Kruger shit, I'm just like, it's the same problem I have with like Hellraiser. Where it's like, oh well, what are you gonna do to add more lore? You kind of have to. You're on the 5th movie now. But it like kind of takes away from the original mystique for me personally a little bit. Again, they do say that shit happens to Amanda in the 3rd movie, but I don't need it all spelled out for me. I don't need Han Solo's whole life spelled out for me.
She could have been more periphery and still been just did as much as she did in the movie.
Exactly.
Oh, did you want to know about Han Solo? So how he got his last name? He was at the
I knew I shouldn't have used that example, but you got what I meant.
You know his gun? It was actually a big gun, and then it turned into a small gun.
When did he meet Chewbacca?
When did he get the noisy cricket?
He met him in prison. And Chewbacca was a cannibal, I think. Anyway.
Point is, this is a good movie. I maybe it's not one of the best ones, but I think it's better than some of the bad ones.
It's better than a lot of
than I remember it.
It's better than a lot of other like sequels to slashers. I'm just saying specifically Nightmare, it's my least favorite. Nightmare.
I get it.
But it could have been my favorite if they just tweaked a few things and made Freddy a little bit better.
Yeah.
But Steve Hopkins went on to do Predator 2.
Yeah.
Did a bunch of big movies.
Yeah.
He's still directing movies today. He did a movie called Race in 2016. Still working with cinematographer Peter Levy.
Pretty great.
And it was about the Jesse Owens when he was in the Olympics, the Nazi Olympics, and he had to race there.
World's fastest man.
World's fastest man. So I need to check that out. I didn't even know that was the thing that
Jeremy
exists.
Irons is in it.
Jeremy Irons is in it.
probably
Jason
a Nazi.
Sudeikis, William Hurt, the late William Hurt.
Oh.
It looks like it's a loaded thing. So yeah, he's still directing. And I guess the best thing about this movie is it gave us Stephen Hopkins, who gave us movies we loved.
Yes.
Including Predator 2.
One of the best sci-fi movies of all time.
Yes.
I guess sci-fi horror.
Yes.
Sci-fi
Well,
horror
sci-fi
movie.
horror. Obviously, the best sci-fi movie is Lost in Space. Directed by Stephen
The best Predator sequel. How's that?
Yeah, I will give you that.
Yeah.
I will give you that. And
Last thing.
Yes.
I want Freddy from Part 2 in Nightmare 5, and I think that fixes it.
That would help a lot.
Yeah. Oh,
that would help
maybe.
a lot.
Yeah.
I would even settle for Freddy from Part 3. You can still say bitch. You just don't have to always say bitch.
Yeah.
Which I think is the genesis of that character in Rick and Morty, the scary Terry who just keeps saying bitch.
Yeah, well, that's the goof. Yeah.
So yeah, we've made it to 5 Friday movies.
You did
Nightmare.
it!
Nightmare movies.
Wasn't me! It was this guy!
In all fairness,
I only said it like 10 times
I
before
did
this.
make it to 5 Friday movies, and I did more than 5 Friday movies. But I've also now, let me finish, have made it to 5 Nightmare movies.
5 Nights at Freddy's.
Well, how do you
Technically 6, because I've already reviewed New Nightmare. That's already out there.
Say, how do you feel about next Friday?
I like Friday after the next.
Friday after next, yeah.
We're talking Friday movies.
So yeah, all the issues we had with this film would be fixed in the far superior sequel that I will be talking about next time.
I cannot
Freddy's
wait
dead.
to see this fucking bit play out.
Freddy's dead. What bit are you talking about? I love this movie. Okay? Oh, thank you. That reminds me, we're gonna have to borrow that when I watch it.
You gotta put these on. You gotta take off the coupon for your Barks root beer.
Oh, you get a Barks root beer?
You get a Barks root beer and you can watch it in 3D.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
I've never watched it in 3D before.
Yeah.
This is changing everything.
I'll bring my Sega Genesis controller. I guess.
It was Nintendo Power Glove.
Oh right, how could I forget?
So that's
and Yaphet Kotto.
Yes, Yaphet Kotto. So yes, that is New Nightmare. We're gonna do that next time we talk about a Freddy Krueger movie. And again, Freddy vs. Jason is lingering somewhere in the future.
Spoilers: this is not the final nightmare.
Yeah,
Just
apparently
in case
it's
you
not.
didn't know that.
Apparently, it's not the final nightmare.
Yeah, just
Or
like
the final Friday.
Part 4 was not the final chapter.
No.
In Friday, just to be clear.
Yes. Well, Friday it's not
The
the final
13th.
Friday either.
Yes. You know what was the final chapter? That Resident Evil movie, the final chapter, because they rebooted it afterwards. So I think that's an actual final chapter.
Wow. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we need more entries into that series. But
I'm
yes,
good.
if you like this video, please like, share, and subscribe. Please join the Patreon. Become a channel member. You become a channel member first. If you like it, upgrade to the Patreon. We got more stuff over there. Please subscribe to the Clips channel. I've been doing these live episodes.
Oh, nice.
We did a few live episodes together.
Thanksgiving.
Yes, best Thanksgiving horror movie.
Yes.
More than you would think. I've been doing these live episodes. I talk about what was new that came out at the end of the month, and then I chop those up and upload them individually on the Clips channel. That's also where I put my Twitch streams now.
Okay.
So yes, check out that. And Castzilla might be coming back.
Oh.
I'm almost meeting the minimum requirement for monetization, but I think they're changing it to be 3,000 watch hours, in which case, when that goes through, I'll be monetized and Castzilla will come back. So keep an eye out for all of that. And where can we find you guys?
MovieDumpsterPodcast.com. We're right here on YouTube.
Okay, that's it. Now,
oh, you son of a bitch!
Thank God I got that other plug
That's my new favorite bit to do. I let people talk and then I just interrupt.
Son of a
You
bitch.
the fucking rock over here?
Subscribe to Movie Dumpster on YouTube, please. Check us out. See if our show is your thing, and jump on in. The dumpster's fine. You can also listen to us on any podcast app of your choosing.
And we are also on Patreon if you are so inclined. Patreon.com/moviedumpster. And we also have a bunch of stuff on there to check out.
For as little as $2 a month, you can get some good stuff.
Yep.
I know from experience. I can't, with the first of the month, whenever I see the thing saying your money has gone to Movie Dumpster, I go, I know I did something good this month.
That's exactly how I feel.
And it'll forgive any bad thing I do. Any crimes I commit, any people I've wronged, they'll be like, Tony, you're a bad person. I'm like, not true.
He needs Chow Ting's laundry list.
Yeah, he does.
From Tales from the Dark Side.
Yeah, man.
Yes, that is it from us. Goodbye. Hi, everyone. Tony from Hack the Movies here. And today we're going to talk about Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare, and why it's actually great. Shut up. Yes, it is.
Talking about tapes.
If Nightmare 2 is homoerotic, what is Nightmare 6?
Oh my God, who are you? Properly introduce yourself. Properly introduce yourself right now.
I have no idea how to do that, but I am Kaylee. I do Once Over with Kaylee movie reviews, and I also am Lucy Tightbox on WATP.
WATP, is that Who Are These Podcasts?
It sure is.
Oh, they're so great. I've done a couple videos with them, and they like to review my friends' shows. You're a dick, Carl. Anyway, hello, Kaylee. How are you?
Hi, how are you today?
I'm doing great. I'm talking about Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare.
I know. What an exciting day.
It's a great day. And it turns out you also like the movie, which is very rare.
I think we might be the only two people in the world that like this movie.
We're the only two.
Yeah.
I like director Rachel Talalay.
Yeah, Tank Girl.
Yes, which I've also reviewed on this channel. Yeah. She should have had a way bigger career. I mean, she does. She's huge in TV. She's a huge TV director. But this movie not being received well, and then them butchering Tank Girl.
Yeah.
Tank Girl is such a fun movie that you kind of overlook all the flaws, but the studio butchered the hell out of that film.
They really did. I feel like she got a little bit butchered here too, though.
Well, we'll get into that because I don't know to what extent. Not as bad as Tank Girl. Tank Girl has subplots missing.
It's true.
They had to resort to cartoons for stuff they couldn't even film.
Yeah. My impression is, though, that she did not actually direct some portion of this movie. So she got sick during the filming of Freddy's Dead.
Okay.
And so there was a portion of it that she actually was not the director for.
Well, we learned in Nightmare 4, go back and watch that, they pitched the film to the guy who did Friday 13th Part 6, which was my favorite.
Yep.
And when he said, okay, I want complete creative control, and they said, we already started filming, and he went, what? He's like, there's no what? He's like, how are you already filming? Like, we already started filming the effects. You take care of everything else. Yeah. So that doesn't surprise me that you could probably just sit out of a Nightmare movie and be like, okay, you're doing the effects. Cool. I'm going to take a week off.
Sounds great.
Yeah. But she was involved with the series since the beginning. She was one of the producers. Same thing with Jack Shoulder. He did some work on the first one, directed the second one. And then I guess they decided, New Line, the house that Freddy built, they were like, okay, we're kind of done with this. Yeah. Dream Child wasn't that great. Dream Child was pretty weak. So it seemed like a good time to end it, except it wasn't, because people were like, where's Freddy versus Jason?
which needed to happen.
Where's Freddy
Yeah.
versus Jason? Which is odd because they got Jason, New Line, and then they killed him.
Yep.
And then they killed Freddy. And obviously the whole thing was they were going to meet in hell. But then it took way too long for Freddy versus Jason to come out.
Way too long. Worth the wait, but way too long.
Worth the wait, yes. So yeah, she took the reins on this. Let me see here. There were multiple scripts pitched, including one by Peter Jackson. Did you hear about that one?
I did. Can you imagine?
That one is weird because it's like Freddy isn't strong anymore.
But it's Peter Jackson.
It is Peter Jackson. This
So-
isn't like classy Peter Jackson.
Yeah.
This is like midway Pete. This is like your Dead Alive
Yeah. Meet
stuff.
the Feebles.
This is like your Frighteners Peter
Yeah.
Jackson.
Oh,
So
yeah,
it could have
yeah,
been
that's-
really cool. It
yep.
could have been really cool. But yeah, his script like involves stuff where like the kids go into the dream world just to bully Freddy. Yeah. I'm like, I don't know how you make a movie out of that. That's a cool scene, but I don't know how you make a movie out of that.
I think it would have been cool.
Yes, and it was written by Michael DeLuca, who is like a pretty successful producer. He produced a ton of films. But yes, this seemed like a good time to put Freddy on hold. The mania was dying down with the fifth film. I think the TV show had run its course, which they just took off Tubi. Freddy's Nightmares.
Oh, no, they did?
Yeah.
I was literally about to start watching that because I saw that it was on Tubi.
You waited too long.
Dang it all. Usually I
waited-
check all the leaving soon stuff.
I finally got to watch it last year. I'm like, this is great.
Yeah.
This should have been 10 seasons of this. But yeah, let's get into this. Well, actually, before we get into the film, when did you first see this?
I first saw this. I was trying to remember that actually.
Yeah.
So I was probably maybe like 13 or 14. It was right after I had started getting into horror. And for some reason, I had always been terrified. Nightmare was the series that I was like, this is the one that's going to scare me to death.
Everyone has that. For me, it was it took me a while to see the Chucky movies because
Yeah.
the covers scared me. And then I watched it. I'm like, oh, what
I'm
the hell is that
fine.
with-
Yeah. Yeah. So I had waited a really long time to watch the entire Nightmare series. And then one day I just went out and got all of them. There was a little video store right by me. And
Yeah.
I went there and I was like, I would like to rent all of these videos. May I
Yeah.
please do that today? And so I watched them all back to back and I like fell in love.
Yeah.
For
I
the
think
most part.
I think I have to watch my first episode again and see what I said. But I think I had already seen the first film. But this is one of the earliest sequels I saw. And I loved it from the get-go. I'm like, this is great. It's funny, but it's also scary. And at that point, I hadn't seen like 3, 4, and 5. So I had nothing to relate it to. Maybe that colors my viewing a little bit. So you watched them all in a row.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And you still ended up loving it.
I still loved it.
That's pretty
I think
impressive.
I really like the idea that Freddy kind of gets goofier and goofier. And
Yes, as long as it's actually funny, because that was the problem with the fifth one.
Absolutely.
The fifth one, I said in the review, like, ironically, Freddy's the worst part because like the visuals are on point.
Yeah.
The story's like okay, and then Freddy comes in with his one-liners, and it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
What the hell was that?
That was a big bang.
Just a heads up, that rack full of box sets. At any point today, those might just fall off the wall. They fell off the
Cool.
wall last night.
I can't wait.
I need to get new shelves.
I see that.
Because those pick away at the slat wall and they just fall off occasionally.
Awesome.
Last night, after I set everything up, I sat down to get some work done. And I hear, I'm like, great, awesome. Anyway, the store's haunted, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, so I fell in love with the movie. And, I watched all the other sequels. And yeah, I always say, I know 3 is the fan favorite. Obviously, the first one I think is the best.
Yep.
I kind of separate New Nightmare as like not really a sequel.
Yeah, it's not canon.
Yeah, it's more of like a spin-off.
Yeah.
But out of like the proper sequels, like 2 and then this are my favorite.
I completely agree with
Which
that.
are the ones people usually don't like. Oh no, people finally come around on 2.
People like
after
2
many
now.
years.
After Scream Queen came out, people
Yeah.
finally get 2. 2 is genius for its own reasons.
Yes.
I don't necessarily think for me that one fits into the series as well as this one does.
Yeah.
So what I always kind of say is, 1, 3, 5 kind of follow each other. 2 and 4 are kind of in their own little worlds. But I think this does a good job of wrapping things up.
Well, the TV show
Yeah.
establishes a multiverse.
Dang it all.
Real
I'll never know.
Real quick. So the pilot episode is like how he became Freddy Krueger.
Okay.
And it doesn't jive with this, but this movie wasn't out yet.
Okay.
But there were a lot of like inconsistencies. It's like, well, where's the sheriff from the movie? why didn't this happen? Toby Hooper actually directed this pilot episode.
I knew that.
And so the whole time I'm just like, where does this show fit continuity wise? Not that it has to, because it was more of like a Twilight Zone, but Freddy was the host. But there's one episode where there's a high school reunion and Freddy is haunting the members of his high school class. And then usually it's two stories that kind of interconnect, sometimes very loosely. So there's the high school reunion story, but in the beginning, there's a guy who's like writing scripts and he's hearing stories about this Freddy Krueger guy and he's writing these scripts and then Freddy Krueger is killing everyone. But like the one guy who was nice to Freddy in high school gets spared and he steals the guy's script. And then at the end, Freddy's holding the script for Nightmare on Elm Street. He's like, and then the rest is history. I'm like, okay. So all of these movies are movies inside the TV universe.
I love that.
Yeah, so it's a multiverse, I guess.
Yeah.
Freddy did it first, I guess.
That makes sense.
I guess Michael Myers also has a multiverse because they're separate timelines.
Yep.
But yeah, let's jump into this.
Cool.
So like the previous films, it starts with a quote about dreams. Yep. This one's by Nietzsche. I didn't write it down.
It's long.
But then I like that it's long because immediately afterwards it's welcome to prime time,
Welcome
bitch.
to prime time, bitch. That is my favorite Freddy line.
I like that they toned down the bitches in this one. They went a little overboard with the bitches in the last one. It's like, okay, guys, it's not
we get it. Yeah.
It's not funny when he does it all the time, except for the little handwritten note he left on the refrigerator. That one I thought was fine. So this movie is 10 years in the future, and it finally establishes Springwood in Ohio.
Yes.
Which I was shocked to find out it was in Ohio, because when you watch the first film, it's clearly Los Angeles.
Many a palm tree.
Someone left a comment. They're like, so there's a lot of palm trees in Ohio. I'm like,
no.
I'm in PA. You probably...
Where?
I doubt there are that many, okay? I'm going to live in a similar temperate zone, okay?
There are no palm trees in Ohio.
I'm sure there's one asshole who grows them, and they're probably a lot to manage. But yes, Springwood, Ohio. All the kids are dead, apparently. Yes. I don't know who's giving us this presentation at the beginning. Maybe it's the government.
It's like a computer screen. It's like a little like old school, things are appearing on a computer screen, which makes no sense. Again, who is showing us
I guess it's the government. Yeah. But yeah, so all the kids are dead. And all the parents, instead of just moving out of the town... Why don't they just move out of the town?
I have no idea. There are so many questions.
I do the same thing with It.
Yeah.
It's like the parents are always are ashamed of this part of like these kids get sacrificed every 30 years and they're ashamed of it. I'm just like, why don't they move?
Yeah. So instead of moving, they just go into a psychosis.
Yeah. They all just go insane. Yeah. Poor Roseanne had to pretend to be insane.
I know. Something new for her.
Poor Roseanne. Anyway, yeah, we find out that there's one kid left.
Yep.
And I think maybe there was an earlier script that established that this was Jacob from the previous film, the kid. Yes. But I don't think that's the case in this version. No. I mean, it would make sense if it is.
I don't think anything necessarily says that it isn't.
Yes.
But I think at some point they kind of veer into this is another character.
Yeah, yeah. But for whatever reason, he's the last kid on Elm Street.
Yep.
And Freddy's like, well, I need some new kids. I love this whole opening. Like this... The whole dream within a dream stuff is like, for me, it's perfected in this.
I love it. One of my criticisms of some of the previous installments is that you're in a dream. Make it be wacky.
Yeah.
And this opening sequence, we start out on an airplane.
Or just scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One or the other. I mean, it's got to be something because you're in a dream. You can be imaginative. You can be crazy. Things don't have to make sense.
Yeah, I know.
And this opening sequence makes no sense and it's beautiful.
I know. Freddy really is just fucking with the guy. Yeah. But yeah, we see a little girl that's like, you're going to help him because you're the last. Mm-hmm. And he doesn't know what that means. I love that. He just leans over. I love that the water on the water is seeping through the airplane window, which is a bad sign. But I like when he asked the girl, he's like, I get nervous. She's like, don't be a pussy.
Oh my God. That is like one of the best lines in this movie.
Yeah.
Like so good.
And then they all get sucked out. Yeah, they all get sucked out. Beautiful matte shot of him falling. And then we do the dream within a dream where he wakes up in bed. But it turns out his house is in the air. And then our first picture of Freddy Krueger is him as the Wicked Witch.
I'll get you, my pretty, and your little soul too.
It's so genius. That Wizard of Oz sequence is, again, it sets you up for this movie. You already know that you're going into goofiness. That this is going to be wild, it's going to be odd, and it's going to be great.
And again, she really embraced the comedic stuff. Whereas the other films, they're like, okay, we're gonna button everything with a joke. It's like, well, why don't we make the whole thing funny if we're gonna really go for it? But yeah, I remember being as a kid because I'd seen Wizard of Oz. I'm like, I've never seen Wizard of Oz like parodied in a horror movie.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, again, it was one of those things where I'm like, I love this film. This is great.
I also really like, is it in 4 that Freddy does the Jaws thing?
Yeah, 4 he does the Jaws thing.
But I like the idea of like, okay, we're acknowledging that we're in the real world where these movies exist. And I think there's something really unique about that.
Yeah, we see that he goes to the spooky Freddy house. I like that he falls down a hill for like 10 minutes like Hot Rod.
Yeah.
It just goes on and on
long.
and on and on. Again, it's really cool dream stuff because, like, you know, sometimes dreams they like repeat.
Yeah.
So I like that. And then we get our Robert Shea cameo because he cameos in a lot of these.
We have to.
He's like the bus driver, the ticket for the bus.
The ticket taker.
And yeah, Freddy shows up at a bus, knocks him out of Springwood. He makes
into
him
the real world.
into the real world. He hits his head on a rock and gets amnesia. But I like that it shows Freddy can't leave Springwood.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if was ever really established. Like,
No.
before, it just seemed like he just liked being in Springwood, but now it's like, oh no, he can't leave.
He's stuck.
Why can't he leave?
Who knows?
It remains to be seen. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff where you're just like, when you figure out how he got these powers and stuff, like, well, did they let him know about like the limitations? So yeah, the kid goes to like a shelter. The cops pick him up and they're like, we don't know who he is. Drop him off at the shelter. Yeah. And there we meet Breckenmeyer.
Heck yeah.
A young Breckenmeyer as Spencer.
His first role, I think.
Really?
I believe that this was his first role.
Okay. What was the thing that really made him take off?
Road Trip? Not Road
Was
Trip.
he on something before Road Trip? Road Trip is when I started taking note of who he was.
I think he was, but now I can't think of it.
Yeah.
I feel like Road Trip is when he...
Yeah, Road
That
Trip.
was like-
We're just going to say Road Trip was the big one,
Yeah.
okay? Road Trip was the big one. God, I love Road Trip. I was
I
real
do
into
too.
Tom Green's comedy
Oh,
as a teenager. I was
too.
too big of a Tom Green fan.
Me too. Freddy Got Fingered. That movie, I will always love that movie.
I love that movie, but I just love the whole show and public embarrassment stuff. That Tom Green helped me get over some of my anxiety issues I had as a teenager. I'm like, well, if I just act like an asshole in public, people will think it's funny. If I just, review movies on the internet like an asshole, they all hate their dads or parents. But also he makes pipe bombs and people are just like, well, another pipe bomb. I'm like, that's the most, what? You should like send that kid to jail?
Silly
Like,
Spencer.
I mean, I think the Second Amendment should include pipe bombs personally, but if you're running a shelter, it'd be like, oh no, this is super illegal. Get your pipe bomb out. But I like that they're like, well, I guess we'll put it, this is set up for later. Like, we'll put it in the armory. The cops never pick up these weapons.
Yeah.
Because if I know cops, they love to not confiscate weapons. Never. You're like, hey, I got some cool weapons that you can confiscate. The cops are like, we'll get to it later.
Yeah, we don't want those.
So yeah, that was bizarre. And then we meet the head counselor, Maggie, played by Lisa Zane, who is Billy Zane's sister. And this is another plea to Billy Zane. Please come on the show and talk about the Phantom with me. That's another one that I'm like the only fan of. Billy Zane, I love you. Your character did nothing wrong in Titanic. I don't know if you ever saw our Titanic review.
Yeah, I did.
I think he saved Ruth Bader Ginsburg's life. That's who I think the little girl was. I don't know if the age matches, but Billy Zane, come on the show. Lisa Zane, if you want, I'm okay. So she's like the head counselor. She's having issues too. She has recurring dreams, but she's not too concerned with it at the moment. And then we meet Tracy, who likes to do karate.
She rules at karate.
And then Carlos is deaf. And it's kind of implied his parents did it to him, which is pretty messed up.
Yeah, there is a scene later in the movie that really suggests that his mother is the reason that he is deaf, and woof.
Yeah, but this is continuing the Dream Warriors trope. Like, these are the kids, and these are their things that will tie to their
Demise.
their nightmares later on. And then Tracy just feels like an update of the punk girl from 3, who really dropped the ball in her moment of glory. She's like, I'm going to take you on, Freddy. Drugs. It's a little bit of a letdown. And then Yaphet Kotto's there.
Oh, I love him.
He's great.
His 70s work is amazing. Everything
It's
he
good.
did in the 70s.
I just really love Yaphet Kotto.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's in Alien.
Yeah.
And he's in this. He's in the best entries of both those franchises.
Did you see Bone?
No.
That he did? Oh, man.
No, I
you
didn't
gotta
see that one.
That's a weird one.
He's a
but
James
it's-
Bond villain. He's
Yeah,
the one
he is.
who got inflated and blew up, turned into a horrible effect. But he's like a hippie doctor who's real into dreams.
Yeah.
But then he says, like, I only have 23 minutes a week with these kids. I'm like, how?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like there's a lot of them, and it seems like they all live there.
It's really so I have a hard time. One of the things that I am struggling with, and maybe I missed something, but I don't understand. So it's 10 years later, right? We have John Doe.
I don't know what I don't know what it's 10 years since,
Later
like from the fifth one, from like when you're in the theater watching it. Like what I don't know what the
10
timeline
year-
was. Yeah.
So the timeline makes no sense to me, but also Maggie's character, Lisa Zane's character, doesn't make sense to me because she's supposed to be a counselor.
Yeah.
She looks like she's exactly the same age as John Doe, the original character who just got brought there.
I don't think she is because I looked up her age for something later. She just ages gracefully.
She's beautiful.
Why are you trying to shame her?
I'm not trying to shame her. I just want to understand why she is an adult and he is a child.
But yeah, I think John Doe we're supposed to imply is like 15 or
Yeah.
something. Which again, there's a misdirect later that doesn't work because they show us the dates, but we'll get into that. However, we should mention there is a work print version of this, and I have it. As of this recording, I have not watched it. I do know of a few scenes, and I'll bring up one toward the end. But yeah, later this week, I will probably have a work print review for Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare, and see if it's better. Apparently, not a lot of gore got cut out of this. I think because she had been with the series for so long, she knew what would
work.
Yeah, she was like, okay, the MPA will be fine with this. They'll be fine with that. They won't be fine with that. Whereas the previous guys were like, we're going to make it all bloody and gory. And like, oh, they're chopping down all our stuff. He has a poster of Dream Demons, which I want to get that painting. That
It's
painting's cool
really
as shit.
cool.
Yeah, that thing's cool as hell. It's like these snake Dream Demons. And apparently they're like, he's just like, yeah, they're evil spirits that roam the world looking for the most evil person to give magical powers to so he can kill people in their dreams. I'm like, that's a very specific demon.
Those demons have a purpose, and
there's 3 of them?
Yeah.
You need 3 demons to pull off that thing?
I mean, it's a complex procedure, I feel.
And I'm like, oh, wow, I'm glad they found Freddy. I'm like, wait, so this has happened before?
Yeah.
How did he get passed on to Freddy? What the hell?
Yeah.
A lot of questions here with the Dream Demons. But yeah, it's mostly just to establish later on when they go into Freddy's origin a little bit. John Doe makes it to the shelter, and he wants to stay awake, but he doesn't know why. He just feels like he's going to die. He's just like, do you have any Coke? And then he does the whole like, I meant
the soda.
And of course he said that because there's a Dare sticker behind him. Remember Dare?
I do.
Did you have that in your school?
I did.
Yeah, we had it in our
Oh
school
yeah,
too.
I passed with flying colors. It was great.
Those programs didn't work.
No. I used to watch people wearing Dare shirts doing drugs.
Yeah. My favorite thing is though, like a lot of people pointed out that like a lot of kids probably wouldn't have known about a lot of the. If anything, it just told kids how to get drugs.
Yeah, I was like, oh, interesting. What a fun fact I've learned here. That's how you do drugs. Neat.
And it's like, yeah, and it's really bad. It's like, it seems like it's a lot of fun.
All these people seem like they're having a great time.
If anything, it was probably just like, well, I'm not going to do heroin, but I am going to light up a J.
Yeah.
They showed us what was so bad about drugs, and honestly, the marijuana one, in my experience, marijuana just makes some people really annoying.
I completely agree with that.
When it's like their whole personality.
It's their only personality.
That was the worst part in college. Like, I couldn't, like, I'm bad. I tried smoking in college, and it didn't work.
Oh, I've never smoked. I swear to God, I'm allergic to THC. Makes me feel sick. Cannot do it. Not for me.
Well, famously, I couldn't do it until I tried edibles, and then famously at the one dick show, I took 100 milligrams. But when I do the proper milligram dosage, it's a fun time. But yeah, in college, I tried smoking. I'm like, I'm dizzy. Blah.
Yeah.
But yeah, the whole Dare thing, it was just like, man, that really, it's still going.
Yeah.
I was shocked it still exists after everything we know
It
now.
still exists?
Yeah.
That's like a thing that they do to kids still?
I looked up Wikipedia. I saw Dare and it said something to present. So it's still around. I hope they modified their pitch.
I'm really excited about that. Can we get Dare shirts? I feel like I need one.
I don't think Dare's going to sponsor the show.
Oh, man.
I don't know. Maybe they'll use my fucking weed brownie thing, embarrassment story. That's really how you get the kids.
Oh, totally.
The kids aren't afraid of death. No. Teens aren't afraid of death. It's too far into them.
You're going to accidentally piss your pants.
Yes.
You're going to do
yourself.
dumb shit.
You're going to be wearing a Rocky IV tracksuit and look like an asshole. And everyone's going to make fun of you for it. That'll get a kid to not try drugs.
Absolutely.
They're like, well, I don't want everyone to make fun of me.
Yeah.
A 300-pound guy who looks like you but worse is going to pretend he's better than you because you embarrass yourself on stage. Fuck you, Vito. Anyway, we got to get back to this. Maggie sees a newspaper clipping that the kid just had.
Yes. And he has amnesia.
And
so
he has amnesia,
no
so he
idea.
doesn't know why he has it. And it's about a Kruger woman who's either missing or dead. Mm-hmm. And there's a water tower. And Maggie's like, that's the water tower from my dream.
What?
And I like her little weird dream sequence, which again isn't really Freddy doing it.
Yeah.
But I like that the mom like comes out of the newspaper and is like,
I want help.
I liked that lifting from the newspaper. I thought that was a really cool effect.
The effects in the last few films were great, but I feel like the last two, they got a little carried away. With a few exceptions, the effects in these are pretty good.
Agreed.
Oh, yeah. So it's revealed that Maggie was the little girl who was on the plane. And then her dream ends abruptly as she's about to see something horrifying happening. She's playing with her dad, whose face you don't see. And then when you're watching this, you're like, that's Freddy Krueger. And then you just got to wait for it to happen.
Yeah. It's a long wait also, as I recall.
Yes. And then at the same time, John is dreaming. And he's sleepwalking throughout the whole thing, kind of like the guy did in the part 3.
Mm-hmm.
But there is that weird thing where he's going up the stairs, and they blue screen him walking in the air, and I'm like, that's weird. It's not a great effect, but also it doesn't make sense. It's like, okay, but where did he hit the ceiling? Where did he go?
I like that effect though, because again, I think that's kind of the weird dream thing. You know, I like the idea of leaning into this cannot happen in real life, and here's a really weird, just total throwaway thing that could never happen.
Yeah, well, I think him in the air is in the real world.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, where is
that's
he
right.
going? Like, he's just going to hit the ceiling. It doesn't make any sense. It's
All
a cool visual. I'll give you it's a cool visual.
You might be right about this one.
Yeah.
You've convinced me otherwise. I was wrong.
But so again, as funny as this movie is, it's also creepy. It balances. I like when he goes into the padded room and he sees himself going, "Wake me up, I'm your memory." That seems like really scary to me.
I completely agree.
It used to freak me out. Again, like as a kid watching the first time, I would go from really freaked out and then to like laughing really hard. And it was a nice little wave right there. Maggie and John just decided to go on a road trip. They're like, well, we're going to Springwood.
Yeah.
I feel like that's going to help us out.
I think she drags him there and he's like, I don't want to go there. It's too spooky.
Yeah. And he's like, no, we're going. Now get in the creepy van that looks like every serial killer van ever.
Why do they have that van? That's the van that the shelter has.
Yeah.
Why is that the van that they have chosen to keep for these poor shelter kids? Like,
I don't know, but we found out earlier that Spencer, Carlos, and Tracy wanted to leave, and their plan was to sneak out in the van, and it didn't work because they didn't realize the van was going to be used. So it turns out they're in the van.
Stowaways.
Yes. They have like an almost accident when they're going into Springwood. Now, this part has cracked me up forever. I don't know if you notice it, but the way Maggie says telephone, did you pick up on that?
No. How does she say telephone?
Kind of like how you say documentary.
Oh,
No, if you watch it again, now you're never going to not notice it.
People have pointed out to me that I say documentary.
No. Well, yeah, that. But
telephone?
When you watch this movie again,
okay,
as you will hundreds of times more,
of
like
course.
I will,
yeah.
She goes,
Okay, the first thing we have to do is find a telephone.
She said that's so fucking weird. And it's bothered me since I was a kid. I'm like, why? That's not how you say that word.
That's really weird.
No one goes, pick up the telephone. It's so bizarre. I know, it's a nitpick. I'm sorry, Miss Rachel Talalay. Okay? But you really should have done another take of that. You should have told Lisa Zane to get her shit together. All right, I apologize to Lisa. I feel like I'm coming down to Lisa Zane.
I was just going to say, yeah, you're being so mean to her. You told her you don't care if she's on your channel or not. Whatever.
Look, I like this movie. But I would have recast it. I mean, I don't know. How do you feel about Lisa Zane on this?
I think she did okay. I think it's a little flat.
Yeah, I think you needed someone else in this role.
It's a little flat.
Role.
I mean, it's an important role to the series, you know?
Yeah. So. And look. She's got big shoes to fill because her brother is Billy Zane, who really should be on the show to talk about The Phantom with me and also Twin Peaks Season 2. Please, Billy Zane, come on the show. I was just joking about your sister. She's great. We love her. Clap, clap, clap. We love her. So yeah, they go into town and there's a fair happening, but there's no kids because the parents are so insane that they're like, we're just going to have a fair and pretend that we have kids.
They want kids.
They want kids.
Roseanne and Tom Arnold.
It's Roseanne and Tom Arnold when they were married to each other.
And what a happy time for everybody.
Is it weird seeing fat Roseanne now, knowing what she looks like in real life?
No.
It's gotten to the point where I'm now more used to thinner Roseanne than fat Roseanne.
She's still fat in my head. I'm so sorry. I know people got the body image issues and they try so hard to lose the weight, but God damn it, she's still fat Roseanne in my head.
But yeah, she's like, I'm not gonna let anyone get. And then Tom Arnold's like, get away from those kids.
We can't have the kids back in Springwood because if the kids are here, then he will come.
I want my children back. You know they bring him.
Why don't they just leave?
I don't know.
Also, Freddy can go into adult streams.
Yeah.
So why doesn't he just pick? Oh, it's so stupid.
You're in a psychosis.
They made sure to put Roseanne on the back.
Oh my God, no, they did not.
Yeah, they put they put Alice Cooper on the back too. Cameos galore.
I don't think he's credited either, so that's a very surprising.
I don't think. Here we go with Yaphet Kotto, TV's Homicide and Alien, and cameos by Roseanne, Tom Arnold, Alice Cooper, and another one that we'll be talking about briefly, or shortly. This chapter is in the world's most terrifying dream saga is a fantastic voyage. That was from the Washington Post.
Ooh.
Anyway, so yeah, they're like, wow, this place is fucked. John and Maggie are like, we're gonna go to the school. You guys get out of here. Find a way out of here. I like that when they get in the van, they're just stuck in a loop.
Yeah. I love that.
This part reminds me of Nightmare 4 when they're in that time loop. But yeah, it's cool. Like, there's no like weird effects trick. It's just simple edits. Like, oh, we're back.
Yeah. So they're circling around and they keep seeing the statue of a little kid.
Yeah.
Which is the only kid in Springwood right now because it's a statue, so it's okay. Presumably it's safe.
Yes.
So they keep circling around and they keep ending back up at the statue, and no matter what is happening, they keep ending up back there. What a cool! That's like mind-boggling, especially when you're young and you see this. You're like, that's my fear, that I'm lost.
That you're just stuck in a loop over and over and over again. And like I said, it kind of calls back to 4 where they're in that every time they leave the diner and then they're like, wait, we've done this before. I do love when Carlos looks at the map and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Again, a simple enough scare. It's not too over the top. It doesn't require an insane effect, but it's very effective. And I think the map says, fuck you. Or
it says, you're fucked.
You're fucked, which leads to a really funny line where the map says we're fucked. And I'm like, all right, that's a good joke there.
That's a great joke. I think that might be one of my more favorite scenes in the movie. Like, just like for the psychological, we're freaking out and things are starting to build and things are escalating. Yeah. And you also get the comedy.
Yes. And I kind of like this idea where like Freddy is so powerful now from the souls of the kids that he can kind of manipulate the real world to a degree. Like, I don't know if they're dreaming or if they're just like a little tired or something, but it seems like he can like affect the real world a little bit. Obviously, he can't come out and make snake demons, but he can make you drive in circles, I guess. There's a teacher in a school giving a lecture on the 1400s. That doesn't really make sense.
Freddy 101.
Freddy 101. That's right. Freddy 101. I think there's even like a chalk painting of Freddy. Yeah, and he's basically telling the stories like that's when they took his child. And like, okay, so Freddy had a kid. And in our minds, we're like, well, obviously it's the woman.
Yeah. We already know that because we're not idiots.
Yes, we already know that. But
the movie is leading us to believe that it is John Doe.
Or maybe it's making us try to decide which one in our heads. They say that he lost his kid in 1966. And John has this whole thing where he's like, it's got to be me. And it's like, you were not born in 1966. She was. I mean, she was technically born in 1962. I looked up her age, so she's playing younger.
She really does look beautiful.
She really does. Those Zanes, they have great genes.
Wonderful genes.
I mean, Not so much the hair gene. Billy lost that pretty early on, but I think he made up for it. All right. He had beautiful wigs, and I love his bald head. And we'll talk about that one day when we talk about the Phantom. But yeah, so that's the thing. It's trying to do this fake out. And that's like my one issue with the film is that they gave us the date. So it immediately eliminates John as his kid.
Yeah.
It also makes things a little like, it's like, wow, so what is the timeline of events here?
I don't understand the timeline.
Because I feel like she should have been like, yeah, it's a little weird. Because I'm like, where do the other films fit in this?
It doesn't make sense.
No.
And
Okay.
I think you brought up the best point, which is what is the 10 years?
Yes.
10 years from what? It's 10 years in the future.
Yeah.
10 years from the first one, from the,
Yeah, it's a little bizarre. I don't know. Well, then again, like Nightmare 2, all that shit happens. And then Nightmare 3 and 4, no one ever mentions it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, well, a lot of people die. Yeah. The kids decide they're going to go into a house. And it's like this nice, beautiful looking house. They're like, this place is empty. We're going to hang out here. And I love the effect. Like, as soon as they shut the door, the blood runs down. And then it cuts to a miniature pretty seamlessly for me.
Yeah.
And it basically morphs into I always call it the Freddy house. I know it's not his house. It's just the house that he likes.
Yeah.
But it turns into the classic Freddy house, which I thought was awesome.
Yeah, his favorite house on Elm Street.
Yes. He finally answers why in Freddy vs. Jason, but we'll get to that film at another time. Carlos ends up having a dream about his mom. And apparently she's the one that made him deaf because he didn't listen, so she shoved Q-tips into his ears.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah.
That scene makes my toes curl.
Yeah, I don't like that. I know I'm more of a eye stabbing fear guy, but yeah, the ear, I'm just like, because I used to have a lot of ear issues as a kid.
Yeah.
Like really bad. They had to like do a bunch of surgeries on them. And it doesn't bother me anymore. But when I watch this movie, I'm like, no, that reminds me of every goddamn earache I've ever had. Yep. Pretty gross.
It's disgusting.
He goes deaf.
Yep.
And I love the audio here. You only hear a few things.
I love the audio.
This whole sequence is great.
It's so cool.
Like when people like shit on this, I'm like, yeah, but this whole dream here is like phenomenal. I know there's some goofy, it's followed by a goofy one, but like this is great. The audio's awesome. How you don't hear anything. I love when Freddy's like screaming behind him.
And again, you get a little bit of goofiness in this kill because of that.
Yeah.
It's still brutal. It's still terrifying because in your head, you're like, well, what if I couldn't hear that somebody was threatening me?
Actually, speaking of that, did you ever see Hush, the Michael Flanagan Hush?
I did.
We talked about that in our underrated Final Girls episode. That one plays into that whole thing where she just can't hear the killer.
Which is terrifying.
Yeah. So he eventually gives him his hearing back with a spider hearing aid.
Yeah.
But now it works too well, which again, now it's the reverse where like the dripping of the water sounds like a loud ass drum. And I like he can literally hear a pin drop. And again, this part is it's funny, but also pretty brutal because he catches the pin and then you just see Freddy drop 1,000,000 pins. And it's like, oh, god damn.
It's cruelty.
It's really cruel.
We know that Freddy is evil,
yeah,
but we never really see him being cruel. And I think there is a difference.
This is the most like torture-y he's ever gotten for me, I think.
I think so too.
But yeah, the ultimate sound is the nails on a chalkboard, which again, very clever. With Freddy, I'm like, okay, yeah, because nails on a chalkboard, he has the knives. It works so well. I'm shocked they didn't do it earlier.
I completely agree.
Because there's so many scenes of Freddy in schools. Why didn't they do this earlier? Really, really awesome death. Like his head just blows up. It just incinerates.
It's beautiful.
And then again, I don't mind the button on the scene with a nice hearing from you, Carlos. I'm like, okay, that's good. Everything works here. Why don't people like this?
I think the only reason that people might not like it as much as some of the other deaths in the previous films is because you don't really get to know Carlos quite as well as you get to know some other characters.
Yeah.
So maybe you don't care as much if he dies.
We talked about that a little bit before we shot, but honestly, I like him more than anyone from 4 and 5.
Yeah, I think he's a great character. I think it's really interesting. I love that
and
scene.
Again, I'll check the work print. He might have had more backstory that got trimmed down. Not that we needed a lot. Because I think he talks early. He's like, last time I spoke up, my hearing went or whatever. So I'm like, okay, there were enough clues to pick up without being spelled out. But no, it's just a horrifying sequence no matter who it was. But yeah, I do actually one thing I think might hurt this film, the Freddy makeup's not the best. And I think that might really bother people.
In that scene in particular, because you get a lot of close-ups of his face.
Yeah.
And it is...
I don't know what it was, because he looked really good in the first 3. I guess 4 he looks okay, but yeah, 5 there was a noticeable drop, and then this one there's a noticeable drop in like the face that kind of went backwards a little bit. And yeah, I think maybe that it might be a thing where he just wanted more comfortable makeup, so they had to like there must have been a trade-off. I don't know. But I feel like people bring up the makeup in this, and I feel like that's one of the things I'll like agree with them. Like, yeah, he doesn't look his best.
Yeah.
The next movie, he looks better than he's ever
Amazing.
looked. With New Nightmare, I know even Wes Craven apparently was just like, if I could do it again, I would make him look more normal because he redesigned him too much. Which, by the way, before we get back in this, people are probably wondering, Tony, are you gonna do New Nightmare? No, I did it on another channel. Go to Dragon Curve. I said everything I need to say about New Nightmare. I'll probably do a commentary track, but there will not be a New Nightmare episode, just like there wasn't one for part 2. But there was a commentary track. All right, back to this movie. Spencer gets high.
He sure does.
He really does.
He loves the marijuana.
He wants to smoke it like a cigarette. But yeah, he's like tripping out. The TV is coming to life. Oh, actually, before the TV comes to life, cameo.
The best cameo ever. Johnny Depp
coming back. He came back.
And he does the Rachel Cook. Rachel Cook did those old commercials?
Yeah, Rachel Lee Cook.
Rachel Lee Cook, yeah. He does the this is your brain. This is your brain on drugs.
Yeah. What are you on?
Which brings us right back to Dare. And I feel like if Dare is still a thing, those are the commercials that they should be doing. Yeah. I was terrified from those commercials when I was a kid.
Well, that's the weird thing, that they have all this Dare stuff, and they make a point to say that, like, drugs are bad. But then they have this scene here that's making fun of a drug PSA. I'm like, all right, well, your message is a little conflict, because one of my other issues with this is they are trying to put in the anti-drug message, like a very forced one.
Yeah.
But I'm like, but then you made fun of like the most popular PSA, so you kind of defeated your own point there.
And also Spencer looks like he's having a great time. So.
Yeah, it also looks like Spencer's he's listening to In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida, which is the second horror movie I've seen that song in. The original Manhunter, the first Red Dragon movie, had it at the end. We have a whole review on that, but that's when that movie was like, hey, here's the ending from the book. Fuck it, it's a shootout. And you know what? Put some Iron Butterfly in there. It's like, what the fuck? None of this happened. So yeah, he gets sucked into the TV. And then John and Tracy are like, we got to go into the TV. We got to go into the dream to find him. By the way, he's in a video game. It's very 90s. This is like Nintendo, Super Nintendo.
I am sure there are lots of video game references that I do not get that are happening, but they're great.
Yeah, well, it's just, it's not referencing any specific game. I think he was playing like a Tiger Electronic game earlier on. I think he might have been playing Mortal Kombat. I'm not sure. But yeah, this is that era of 16-bit side-scrolling stuff, and they established earlier that he's into video games. So it's cool to see him in the game. And I like that Freddy is actually playing the video game. I'm like, all right, this is very 90s. As much as Nightmare 4 was very 80s, this is very 90s.
It was great. I love it. He controls Spencer.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just genius.
It was so good. Spencer's like beating up his dad, so it ties back to his asshole dad. But yeah, I like that John's just like, I need to go into the dream. Knock me out. And she does. And then a second, which again, another cool effect where he falls into the table and disappears.
So cool.
Yeah, but I like that she shows up a second later. She's like, I learned how to meditate. That's what I was trying to tell you. What John decided to do ends up getting him killed later on. Spoiler.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, they go to save Spencer. They grab Freddy's controller, but he has the power glove. Have you ever played with the Nintendo Power Glove?
No, I have seen other people play with them, but I have not played with one.
It's a piece of shit.
I have heard that.
So bad.
Yeah.
It's so bad. But that being said, I really do want a Freddy Power Glove. That would be a lot of fun to play with. I do like these great graphics. I'm like, wow, Freddy got real into video games since we last saw him. I guess he killed all the kids and he had all their games.
He was bored. What else are you going to do?
Do you think he possesses people to play the video games?
Yes.
And he's in a bunch of video games. He's in
is.
Dead by Daylight, Mortal Kombat 9, but it's the remake Freddy, which fucking sucks. But anyway, Spencer ends up dying.
I love also okay. So the Spencer scene is a little wacky.
Yes,
It's a little wacky. So
and
he's
I feel like people gravitate toward this scene to shit on it, but I'm like, no, it makes sense in context.
I kind of feel like it's like the precursor to like Stephen Chow films. Like I kind of feel like it's like Kung Fu Hustle, except it didn't work quite as well as what Kung Fu Hustle did.
Yeah.
But like it's just him kind of bopping around and bouncing around
He's
and
bouncing.
and
he's
it-
like hitting the ceiling.
It's a
And I
cartoon
and again,
sequence.
the humor's pretty good.
Yeah.
Because I think the girl is like, this isn't real. He's like, I'm sure there's a rational explanation for this. With like his head going into the ceiling. But yeah, he falls down a portal to hell, I guess.
He sure does.
And I like that like Maggie is just kind of losing it at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, did we skipped over a whole thing where they go to like a house with a school mom or something, and she recognizes Maggie as one of her kids.
Oh yeah, that's
we skipped over that whole
right.
thing. Sorry
Yeah,
about
I forgot
that.
about that.
And she's like, "What about the Kruger kid?" She's like, "I can't talk about it legally. I'm not allowed to." And then she pretends she's with kids. So Maggie is clearly piecing together what's happening. John's on his own little adventure, but yeah,
John still thinks that he is Freddy's kid in that
Yes.
scene. Like
Yes.
he's like, but she knew who I was, and that means I must be Freddy's kid.
Yeah. But I like that she goes like, yeah, she also knew 50 other imaginary people. You're not special, John. Yeah, but I like that she kind of snaps out of it. She's like, I couldn't do anything. Like, what are we gonna do? We're like, we're gonna pick him the fuck up and get out of here. So they're trying to drive him out of town. And then John gets sucked up into the sky. Well, he's in a dream loop again, which is cool. How do you feel about him saying he's not going to leave the bed?
I don't know. It's so. I am not a huge fan. This is probably one of my bigger criticisms of the film. Is just this in general. It gets cool after a couple of minutes, but I like almost tune out during this whole him getting sucked up and like.
Yeah, because they kind of already did it in the beginning.
Yeah.
But I do like where he's just like, no, I know what's going to happen, so I'm not getting out of this bed. And then, like the bed lights on fire, and he's like, he's like, I hate this house. Like everything's on fire. But yeah, he eventually goes in the sky, and then he questions Freddy.
Yep.
And I like Freddy's being such an asshole. He's like, oh, do you think I'm your dad? Raw. But Freddy tells him, it's like, yeah, you brought her right to me, and I'm getting out of here.
Yep.
Goodbye. And then we have like a whole Hanna-Barbera thing, or Looney Tunes, where Freddy's like moving the bed of spikes, and he's like, again, a kid who was watching all those cartoons, and then
it's perfect
seeing Freddy Krueger do it, but as a horrible act of murder. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah. He does like the lean over on the bed of spikes after he pushes it. He's like nice and relaxed. All right, I'm just waiting for the disaster to happen.
The funny thing is, like, who is he performing for?
For us, dang
he's always mugging to the camera. I'm like, who's watching him? The Dream Demons? Like,
maybe they
are.
are.
Are we supposed to see like the snake demons off screen? He's like, they're like, good job, Fred. But I do like when he lands on the spikes, and the next thing you know, he's like bleeding.
That's a great effect.
Reminds me of like a scene from like The Matrix later on, where like they all get shot, and they're like coughing up blood. But yeah, that is a great effect. But he's like, oh shit, I was wrong. Sorry. And then Freddy teleports into his daughter's head.
Yep.
Could he have done that at any time?
It really seems like it.
Did he have to wait till she was at the border?
No.
Yeah.
Could have saved us some time.
I would have just jumped in her head as soon as she entered into town. I don't know what the whole thing was. But anyway, he's in her head. It's kind of cool when they go back, no one remembers the kids. They're like, who the hell is Spencer? Who's this? I don't know who anyone is.
Yep.
I'm not sure why they don't remember them.
No, there's no explanation. I was going to try to make an explanation, but there is not one.
Maybe because they died in Springwood and that erases the memory of everyone else. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. So
No.
do the parents forget they exist? Do they look around there? Is Spencer's dad looking at pictures of him and his kid going, who the hell's that guy? Doesn't make any sense.
I mean, not everybody has amnesia in this movie, so...
Yeah, well, yeah, Yaphet Kotto is like, no, I remember them. Because
Yeah.
I'm like a dream guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
He knows everything.
We'll go along with it, buddy. He's like, yeah, I'm too smart to forget those kids. Okay, now this scene. Maggie looks for her mom, who was not established in this version of the film. I don't think so. But apparently in the work cut, there is a scene that establishes her mom early on, her adopted mom. So this scene makes a little more sense. Because when I watch it, every time I watch it, I'm like, it always catches me off guard. I'm like, oh, I didn't know she still had an adopted mom. I thought maybe she was an orphan or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, she figures it out and she's just like, who am I? And the mom's like, they didn't tell me who you were.
Yeah.
Which I guess that makes sense.
Yeah,
You
that's
don't really
normal.
You don't really want people to know, like, hey, whose father was who was the parents of this kid? And it's like a mass murder. And you're like, no one.
Yeah. Nobody wants to find that out.
Okay, so Maggie finally starts to remember who her dad is. And she sees the rest of the dream, and she's in like the little girl outfit, which is kind of creepy.
Yeah.
That it's a good transition where it's like the little girl walks and then she's in the outfit.
There's no jump rope scene in this movie.
No. The whatchamacallit, the rhyme is sprinkled throughout.
Yes.
Like there's little references to the rhyme.
There's no jump rope scene in this movie. That's the first one that does not have a...
Huh. I'd have to maybe check 5 again and see if it was in that. You're right. It's weird that they wouldn't have that in there.
I'm just realizing that...
Also, what was up with the sheep in the first one?
Oh, God.
Oh, wait. Someone actually pointed out that might be a reference to counting sheep.
Oh.
I'm like, all right, well, it's a long way to travel for that explanation. I don't know if that works. But yes, she sees her mom being choked by Freddy, which Freddy just doing it out in the open in broad daylight. I'm like, I don't know, man. I probably would have brought her inside.
A little bit more covert.
I like that it showed that Freddy had different gloves.
Yeah.
I'm like, where was all this shit? He has like a whole glove section here? So I'm guessing he was already killing kids. But he stopped to have a family. Which reminds me of like the BTK killer. I don't know if he really stopped, but I think he slowed down. But then the mom found it out because he has a murder room.
Yes.
Don't have a murder room? It seems like a real easy thing to do.
I mean, if you want people to find out, then you have a murder room. Otherwise, avoid it.
Yeah. But he doesn't want people to find out. And
he's not very smart, maybe.
Well, his dad was 100 maniacs, so you're right, who were insane. So yeah, he got a point. He's not the smartest.
Yeah.
Maggie finds out that she's really Catherine, the daughter, and Freddy's like, they took you away from me, and then I killed all their kids. And he should have been like, and also I was killing kids before that, but it was personal after that one time. And I love this whole scene where she's like, you're not in Springwood anymore, and he goes out in front of the thing, the Elm Street pops out. He's like, every town has an Elm Street, which is true.
That is the whole point of it being on Elm Street.
Yes, which is pretty cool. I like how they tied back to that.
Yeah.
So yeah, then we get to see Tracy dreaming about her abusive dad.
Yes.
Again, they really went in the whole
a lot of daddy issues.
Daddy issues. Carlos had mommy issues, but yeah, the whole parent issue is the theme of this film, and I think it works pretty well.
I do too.
I like how each character has to deal with like an asshole parent of theirs, and also the main character has to deal with her asshole parent.
And it also kind of brings into the point of the series, which is that the parents don't believe the kids in almost every single installment. So it's like the idea of being frustrated with your parents at this point makes a lot of sense.
Yes. But yeah, the dad, I like that Tracy like beats the shit out of her dad. She's like, this is my dream. Because we've heard throughout the film that she's going through therapy. She's learning how to fight. She's learning how to like handle her dreams. So she kind of like takes power, but unfortunately she's fighting Freddy Krueger. I mean, that'll help you for just having a regular dream about your weird incest dad. But when your incest dad is Freddy Krueger, you're going to need a little bit more help.
Yeah.
I like that she does the classic burning herself to wake up.
So good.
Why does Freddy just never turn that stuff off?
I have no idea. He can do anything, right?
Yeah, he can do anything.
Yeah.
What are the limits of his dream powers?
The dream demons have given him extra powers also, so he is really... he should have been able to turn that ability off.
Is it one of those things where like he is insane, so he's not thinking realistically?
Maybe.
He probably would be way more successful if he just thought for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, we might have to suspend our disbelief.
It was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have hot stuff around where they could wake themselves up. But yeah, so she goes into the real world. I like that she kung fu'd him. And he does the whole kung fu this bitch. Yeah. That's a good bitch.
It's a good bitch.
I don't know if he did a bitch earlier.
I don't think so. I think that's the first bitch
I think
of the
they
movie.
saved him for that one, and good.
Yeah,
good.
A good choice.
They showed restraint, and that bitch was way better. So yeah, Yaphet ends up running into Freddy. did Freddy mean for this to happen?
I have no idea.
Because Freddy doesn't, he can, but he usually doesn't go after adults. But I think because Yafukoto is like a dream guy, maybe Yafukoto wandered into Freddy's dream realm.
I mean, I guess.
That makes the most sense. Like Freddy, this doesn't seem like someone Freddy would seek out.
Would target.
Or maybe he would want to kill him because he does know so much about dreams. It's like, oh fuck, this guy could probably help these broads. Let me out.
Yeah.
Let me get rid of him. But yeah, I do like that Freddy like just brags about his whole like, well, they tried this, and like again, the cutting off the fingers. When I was a kid, I was like, he does it in the first film, but I like. It's a simple effect where like the prop hand goes down and then he comes back and he's like, but I just keep coming back.
It's so good.
And he mentions the dream people here.
Exactly.
Yeah. They do the typical plan of bringing Freddy into the real world to kill him, which I want to point out has never worked, but apparently it'll work this time. Although they didn't really like fuck him up a lot in the first film. She ended up doing the whole like, I don't fear you anymore. And he disappeared.
Yeah.
And then the studio tacked on that ending, which Wes Craven didn't like because they wanted the sequel beta. But anyway, it's going to work this time.
Magically.
We're going to bring him into the real world and we're going to kill him until he is dead. But before they get in this, they got to go. He goes like, hey, you got to wear these special 3D glasses. And we forgot to mention the last act of this film is in 3D. I've never watched it in 3D.
Me either.
I know. And now I feel really bad. Because when I did the last episode, I realized I shot it at my friend Movie Dumpster's movie dungeon, and they had the Freddy's Dead 3D glasses. And I said to myself, I have to borrow those for my Freddy's Dead review. And then I was there 2 days ago. Do you see the 3D glasses anywhere?
I do not see any 3D glasses.
Because I'm a fucking idiot and I forgot to get the 3D glasses. Now I have other 3D glasses. I have the My Bloody Valentine 3D glasses, and I don't know where they are. So I really fucked up the whole 3D thing. I have like Man of Steel 3D glasses, but those are the real D. They don't work.
Yeah.
They don't work as well. You need the red and blue.
You need the red and blues.
By the way, this is the stupidest thing. Like, this is clearly just to let the audience know when it's 3D. I don't know why they felt the need to do 3D.
Yeah.
It wasn't trendy at the time.
I do see one of the criticisms that people give for this movie is that it was a money grab.
Yeah.
You know,
well, they're already doing, that's the thing. It's too many gimmicks. You can't do, this is his final thing, and also it's in 3D.
Yeah.
You can do it now because everything's in 3D. But at that time, it felt like two gimmicks in one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the 3D, it's only, the last 10 minutes or so?
It's from the moment she puts the glasses on.
To the moment she takes them off. Which,
yeah.
There's plenty of things that would have been cool mid-film in 3D. And it goes a little ham on the 3D in the last bit, which, I mean, that's the tradition.
Yeah.
But especially because I don't know that is it released anywhere on 3D?
Oh, I'm sure there's like a Blu-ray option for it. Because I think I don't have a 3D TV anymore. But I do have like the PlayStation VR can play 3D stuff if you wear the goggles. But yeah, because I know Jaws 3D, they have the 3D option finally. I want to check that out. I don't know if my Friday the 13th 3D has the option. I know they sold a DVD with the red and blue.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you might be able to get it now. I personally have never seen it in 3D though. But I remember like as a kid not realize, like I knew what 3D glasses were, but I didn't realize the movie was supposed to be in 3D. So when she's like in 2D, this
does not function.
Also, her looking at her hand, it's like, well, yeah, it would be 3D.
Yeah.
Like, nothing would really look different, I guess.
We do get the 3D demon
Okay.
poster.
What I really like is when she goes into the poster, into his mind. That shit's cool as hell. And then I love the trip through his brain. That is really awesome. You get, like, the doors closing on her. It seems like a ride. It reminds me, I don't know why it reminded me of like the Back to the Future ride where you would like swing around. Rest in peace, that ride. It's Simpsons now.
I know, but I like the Simpsons one.
I did it for the first time recently.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was okay. I'm like, it was all right.
I have a special place in my heart for the Simpsons.
No, I love the Simpsons. I love the Simpsons.
It doesn't matter how bad it sucks. I still love it if it's the Simpsons.
I love the Simpsons. I just wasn't crazy about the ride because I think it did just feel like they just mapped it to Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Although I was shocked that Apu was in the line.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, they still let him hang out in the park? That's awesome. And then I went to the Quickie Mart.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Simpsons sidetrack. I was disappointed in the Flaming Moe.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
1, it's non-alcoholic. 2, where's the cough syrup?
Yeah.
I guess maybe you legally can't give out cough syrup.
Maybe robo-tripping had something to do with that. I don't know.
Then what's even the point? What is even the point of having it? There's no point of even having it as an option if it's not going to be the real thing. I was very, very upset about that.
I think you're right.
But Simpsons Land is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, we get to actually see Freddy's origin outside of the stuff with his mom. It actually is weird Amanda Kruger's nowhere in this.
Yes.
Yeah, because you figured, yeah, why isn't she in this?
It's very bizarre.
Because you figure she raised him for a little bit, right?
Maybe it was just one of those things where it was just too much at this point because
Or
let's be honest,
she was so big in the last one. I feel like, all right, you know what? Amanda's away.
Yeah.
Amanda, we don't need to see that anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's weird that she doesn't even have like an appearance or a mention in the final film that dips into his origin. Not that we needed to see like what happened again. But yeah, it would have been interesting to see something. But yeah, we see that as a kid, he like hammered gerbils in the classroom.
He's evil.
He is pretty evil. Or is he a victim of circumstance? I mean, his dad was a crazy person.
It's true.
Maybe the kids teasing him didn't help, saying he's the son of 100 maniacs.
I don't think that helped. And again, that kind of leads into the bullying subplot. So we get a little bit of that there.
Yeah, where it's like, is it nature versus nurture? Yeah. Like, I feel like maybe it's both.
Yeah.
It's like, well, your dad was a crazy person. I know they say 100 maniacs, but I think it's just
probably
obviously it's
one.
just one guy because that's how biology works. I don't think the sperm mixes into one.
So.
No, that's not how that works.
No.
Also, we brought that up in the last one, like 100 maniacs. I'm like, I'm sure not all of them took a turn. I'm sure there was one that like was too crazy to even do anything.
Is it in the 5th one that they count and they're like 98,
yeah,
99?
in the flashback, yeah.
That's hilarious though. It does not need to be exactly 100 for that gag to work.
Yeah.
Like,
but then we see him as a teenager and he's getting beat up by Alice Cooper. But you realize that like now he likes pain and he's going to use it on other people. And it's like, man, Alice Cooper shouldn't have hit him so much.
No.
Did Alice Cooper do a song for this one?
He did not, but I think he did this song for
yeah, he's back.
Friday.
He's the man behind
6 also, right? Also the 6th installment.
Yeah, which has a great music video. He should have did one for this.
He should have. I heard that the only reason that he actually was in this movie is because everybody was asking him to come and be in the horror series, but they all wanted him to do it in makeup.
Oh, and he doesn't get to be.
And so he's not in makeup.
Yeah, he's just himself.
He's just himself, and that was why he agreed to do this one.
You know the best horror movie he's in?
What?
John Carpenter's Prince of Darkness.
I cannot disagree with you at all
He's
there.
the lead bum, the lead brainwashed bum outside the church. And he's good in that. Obviously, his best movie is Wayne's World, where he's very, very knowledgeable about Wisconsin or whatever.
He's just wonderful. Big Alice Cooper fan.
Yeah, I never think to just like listen to his music casually. Like whenever I hear it or see it, I'm like, oh yeah, I like Alice Cooper.
Yeah, he's great.
I forget he exists.
He's very innovative.
Until he shows up and I'm like, oh, Alice Cooper's there. Yeah. Is he still around what's he doing these days?
Yeah, I think he was just recently on tour.
Huh.
Maybe.
I should see him when he comes to town.
He's old. He's very old.
Never mind. I'm not going to see him when he comes to town. Yeah. And then we see him being burned alive. Which again is different than the TV show, but as I established, that's a different continuity. So as he was just waiting to be burnt, I guess, and he's wearing his trench coat, which comes back in the next one. But yeah, in his Christmas sweater. The Christmas sweater never made sense to me. I always wanted like his origin to be like he was at the Christmas party when people found out or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're all lighting him on fire, and then the dream demons show up, and they're like, "Hey, buddy. Want to work for us?"
They're like, hey, buddy.
Yeah, ooh, hey.
We know what you want. I want it all!
Oh, shit. Usually when I talk about a 3D movie, I set up my 3D VR camera, and I totally forgot to do it.
Dang it all.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. But if you don't know what I'm talking about, I do have the Jaws 3D segment on Patreon right now. I feel really bad. I always mean to do that. Anyway. They give him the job. I like that he refers to it as a job. He's like, they're the ones that gave me this job. It's like, you consider this work?
It's a responsibility.
I shouldn't be making fun of anyone's job. I talk about fucking Freddy Krueger movies on the internet. I love when people are like afraid to ask me what I do now, or they're like afraid. They always want to ask, like, is it like, do you make money and stuff? And I always tell them, like, it's a joke job, but it pays well.
Yeah.
Thanks to viewers like you. Do not skip any of the ads. Anyway, I'm really nice to my fans. She finally goes to her one memory of being in the room, the murder room, and the dad's like, don't tell anyone. She's like, I won't. And it turns out she fucking ran her mouth. Fuck, these kids ain't loyal. These kids ain't loyal, Kaylee.
They did not get a job assigned to them from Dream Demons. That's the problem. Where is the incentive?
How did she forget all of this?
I have no idea.
I feel like she's old enough to remember this shit happening.
I'm pretty sure that you as a kid, if you witness something traumatic, like
at that age, I feel like you should be able to remember it.
Yeah.
There's only so much you can do to repress those memories.
Yeah.
Because there was like a trial. She had to talk to cops. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
A 1-year-old maybe, but like a 3 or 4-year-old is like, nah, you know what you're doing.
Yep.
But yeah, she ratted poor Freddy out. And that's what undid him. So yeah, she's able to bring him into the real world. But he's hiding. And I like that the 3D glasses don't come back yet. So you know to keep your 3D glasses on. So they're like, I know what we're going to do. We're going to the armory where the cops never pick up the weapons. How convenient. Yeah, and then she gets locked in there with him somehow. Yeah. And there's this constant struggle to get the door open or get the fence open.
Yeah, so Yaphet Kotto and Tracy are on one side of the door, and then Maggie or Catherine and Krueger are on the other side.
Yes. And then she ends up like having to fight him herself. She gets his I do like that he tries to like plead to her at first. He's like in his regular face. And he's like, it was the kids. They bullied me. I'm so sorry. But then he tries to kill her. It doesn't work. I like that she knocks the glove off.
I think that the last scene is a really well done scene.
Yeah.
I think that it's an interesting way of playing with the idea that has been thrown in our faces the entire movie of, okay, this is a daddy issues movie.
Yeah.
And now we're in the ultimate daddy issues scene.
Yes. And I like her. She's like, I remember when we used to hold hands. And then she like breaks his hand.
I love that effect.
Yeah. And he's like, I forgot how much being human sucks. I'm like, well, I'm human. My hand wouldn't snap like that. So I feel like you're still something else. Which that's the thing. It's like, okay, when he's in the human world, how much of his powers can he use? Technically, if he's in the human world, shouldn't he be like, I'm in so much pain because I was a burn victim?
Yeah. He never can move. He's actually just in bed the whole time.
Here's a question. Why does he always look like a recovering burn addict when he died being burnt?
That has been something that I have always wondered about his general makeup. Don't get me wrong. I love it. I love it. But it makes no sense.
Like he would be black and crispy, right? If he has to look like how he died.
Yeah.
Maybe he lived for a little bit longer. And then another parent was like, he's still alive?
Dang it all.
Gonna unplug his IV. I like Freddy like in the burn ward. Someone just throws him down the steps and that's how he died. But yeah, they start throwing her. Again, I love how over the top it is. Like she stabs him with the knife and then they start throwing ninja stars. And she's like ninja throwing everything.
I'm pretty sure that they use the same shot twice.
They probably did.
Like
they probably did.
She's like throwing a knife and then they do exactly the same, her throwing a knife. And I'm like, you couldn't have at least separated them with one throw.
Yeah.
Like,
but I like that she has her like Luke Skywalker moment where she might turn to the dark side. Not to be confused with those other famous Luke Skywalker moments, like when he drank milk out of that cow tit. Those are the two most memorable things Luke Skywalker ever did, if you ask me.
It's true.
He almost turned the dark side, drank milk out of a cow tit. He blew up a Death Star. And then, I don't know, he cried in the rain.
Yeah.
Remember Last Jedi? Anyway.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah.
Look, I like what they were trying to do.
I agree.
Just didn't think it worked that well.
Didn't
think it worked that well.
It wasn't a great success.
Better than The Machine, though.
Well, anything's better than The Machine.
Go back and watch The Machine review. It's fucking awful. Anyway, That's how you kill Freddy. You bring him in the real world. You're like, hey, you have to watch Bert Kreischer. Just watch hours of Bert Kreischer. Freddy's gonna be like, fucking kill me. So yeah, she almost puts the glove on. Well, she does put the glove on, but then she uses it on him. And then finally the pipe bomb, Chekhov's pipe bomb, finally comes back. And she shoves it in him and she's like, Happy Father's Day. Was it Father's Day? It would be cool if it was actually Father's Day.
So I meant to look up the release date of this. I was like, please let it be Father's Day. Please let it be Father's Day. But I did not look it up, so I have no idea.
Shit.
I feel like this has to be the new movie that everybody watches on Father's Day, right?
Again, okay, so like the how Nightmare 2 has had a cult following because all the LGBT stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how sorry to stereotype. I don't know how like women haven't really been drawn to this one for all the daddy issues stuff.
There's so much.
By the way, forgive your fathers, ladies. Forgive your fathers.
It's very important.
It's a very I try to tell my one co-host Crystal, she's really got to forgive her father. She refuses to do it.
If you don't forgive your father, you will end up in Freddy's stead.
But I'm wondering, like, okay, because it's directed by a woman.
Yeah.
It's about daddy issues and overcoming them. Like, this should be a cult film at some point.
I think that it will be.
Yeah. I feel like maybe because
it's the first film in the series that's directed by a woman.
Yeah.
And I think that she does a good job. And again, I kind of think that she uses the psychology over the horror, which is also...
It's actually the only one of the big slashers I could think of that had a female director at some point. Because I don't think Texas Chainsaw has, Halloween hasn't, Friday the 13th hasn't.
I think that you're right.
Yeah, it's the only one.
That's pretty impressive.
So we're probably being called woke in the comments right now. But no, it's weird that like they haven't really gravitated toward this. This feels like it's ripe for after 2. This feels like the next one in line for people to go back and reevaluate. Like, oh wow, there's a lot we can relate to in this. I just think it's a fun ass movie. Yeah, to be honest. But he blows up 3 times. All right, that effect at the end, it's a little, I know it's just for the 3D, but that one is a little ridiculous where he's like, his mouth opens up and another mouth comes out.
Well, it's the 3 demons.
Yeah, that's right. And I love that they are floating around. And by the way,
they
not
get
even
released into the world.
They're not even upset. They're like, ha, let's go find some other fucker.
Yeah. Now we got to find the second most evil guy in the world.
Or are they just going to bring him back again? Because they always figure out reasons to kill Freddy. And he mentions, like, yeah, they just keep bringing me back. Yeah. I guess they like him that much.
They love him.
They love him.
That's the best parental relationship that we have in the film. Somebody finally doesn't have daddy issues.
The dream demons love their son, Freddy. But yeah, he blows up. His last line on Earth is kids. It's like, okay, you had a kid for like 4 years. And you've been killing all the other ones. You're not really knowledgeable about kids, all right? Also, didn't they say he was like a janitor or something? He had a really nice house.
Yeah. I mean, the blue collar days. Talking about The Simpsons.
I know. That was the worst part, like when I binged Married with Children.
Yeah.
And it's like he's supposed to be dirt poor. I'm like, he owns a house that I will never be able to afford.
With 2 bathrooms and
2 bathrooms, a basement, backyard. And I'm like, I will never be able to
garage.
afford that. Yeah. And they're always like, look how poor he is. It's like,
yeah, he's never poor in that show.
I know, it's ridiculous. But yeah, then the movie ends. The glasses come off.
Yes.
To let you know you can take your glasses off, and then it's again awkward line delivery where she's like, "Freddy's dead." Okay, that was it's weird, right? I feel like I'm bullying her.
It's a little anticlimactic.
Yeah. I would have just edited at the explosion, to be honest, and just have everyone high five. Instead, it's just that whole like, Freddy's dead.
Of course he is. We did that.
Oh, Yaphet turns into the Hulk for a second. I don't know if you noticed that.
No, I don't think. So when he pulls the door.
He's trying to pull the door, and then finally he like lifts it off the hinges. Like, what the fuck?
At the perfect time.
At the perfect time. Not earlier when he could have helped, but when the bomb is about to go off. Which again, if I was her, I would have been like, oh, I'll light this when you get the door off the hinges. I'll wait. He's pinned to the wall. He's not going anywhere. So yeah, then it ends with a beautiful slideshow or like a little vertical presentation of all Freddy's best hits
montage,
including ones from this film. And I love that it literally ends with the one last shot of him and it just goes, "Rest in peace." And I think it's great.
I do too.
I think it's fun. I actually want to get the one poster they did. There's a few posters of it. There's that one right there that most people know. But I love the poster they did where it's like the hat on top of the sweater and the claws. And it was like, oh, that's cool. Where it's like, this is his final hurrah. And yeah, it's a fun time. Like I said, the father mess, or just parents in general, because the one was a mom. It's got a good theme there. Whereas the last one was like the fear of pregnancy. It didn't really work.
No.
It didn't really work that well. This one works a little bit better with what it's trying to convey. It would be nice to see a longer version with some of those deleted scenes, which I will be checking out. But yeah, overall, it's just fun. Why don't people like this? I don't understand.
I have no idea.
Because it's really not as bad as 5.
It's definitely not as bad as 5.
No.
It's not even close to as bad as 5.
Yeah.
It's fun. It makes sense in the universe somewhat.
Yeah.
Maybe people are just bitter that Freddy is dead. I guess talking about that, one of the things that it kind of misses is that I think all the previous movies end with a cliffhanger. And so when you're talking about a Nightmare movie, maybe one of the things that makes it a Nightmare movie is that it has to end in a cliffhanger.
Yes.
And so, in that sense, is it a Nightmare movie? Does it divert too far from the stereotype? Is that why people don't like it?
Look, I can give you that, but the movie is called Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare.
Yeah. We knew what was going to happen.
Yeah, it honestly would have been annoying if they did a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
And I know people are real conflicted on Halloween Ends. I don't know how you felt about that film. Yeah. But one of the things I appreciate is that they fucking kill Michael Myers until he is dead. To the point where, like, if you wanted to reboot it, you have to reboot it because there is no chance he's coming back. I'm like, all right, at least they did that. Not like Nightmare on Elm Street 4. Or no, Friday the 13th Part 4, where it's like the kid will be the killer next time. It's like, well, that didn't happen. Yeah. They tried to end that twice and it didn't happen. Although was this intended as I know they said it was the end, but again, Freddy vs. Jason was on their mind because they put that teaser at the end of Jason Goes to Hell with the claw coming out. So I don't know. I think it works as a finale. There's cool backstory to his lore there with the demons flying around. Overall, I think it's solid. I think it's, again, after 2, it's my favorite sequel. Some days I might even like it more than 2, to be honest. Give it another watch. Don't believe assholes who are just like, that movie sucked because it was like one of the later ones. I'm like, no, but because it was the last one, they tried harder.
Yeah.
Please check it out. Kaylee, where can we find you?
You can find me on YouTube at Once Over with Kaylee, which is Cayley. I'm also on Instagram, and I love connecting with people and talking about movies. So
yes, it's a great channel. You actually covered, it's being blocked by Freddy right now, Evolution.
I sure did.
Which is a great movie. When I saw that, I'm like, shit, I haven't reviewed that. Fuck, someone beat me to it.
I love that movie, and I would love to see your review of it. So.
That's true. You also reviewed Little Shop of Horrors, which was a lot of fun, which we also covered with Jess from Now the Creep Off.
It's exciting. Universes colliding. It's like a dream within a dream, I
still make fun of her because it's funny. Jess was in 2 of these. She was in the first Nightmare review and the third one. But now I joke because it's like the day I announced everything was changing was the day she first showed up on the Creep Off. Like, she couldn't wait. She couldn't fucking wait, could she? Yeah, you have a great channel over there. I like a lot of stuff. If you guys listen to my commentary track with Carl for One Too Many, Kaylee has a review with Carl for One Too Many. Part of me was like, should I review that at some point? I'm like, I just don't want to watch it again, to be honest.
It was the worst movie watches of my life.
Yes, it was.
I blame Carl for this. I want you to know.
Really do, too. I didn't know the movie existed. So Stutter and John, who's a terrible father and a horror, even worse comedian, he tried to make a movie in like 2007, 2008.
Yeah.
And even though he had the power of like big comedians and the Tonight Show behind him, no one fucking saw it because it was garbage. So yeah, just check that out. Check out the review. It's a rough one. It's a rough one. But yes, that was it. Like I said, we're skipping New Nightmare. I will do a commentary track, and this October has a Friday the 13th, Kaylee.
Ooh.
And I've already reviewed the first 10 Friday the 13th films. And now I've just finished Nightmare on Elm Street. So Friday the 13th of October, we will finally be doing Freddy versus Jason.
Woohoo.
And actually, when we're filming this in August, yes, I filmed with a girl during Boys Month, okay? But I didn't release it during Boys Month, so it's fine. This week was the 20th anniversary of Freddy versus Jason, so I'm excited to dive into that one. That is going to be a fun time. And then afterwards, I got to do the Nightmare on Elm Street remake, which I'm less excited.
Less enthusiastic. Words.
Yeah, less
enthusiastic about, or that's where I was going with that.
Anyway, that is it from us. Like, share, subscribe, buy some merch, and we'll talk to you later. Goodbye. We're doing New Nightmare, Wes Craven's New Nightmare.
Johnny Depp.
Yep.
There's his cameo, a picture from all the way back then.
And again, for you guys on mute, the sound his tongue made was. Hi, everyone. Tony from Hack the Movies here, and we finally did it. We covered all the movies leading up to it, and now that it's Friday the 13th again, this time in October, it's time to talk about the long-awaited Freddy versus Jason.
It's gonna be a showdown.
Today, I'm talking about tapes. I don't know why we started dancing.
Talking about tapes.
Hello, Joe from Movie Dumpster. How are you?
I'm very well. Tony from Hack the Movies. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Excellent.
It's been a long journey. Hello, Crystal.
Hi.
Cool. Anyway, yes. We reviewed all the Friday the 13ths on this channel.
Yes.
And as of this recording, the one we did for 7, 8, and 9 is now one of my most watched videos of all time.
That's great. And that was a fun one to talk about.
I don't know what it was about that particular video. Maybe it was the movie choices. I don't know what it is, but more than all the other ones.
I'm not saying it was us, but.
And then, of course, after that, I did Jason X with Monica and Johanna. I forgot who the other one was for a second. I'm like, who else is on this channel?
I forgot the other one.
I forgot the other one.
Like they're your kids or some shit. Where are they? I don't know.
And all this year, we're even starting a little bit last year, we've been doing all of the Nightmare on Elm Streets. So we skipped 2 because I had a solo review, but I did a commentary track for it.
You also did an interview with Jack Shoulder. I mean,
in my Wishmaster 2
else,
review,
but that was still cool.
And then, obviously, we didn't do a review for New Nightmare, but that's because I did one over on Dragon Curve, and I'm pretty sure I also did a commentary track to shut people up for that one. But yeah, so where we last left off review-wise was Jason X and Freddy's Dead, which I did with my friend Kaylee from Once Over with Kaylee.
Cool.
And yeah, Freddy versus Jason, the movie everyone wanted for some reason. You would always hear rumors about it.
Yes.
And from what I read from the magazine, Robert Englund was a little annoyed that he would always hear that it was about to start, and he turned down some projects over the years.
So he had no problem with doing it. It was just a matter of it not getting made.
He really wanted to do it.
Yeah.
He was ready to do it, and he would turn down stuff thinking it was going to happen, and then it wouldn't happen, and he would be very upset.
Yes. They talked about it for, I want to say it's been at least 20 years of a talking project.
Yes. Do you remember that DVD they put out on Blockbuster years ago called Boogeymen?
Yeah.
Where it was just clips of horror movies?
And it had the Rob Zombie cover of I'm a Boogeyman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Robert Englund did commentary tracks for all those scenes.
Did he? I don't think I've ever watched it with the commentary.
I remember in that, I think he said at that time, like, Freddy versus Jason is greenlit and it's coming. And I remember hearing that in like 2000 and going, cool, any day now.
Yeah. That's how everyone felt on that one.
Yeah.
And I'm sure people in the 90s were like, cool, any day now. And they read it in Fangoria in fucking 1990.
The 4 people who went to theaters for Jason Goes to Hell were like, cool, the Freddy glove. We're going to see him soon.
No.
Was that theatrical? Like that scene, I mean?
Yeah, that was theatrical.
Okay.
Yeah.
They did it on purpose.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was weird. They hint to that, but then they ended up doing New Nightmare, which is a spin-off thing. It's really good. But it's like a whole spin-off thing set in another universe.
It's Wes Craven's fuck you. Like,
Yeah.
all right, that's enough nightmare movies.
And then they did Jason X, which is set so far in the future. Like, even if Freddy versus Jason happened, you're like, okay, well, I guess no matter what happens, he ends up in space or something.
Are you going to talk? Oh, I was going to say, are you going to talk about why it kept being talked about?
Why don't you talk about it?
Shit, I'm going to fuck up my facts. Can't wait.
So you came in here with so much confidence.
I did. I was
Lay
like,
it
yeah, let's
down.
go. And then all the cameras are on. I'm like, I forget everything. Because what else happens? 'Cause
Really? It's been like 3 years.
swear.
You're still getting camera shy? What the fuck?
Dude,
No,
sometimes
it's
those
not.
lights hit you and you're just like, ah.
No, like my brain just stops working. It's not a me thing. It's the brain thing.
Oh, okay.
So they were talking, they wanted to do this after, I cannot remember, and I said this earlier, I couldn't remember if it was after the fourth Nightmare on Elm Street or the fifth one, but around that time when they're like, wow, these movies are doing great with Nightmare on Elm Street and Friday the 13th. Like, how can we combine these crazy, awesome, successful slashers together and do a Freddy vs. Jason kind of thing? But both companies, what was it?
Paramount.
Paramount and
New
Lions.
Line.
What was it?
New Line.
And New Line. Yeah, Lionsgate New Line, right?
Well, no, just New Line.
It was just New Line at that
Yeah.
time? Okay. They both said, yeah, this is great, awesome. But they're like, but you're giving us your rights, right? It's like, no, you're giving us your rights. And like, no.
They should have made that Spider-Man deal.
Yeah.
So
I think we mentioned like Friday the 13th Part 8 didn't do well. And I think after that, Paramount's like, okay, we could sell this off.
Exactly.
We could sell this
5
off.
didn't do well either. For Nightmare 5 and Part 8 didn't do well.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like after 5, they're like, well, we do one more. Let's do Freddy's Dead. And then somehow they did New Nightmare, which I don't think did well financially, even though it was
I think
really
that was
good.
Wes Craven coming back saying, that's not going to be the end of my character. I'm gonna do this one last thing.
Actually, he was, according to the Freddy vs. Jason magazine, which I still have, he was attached to this at one point, and he couldn't figure out how to do it in a way that wasn't like a joke. People were real afraid of making it too comical. I'm like, well, he's got some comedy in it, but I wouldn't be afraid of that. I mean, it's Freddy versus fucking Jason. Yeah, the comedy's there.
I mean, it's there for sure.
Oh my God.
I don't think anybody else could do it except for Ronnie Yu, by the way.
Yeah.
We'll get to it.
Yes,
but-
I agree on that.
Well, that's
because
another
the
thing,
ideas
so-
that they had for this originally
Yeah.
are dumb.
With like a fucking, do you remember all of that stuff about like the Mountain of Souls or some shit?
Yeah, the Fred head cult.
Yeah,
there was a
something
Fred
like
head
that.
cult.
Yeah.
There was one where a girl like writes some article on the killers and it's shared on the internet, and that brings back the fear of them and revives them. I read that in the magazine.
Oh, that's bad.
They went through a bunch of directors: Steve Norrington, Guillermo del Toro.
Could you imagine a Freddy versus a Guillermo del Toro
Yeah.
Freddy versus Jason?
I would love
That
to
would-
see that.
that
Just
would've
to
been cool.
see it. Just to like, I mean, it wouldn't be
No.
what it is, but oh my, it would be interesting.
Yeah, there was one guy who I think was attached. Rob Bottin was attached for a while, and I think he eventually left because it just wasn't moving.
That must have been like at the ass end too, because he stopped doing special effects.
Yeah.
Oh, around 98. So
Rob Bottin?
Yeah, Rob Bottin.
I thought he did more.
I don't know. I forget. It was late 90s he stopped. Maybe.
I don't think he
Or,
like
early
retired until
2000s.
recently.
No, I don't really know.
We'll figure it out.
Yes.
I'll fact check that.
Yes.
Okay.
It had to be 2000s then, like early 2000s.
Yes, it was definitely early 2000s.
But yeah, they just kept putting the whole project on the table, and they just kept going and going. And then what was it?
I
What was
like
the
that
guy?
I like that they were really trying to figure out the script, as if the script for these movies are always winners.
And it's not like even before they were even in the script, like in trying to figure out the director. Like it wasn't until they figured out an idea. But what was it? Michael Duncan? Am I saying that? Michael Duncan, right?
That sounds right.
From New Line.
Okay.
He ended up getting fired because of one of the films didn't do so great. And I think it was.
I read there was like a regime change at the
There
studio,
was.
which then
Oh,
hurt
that
the
also
development.
pushed everything around.
Yeah. So they had to wait again because everyone was like ready to go and had this great plot. Like they were like ready, but then because there was new executive producers, they had to repitch the entire thing
Yeah, they were like,
and
no.
redo the entire. So it just pushed it even more.
All right, so Freddy and Jason are going to fight in hell, and it's going to be a $400 million CGI thing.
And they're like, no,
They're
how
like, no,
about
I don't
not?
think so.
They were gonna say this was, I think, was the dumbest one. I'm so happy they didn't do it. That Freddy was actually an original counselor at the lake.
That I don't fucking...
That
sounds
was
like
an
something that would be
idea.
now.
that was an idea that they.
I
straight
could
up
see
had.
that working. Like, is he the one who actually killed Jason?
He
could
did a
have
little
done
something else before he killed him too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Or is he really Jason's father?
Oh,
Either
God.
one of those
Stop.
stupid things. I don't think that
Stop.
works out
There was-
timeline wise. But
Isn't
then
it-
again, as we learned, I think
What is it, Jedediah Voorhees?
yeah, or no, Elias Todd.
Elias.
I think we talked about the continuity of Friday the 13th. So this movie must take place in the year 4000. Before all the space stuff, because the continuity in these movies make no sense. Like Freddy's dead. It starts off saying 10 years from now. It's like 10 years from what?
5.
And all the kids are dead. And it's like, oh, I guess in between that time, new kids have come in and they're all teenagers now.
Well, every townhouse in Elm Street, Tony. Don't forget
No,
that.
but this is Springwood again.
I know. I'm just saying.
Yeah. So they eventually got Ronnie Yu involved, who had just done Bride of Chucky.
Which is
Yeah.
a great film, and that's again like
Yeah.
that's how you can do that. That's
Yeah.
the only time it works.
Yes.
And then everything after Bride of Chucky, when you try to do that,
Yeah.
does not work.
I enjoy some of it. I need to finish season 2 of the show. Season 1 was fun. But anyway,
Season 1 started off
But-
strong.
we got to get back to the Child's Play series soon.
I didn't
we only
even
did
start
the
it.
one.
I didn't even. I didn't watch it.
We
Oh, the
no,
child.
no,
the
the,
series,
I mean
the
just the
movies?
movies. We
Yeah,
only
we
ever
do.
reviewed the first one. We got to do more.
Yeah, we do.
And I did that breakdown on the TV cover.
2
too.
is so good.
Yeah.
I love.
I really like
like
3
them.
too. And Bride of Chucky's good
I
too.
love Bride Chucky.
Yeah.
But with Ronnie Yu, I was actually listening to his commentary and some of his commentary on the movie and stuff. He has so much passion for this.
Yeah, big time.
And I speak about this about the Friday the 13th, or I'm sorry, the Halloween episode. I said this, where you truly do see the passion of the director that shows through a lot of the times. Because in Halloween 3, you could see like there's passion. You could see in certain movies there's the passion, and it's not just a money maker.
Yeah.
That's why I feel like this was, and it shines so well because Ron is like, there's so many times, there are so many little deleted scenes that I watched, and he says it just took too long, and he cut it. It didn't further the story. And what
I do think it's a well-paced movie.
Yeah,
It
no,
is.
100%.
It's
We
very
are in and
well-paced.
out.
Yeah.
And he does that. Because they said they did the whatchamacallit, where
Test
the
screening?
test screening. Thank you. They did the test screening, and there was like lines that were said, and where the audience was like, "Fuck this shit," and he sees it, and he says like, "I am so happy I cut this because it doesn't." Every time.
Oh,
they
the
show it,
one
they
that
go,
was in the
"It's too long,
trailer."
Too long. Too long.
There was one in the trailer they used for the trailer, and then they didn't use in the movie where she goes, Freddy versus Jason.
Place your bets.
That's what he does.
That's a cool line for the trailer, but in the scene, you're like, why would
Yes.
she say that in
That's
that
one of-
moment?
That's a cool VO line, not
Yeah.
from one of the characters.
Exactly. And they said that was
Freddy
the
versus
biggest
Jason,
groan.
place your bets.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was one of the biggest groans in the in that. And
Yeah.
they're like, no, we're taking out. And they were happy about the test screening because everything that they wanted to pull, it was justified.
Yeah.
So they're able to do it. And it's just the pace. And what I really like too is the director did not treat the audience as dumb.
Sure.
He said,
I mean-
we already said this. We already said this. Here's part of the script and what was already said, but the audience already knows this, so we're cutting it, which I really appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a pacing thing, and it's also, again, if the crowd doesn't react to it, I mean, so many people have been waiting so long for this
Yeah.
movie, and as goofy as everybody thinks it might be, especially non-horror fans,
Yeah.
like, it was essential that it was at least decent, which he managed to pull off.
He did.
So
I wanted to fucking watch this movie so bad. I wanted it to happen so bad.
that's
when
what I
I
was
was
going to
a kid.
ask. When did you see this?
Going on a trip with my buddy to Cleveland to see the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Mhm.
And this came out the same weekend.
From Howard the Duck?
Yeah, he was
Okay.
there. I met him in a
Wow.
dumpster. Yeah, she taught me quack foo and shit. It was great. I sang with him on stage. No, that's it. So I went with my buddy and his mother drove because we were kids at the time. But like I was trying to. Now my buddy's mom was like super like straight laced, and like I was trying to convince her so bad. I was like, look, this movie's coming out. Like, we really need to go see it. I know you don't like horror movies, but like, I need to go see it.
Yeah.
And it's like opening night. So we're in Cleveland, and it was probably one of the best theater experiences ever. One of the lines that got the best response at the particular movie theater I was in was the "How sweet dark meat." The fucking house exploded. So that was a lot of fun. It was a really like rowdy crowd. I had a good time. It was really, it was one of my favorite memories. Yeah.
When did you first see this, Crystal?
I don't even know. I don't know. I don't have unfortunately, I don't have such an epic memory. But I don't
Gotta
know.
stop smoking.
crack. It's all that crack.
Well, here's me.
Yeah.
I'd
be so much skinnier.
Much like you, I was very excited for this, and my best friend was really excited for this. We were thrilled, where we couldn't wait.
Yeah.
You know, we're still high off that buzz we got the year prior with Halloween Resurrection. We're all on board for this, okay?
Speaking of Halloween Resurrection.
Yeah?
Do you know that you were on my show for that? Whoever's watching should go check out Movie Dumpster Halloween Resurrection
When
with
they
Tony.
said that they were doing Halloween Resurrection, I was like, you got to bring in the #1 res tard, Tony from Hack the Movies.
Tony has a special Dangertainment camera
They're
as
still
well.
like, oh my god.
Which was a personal choice.
It was totally
I
on purpose.
requested it.
Yes.
It's not because you forgot a camera and
No.
I came up with that stupid idea.
But
yeah,
hooking
so,
up the high 8 was the best thing we could have did.
So we went to go sneak into it like we often did.
Really? You didn't have anybody that took you?
We'll get to that.
Okay.
Occasionally we would, but sometimes you just want to go by yourselves.
Yeah, sure.
So we went to the theater. We made the mistake of sneaking into a movie on opening day.
Ooh, that's dumb.
Yeah, they're a little bit more observant. Although nowadays I don't know, because theaters are like ghost towns now.
Theaters are weird. Like, I'm like, do I show a ticket? Do I not show a ticket? Do I have to print a ticket? Do I not have to print a ticket? Some theaters
I feel like
just
sometimes
walk
I can
in.
just walk in.
Some of them you can walk in. Some of them are like strict security, and I'm like,
Yeah. Well, this is when the
Nice.
security was very strict. At the Grant Plaza movie theater, where Hack the Movies was born years later.
Oh, was that the parking lot?
In the parking lot,
Where it
yes.
do they have a statue of you there yet?
They really
Or a
should.
plaque
I
or
will write.
something?
I will write to the township.
At
and
least
be
if
like,
your own parking lot where that car
just a
was.
statue of me like this.
No, just you going with the thumbs up. It's
Thumbs
got to be
up.
the thumbs up.
Ew.
So me and my friend were like, all right, we're gonna go there. I think we were with some girls that we were not dating because teenage Tony. We weren't there yet. Girls
you're-
that I probably wanted to date and did not successfully pull off.
You're on the cusp.
Wow,
Yes.
things never change.
Yeah, we circled back to that. we went to a point where I was just dating a little too much, and now we've circled back to just not a lot.
Because you got it all out then, you know?
No, I didn't get it all out. It's just I became less obtainable, I guess, or less desired. Anyway, I'm fine. I'm fine.
We love you, Tom.
Wow, you're chugging.
So we
White
went.
Claw.
So we went into the theater, and we bought tickets for, I believe, the film Uptown Girls, starring Brittany Murphy.
Oh.
And Dakota Fanning, because we couldn't buy tickets for the R-rated movie, so we bought tickets for the movie happening at the same time.
Yeah. And they totally believed it. They were like, yeah, those two young men.
Yeah,
wearing
you know,
Nightmare
the
on
people
Elm Street
selling the
shirts.
tickets believed it. And then we walked in the theater and we were heading there. And then, you know, this is probably where we really should have rethought our plans. My friend probably shouldn't have been wearing a hockey mask.
Oh, yeah. That'll
Yeah,
get you every time.
the
Yeah.
security
For
guard.
Uptown, like that makes sense. Or he just came back from a hockey game.
No, the security guard picked up on the
Yeah, with a hockey mask from 1975.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
He's a
security
time
guard picked
traveler.
up on the hockey mask. And also, I probably shouldn't have been wearing a Freddy t-shirt.
See, I called it. I knew you were fucking wearing it.
Yeah.
You knew he was a dumb kid.
Yeah, I should have been wearing a Brittany Murphy t-shirt now that I
Exactly.
think about it. So the guy went, "What movie are you seeing?" I'm like, "Uptown Girls," and he did not believe it. He wouldn't let us in the theater, but we also didn't want to see Uptown Girls, so I think he let us go see the movie SWAT,
Nice.
which actually wasn't that bad. It was a pretty good movie.
I like
Then,
how he's like, let's compromise.
then, like a week later, my same friend, his mom and sister took us to see the movie.
Oh, there you go.
At the theater that I go to now, which I'm not going to say the name of because I don't want people following me there. But
you shouldn't do that either. Yeah.
Huh?
You shouldn't do that.
I think
shouldn't
even
do
if
it.
you said it, no one is going to follow you into that theater.
No, I've been recognized several times in that theater.
Really?
Yeah, and I always tell people, like, yeah, we can take a picture. Don't you dare tag it. I'm like, don't you dare tag where we are. But let's take the picture.
That's trust. That's real trust.
If you
It's all
see,
family members.
if you see me at,
Weird.
if you see me at the theater, you can stop me. We can take a picture. Just don't you fucking dare tag where it is.
You are so famous, Tony.
And we walked out of the movie and we went, well, that was the greatest thing ever made, until the next thing we see that is the greatest thing ever made, because we're 13, 14, and that's how we judge movies. Yeah, we had a great time.
blast.
I loved it. I'm like, this is amazing. It's everything I wanted. Yeah, and over the years, you think I might like sour on it or be like, ugh, that movie I like from my childhood. Like, well, some of the sequels, I'm like, oh man, I really like this movie more than I probably should. That's how I feel with most of the Halloween sequels. I'm like, wow, I was really into Halloween 6. I don't know why.
I
but
really
no,
still like Halloween 6. I'll stand by that. Anyway,
talk about that another day. Well, you've already talked.
We've
about
already
it.
talked
I
about
will talk about it another day.
I can talk about it with you if you want to tell
Let's
you how
talk about
good
it
it
right
is.
now. So Halloween 6. It
Yes.
was directed. No,
The producer's cut.
surprise, motherfucker!
It's just
I knock over the sign.
Trick
it's all
or treat,
Halloween.
motherfucker.
wow. We're doing a whole Men in Black kind of thing again, aren't we? Jesus.
So yeah, over the years, I revisited it when I'm marathoning and everything. I still really enjoyed it. Honestly,
Yes.
it's one of the better movies in both series.
It holds up. It's
It is-
fun. It's bloody, and it gets to the fucking point and gets the fuck out of Dodge.
It is more of a Freddy movie, which we'll go through.
I think it needs to be more of a Freddy movie.
Yeah, and also the studio did all the Freddy movies.
Sure.
But there is a lot of people that do agree that it's an equal amount. When they've asked audiences, they're like, oh, like the hardcore Jason fans are like, there's too much Freddy, and then the hardcore Freddy fans are like, there's too much Jason.
I don't think so.
I do agree that there's more Freddy in this, but apparently a lot of people beg to differ.
It's a Freddy vehicle. It
Yeah.
needs to be because
Freddy
he's
is
the,
definitely
he's the character who speaks.
Yeah, Freddy
You
is
know?
definitely the main antagonist.
Yeah.
Jason is the secondary.
I don't think you
antagonist.
can make it the other way around, though. And it's also called Freddy vs. Jason, not Jason vs. Freddy.
Yeah.
No, Freddy vs. Jason sounds better.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But I feel like that also, like, before you even watch the movie, it kind of gives you, like, that it's Freddy versus Jason.
Yeah.
But I don't think you could do it any other way. I don't think you can make Jason the main one because that's just not who he is.
But he's never the main point. He's never the main thing in the Friday movies anyway. He's the periphery looming danger.
Yes.
He's not a character per se.
Exactly.
He's also a demon worm.
This is also true. Jason Goes to Hell's great. Anyway,
I mean, in this movie, sadly, they didn't know. But they're like, wait, if we blow him up.
See, thank goodness they didn't do that angle.
Yeah, but they should have blown him up because who knows where his niece and her kid is. That demon worm would probably just die.
Didn't have a sweet Voorhees.
There should have been a guy
hooch
that
to
goes.
go up. Yeah,
There should have been a guy that goes. By the way, Jason died, and also his heart is a demon worm that might possess you. So make sure you don't get possessed, and then kill the demon worm, and you should be good. Make sure the demon worm doesn't go up a relative's vagina, or else Jason's back. I don't know if Freddy was clued in on that.
Freddy became a demon worm one time.
And he becomes one again.
And that was a big hog. Trying to fit that up there? My goodness gracious.
Why didn't they?
Eats Patricia Arquette.
Yes. Okay. I know they didn't want to do a sequel to Freddy vs. Jason.
Didn't need
but,
it.
Yeah.
But if they were to do a sequel, hear me out. The worms.
It's just the worm Freddy
worms.
versus demon worm Jason. Great idea.
Wait. Which
Thank
worm? The fucking hookah smoking worm in this
Oh,
one?
it's so good.
That's more of a caterpillar. Anyway,
Yeah, it is,
same
okay.
difference.
No, the other one.
Anyway.
There's so many.
let's now that we've
good.
talked about the movie a little bit, let's go through the plot here.
Okay.
And
Freddy
break-
versus Jason. The end. No.
a little bit
That's
more to
actually
that.
pretty
No,
much
actually, they cracked the code on this one. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let's go through it here. Starts off. I love the Freddy theme mixed with the ch.
Yes.
I know there's some asshole in the comments going, isn't it key? Well, it sounds like chi, all right?
Yeah.
It says it on my shirt. Look
Anyway.
at my boobs. It says shit.
It doesn't sound like key. Also, when that came up in the theater, holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
The New Line logo with ding,
Yeah.
and then
That was cool.
Yes, it was.
That was cool. And then we get a backstory on Freddy. They show him as the Springwood slasher. I appreciate he's wearing the long coat like he is in Freddy's Dead.
Yeah.
They talk about how the town burned him alive. They left out the Dream People offering him the job as Dream Demon. I would have left that in.
I want it all.
Yeah, they left that part out. I don't know
Yeah.
why. You should have been like, and also there were Dream People. That gave
These
me
little
the job.
fishes went inside me.
Yeah. I have little fish demons inside me. We'll talk about we won't have to mention that again. I just want you to know,
There's a big
audience.
door with a relief of them on it. Anyway.
Yeah. And then we get to see like a clip show of all his greatest hits of him slicing and dicing and whatnot.
Yeah.
Then it shows him dying. You know, his daughter blew him up. They didn't show the head within a head explosion because
Yeah,
I guess
the
they thought
3D.
that they knew what clips to use.
They did. They really did. They didn't want to over cheese it.
Yeah. And then he's like, so everyone forgot about me after I died, and I can't come back if no one remembers. And he's like, but that's okay. I found someone in hell. And I'm going to send him out there to kill some people, and they'll think it's me, even though I've never worn a hockey mask or used a machete in my life.
Hey, he's trying. He's trying. He's
But if
trying
nobody
something.
knows who he is, it works.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And then
I think it's fucking great. That's such a great premise.
Yeah.
I mean, who else would you actually want as a killer, though? Who else would you like to see Freddy Like instead of
Well-
Jason, who like would it be? Would it be Michael Myers?
People want
like,
Michael Myers and like Jason and stuff, but like it makes sense for Freddy because it's like, oh well, Jason can't die, so I'm gonna bring his ass back.
Yeah.
And use him like a puppet because of the Miss
Yeah.
Voorhees thing,
Yes.
which is pretty interesting.
Which yes, that's my next note. We're actually real quick. There are 0 flashbacks to Jason's story because New Line only had 2 movies. One wouldn't work chronologically for this, and the other one, he's only Jason in the beginning and the end. So we just kind of skip over his shit. Anyway,
Well,
he's a lot more simpler of a story to tell.
Yeah.
anyway.
It is, but I know in the beginning that they had the deleted scene where the girl in the because I saw the deleted scenes after. They didn't make it seem like she the one that goes skinny dipping. It didn't look like she was a counselor, right?
I think she was just a sex scene.
So that's what it was in the deleted scene. She's a counselor.
I have
So
a
in the
really, really important note about this. It's in all caps. Boobs.
Before you see boobs,
Those Snoopies come right out.
They're
like,
Which I remember my best friend's mom afterwards, his sister just going like, man, all the tits in that movie were fake.
They sure are.
yeah, but she has an amazing body. She's beautiful.
She's got a good butt, so that's.
And
what
I do like her being like Michael, and I'm like,
does she say it?
Yeah, she says Michael.
Is it
She's-
Michael or David? I
No,
don't know.
she's calling for a guy named Michael,
Oh, yeah.
which is pretty funny.
But before that, though, in the deleted scene, she's in the cabin telling the kids to go to sleep, and the kid is going up. I love this deleted scene. The reason they deleted it, though, is because the intro is just too long.
Yeah.
But the kid is really cool in it because the kid's like goes up to her and goes, I've had a really bad dream. So you're actually thinking it's a Freddy thing. They actually turn it to make it a Freddy thing. He's like, I've had a really bad dream, but it's like you're in a camp, so you're not sure where it's going.
Mm-hmm.
And the kid's like, and she's like, yeah, just go back to bed or whatever. Like she just doesn't care. She just wants to go out into the lake and see this guy.
I like
like ladies do. Am I right?
Hey, listen,
Smoke
sometimes
pot,
we just
premarital sex. Yeah, man.
All the time. All the time.
I like how it's like a Jason
Yeah.
dream. Like he's like
It's
dead.
very cliche, but that's kind of the point.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's kind of the
But
point because
I'm
it's
here
a dream
it.
for Jason, really, in hell.
I mean, that's what he does.
Yeah, and I
Kills
like.
teens.
I actually like.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun, like him like lumbering around, stalking her, whatnot. So it's Ken Kersinger, who I have an autograph of there.
The werewolf from Bad Moon himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
The guy who got thrown into a wall by Jason in Part 8.
Yeah.
People were very
bar.
upset that Kane Hodder didn't come back.
yes.
The-
But-
do you know the reason why?
So it was never confirmed.
Oh, it was confirmed.
Robert
Was
Englund. Robert Englund
I
in
was told
this
that it wasn't
magazine at the
confirmed.
time didn't have a confirmation, but I think he said it at one point. But it's pretty obvious. But what do you think?
Ronnie, you specifically said something about he didn't have the right compassion in his eye or something.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
No.
like he acted better with his eye, and that was a whole total bullshit.
Yeah.
I remember meeting Kane Hodder and be like, "What the fuck?" And he's like, "It's fucking bullshit," and he would just be talking about why. Tell me why.
I think it's pretty obvious. Ken Kersinger is gigantic.
Yes,
But
that's
he's
what I
wearing
heard.
fucking 20-inch Frankenstein
Yeah, they made him
heels.
even bigger.
No, yeah, he's.
But if
so
you
that's
see
what I
him in
heard.
Friday the 13th Part 8, you just kind of cower over that Jason.
That's the theory I heard was that Kane Hodder was not even
Tall enough?
not that he wasn't even thought of because they wanted him. The other guy is just bigger. Yeah, he wanted him towering over Freddy. They just looked better together. They just looked because like.
I get
just
it.
looked
I
better.
get it.
Sure.
It's not what I probably would have thrown Kane Hodder in there.
They said they didn't even reach out to Kane Hodder. He
No.
wasn't even like
Yeah, but
told
like,
at all.
but like, I was thinking about this today watching it. I was like, yeah, what if this was Kane? Like, just the way his body moves and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think.
Well, with
it would've
this,
been better.
Jason's kind of like a.
He's a
Jason
Frankenstein.
is
Jason's a
very zombified in
Frankenstein's
this.
monster. Excuse me.
Yeah, he's very
Yes,
zombified in
yes,
this.
yes.
He's like still waking up. I think his joints are working right.
Oh, he's like bald and he's like extra bald, but he like looks like he's all what's the word? When your skin's rotten and stuff and it turns all black.
I
yeah,
forget what they call it.
What happens like when you get frostbite and stuff?
Yeah. He they never show his face, but he had a face. It's been released on like toys and stuff. They've like shown what it looks like.
Yep, the NECA figure has it.
But yeah, so he kills the woman. She turns into different people, and then we see his mom wearing a red sweater. Wearing a red sweater.
Mommy has something she wants you to do.
And that girl does kind of look like
she was great.
Yeah, she works.
was really
She looks like if Freddy was pretending to be Mrs. Voorhees. It works really well,
does.
actually. Yeah. But yeah, she's like, you got to go to Elm Street. The kids are very bad there, so go kill them. And then we get the reveal that it's Freddy.
Rise up, Jason. Man,
Yeah,
that's a
I do
fucking
like that
awesome
shot
scene
of
too,
like the
man,
lungs
and his heart
inflating.
starts beating and stuff.
That
That
was
shit's cool as
fun.
hell.
So they, I know they were kind of against CGI a little bit. The
Yeah.
director. Hold on. I have
There's
more
an
to say.
ass ton of CG in this movie.
He really wanted it to be more realistic looking. There's a lot of CGI deleted scenes that were.
Oh, there's one of
taken
the
out.
dead boyfriend
A fucking machete shoved up my ass.
where he's all flopping around.
Yep, so
that
they
one looks
deleted
really
that,
bad.
And there's the ones with the eels coming out of the one kid's
Yeah,
mouth.
they cut out
They
a lot
cut
of the
out
bad CG.
The
Yeah.
bad CGI, which I really appreciate
Yeah.
because they said they wanted it to look as real and cool and just as Ronnie's actual words was, I wanted to look as raw as possible because that is what he's trying to go back into. I think it was actually he straight up said it was the what did he say? One of the Rocky movies where like blood is kind of like squirts out of his eye at some point.
Oh,
He's
it's probably
trying to
the
open
first
it.
one. The
Yeah,
first
where,
two, yeah.
where he's trying to open his eye and some blood squirts.
Yeah.
He says he will always remember that scene and how it made him feel, and that's what he was trying to portray in this one, where like you see a lot of blood just kind of squirting out in different
There
areas.
is a lot of blood.
There's a lot
And that's
of blood.
what he wanted to give, and more of a he just wanted pure raw, where they actually left one of the cameras on their fighting scene, and it's like he just wanted to show like ripping out like
Yeah.
organs.
totally, yeah.
And
However-
just as raw as possible.
Yeah. However, when it comes to CGI, we get a CGI title sequence of
Wait,
the
and-
flesh ripping and the blood spilling.
Which is kind of neat, but also
Yeah.
kick up that fucking butt metal, dude. Like,
Oh,
I
the
don't- I
metal.
don't need that.
The song, and then it just fades out. I'm like, well, who even sang that?
Why?
Get Rob Zombie in there. Why
Yeah.
not? He didn't. He wasn't. We didn't hate him yet.
He
for
was
slasher
doing House of a
movies.
Thousand Corpses.
Yeah, throw him in there.
Do a song real quick.
That'll get you pumped up.
Yeah, Freddy Jason, yeah, movie about slasher.
And then Jason walks all the way from Jersey to Ohio.
He sure does.
Yes, he
he caught a bus. You think he took the lake?
Oh, that's right.
took the river. He was
Yes, it turns out the lake in Jersey that connects to the ocean to
yes,
New
yes,
York.
yes, yes.
There's also a separate channel that'll take you to Ohio.
I think we talked about this, yeah, in the
Yes.
part in the episode with part 8. You know?
Yeah, well, we talk. That's how Crystal gets to the store all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He took the Freddy ferry.
Yeah, the Freddy Ferry. Because Freddy's Dead revealed that it's been Ohio the whole time.
Yes.
Um,
Every town has an Elm Street tone.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, we see the Freddy house. The door is now orange, and there was a stupid deleted scene where she chips away at the paint and sees that it was red.
You told me that, and for whatever reason, I don't remember watching that like as a
Yeah.
kid on the DVD.
Is there another deleted scene where she chips away more and then it's blue because it was blue in the first movie?
Is there another scene where Ronnie Blakely gets spit out the window instead of sucked back in?
Actually, maybe.
So yeah, we meet our three main actresses: Monica Keena, Catherine Isabel, and Kelly Rowland. Catherine Isabel, obviously, was in Ginger
love
Snaps.
her. I
They
kinda wish she was more in the
play
movie.
they play Lori, Gib, who I
Yes.
thought was Kim this whole time, but it's Gib.
Yeah,
and
Isabel, yeah.
Kia.
Isabel, yeah.
They're our main characters. I do like that Gib throws a cigarette at Jason's face. That's pretty funny.
Oh, out in the
I
he's
kept
standing
thinking
outside.
that the blonde.
Yeah.
For some odd reason, I know we mentioned Brittany Murphy earlier. She just gives me Brittany Murphy vibes.
Kind of.
Every
the face
time.
shape, yeah.
If Brittany Murphy had like way bigger tits, then yes. Someone posted on.
Tell he's a titty man.
Someone
He sure
posted
is.
on X recently. They made an X post on that website X.
I hear they give it to you there.
Yes.
Yeah.
They said that they were like, we don't talk enough about the two real stars of Freddy versus Jason. It was a picture of her, and I reposted it. You say repost now. On X, and I was all like, I've literally been talking about this since I saw it in the theaters. I was like, how big her tits.
She's top heavy.
Hey, she was hot. She was hot. What kind of happened to her? She kind of like faded away. She did like a bunch of indie stuff.
Yeah, but she was like in a couple things after this, wasn't
She was in a lot of big stuff before. She was like in Devil's Advocate. She was in that weird Snow White movie with Sigourney Weaver.
Right, maybe that's what I'm
She
thinking
was in
of.
some Sandra Bullock movie. And then she was in
Yeah.
the. I know she was in the remake of Night of the Demons and a
Don't
bunch
need
of other
that.
stuff. And I think I've seen her at conventions, and I don't know what else she's
Yeah.
done.
No.
Did she date? Oh man, I think she dated the guy who played John Connor in Terminator 2.
Edward Furlong?
Yeah, I think she dated him at one
Really?
point. I don't know. I'm gonna fact check that.
Making things up.
Anyway,
You're
she's
just
hot
putting
as hell.
Different people together. You're like, I think this person did that. You know what? I think you just want to see them having sex. That's all you want. You're like,
You know, I don't think
who
I've
would look
ever
really
wanted to
cool?
see Edward Furlong have sex, to be honest.
That's a
the
fucking hard
furthest thing
pass
in my
for
mind.
me. I will say that I'm more of a Kelly Rowland guy than a Beyonce guy.
I was a big Kelly Rowland.
Yeah.
I'm a Kelly
When
Rowland
the height
guy.
of Destiny's Child, Kelly Rowland was my favorite. So seeing her in this, I mean, I will have to disavow her later in the episode, but we're not there
Well,
yet.
that's yeah.
But
was
yeah, I'm
the
like,
improv, yeah.
Kelly was my favorite. Kelly was the best. But Lori is sad because her mom is dead, and her boyfriend left when he was 14 and never said anything.
Jason Ritter.
Yeah, and even though they were 14, what they had was real.
Hey,
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that. I mean, how many times do you hear the story of like childhood friends and they're in love and then later they get back together? And
No.
Oh.
He seems like a lot better of a guy than most of the dudes that we meet in this movie.
That's true.
Yeah, he
Because
is.
we meet Trey and his friend.
Oh my god!
You know about feng shui, Tom?
Yeah, you know about feng shui.
While he's sipping on a fucking flat, like,
Yeah, what
bro.
the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah,
But
and
you
his
do hate him right
friggin'
away, like-
what's it called? Gibbs' boyfriend is an asshole. And he kind
Don't
of
make me
treats her
tell
like
you
shit.
twice.
Yeah, don't make me tell you twice. He's yelling at her. And she's like, what do you see in him? And she's like, I don't know, but he's got a cute butt. Can you explain why do girls like butts? Can you explain that to me? I think I asked Johanna and I don't think I got a real good answer. I get why guys like butts.
Well,
it makes sense for us.
My wife likes my butt.
Huh?
My wife likes my butt.
Yeah, I've had girlfriends like my butt. And I'm like, but
really?
why?
She's like obsessed with it. She likes to smack the shit out of it and
I think
squeeze it
it's
and
just-
do all
Okay,
kinds-
let's not get too
No, I'm
personal
just saying,
here.
like you know, like in like a you know.
No, but I'm
Yeah,
just
in a fun
I
way.
just never got with girls who are
There's
like, look at that butt. I'm like, what do you do with it?
You
I mean, I
hold
guess
on to it, Tom.
I guess if you're into pegging, but we're not the king of Rohan. We're not really into pegging like he was.
No.
That's
I
a
think it's
callback
just
to Two Towers.
Ugh,
So
I
what
think
was
it's just like I don't know. Like you don't see many guys with like cute butts. I think it's just like it's fun, it's sexy. Like you think like also kind of
My exes would beg to differ.
I don't know. One of my exes just had like a straight like it was like back to leg.
Oh no!
I swear to
Hank
God.
Hill?
With a crane?
You dated Hank
Oh,
Hill?
It was like it was straight back to butt. And I was like, and I would try like to hit like have fun.
I don't know
'Cause I'm,
where-
like, because like also got like they'll come up and grab my ass. Why can't I go up and grab your ass?
Well, you can. I don't think that was
But
his.
he
I don't
didn't
think that's
like
what
it.
Tony was
I
getting
just
at.
can
I think it's just fun. I
so
think it's
can
just
the,
like a cute butt.
Can
a cute
the
butt's a cute butt.
Can the 3% female audience of ours?
A butt's a butt.
Can you explain
Good
why,
butt's a
if you're a lady, why do you?
Fat ass though. That's the thing. That I'm sorry, Tony. I have to keep interrupting you. It's not like a fat.
How
ass, though.
dare you? How would you feel if someone interrupted you on this show?
So anyway, we're talking about something else.
We're not talking about like fat asses though. We're
Well,
not talking fat.
we're
It's like a plump.
We're not
like,
talking about Mama
muscular ass.
Disguisey fat asses.
I don't like a guy that comes in and like if say like he has. I don't want like a fat ass or something. Like no, it's like a
Like a
nice
bubble
mus-
butt?
Yeah.
By the way,
girls like bubble butts.
Two perfect.
I'm picturing.
Yes, that's it.
Handfuls?
Like, that's what we like.
I'm picturing right now. I'm picturing right now.
Like
Someone,
King's Hawaiian rolls.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm picturing right now someone listening to this on the podcast feed and just hitting forward 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
Why
Oh
don't
my
you
God,
talk
they're
about the
still
movie?
talking about asses.
Let's talk about Freddy's burn naked ass. Here we go.
Anyway, we can talk about men's asses all day long, and you know what? I intend to. So here's what the no. Anyway.
Check out Tony's OnlyFans.
So,
have you seen the Dracula picture? He's got that cake, folks.
That's true. Anyway.
That Transylvania cake.
I'm dead.
All I want to see is Catherine Isabel naked.
Is
And
it stunt boobs?
It's a body double.
It is really.
It's
It
100%
is?
Even
a body
later.
I was
double.
wondering
Even
if
later?
it was.
Yeah.
Even later, when like she's in the water closet.
Yeah, I think it's stunt boobs. We never see
Do
the
you
face.
not like? Does she ever say why? It's
I don't
like,
know.
why
I
is
just
it
know
body
for a
double?
fact it's a body double.
How? How do
I mean,
you know?
some people don't want to do nudity.
Yeah,
that's
because you
fine.
never see her face when she whips those babies out. And it's like, okay, I've seen that before. I've seen that. I've seen this record.
Tony has to load up
Remember
two
that girl-
screens
remember that
so
girl-
they see her face on one and the boobs on the other.
Remember the
I think he does do that actually.
remember the really hot redhead from Star Trek 09 and G.I. Joe, Rachel Nichols?
No.
She was the green girl in Star Trek 09, and she was Scarlet in the G.I. Joe movie.
I don't remember.
All right, well, she was hot as hell.
Okay.
And then she was in that awful Conan the Barbarian movie with Jason Momoa.
Sure don't
And then
remember that one.
And then it cuts to a sex scene, and those babies come out, but her face is all in the shadow, and I'm like, All I want to see is that girl's naked. And you're showing me some other girl's tits. This isn't.
We got Texas Chainsaw Next Generation. You know
exactly.
I do want to mention really quick.
I promise I will never use a stunt cock. Okay, I promise.
You'll know.
So anyway, keep going. What were you saying?
What is it? / hack the movies.
Don't say it on YouTube.
Oh, sorry.
You just bleep every other word out.
YouTube doesn't like that.
Oh, only
Spicy Site. My spicy site. / hack the movie. Anyway, keep going.
I was gonna say, I get a lot of hate for saying when I think boobs or females are really attractive or like people I want to fuck, but yet it's so many episodes you go off about how hot other women are. Why do I get yelled at? Why do I get yelled at?
I don't know. I can't explain these things. Let's move on.
Crystal, the world doesn't make sense.
Don't we all
the world
love
doesn't
hot naked people?
Joe, the world doesn't make
on this. Everyone loves boobs.
Joe,
Freddy vs. Jason.
Joe, the world doesn't make sense to me. I need it to make sense. I hope there isn't a Dracula on this boat.
No.
That's a reference to The Last Voyage of Demeter, which
Yes.
should be out by now by the time of this.
I think it's definitely out by the time this drops. Yeah.
Overall Movie Dumpster, check that out.
Yeah, check it out.
All right, so Catherine Isabel's
Last Voyage of the Demeter.
Catherine Isabel's body double is taking a shower.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Trey gets stabbed by Jason, who snuck into the house.
This was such a good one. This is like the first kill of the movie.
Yeah, so he gets
And
stabbed in the back, and I do that. He's like, and then that's
Jason's
not
like
enough.
Chucking him up, dude, and then he fucking
Jason
folds him.
folds him in
So
half.
good. The kills in this movie
It was really
are
good.
Yeah, and then Catherine Isabel, she gets all blood all over her feet, and then she's like, "What's happened here? Ah, what the fuck do you think?" Yeah, when she runs out to the cop, Deputy Stubbs.
Deputy Stubbs.
I do love that they all like you're so used to all these shitty horrors where they're like, oh no, like in my head I was like, oh no, they're all gonna get killed, blah blah blah. No, they're smart. They actually call the cops and they run out of the house, and you're like,
yeah.
Oh.
I think Jason conveniently was just like, yeah, one's enough.
Yeah,
and walked out.
Yeah. Also,
Because
Jason,
the rest of them need to
Jason's
live
gotta
for
be
the rest
better
of
at
the
being
movie.
sneaky. He tracked mud through the house. He didn't shut the door.
Yeah, the door's open, but there's no big ass Frankenstein's monster footprints walking through. Yeah.
Yeah. So they take them. Well, they're about to take them in, but the cops are talking. They're like, "Holy shit, it's the same house. It's Freddy Krueger." And
Don't
the
you
sheriff's
say
like,
that name.
"Don't say the name."
Great. Now the main character heard it. She's gonna bring him back.
Yeah. So yeah, they bring her back, and they're trying to keep a lid on it.
Mm-hmm.
Doing very poorly, by the way.
Yes, and Stubbs is talking to her. She's like, "Hey, they kept asking me about my dreams, and who's this guy that they mentioned?" He's like, "I'm new. I don't know what you're talking about, lady.
Shut up, lady.
I wish I could help you, but how did the guy get folded?" I get if you're aware of Freddy Krueger and you see a guy folded in half, you're like, well, obviously that's Freddy Krueger. No human man could do that. But yeah, Lori says the name. Freddy. And we get a cool nightmare sequence.
Yeah, this
here.
is pretty cool.
Very, very trippy and cool.
I like when she walks by all the missing kids photos,
Yeah.
and they all look at her,
And they all
Yeah.
follow her. That's really
It's
creepy.
simple, but really cool.
Yeah, because so much of the dream sequences in these movies, starting with 3, had to relate to something personal about the character, which is fine.
That was the first one to do it, really.
Yeah, but then you kind of forget that, in the first 2, it was just like, here's a creepy dream. Has
Here-
nothing really to
here's a
do with the
boiler
personal.
room.
Yeah,
It's more to do with Freddy than
Yeah.
it does with the characters. Yeah.
but then it became like, I'm afraid of bugs. I'm a bug. That was a whole thing.
Fantastic.
The Roach Motel. Yeah.
I like video games. I'm in a video game.
Well, we're talking about
Yeah.
The 6th movie.
Yes, which is underrated. Go back and watch my episode.
Watch the episode, but
Joe's wrong.
But that's
Tony's
Tony's false.
The episode is called "Freddy's Dead is Great, Joe is Wrong."
Wow.
And people who don't know who we are, they're gonna be like, "Who the hell is Joe?"
Who the fuck is that guy?
I gotta watch this.
Opinion matter?
I gotta watch this episode and figure out Joe is wrong and who he
That's
is.
the only reason people watch it. Who is Joe?
Is that the whole synopsis for the episode? Yeah, my buddy Joe said this movie sucks, and here's why it
Joe
doesn't.
for Movie Dumpster. I think we mentioned you once in that review because I mentioned that I forgot to get the 3D glasses.
And then you told me too late, and I couldn't bring them for this episode.
Today I said I forgot to get the 3D glasses from Freddy's Dead. Can you bring them so I can wear them out of spite? And you're like, it's too late. I'm
I
like,
was already
"No!"
at work.
Speaking of reminding, you told me during the the Halloween episode to remind you, hey, autograph. I think I forgot to tell you.
Oh yeah, it's
Did
there.
You do it?
It's there. I did it. I did it. Thank you for not reminding, but I remember this time.
Yeah,
So,
I did good.
so she sees a little girl.
Did it?
Well, this is true.
She sees the little girl from the opening montage.
Yeah.
Her eyes are all cut out, which is gross. And she's like, his name is Freddy, and he likes kids.
Especially little girls.
Especially little girl. You know, we always see the ghost of these tiny young kids, but we never see him haunting the tiny young kids.
No, we don't.
He's always haunting the teens. Yeah.
I think they were little at one time, then they grew up, and then he came. That's when he came back, and then he got a taste for teens. So it was like, "Oh, this is great!"
Gotcha.
She has that banger line though: "Warn your friends, warn everyone," which
Warn
I really
everyone.
like.
I do like that. Yeah.
And then it turns into the Freddy house with the girls jump roping, and then Freddy jump roping.
They were roading.
Yeah, jump roping. And then Freddy comes up and goes, "Boo!" Ah! I like that he just goes, "Boo."
Does he say boo? I thought he just.
No, I think he just growls, but it looks like he's saying boo.
Yeah.
It's
a good jump scare.
I do like that the dead guy's friend is getting yelled at by his dad.
Are you drinking? You were supposed to watch your sister.
Were you drinking?
Were you drinking
beer?
again?
My friend just died. Dad, give me
like, by the way, my friend got horribly mutilated.
Fuck you, Dad.
Yes.
But yeah, then he's like, I heard the cops say his name. I'm gonna get this guy.
I'm gonna get him, Trey. Don't you worry about it.
Yeah.
Fred Krueger was his name.
He's like Mac in Predator. I'm gonna cut your name into.
You and me. Looking at the same moon. He's drinking the fucking flask. You think it was?
Remember, same kind of moon, same kind of flask. I
Same
was
kind of
drinking
flask.
I'm gonna get you, Trey.
Dude, he was shaving his face before, wasn't he? He sure was.
So anyway, I like that we get the return of the goat. We haven't gotten that in a Freddy movie in a while.
What the fuck one is that one from?
The very first one.
Was
There's like a sheep. And someone told me that was a reference to counting sheep. I'm like, all right, I'll go with it.
I thought it was like sacrificial lamb.
I don't know, but this time it's a goat. To call back to that, and Freddy reveals himself, and he turns into a CGI shadow.
Yes, he did.
Which is kind of neat.
Like something out of Mortal Kombat or something.
Well, like how do you do this? CG, sure.
Yeah,
yeah,
fine.
And it's fast enough, but I thought it was pretty cool. But I like that it doesn't work.
Yeah,
and like
not strong enough.
We get what happens. I feel like this part of the script is like over explaining things because what's his face is like, I'm okay, I'm all right. I'm all right. And then Freddy goes, I'm not strong. I like that Freddy is updating us personally.
Yes. Yeah.
I feel like we're in the movie because he lets us know his backstory. And then he's looking at us and he's like, I'll be strong enough soon. I'll let Jason have some fun.
Who do you think he was talking to in the beginning of the movie?
Oh, you know who he was talking to? He was talking to the Dream Demons. They're flying off camera.
The three of them or something.
I really want to get that painting from Freddy's
It
Dead.
is cool, though.
So yeah, he's not strong enough, and then he wakes up, and I guess Jason cut off the dad's head.
Man,
and then
with precision, like ninja precision,
like with an anime katana.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
It was like one of those Kurosawa things where he like goes real fast.
Yeah. And then the dad stood still until he got bumped, and then it got popped off. I do like that the guy uses his dad's head to block the blade.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, Jason slices them up.
Sure does.
Yes,
They're dead.
And who could give a fuck? I think they're like, I think he died too or something.
Yeah,
they're still talking about Trey. They never talk about the alcohol.
I think they talk about him once. They're like, by the way, they were murdered. Okay.
Yeah, and then they're saying like, oh, that's bullshit. Blah 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 blah. blah.
It looks like they reopened Weston Hills because it was closed in part 5.
Yeah,
probably because all those kids died. But they brought it back. I assume the ghost of Amanda Kruger's gone. She doesn't show up.
Well, we also talk about her. There's like a thing with her, with what's her face's mom from being in the house, who we find out later. Do we want to talk about that yet?
We can talk about that later.
Like later or now?
When it's revealed.
Oh, okay.
Or-
Like when
I
it's
know you're talking about.
revealed,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like,
no.
that doesn't really line up.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's something weird there.
I
But
wanna
no,
talk about that,
because
yeah.
they mentioned that like a Will, what's her face is Laurie's ex-boyfriend.
Jason
Laurie,
Ritter, yeah.
like Laurie
Oh.
Strode, perhaps.
How many times they got to throw all this stuff
Yeah.
in?
Michael.
Yeah. He's in there because he said he saw Laurie's dad kill her mom.
Yes.
And they went, "You're crazy."
Yeah.
And they
Well,
sent him.
the dad threw him in.
No.
Yeah, so he didn't have to like.
Explain it to everybody because they found out how to.
Yeah, they found out if you suppress it, it'll be fine. He's
Yeah.
in there with Mark, who's in a bunch of Uwe Boll movies.
Yeah,
And
That's
so is
fine.
And so is the guy who plays his brother. I think is also in a bunch of.
Oh
Uwe
yeah,
Boll
well
movies.
this is a Christmas movie, guys, because Scott Farkus is in this movie.
Yep. I know him more as the brother on Titus.
Ah.
But anyway, Oh yeah, and they see the report of the murder on the news channel. Did you see what the call letters were for the channel?
No.
KRGR. KRGR News.
I'm fine with that. It's a Freddy vs. Jason movie.
It's cute. It's cute.
Yeah.
What did you think it was?
It took me. No, I didn't
Kroger.
see it.
Yeah, she's like, Kroger's?
Freddy Krueger's coming.
Karen, like, you're just saying the letters, and to me, I'm just like, letters. Oh, we're
Gonna make you shop. Hope you like groceries.
I do like the crazy guy who's trying to play checkers, and he goes, "I'm an Uno guy, so get the fucking
Get the
Uno
fucking
board."
Uno deck and we'll play.
Will and Mark, they decide Will's like, we got to get out of here and save Lori. She's in trouble. And Mark's like, okay.
It's so easy.
Yes.
They could have done this at any time and just
He
fucking
pretends
left.
to be a monkey and farts on some glass. And he
I'm
gets
upset that they didn't use CG to make it fog up. Like, what the fuck?
Did you guys think it took too long though to figure out their story almost?
I mean,
Because
it's pretty laid out.
No, I
Like,
think
what do
they're
you mean?
giving it to us enough.
But
along
I
the
kept
way.
thinking, I was like, did I miss something in other movies?
No.
It just to me.
No.
This is contained to this movie. Like
yeah,
this
but-
whole backstory.
Yeah, but I didn't. For a while, I was like, did I miss something? Did I miss something? Did I miss?
No,
Wait,
no.
are they? Yeah, for some reason.
He mentions early on, he's like, I really miss my family and my brother.
Yeah.
But I'm like, was that shown somewhere else at some time? Like, it took me a while to like.
They should have
realize.
connected it to Freddy's dead, and the parents in the picture should have been Roseanne and Tom Arnold.
And they made Scott Farkas?
Yeah.
That's what came out?
Yeah, that's what happens when you mix a Roseanne and Tom Arnold. You get a Scott Farkas. You didn't know that, Joe?
Oh my god. That's like a combat code. Go ahead.
So, let me see here. So yeah, he gets himself sedated and he lifts the keys off the guy and gets out of there.
Again, they could have just did this like whenever if they wanted to leave. They've been
Yeah.
locked up for how fucking long? 10 years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Lori's dad does what Kristen's mom does and pours stuff in the juice. He's putting like sleeping medicine or
Yeah.
something.
He's putting Hypnosil
Or
in it.
Hypnosil,
Yeah,
yeah.
Hypnosil, yeah.
It's like,
Because
fucking,
he knows.
we're gonna
it's-
put this Freddy down already. He's back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows it's right. Like you.
Well,
you, he does know it.
He's
Like, he
afraid that
thinks-
it is Freddy.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, he's not. I mean, he's not a good guy, but he's not the worst.
He's a fucking asshole.
He's an asshole, but
He
at
could have probably
least
been a
he's
little
like.
bit more open, but
Yeah.
I understand why he needed to be so discreet.
Yes.
Because if she knew who it was, he wouldn't have. Yeah.
But I also like
We
he's
can't
like, you
talk
gotta
about that
have
yet.
your juice.
Drink your juice.
But at least he's not trying to put her to sleep and like act like, hey, like don't have dreams. Because like she doesn't know what's happening really
No.
yet.
Mhm.
And it's like, here's a way for you. Like, I wish she kind of knew that though, because she'd be like, oh shit, I have some at my house. Right?
Well,
because she doesn't know what he's
No,
giving her.
No, she has
She
no
doesn't
idea.
know
But
that.
she's like, you're a general practitioner. We're not there yet.
Yeah,
but-
we're not
No,
there.
we're not there
We're
yet.
getting there.
But
We're getting
I'm
there.
curious of like, hey, if he was like up front, I know like it totally messes with the movie, but
Yeah.
like she'd be like, oh shit, I got some in my house.
I don't think there would be a plot.
Yeah, there wouldn't be a plot.
Oh, we need plots?
So anyway,
Oh,
anyway.
shit. Didn't think about that.
The girls reunite and they talk about the new murders. We meet Linderman, who was a dork.
Linderman.
What movie was he in? Girl Next Door? Was that the movie with the chick
He's-
from 24?
He's got a familiar face, but I couldn't peg him.
So Linderman is a
Place him,
dork,
Jesus.
and we also meet Freeberg, who is not Jason Mewes.
Oh yeah, they couldn't get Jason Mewes.
But he looks just like it is.
That's
Yeah.
funny. You going? Let's make.
That's the wish
Let's
version.
make him. Yeah.
Wes Craven got Jane Silent Bob for Scream 3.
Yeah.
Because it was a Miramax picture. Wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Linderman,
How have they not brought them back for the new Screams? They exist in that universe.
Oh yeah. They exist in a lot of universes.
I didn't
which
even
is
watch
really
the new
weird.
Jane Silent Bob movie because
Sure
it's
did.
probably shit.
Sure
but I'd like
did.
to see them come back and Scream.
Yes.
They are a Ghostface. That would be great.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that would be amazing. Shit.
Jason Mewes as Ghostface.
So-
Yes.
So Lori describes Fred.
Krueger?
She's like, yeah.
Okay.
She was no, a different Fred.
Well, I don't know. You said Fred.
Sometimes they call him
Frederick.
Fred. A lot of the times in the first movie, they're calling him Fred.
Frederick Krueger here.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to hear him be called Frederick.
So yeah, she starts
Freddy.
singing the song, and then Mark shows up finishing the song, and then he tells everyone how Freddy Krueger works.
Do you know why they sing that?
This is a,
Because that's when he comes for you.
this is a bad idea, Mark. You shouldn't be doing this.
In the fucking hallway full of kids, like Freddy Krueger, Freddy Krueger, Freddy Krueger,
Yeah.
Freddy Krueger.
Well, he doesn't know yet. I do like when he realizes
yeah.
it.
Oh, we fucked up, man.
Yeah. So yeah, then she sees Will, and she's like, "Oh my god!" And I think this is when the principal shows up, and it's Robert Shea, I believe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he usually cameos in these.
There you go.
So yeah, they take her to the nurse, right? There was like a deleted scene here. Where
They're
she's in the nurse's room, and I think you see like Jason outside the window, or sometimes it's Freddy. I think they
I
shot
didn't
it
see
both
that
times.
as a deleted.
Where's that in the actual movie?
I think that's in the actual movie.
Okay, there's like a thing where she's in the nurse's office, and there's a window, and you either see Jason or Freddy outside of it. And I think they shot it both ways because trailers had the opposite.
They should have did the what was it? Is it the part 3? No, it's the part 4
4
thing
where Freddy is the nurse.
Freddy's doing like his best like earnest impression of the old woman.
Well, there's a nurse in this, and Kia asks her a question, even though there's clearly a sign saying the nurse cannot help you. And she has an hallucination of her nose being cut off by Freddy.
She wants to get a nose job.
Got your nose!
Okay,
The nose
so
gets
yes.
cut off, and nothing happens.
Yeah, because
she wakes up
Because he's not strong enough yet. But I do like when she was looking through the magazine, like the whole plastic surgery stuff was getting more and more graphic.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
That's enough to deter me. I'd be like, fuck that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
It reminds me of the TLC The Waterfalls music video.
Oh yeah,
I don't know what
that
like,
should have
it
been playing over this loudspeaker.
Fuck yeah. But then TLC, Destiny's Child,
No,
they're competitors.
They're button heads.
So yeah, the guys go to the library to look up old news articles, and they realize
That microfilm, dude.
Yeah, all this stuff has been blacked out.
Are you
all the
legally
deaths.
allowed to do that? I thought you're not legally allowed to do that. But I mean, obviously, if the
To
police
look up
are doing
news?
it.
To look up news?
No, to black it out.
To black it out.
Oh. Well,
I mean, if the police officers and shit are all
But if
involved.
the people
like,
that are in charge of the town are like, yeah, black that shit out, I mean, they're gonna do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he realizes they suppressed the town's knowledge of Freddy, and then Mark's like, "Oh no, I screwed up. I told everyone about him.
Fuck, he's back."
And what are they gonna do? Well, obviously they're gonna go to the rave.
Well, duh.
The corn
That's
maze
a
rave.
fucking. I mean, it's a fun scene. It's such a fun scene.
Linderman.
Let your freak flag fly.
Linderman gets he gets a beer bong shoved on him.
Linderman.
And then he gets bullied by Kia, and then he throws it back in her face.
Yeah.
And she's kind of into it.
Yo, she likes it.
They in the deleted scenes, they were supposed to have a romance.
They
But
kind of do.
They hint to
do.
it, but
No,
it never really.
In the deleted scenes, they actually
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
words, and there's when Litterman, spoiler alert, dies, she actually kisses him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's like a whole thing.
I thought she
they
did.
cut out a lot of kissing scenes and romance scenes because Ronnie's like, we didn't need it.
Well-
it just
They cut out that deleted ending, which we'll talk about.
They cut out the part where
I
Freddy
hate-
kisses Jason.
I feel like that was needed.
Oh, wait, I saw that. Wait, was it not that movie that I saw it in?
I was
Is this
right.
a different movie I saw?
That was the basis for my fan fiction.
It's also on his fans list.
Freddie
on his
Hart's
own
Jason.
fan.
Yes, that's an Axel
was a good
Braun
one.
parody. Yeah.
So yeah, by
Freddy
the way,
Bones Jason.
if you forgot that this was the early 2000s, did the bucket hats give it away?
Oh,
The furry bucket hats?
there's a lot of.
When
shit
are those
given
coming
away.
back?
Never, please.
I want to
to
look like
God.
Britney Spears in the early 2000s with a bucket hat. Wouldn't that be cool?
How about that?
Bring it back.
No.
Bring back the bucket hats.
No!
Wow.
What about that Linkin Park looking motherfucker?
That guy was cool.
Tony's
The guy
like,
with
I'm
all
gonna
the
dye
glo-
my hair and
I love the
spike it
glow
again.
stick guy.
That's what I'm talking about.
I have a comment about him coming up.
Oh my god.
Lori sees Will, and they're trying to catch up, and he's trying to talk about something that's important, and then Kia's like, "Let's dance," and he's
I
like,
know.
"Okay," and I'm like, "This." What was it this time?
My trash.
Your trash this time.
Yeah. You'll throw my pumpkin coffee. Haley says
Anyway. Yeah, he's like, "Oh, let's dance." Oh, cool. It's like, wait, this is kind of important.
Yeah.
Does he?
Yeah.
I thought Kia like takes Linderman and she's like,
Yeah, no,
looking
but
at
then
them
she
both.
grabs them. She's like, "Stop it with all this shit.
oh,
Let's
oh.
dance."
He kind of,
yeah.
doesn't he like kind of follow? Like he doesn't be like, listen, this shit's important.
He should be talking and dancing with this guy named Freddy Krueger, and he's
Don't say his
really
name.
cool. And he has knives on his gloves.
FK. It was
doing-
FK.
Doing this.
Hey,
Frederick. Goddamn Frederick. Frederick's coming to get you.
his real name is Frederico.
Oh, fuck.
Sharp Hand Joe. That's yeah. So they're fucking.
Rave,
they're
rave.
they're partying at the
Okay,
rave,
yeah.
and
What's her face gets offended by someone making fun of her
Jason
dead.
Mewes says like, "Yeah, he was fucking gutted, man.
Yeah.
Like Trey is fucking
So
gut
she
for
wanders
hanging out
into the
and shit."
cornfield, and she sees Trey, and he's like, "Oh," he's like lifting himself.
I
And he's like, "Come
love
on,
it.
Jim."
See, that's a good one.
That,
Yeah,
yes.
but there
Wait,
was
don't
a
make me tell
deleted
you
scene
twice.
where they showed him walking and his body's flopping all over the
But
place.
they're in the
when they're in the boiler room.
Yeah,
It
when
looks
they're in the boiler room.
terrible.
Doesn't need that.
Yeah.
That's
And then
enough.
they got it, and they got it, and they said it looked horrible. They really wanted it to look like work, but they're like it just
Yeah.
This
like
is the only like classic Freddy scene in the whole movie too.
Right, yeah.
Besides him and Jason.
And it's cool. It feels like a Freddy thing where like she goes to run away and there's suddenly a wall, and I like that the face comes out of the wall, kind of
cool.
like
Yeah.
the original Freddy movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's chasing her around, and then in the real world,
She's getting fucked by Linkin Park, man.
yes, look, if you're gonna be
it's a creepy.
if you're gonna
scene.
be a sexual predator, not to give advice, but maybe don't wear the most brightly colored thing that draws the most attention in the world.
Tony, I don't know if you know this, but this man's probably on like fucking 3
Yeah.
tablets of ecstasy.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if I wanted to commit any kind of crime,
Don't say that.
Why are you saying this?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
That none of this needs to be said.
No, but I'm saying
No,
they're like,
Tony.
well,
No.
well, he's
If I
going to
wanted
attempt
to say
this.
No.
He's going to attempt this wearing literally.
If he's going to attempt it, he's going to attempt it. No, just stop talking.
I would I would have taken off
No.
some of the glow sticks. I wouldn't have left every glow stick on.
You think this is even a good idea in the first place? Like, no, this is so wrong.
That'd be
It
like me
made
going
you-
into a bank with like a black and white striped shirt with like the mask and a
No.
gun and be like, I'm just here to make a deposit. It's like, no. I'm like, oh, I wonder who's robbing the bank. Oh, it's that guy.
Yeah,
How
Black
are you
Bart.
comparing these?
I'm
No,
just saying, he's
Tony,
trying
shut
of all the people to
fuck
pull off
up.
a crime.
No,
why would you
shut
pick the guy
up.
dressed like that?
Surprised it's not the jock.
He's so
honestly.
Yeah.
That would have made more sense.
Yeah, but he's so fucked up, and like it was creepy.
Yeah.
I was like, I was not expecting like a basic rape scene.
Well, he
Look,
had
listen,
to be
listen.
glowing in the night. so
I don't
Jason
know if
could
it's
find it.
out yet. It's probably coming out after this. I finally watched the Last House on the Left remake, so this was tame
Why?
in comparison.
Why?
Actually, it wasn't that bad.
God.
Actually, it wasn't that bad.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't that bad. But whatever. Wait for the episode. I didn't watch it until recently because I thought it was going to be really bad. It wasn't that bad. Anyway, yeah. So he's chasing her, and when he's finally about to kill her,
It's great. She like
It's
opens the
so
door
good.
and he's just about to take his first victim and
the
her fucking
blood's-
chest explodes into his
yes,
face.
because we find out in
So
the real
good.
world, Jason has impaled them.
Yeah, but
And-
it's just so cool.
And
It
throws the worst rapist in the world into the air. And I do like that the glow sticks are falling off
Yeah,
him
that's
as he's being thrown. But yeah,
So he did get his.
yeah. So this
Jason
is,
saved her.
yeah. Jason didn't save her; he killed her.
Whoops.
We talked about this in part 8. I don't
too far.
understand. I don't understand Jason saying it's like I have to stop rape, but also I have to kill the potential victim. Like what the fuck, Jason?
Hey, at least she died with dignity.
Oh my god.
Well, I don't think she was awake for any of it. So.
But here is the first
Her soul
hint we
knew.
get at Jason's demonic makeup. He gets a little bit more demonic the angrier he is.
You mean Freddy?
Freddy. That's what I
Freddy's
meant.
got the sharp, weird CGI sharp teeth.
Yeah, so
What's
there's
up with that
so
shit?
he gets like redder and his ears get pointed and his teeth get sharper when he's like really angry.
You see that like towards the end.
You see it towards the end. You see in the beginning when he's narrating and they zoom up on him,
Yeah.
he's got it
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
And then in this scene where he's angry, he's got like the demon face.
He's
on.
got the dream demons in there.
He's got the dream demon
What's
face.
that?
Not to be confused with the demon face from New Nightmare, which looked like your traditional devil.
Which is a totally different face.
Totally
So
different
many
face.
faces.
Yes, he's the man of a million faces, is what they call
The
Freddy
man
Krueger.
of 3 faces.
Him and Pistachio Disguise.
What the fuck? What was that? Wasn't me this time.
This light turned off. Is it plugged in?
Yeah. Is it just been on too long where it said "fuck you"?
Is there a timer? Oh, I might have hit a timer earlier.
It is a what is it, a mood light?
Therapy lamp.
Therapy
It's an
lamp.
Therapy
emotional
lamp.
support lamp.
Anyway.
Yes,
So, yeah,
Pistachio Disguises there.
Yeah, and then Jason decides, I'm going to kill everyone in the corn maze. He kills those 2 drunk guys.
Well, because they made fun of him. That's what happened.
He spins that guy's head around. That is a good head spin.
Why did you find a pig to fuck? Dude, he spits or he dumps fucking Everclear on him and
Everclear.
lights him on
Yeah.
fire.
Yes.
And then he's like burning the cornfield. And
great.
then that guy is running. And for some reason, even though he's laughing, his mouth is closed when he's running. In slow motion. I don't know why he's running with his mouth closed and not screaming. But then he gets stabbed with a machete and he spits up all this blood. It's almost as if he had the blood in his mouth and it
Could
was
be.
very obvious.
Yes.
He's like,
And then he spits it out like a fountain. Like, what the fuck is that?
I feel like that Jason just threw the flaming machete.
This is so
Yeah.
good, though.
This
'cause-
scene's cool that
it's
he's
a
like
really
on
good
fire and he's cutting everyone up. And it was until he like cuts
was
the
awesome.
beer and
Oh,
it douses him.
Yeah, he kills one dude, but he also hits the beer and it puts him out.
Yeah.
It's fucking cool.
So
it was a great massacre scene.
Yeah, that is a bloodbath.
I
Everyone's
loved
fucking
it.
scared of
They're
Jason right now.
screaming, they're running. It's really fucking
What's
good.
that guy's name? Freddy Krueger, I think.
I do love when they're in the van and they're talking about the killings and whatnot, and not Jason Mewes goes,
Dude, that goalie was pissed about something.
but they're like, no, fuck the cops, just take me home. Like, I don't know, I feel like you should probably
Yeah, that
tell
was
the
a little
cops about this
odd.
guy.
Well, definitely against Jason, that's for sure.
Yeah. Which the cops already know because we find out later Stubbs is investigating.
The machete killer from Crystal Lake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Will tells Lori, he's like, by the way, I think your dad killed your mom. She's like, what?
Wait.
And right on cue, the dad's there.
In the rain, right?
Yeah. But then she reveals that he does work at Weston Hills and he was hiding the messages. So she's scared of him and she escapes out the house.
And he knew Will was there the whole time. And she's like, you didn't tell me, Dad.
Yeah.
What happened to Mom? Show me the death certificate. He's like, no.
No.
Drink your juice.
Drink your
Drink your juice.
So yeah, she gets the hell out of there. She reunites with Will, and then they go to see Mark, who like an idiot fell asleep.
The one guy who knows the whole fucking history, and he's just like, man, I guess I'll take a nap.
Well, he didn't do it on purpose.
He didn't have any caffeine pills left or some
No,
shit?
well, it's a dream sequence.
Oh, he
though.
drops it down the
But that's a dream sequence, though, isn't it?
It's in the dream
part
scene.
of the
He's
dream
already
sequence.
asleep.
He's already asleep.
Oh, is he? Because
Yeah.
they're probably micro napping anyway, because that happens in this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he just accidentally fell asleep. I mean, he's probably been trying to.
Yeah.
So Scott Farkas is in the bathtub.
He is. Yeah, and it's clearly Freddy, but Freddy's not even doing the act really well because he's just like, I hate Jason so much. He's messing up my plan.
Yeah.
And Mark should be like, what?
Wait,
What are you talking about?
Trying to get them to remember me. That one breath always makes me laugh.
He just won't stop.
You gotta tell him that it's me, not that guy.
But I like that
Yes.
blood is just squirting out of his wrist the
And,
whole time he's
Yeah.
talking.
It's pretty good.
But yeah, he
Freaks
eventually
out.
pins up Mark and he's like, tell everyone about me. And he's
Mark's
like, no.
go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I won't do it. I won't
And you're
do
right.
it.
This scene, we see these eels on his feet. Or there's stuff that grow on his feet.
that
Yeah.
And he screams, someone wake me up. But there's the deleted scene where he threw up
throws them
eels
up,
all
but they're
over.
so bad.
Yeah, they're
they
pretty
had to
bad.
cut it. Yeah.
But yeah, so he
and
leaves.
there was also, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There was also, they had a deleted scene where you actually see, Mark actually sees on the computer screen his brother going into the bathroom and getting the razor and doing the whole thing.
Oh.
You actually see that, but
Who
they
filmed him?
It's supposed to be like a dream sequence though.
He
Wakes up and he re-sees that scene where
Gotcha.
he's freaking out.
Yeah.
But Ronnie says, no, I'm saying Ronnie like he's my best friend. So Ronnie, my bud Ron. So he says that he wanted the audience to not realize it's a dream sequence right away. Right away. Yeah.
Yeah, that's always the best when you don't know. It's
Yeah. I prefer that.
Yeah. So yeah, he leaves a message. Freddy's back.
On his back.
It's
On his
fucking
back.
cool,
It's
man.
great.
Like that is a good one.
I do like when he pops up in the window and his face gets
I
slapped.
love that they're watching this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a CG thing I'm okay with.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
They're like, fuck this
Okay,
shit.
so yeah, here Stubbs does some investigating.
Every
He's
time
like,
you say Stubbs, I'm sorry, but every time you say Stubbs,
You
I think the
think
video.
barbecue sauce, right? Oh.
or AMC's reward thing.
Nope.
Who do you think
Video
of?
game. Stubbs. With
Stubbs?
the Stubbs the zombie.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
Right? Isn't that what it is?
Video games are for children.
Oh.
I always think about barbecue
You
sauce.
play as the zombie. You play as Stubbs. And he goes, no?
Sorry, I do not play video games. I am an adult.
Anyone?
You can be a Stubbs reward member and go to the fucking movie theater.
I am a Stubbs reward member. Huh?
No.
Oh, I thought you said something. So here Stubbs goes to the sheriff and he's like, hey, look, I investigated. I think he got it. And the sheriff's like, no, we know who did this, even though he's never done anything like this before. And
Yeah.
it's totally out of character.
And it's totally one blade, not
And
four.
also the people were I'm sorry, guys. Hi, Space Cat. I hear you screaming off camera. Do you want to be on
I
camera?
didn't hear that. Yo, me and Space Cat are best friends now.
What if I'm dreaming and that's actually Freddy? Oh, hey, sweet lady. Come here.
What do you think about Freddy versus Jason? I don't think she likes it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. That kind of. You
Who's-
clearly don't speak cat.
Who's your favorite, Freddy or Jason?
Oh yeah, who's
better, Freddy or Jason?
who's your favorite, Freddy or Jason?
I think that was a clear Jason.
Okay, so
Here, baby.
what have I been trying to say? Yes, Stubbs tells the sheriff, "Hey, I think it's Jason. And the sheriff, I'm just knocking everything out. The sheriff is like, no, it's some guy. He doesn't say it's Freddy Krueger.
He's got 9 fingers.
Yeah, he's just some dude that we know. Don't worry about it. He's like, no, it's Jason Voorhees or a copycat. He keeps calling him a copycat because he thinks
Jason
Jason's
Voorhees is
dead. Yes, because he read like, oh, demon worm went into a vagina and went back to hell.
Tommy
Cool,
Jarvis didn't really happen, but it did afterward. Post Tommy Jarvis, yeah.
Yes, yes. So yeah, he's a little fed up with that. Should we put her down?
I think that's a yes, Dad.
She's got to make up her mind if she wants screen time or not. She
Yeah.
never makes up her goddamn mind.
No, she got just enough.
Ugh,
She
okay.
just wants to make her
All right.
presents in. I miss you already.
So this part's a little confusing. Hold on, I guess I can put my DVDs back now that the cat's gone. This part is a little confusing because they're like, even if we leave, Freddy can still get us. And I'm like, thought he was limited to Springwood. Although his daughter did release him from the confines of Springwood, but wasn't that, I believe that would be reversed once he got killed and was sent to hell, and it would revert back to just Springwood.
Again, every town has an Elm Street, Tony.
Yeah, but the whole point of Freddy's Dead was he couldn't leave Springwood, so he needed to connect with his daughter, and that's who got him out of Springwood.
Right, with the bus going through the reality, right?
Yeah, because in the beginning it establishes he can't get out.
Yeah.
And he's never left Springwood before.
I don't think it's canon.
Oh, it's canon.
Oh, it's not.
Freddy's Dead is canon. They show footage of it in this film, this motion picture, so it is canon. Okay?
Canon?
It's canon.
Well, he's not dead.
Yeah?
Clearly.
Yeah, but I'm guessing when he came back, did it revert back to the original rules of only Springwood?
Gotcha.
Because now they're saying
It's
he
not
can
like a
follow
Charles
us.
Lee Ray situation where if he gets a new body, he can...
Yeah, but I'm just like, if he can leave Springwood, he wouldn't be here right now. He would have went anywhere.
Yes.
Anywhere.
He's got a thing for the whores in his house.
Yeah, they bring that up later on. Stubbs finds the kids, and I do like that he's like, the Scooby van was a dead giveaway outside.
Yes.
And he tells them the story of Jason, but it's not backed up with any visuals because, again, we don't have the rights to those films. And they're like, okay, what are we going to do? And they come up with plans, and then we don't realize we're in a dream sequence. Because then it turns into them talking about sacrificing virgins.
Wait a second. If Freddy died by fire and Jason by water, how can we use that?
I don't think they end up... I know fire and water is used in the end, but not to really undo them.
Yeah. It's just set pieces. Well, maybe Jason, but...
Yeah. But, yeah, then they come up with the sacrificial virgin thing. And
And the boyfriend and the cat, like the Kelly Rowland character, like they want to fuck each other.
Yeah, like, why someone like me.
And I was like, I know Kelly Rowland. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, back in 2003, I'd be like, why not both? But I like that Linderman's like, it counts if you pay for it, which I agree, because I've never had sex with anyone that I didn't pay for it with time,
energy, and money.
Specifically money for you?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
No, it's
in
just
a different way.
I love when people try to like, you probably pay for sex. I'm like, who fucking hasn't?
Also, like, who
find me one guy who hasn't paid for sex with either time, energy, or money, and I'll show you someone who doesn't exist. What? I'm glad you agree.
What is like time though? Like what? The actual time of fucking? Like what?
No, all the shit that leads up to it.
He's talking about putting time and effort into a relationship,
Yeah.
having sex, and then figuring out that it's not a good relationship.
Or no, just any sex in general.
Oh, okay.
See, that's what I thought he was.
You got to go out. You got to impress them over.
That's not true.
You can just put on your glow stick outfit
I
and
could
find
just
a rave
go
in
on
a
my, you know what?
cornfield.
Fuck it. I have such a bad time dating. I'm just gonna put my glow stick outfit and go
You're
into the
giving
court.
people tons of advice of saying just don't put on glow sticks.
I'm just making a joke. I don't endorse it.
Look, if you're gonna commit crimes, don't wear a glow stick outfit in the dark.
This is any crime.
It defeats the purpose of committing a crime in the dark. You want to wear black if you're gonna commit a crime in the dark.
He was gonna do it if it was dark or not.
I don't know.
I think he was like, oh shit, look.
I think he was fucked up on drugs, is what I.
You think?
Yes.
I just would have taken at least some of them off. But anyway.
It was a quickie.
This turns out to be a dream.
Yes.
Freddy gets in her face and he's doing his tongue thing. He's like, ah.
Oh, I love this because like is this the part
It's
with her
the
dad?
dad first.
Yeah, she's like, your dad will always be here for you. Look at me, son, gonna kiss me.
Oh my God. Yes.
That was fucking gross.
Oh, but she rips his ear off.
Yep.
Yeah. Brings it
And then in the real world, it's there and it turns into maggots.
Boogie, boogie, boogie.
Yes. They're like, well, that's fucked. They decide they're going to go to Weston Hills and get a bunch of Hypnosil.
Yeah.
That's still not FDA approved, even after all this time.
Because you don't, they're like, why would you tell everybody what it's for? It's to keep Freddy away.
But yeah,
who's that? Freddy Krueger, and then he gets more powerful.
They break in
for other things, like people are just having like really bad PTSD in their dreams or something.
Oh, I guess maybe like for nightmares. Period.
Nightmares, exactly. How many people have constant nightmares? Actually,
Are you having a nightmare on Elm Street? Take Hypnosil.
Just fucking
So anyway,
I'm down.
they break back into Weston Hills to steal the Hypnosil. The stoner decides it's a good time to light one up. Because he's a stoner. Remember, getting high will get you
Killed.
into a dream state, I guess.
Look, I never understand that. Like, maybe doing some coke, that makes sense, right? But like, if you did some cocaine.
I know what cocaine is.
No, I'm saying that makes more sense, like to stay awake and stuff. This guy's lighting up a fucking joint.
Oh, no, he's just lighting up because he's a stoner. He's not trying to stay awake.
No, I know, but I'm like, this fucking guy kills you in your dreams, so let's take the thing that's going to put me to sleep.
He doesn't
You think he's smart? He's lighting up a joint in this place. You think he's smart enough to realize that?
This will chill me out.
He's
By the way,
he's just like along for the ride. He's
I
just
feel
like,
bad.
murder.
I feel bad for the guard at the asylum who's just inching his way up to the door, and Jason is just like, knocking on it like King Kong.
Yeah.
Like, bang, bang. And then it cuts back to him, and he's just flat.
Yes.
This is the he's smoking this joint.
Yeah.
I love this scene though.
And he's like, he's high as fuck. Now, anytime that you've smoked marijuana, have you ever saw a giant caterpillar climb up next to you with a fucking hookah?
Every time.
Smoking marijuana, everything starts spinning, and I throw up because I have bad motion sickness.
And then you fall asleep.
And I fall asleep.
Or you just like fuck up
edibles,
like intros.
edibles. We've seen, we've seen what happens on edibles. Now, edibles, I don't hallucinate anything.
Although
Although at that,
when you smoke weed,
huh?
You hallucinate when
No,
you
I
smoke
don't.
weed? Okay, I'm
No,
saying
when I-
nobody
Because,
does.
Yeah, it's not a hallucinogen.
It's just, I guess it just like puts you into a dream. You're just not fully awake, I guess. I will say at that live show, they kept doing this running bit where someone would come out in a Vladimir Putin mask and we had to yell sanctions at them. And at one point it was right behind me. And again, I was so out of it. I looked around and saw a guy in a mask and I was like, I was like so scared of everything
Being
happening.
scared and paranoid is one thing. Yeah.
I feel bad for anyone who happened to be at that bar that night. And they're like, who is this room full of assholes throwing imaginary sanctions at a guy in a Putin mask? I have great friends. Anyway, so the Freddy pillar comes out and lights one up with him.
Freddy pillar, yeah.
And goes into him. Meanwhile, we find out
What's that?
It's definitely more of like an acid trip.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, nobody trips smoking weed.
Yeah.
Like, why be like, what the? This is something's happening.
Yeah.
There's a fucking giant worm here.
But yeah, then they find the kids who are overdosed on Hypnosil.
With their eyes bleeding and shit.
Yeah, well, they're not bleeding yet. They're just bandaged up. But then when Freeberg goes in the room, they're all like standing up and pointing to where the thing, and then the one guy is bleeding.
Yeah. Because Freddy's trying to coerce him to like dump the Hypnosil down the
but
drain.
he resists, so then Freddy just goes into his body and just possesses him and dumps all the Hypnosil, just destroys all of it. I like that Jason interrupts Stubbs and Linderman.
Yeah.
And, like Linderman's scream is so good.
Oh, poor baby.
He's like, wait, dude, don't dump that down the drain. Ah!
Yes.
And then fucking Jason like misses Stubbs and hits the control panel and like is electrocuted and grabs Stubbs and just fries his ass and then throws him into the panel.
I wasn't expecting that. I was not expecting them to die that fast. I was like, oh shit.
They're all running out.
They're all running out, but Freeberg is staying. And they're like, come on, man. But I like that it's actually Freddy's voice. He's like, let me handle this bitch.
I got this, bitch. Jason Ritter is just like, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's like, yeah, sure, cool, buddy.
Yeah.
I like that he drugs Jason, and then for a moment, Freeberg like wakes up, and then he just gets sliced in half.
It's such a good bisect too.
Yeah. Although it has that this has that choppy slow mo. I wish the movie didn't have the choppy slow mo.
There's a few shots like that. I'm like, why are we doing this?
That was big in the 2000s.
Hated it.
Gladiator had it. We just talked about. King Kong had it.
But it never.
Lord of the Rings has
But
it.
it never looks good. Just do the fucking regular slow mo.
I know.
Yeah.
Shoot it right.
Yeah.
It didn't bother me that much.
It's a cool bisection.
It's
really
a cool kill.
So Jason is pissed in the dream world that Freddy pretended to be his mom.
Oh yeah.
She's like yelling at him, and he's like, "Oh!" And then it's like, "Joke on you." So
She's dead.
So they have a little dream battle.
This
and
is weird.
This is cool, but it's
so
like
cool, but
it's the dream world, so everything is like overemphasized,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And you're like flying 1,000 feet when you get
Well,
hit. and
I
shit.
like that he cuts Freddy's arms off. He's like,
like,
my
"No,
arm!
my
And then he throws
arms!"
him right back.
Yeah.
The pinball sequence is
That's
pretty
good.
funny. I just keeps knocking around.
Tilt.
But then Freddy, he's just like, why won't you die? And it's like, well, you know he can't die.
Yeah. That's why you brought him back.
Yes.
Why wouldn't you like put him in like a happy dream to keep him calm?
Yeah.
Because he's trying to kill him because he's just done now.
But
He's
he
like,
knows
"Fuck
he
this
can't
shit."
kill him.
Well,
Maybe send him back to hell.
yeah.
Maybe he thinks he's just over that. Like normal people can't kill him, but he can kill him.
Yeah.
How did he know about his mom but didn't know that he drowned?
I think he knew that he drowned. Okay, yeah. Okay. So
That's what I'm wondering.
Ooh,
It's a little bit of a blow,
good
but it's
point.
fine.
Good-
so
good
so
point.
we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
In the real world, they have him in the van. Their plan now, which they've done several times in these films, is to go into the dream world and grab Freddy and bring him out into the real world.
And bring Jason back to Crystal Lake.
But
For some reason.
Jason back to Crystal Lake. The hopes is that they fight, Jason wins, and he'll be at Crystal Lake and he'll be fine.
And then
They
he'll go
don't
to bed in the
know.
lake.
They don't know that Crystal Lake connects to the ocean.
That's right.
And that
Yeah,
that Jason is known for leaving Crystal Lake
He's
to
gonna
go to cities like Manhattan. They're
He's
not
gonna-
aware of that.
They're aiding his addiction
Yeah.
to go to the city.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they're like, okay, he'll have home field advantage.
Question mark, dude.
Yeah.
The real world is home field advantage.
Wait,
Yeah.
did baby Jason happen?
It's
already?
about to happen
Oh,
right
all
now.
let's
So
talk
back
Baby
in the
Jason.
dream world, the water comes down, and then
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
even though we've seen adult Jason in all these films never be scared of water once,
Even be
in fact,
in
he
water.
loves to
Yeah.
swim. He goes on boats, as we learned.
He does the killing in the water.
He was at the bottom of a fucking lake for 2 movies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But apparently his subconscious, his inner child is afraid of water
In his
and
dream.
drowning.
when
Yeah.
He's dreaming.
You'd think after being like blown up and all that other stuff, you have different fears of death, but I guess
Yeah.
it's still just the drowning one. And it turns into little baby Jason, and
Why
he
are you
calls him a
scared-
little shit.
Why are you scared of dreaming if you can't breathe? If you don't need to breathe?
I don't know.
Anyway.
I
Did
think
I
it's
say dreaming or drowning?
drowning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I do like that he brings up his dead mom's head. That's pretty mean.
Oh, yeah, and he's like shaking it in front of him.
Only a mother could love.
Oh my
Let's
But
dig a
yeah,
little
then he
deeper.
goes
I love when
more-
he puts his fucking finger into his head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he sees Jason's dream world.
I guess.
Yeah, that was odd. But it's going. Yeah, the blade's
Yeah.
going into
Yeah.
his brain.
And Jason
you're
dreams
under-
about having a little shed on a lake, even though he's supposed to be scared of water. And then he puts souls into a closet.
Question mark.
Yeah.
That's always a little weird for me.
Yeah.
I like how they do the flashback to him as a kid though.
Yeah.
Because it's like how to get around that
Yeah,
without
so-
having to show clips from the other movies.
Yeah, so Laurie goes into the flashback,
Yeah.
the 50s.
Which is cool.
And you see them bullying Jason. I like that they put a sack on his head. I'm like,
yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
that's pretty funny. I guess that's where he got that idea.
I know, I'll wear a potato sack.
Yeah. But then she goes to the counselors. There's someone drowning. He's like, I'm a little busy. He's like, aren't you coming?
It's not my fault this bitch is dead on her feet.
It was cool to see Freddy in a Crystal Lake
I did, like,
shirt.
yes.
But he's wearing the shirt over the sweater.
Yeah,
Which
no,
I
that's
thought-
fun.
I was
That's fun. I
okay.
like
I thought
that.
that was fun too. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I think this was a fun scene.
Yeah, so he starts drowning Jason, which drowns him in the real world, which again, would that kill him?
I don't
Because
think
it
so.
hasn't before. It's incapacitated him. But it leads to a fun scene where they're like, we have to give him mouth to mouth. And only Kia, I like it. I have asthma. Kia's got asthma. You gotta do it.
Poor Kelly Rowland.
I know.
Poor Kelly Rowland. Yeah, so she saves Jason, and Jason
Not
wakes-
really. He wakes up before she does it.
Yeah, and then he like
And then Linderman like shoots the gun, and then
Yeah.
Jason Ritter pulls off the road, and the fucking van flips.
yeah, and then we get a CGI
Yeah.
Jason like Jason
falls out
falls
of the.
out of the
weird.
thing, and
He's
then he kinda-
thrown from the van.
he gets thrown, but he kind of like slows down midair to pose and then goes away.
Matrix.
Yes.
And then in the dream world, Freddy's mad again that he couldn't kill Jason.
'Cause
And
he
then he goes
disappears.
full demon mode.
Yes.
You.
And I like this where it gets all red and stuff. In the trailer, it looked how it actually looked with
Yeah.
like the stuff, but like for this, they made it all red, and he's like full on demon Freddy.
Oh, he does
pissed.
he does a full fucking Neo out of this.
Yeah.
dude.
So yeah, he goes back into her like backstory. where it shows like that he was the one who actually killed her mom.
Now this is the part where it's like, oh wait, so you were back 10 years ago in the same house and you killed the mom?
Yeah, usually,
why didn't he kill her?
He doesn't usually go for the adults.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, I know.
Unless maybe she was thinking about him or something. I'm not sure.
She read it in a newspaper?
Yeah, but then again, he explains why he likes the house. He just likes the whores that live in this house.
There's some
He did
whores
say
in this
that,
house.
yeah.
There's some whores in this house that I like.
That's it, because I always call it the Freddy house. I'm like, oh, it's not actually his house.
No.
I'm like, he just likes the broads in that house.
Yeah.
And that one hot guy from part 2, I guess. He liked him too.
Yeah, he did.
Was it Mark? Was that his name, Mark?
I think so, yeah.
I think so.
Or at least it was, I think it's
big
Mark in
final
real
man.
I forget.
I think it's Mark in real life.
I think it's Mark in real life. So yeah, I do like this scene where she's running away and the floorboards come up and he's like ready to kill her. He's like,
Tremors. Yeah.
welcome to my world, bitch. And then he's like, the first time gets messy.
First time's a
Oh
little
my
messy.
gosh.
And he's cutting those sweet tits. I'm like, oh, buddy, could you spare them at least? Could you spare them?
Freddy is a hornball.
He really is.
Holy shit.
He's got that horny fucking burnt sausage dick, man.
Yeah,
Well,
I
that's
do
the
like
only
in the
way he can
real.
fuck.
I do like in the real world. They're trying to wake her up, and like Jason's there, and Linderman has the American flag, like he's fucking,
Yeah.
like he's fucking Mel Gibson in the Patriot
running
about to
through,
stab
yeah.
him, and then he gets thrown into a
Yes.
shelf and
Yeah.
he gets impaled. But luckily, her hand falls into fire, which doesn't bother her the rest of the film.
No.
No, it
And
doesn't.
that brings Freddy into the real world. And I do
Well,
like
she
when
screams and she
Freddy.
grabs him and comes back.
I do like when Freddy looks terrified.
Oh yeah.
He's like, "Oh shit!" And this is round 3, or round 2.
He's a nimble little motherfucker, man. He's
Yeah.
bopping and locking all over the place. He's throwing kicks and elbows.
So yeah, he's jumping and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you know who did some of his stunt double work?
No.
Ray
Jean-Claude Van
Mysterio.
Damme?
No, Ray Mysterio.
Get out of here.
Yeah, I saw him in the
No.
credits when I looked this up a while ago, and I'm like, Ray Mysterio was Freddy's body double in
That's
this for like their jumping
fantastic.
stuff.
I love that fact.
Well,
That's
who's
real.
that jumping out the sky? R-E-Y, Mysterio.
Oh, yeah,
there
I know
you go.
that.
I like that theme. I don't like the Booyaka Shah theme. I don't like that one. Anyway, I do like when Jason like gets the machete in the thing and Freddy's laughing at him, hitting him in the balls.
Yeah.
I
There's
do say I feel bad for Freddy through this entire fight because let me say why. Freddy puts so much effort into everything he does.
Yeah, he
And
has to. It's
yeah.
Jason.
But like even in the dream sequence, everything, every little thing, when it's like Jason and Freddy is just like so over the top, and Jason just exists.
Yeah.
Jason puts out, it's like the tortoise and the hare, basically. Like Jason's just like, I'm here.
I feel like
Slash.
they had to give Freddy some kind of fighting aesthetic. Right, like it's like, okay, well, here's the big brawn guy,
Yeah.
clearly, and like Freddy's never been the dude to like literally like fight people,
Physically, yeah.
yeah. So he's got to be that little nimble Spider-Man.
he fought the Dream Master.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Question mark.
Someone should have got a mirror and put it.
I still feel bad for all the energy Freddy is putting out there, and he's like you feel, I don't know, I feel for him. He's putting his heart out there.
Here,
he is putting his heart and soul.
I'm sure. I'm sure you are literally the only person with that take out in
Now,
the
Crystal, in the deleted scenes, because I'm a little confused here. Maybe you can clear it up.
Okay.
So Jason grabs Freddy.
Yeah.
And then throws him through the window. And there must have been a deleted scene where Freddy got tangled in some wires because there's this wire just coming off Freddy as he gets thrown out the window.
I was gonna say,
what happened there?
I love this scene.
Yeah.
Because Jason picks him up and like runs him through all the different windows.
I'm just confused where this wire is.
I
It's
don't
almost
know.
as if it's a wire meant to suspend a man in the
No.
air.
It's a dream wire.
Oh, it's a dream wire in the real
He
world.
brought it out of the dream. With
Oh,
him.
gotcha.
Did you miss that?
Came with
I
him.
guess I missed it.
Watch the film.
It came with him with the harness and everything. Yeah.
But I do like that Jason just throws him across the
It's great.
camp, and then like the building falls on Jason.
It's an intense last act, man.
Yeah.
Like
I love
we're just
it.
here we go.
And it's exactly what Ronnie wanted.
Well, this is what we all wanted. We wanted to see
Yes.
Freddy and Jason beat the shit out of each other.
Yes, but they take
This
a break
is-
to
yeah.
show Linderman dying for way too long.
Well, this is also where they had a kiss scene too.
Yeah.
And
Which
they
would have
cut
made it
that.
even longer.
Yes.
Yeah, they like cut on that, and I'm like, he's dead.
Yeah.
He's dead.
Well, no, you
and
gotta
then they
pan
pan
down and
on
be
the
like, no,
blood.
he's
I'm like,
really
no,
dead.
I got it. He's dead.
Yeah.
We
We saw the fucking thing go through
Yeah, we
puncture
got
his
it. We got it.
liver or his
Yeah.
kidney or whatever.
And that's like, I feel like the only time you're really trying to feel for a character, because so many of the characters just die. You don't
Yeah.
really feel for them or linger on their dying. Who's the only one you really?
It depends.
Yeah.
Who do you see that like they're lingering on the death, like them dying?
I think Jason Mewes gets they like pan around his dead corpse.
That's true.
And what's her face is just like looking at it like, holy shit.
Well, I mean, the first movie, the guy had to watch his girlfriend being sliced up in the air.
That's such a good scene.
And then,
Don't talk about a better movie.
And then poor Nancy had to watch fucking Johnny Depp's fountain of blood shoot all over the
I
place.
don't mean in like all of them. I'm saying specifically in this one.
Ah, okay.
It's like the one like because I feel like they're trying to do some type of character development, and you're seeing like one of the main characters dying, and they're trying to put emphasis on it.
No, 100%.
But like it doesn't work.
Well, I think actually the human characters in this movie are done well enough.
Yeah,
Where-
but I
where
don't-
it's not like, you know.
But what I'm trying to say is like I don't feel like they needed it to be that long. Like it was just like okay, he's dead. Like there's other characters that I felt more for. I didn't really care about that
Yeah.
character as much.
Yeah.
Now we have something important to talk about.
Oh shit.
They're trying to get on a boat to get away.
To Manhattan.
Because Jason's never been on a boat before.
Oh, the dinghy's going to the big boat to
yeah.
go to Manhattan for sure.
And then Freddy goes to stop them, and then Kia comes up with a great plan. She's going to be super homophobic. And now, you know, I loved Kelly Rowland and Destiny's Child, but when I heard her say this in the theater, I remember standing up going, cancel Kelly.
That's it. I'm listening to 3LW.
Cancel Kelly. And we're like, what does he mean cancel? What is he talking about? That's how ahead of the curve I was.
What kind of
Yeah, I love when people bring up this scene. I'm like, ooh, I bet she, at the time, it was accepted, and she probably thought it was great.
Yeah.
But also, it
People
feels
said
like
that word willy-nilly all the time.
Yes.
Yeah. It really wasn't until more in the recent time where.
Yeah, you should have seen early episodes. I'm cutting Crystal saying it like every other line. I'm like,
Unreal.
Crystal, could you relax?
You just got to cool it with that, okay?
Would you relax? And I don't even want to say what Johanna word I had to cut out
the
of
two
hers.
girls that are actually bi.
Yeah. Well, Johanna was dropping some bombs. I'm not going to say what they were. I was like, Johanna, look, I'm very famous and important. I cannot. Your problematic nature will not bring me down. I have to cut you out.
You said the F word. And look what happened.
Yeah.
He came back. Freddy Krueger's back.
I'm down.
I remember there was an episode where Joe said the N-word. Nazgul.
Yeah, I did.
It's a callback.
So ashamed of
Fellowship
myself.
So anyway, by the way, the thing that's funny about this is that it seems like she's improvising. I was like, uh-oh.
She is improvising. That was the whole thing.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and it was like,
Kelly. Also, I don't think Freddy is. I think he's fine with homosexuality. He was trying to enter the body of a gay guy in part 2, so I think he's fine with it.
Yeah.
He was definitely
he
dreaming
does
about
that.
it.
Yeah.
He makes that whole scene when he's in the shower with the,
Yes,
with the coach.
With the coach, yes.
But no, her insults always kind of sucked.
Yeah.
Well, what's with the butter knives? Are you compensating?
Jason's got that big old thing. And it's like, all right.
Yeah, why are women allowed to make fun of guys' dick sizes? Doesn't that count as body shaming? Care to comment?
Oh,
Women are very comfortable making fun of dick sizes. I'm like, yeah, but you guys are anti-body shame. You don't choose your dick size.
You really want to get into this?
Because it really hurts your feelings. That's why.
I'm just saying.
Out of
Yeah, but
all
you
the-
can't-
We get full comments over every aspect.
Yeah,
of
but what I'm saying
ourselves.
is a woman can make fun of a guy's dick size and not get
Because-
kicked off social media. You do
because-
the opposite thing. You're kicked off of everything.
Like her dick size?
Dude, my dick and balls are bigger than both y'all combined. We already knew this.
The way Tony was explaining that was very fuzzy. I had to clear that up.
No. Women are always like, don't body shame. We gotta kick all these guys off. But they're like, you have a small dick. It's like, well, that's body shaming, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Not me. I'm talking about guys with small dicks. Not me. Not
But
me.
there's another thing of
Like
like, all
Freddy.
that, like that comes from like guys that act like they got the biggest dick, or they say that they got the biggest dick, or something like that.
Usually
and
have the
then-
smallest dicks. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I've never claimed.
That's the whole thing.
I've never once
But
been
yet
like, yeah, I
girls are
gotta
not,
be.
like act like they got the biggest boobs or shit. Like that doesn't.
No, guys, what you do
Well,
is you say
no.
it's small. That way they lower their expectations. Then they're surprised when they find out that it's a total.
Or how about you just don't fucking mention it and don't send me a dick pic because I don't give a fuck. It doesn't help.
Well, that's pretty confident. If somebody
Well,
sent
what
me a
else was
dick
I
pic-
supposed to send you for your birthday, Crystal?
Oh my God! Why didn't I get one? Well, my birthday's coming up, Tone. I'm gonna be waiting.
All right, I'll put it on the list.
But there is there is small dick humiliation out there.
Sure.
So
and there's some guys that are like,
some guys pay for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. On my Fansly, I do dick ratings.
Oh my god.
It is fantastic. You know how many guys are like, can we do small dick humiliation? And I'm like, bring it on, baby.
You're probably not going to admit this, but I want to know
Yeah,
like
I'll
how
totally do it.
how accurate are you? Like, do you just like inflate their egos, or are you like serious about it? Are you like really critiquing it?
You can't lie too much because guys will be like, I know you're lying.
No, they already say, I know you're lying and thank you. Like, I actually get that comment. They're like, but I'm going to pretend like it's.
Yeah.
I do a lot of, like, there's a lot of, like, it's.
Guys,
many
we could talk about dicks all day long.
Like, we could talk about butts.
But
Yes.
we gotta
Can we
get
talk
back.
about dicks and butts?
We gotta get back to Freddy versus Jason. Well, that sure was a lot of talk about dicks. I think we came to the conclusion that 3 inches is perfectly healthy and a fine size.
Speak for yourself.
Now,
just know how to use it.
Kia, no, shut up. We're moving on. Kia gets killed. Jason, even though she's defending Jason, Jason kills her.
Look behind you.
Yeah. By the way, if I was Freddy and saw Jason lurking behind her, I wouldn't like be
run.
cheeky. I'd be like, ah! So they fight again.
Yeah.
Yes, they
By
do.
the way, she when he hits her, he like bats her across the forest, and she
she
hits a
is
fucking tree.
Dang.
Yes.
Freddy's hands lazily fall on some tanks and they shoot off. Those are the worst tanks in the world. If you could just get a little.
I mean, they have been sitting there for quite some time.
No, I think they're new.
Are they?
Because we see that Crystal Lake is being renovated to be a condominium.
Oh,
condominium.
Yeah.
Man, I feel bad for the guy building that project coming up the next day. What is going on?
What happened? It exploded.
Everyone's dead and on fire. So yeah, they have another fight scene. Before we get into the big fight, Will is like, all right, let's get on the boat and get out of here. And he's like, you got what you wanted. He's here. They're going to fight. Let's leave. And she's like, no, he killed my mom. I need to see him die.
He ruined our lives. We gotta watch him die.
And if I was Will, I'd be like, you're right. You need to see that. Goodbye.
Yup.
But I don't know. Like, can you just row away from that and be like, oh, I'm good?
I would.
Like, no, but like, can Freddy get back into the dream world?
Look what happened during Halloween. Was he actually dead? No, they didn't see the ash.
6 times.
Like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I don't know.
You have
Freddy.
to confirm the deaths.
Yes.
Always confirm that they're dead.
Freddy doesn't know how to get back from Jersey to Ohio through the woods. Only Jason can do that with his woods powers.
And Jason clearly knows how to get to Manhattan. So, like, come on, guys. I don't trust this shit.
Yeah, so he's launching torpedoes at him. They're fighting the construction site. At one point, when Jason gets all the spikes in him,
Yeah, the
Jason looks
rebar,
up
yeah.
and you see the fleshy eye, like the makeup has moved down too much.
Oh, has it really?
Yeah, you can see the flesh on his eye. But this is when the blood really starts to spray. They're hacking each other up.
Yep.
It's so cool because like they're on the dock and they're like fighting and Freddy's stabbing the shit out of him with his thing.
And this is like Kill Bill era blood spray all over the place.
It's just like a full.
I like Freddy gets to use the machete, and I like that he like cuts him with the blades and then hits him with the machete at the same time.
Yeah. I like how he cuts his fingers and the machete falls out of his
Yeah,
hand.
that was cool. And then I don't like this part. I don't like the blades right into the eyes.
Oh man.
No, those I don't like.
I wonder, but
I think Tony, I thought you loved things
No,
with
I
eyes.
don't.
No?
Doesn't Jason pop up later with both of his eyes intact?
Yeah,
though?
it's a little
Yeah, he does.
confusing.
He
He got
does.
that power from Michael Myers, the eye growing back power.
Oh, gotcha. It was just to the left of it and the right of it. Yeah.
So while this is happening, they're spraying the dock or the pier in gasoline.
Which doesn't really make sense because the thing that blows up is like so far away from where they are.
It really is. It really is.
It's not like they were like on top of it or
Yeah.
gonna walk into it.
So yeah, they're like
Explosions are always realistic in movies.
Well, I just mean like the proximity of them, you know.
All explosions of every aspect of them are very realistic.
So I like
Don't.
that like Freddy or Jason like punches his hand into Freddy's heart and rips his arm off.
Yeah.
And then Freddy like stabs the machete into him. And then Lori runs out, tits jiggling.
Oh yeah.
With the flame. I'm just like, all right, lady, you're being a little extra for this one. And just blows them up into the water.
She said what's the banger? Walk with the mind.
That's coming up next. That's coming up next. So yeah, blows them up into the water. They think everything's done. And I like this fake out where you think it's Jason. And then it zooms up and it's Freddy. And then Jason
got the
uses
machete.
Jason uses the Freddy blades on Freddy.
It's so good.
Through his chest.
Yes.
And then
She goes, "Welcome to my world, bitch."
Oh yeah.
And then slices his head off like they did Mrs. Voorhees.
Yes.
And then there's like this weird understanding between her and Jason. It's like,
think
you
Jason's
just
just
killed your
I
best
think he's
friend.
just over it. Yeah, that's what I think.
But then
He's
she's
just I'm
like,
done.
she's like, "Here you go," and she drops the machete, and it's just like,
Well, like after he sinks, then she like throws it back in the water. I'm pretty sure.
so he can kill again.
I don't know. She's not gonna.
I
be
know she
anywhere
It was the
around
deal. It was
Crystal
the
Lake.
unspoken deal.
I know she hates Freddy, but Jason killed a bunch of her friends. Like he killed all of her friends.
But Freddy influenced him.
Yeah, he was under the influence.
He's forgiven.
Yeah, but this isn't like he's a mindless robot. He is also a murderer.
But it's like him or her.
I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. Yes. Why did she throw it back? I don't know.
Yeah. But anyway, it ends, it fades out, and we get that whole like dreamy lake scene with like the fog everywhere, and he comes out. Somehow he's holding his head with no fingers. And then Freddy gives us a little wink, like, "I'll be back.
I'm here."
And then it ends. Do you remember the deleted ending?
Horrific. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Please enlighten us.
If I remember right, I didn't have time to rewatch it, but like they're about to have sex for the first time.
Yup. So it's Will, right?
Yeah.
Will and the girl.
And
they're
Freddy's
about to-
face is on his dick.
Dude, no, that'd be pretty funny.
I'm going
No,
inside.
his balls.
Oh,
It's actually little.
Yeah.
It's little Freddy sperms.
Oh, you little Ray, you little meatball.
But the weird thing is this: she's like, "I actually feel bad for Jason." It's like he killed all your friends.
So they're there and they're like getting into it, which is just so odd. Like, okay, we're about to have sex
they're-
after everyone's been murdered.
So they're about to get into it, and she's like, "I
And
feel
he's
bad
like-
for Jason."
Yeah.
But like he's getting into it and it's getting really passionate. He's like ripping off her clothes and stuff, and he's all of a sudden though he's getting like a little too aggressive,
It's
and then
Freddy.
he's gotta hand it. It's Freddy.
He's Freddy, but then Jason is also in the room, right?
He's
Oh, I didn't see Jason.
I thought Jason was in the room.
If I missed that, is he recording it?
He's getting. He's
recording it.
Wait,
jerking.
Freddy's cucking
Wait,
Jason.
wait. Pause.
Freddy cucks Jason.
I need to confirm this. Pause. I'll be right back. Hold on. Let me pull up the scene. Real quick. Oh, that's right. Jason isn't in the scene. I just remembered. I didn't pause the production to look at the clip of it.
No.
Why did I remember Jason showed up in the room?
Because
at the
that's
end?
what you wanted to see, is him in the background jerking off, recording this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess Jason won technically. He had some interference though. He was
Assistance? Yeah.
Assistance.
He had a handicap.
The ref didn't see.
No.
The referee didn't see.
Guess you didn't see that, did you? Yeah.
So yeah, I remember at the end of the movie loving it, walking out,
It's
being
so
in a
good,
good mood. I would have liked to have seen a Freddy versus Jason in like the mid '90s with that kind of like grittiness and whatnot. I think we talked about like like Jason Goes to Hell era.
Yeah.
Freddy versus
But
Jason
who
would have
would
been cooler.
directed it?
That's
'Cause I don't think
obviously
they
that was a
would've asked
problem. They
for
couldn't
that.
figure it out.
Even like the aesthetic of Nightmare 5 would have been cool.
Yeah.
For something like
Yeah.
Freddy vs. Jason. I wonder how that would have laid out. Yeah, how
Yeah,
that
and then
panned out.
for whatever reason, they didn't follow up on it with the second one.
I don't think it needs it, man.
No.
Like
I don't
honestly,
I don't think it needs it either.
I'm
But like,
I'm good. Like
Yeah,
it's like here's
don't
this
ruin it.
thing.
they
it
wanted to do the
happened.
Evil Dead thing, but I
That would've
think
been
they
too
said
far,
I think we
man.
mentioned before that Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell were like they wanted complete control of all the characters.
And that
but
wasn't
since the-
gonna happen.
The characters
Yes.
they didn't own.
They didn't want it.
But they
we
made
got
it
a
into
comic book.
They made it into a comic book, which I still have not read, but I
have
will
them.
read.
Yeah.
I would love to read it.
Instead, I'm reading Jason versus Leatherface. I will put that out there. Last year, I
Good
did.
story.
Actually, earlier this year, I did Jason versus Jason X.
Oh, that's right.
I have a whole video on the Jason X comics. They are ridiculous.
I would love to see all the slashers, like
Yeah.
say all the Jasons get
So
together.
they
and fight
were
the
trying
Jasons.
to
Is
do-
this Jason the Jason that fights Jason X?
Huh?
Is this Jason the Jason that fights Jason X?
You're gonna have to
Jason
watch
is
the
it?
video to find out.
Ah.
Yeah. So they were. It's funny that only Alien versus Predator followed this up.
Alien vs Predator was another one that had a bunch of Alien
And
vs
this-
Predator stories already written.
And
Yeah,
this
they
one
did.
doing so well is what got them to do it. But like, yeah, they were trying.
How? It's like a fucking no-brainer with Alien and Predator.
I'm surprised
though.
they never did Halloween. Dimension owned both Hellraiser and Halloween. You could have done.
No,
you shouldn't
no
have done it,
fucking
but you
way.
could have
No.
done something with it.
No, I would not-
They never did that. I think they were going to talk about doing because the Clive Barker connection, like Candyman versus Pinhead.
No.
That didn't happen.
No, I don't think that would be a
know
good
what
fight.
the versus thing is there. Like, why would they fight each other?
Exactly.
I mean, Freddy
I mean, that
versus
was-
Jason. Where did that?
No, but like,
but that was the problem, though. They wanted. It kept thinking like, okay, what is a good reason? Why are they fighting? Why are they fighting? Why are they
God
fighting?
damn. Sorry, I got distracted. I'm looking for something specific.
Jason and Michael makes more sense if you're gonna do something like
Yeah.
that. I think there's a fan film like that. But like,
Sure.
I really like how Freddy gets Jason to be in the movie. Like, I need somebody to
Yes.
kill for me.
It works.
You know, it works for me, and
Yeah.
as a whole.
Yes.
Sorry,
But
I'm looking for
would-
something really funny.
But I don't need like, oh, it's Ash from Evil Dead, and guess what? It's part of the Necronomicon, and that's why Jason comes back to life, because he's actually a Deadite, and it's like, that kind of sucks.
I heard all that. I don't
So-
like that.
Yeah.
This movie came out
Uh-huh.
on the 25th anniversary of Halloween, and they made that 25th anniversary DVD.
Yeah.
Which I own somewhere. And they decided, hey, we got to get an ad in the Freddy vs. Jason magazine. So it goes Freddy vs. Jason?
Question mark.
Bring us the winner.
I kind of like that.
Let me tell you something.
I like
Freddy
that.
and or Jason are fucking Michael Myers up. I'm sorry.
Yes.
depends on the Michael
absolutely.
Myers. Depends on the Michael Myers.
Sure, because then all of a sudden the Michael Myers, like, no matter what, he also can't die. Are you bringing in the Jason aspect? Of,
Unless he-
which Michael? Which Michael, please?
Part
Because
6?
If
Part
it's-
6?
Part 6,
Samhain
Michael.
Irish, Celtic.
Yeah, part 6,
Halloween
Michael could probably take him.
Yeah.
Rob Zombie, Michael could probably take him.
Halloween's ends, Michael? Dead within seconds.
Yeah, Halloween
Holy
kills
fuck.
Michael when he was stronger for some reason. Might be
Yes.
able to take him.
I think Jason would whoop his ass.
How did no one do Leprechaun versus Chucky?
that would be
really
fine.
doesn't make sense.
But that would be fine.
Someone did a fan thing where they cut together Wishmaster versus Leprechaun.
that makes a little bit more.
That actually does, because
That would
they do
actually
kind of
be
grant
fun.
wishes and stuff.
That's actually kind of fun.
That could be kind of fun.
I think, dude, Warwick Davis opposite Andrew Divoff.
That would have been
Which,
good.
I mean,
Alright.
what other would you want to see? Like, without you would not. Don't think plot, but what two horror characters would you like to see go at it? Don't think plot. Just
Well, they made
fun,
a
epic-
Saw reference in that one Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Jigsaw versus Leatherface.
No,
I also,
don't like that
well,
one.
just to your point, and you were talking about Leatherface versus Jason, like, that's also kind of an interesting thing, too.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't really know how it makes sense, but like it feels okay in my brain.
Yeah.
Is it just because Machete versus Chainsaw?
Not even necessarily versus Chainsaw, just like I feel like there's a weird story there where they can run into each other and it not be so like hand-fisted, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Puppet Master versus the Children of the Corn.
No.
Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys, which happened.
Yes.
And it's awful.
Well, I forgot. We got the best crossover ever. Lake Placid versus Anaconda.
That's right.
Now, keep
Holy
in mind,
fuck. Now-
Lake Placid is not the name of the crocodile.
How do you know?
It's not.
Lake M. Placid, that's the crocodile's name.
Lake Placid wasn't even the name of the lake in the movie for some reason. Anyway,
Oh my god.
Freddy versus Jason.
What would you guys like to say?
Let us know what you
Yeah,
like
what
to
would
see.
you guys like to see?
Do you
Which
like
horror
this movie?
characters?
Would you like to see this remade at some point? Like
Mummy
redone?
Comp versus Cumdar, of course. That's what they want
That
to see.
would be our ultimate thing. Micro Miles versus the Diddler. If we're doing movie dumpster hack the movies crossovers.
Yes.
Sean in the outfit and then like the Michael Myers with the helmet on.
But again, it's Jess. It's Jess.
If Dino is watching this, it's going to happen. He's going to make it.
Micro Miles versus
Micro
the
Miles
Diddler.
versus the Diddler.
Yes.
Remember, it has to beat the dissolved return Michael Myers. Yeah, so wow, what a journey.
That was fun.
What a journey going through all these movies.
Yeah.
What do we have next? Oh, we have the Friday the 13th remake and the Nightmare on Elm Street remake, and I think that's it.
Bless you for getting through that. What has been your favorite Friday the 13th and or Nightmare on Elm Street up until this point?
Oh, for
The entire
like,
series. Yeah.
like movie, it's it'll always be 6 for me. 6 Friday the 13th
Friday
part
the 13th
6
part 6,
is
yeah.
a lot of fun.
It's great.
I think the first one is the best. If we're not counting the first of each,
That's what I was gonna say. Like,
if we're talking about best sequel, for me it's 6, and then for Nightmare on Elm Street, it's a toss up between 2 and Freddy's Dead. I'm sorry,
Really?
it's a toss up between 2 and Freddy's Dead. I love those. I love
about
those
you?
movies.
I do love 2. I love for Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah.
2 is fun. 2 is fun.
What about Friday the 13th?
Friday 13th. I just remember liking, was it 5 a lot? Is that the one I saw?
With the
I liked?
insane asylum and the copycat.
Yeah, I think I liked 5.
That was
a
fun.
lot.
I warmed up on that one.
I think both 3s are my favorites. I love Dream Warriors and I love Friday 3D.
Oh yeah, Friday 3D is pretty good.
Friday 3. I'm trying
Part
to remember.
6 is really good. Friday.
Yes.
That's my other like favorite one.
Mhm.
And I think if I had to pick a second, I would probably pick 2 for Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah. Oh, and I keep forgetting. Like, I usually leave New Nightmare separately. That's probably the best after the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's more of a
maybe.
spin-off than a
But
sequel,
you also
really.
like the meta shit, and like
Yeah.
I like the idea happening there. But I mean, I wouldn't. I don't. It's not one of my favorites.
Like I said, I consider it a spin-off more than a sequel. So, because it is, it's not continuing the story. It's just a Nightmare on Elm Street
I
spin-off.
guess so. Yeah.
But yeah, we'll come back at some point with Friday 13th, 2008, 2009.
I think it's 2009.
2009, and Nightmare on Elm Street 2010, which I have not watched in a very long time.
I've seen that movie one time.
I think I've seen it twice, and
Just
I know
once?
my sister last year when I was helping her babysit, it came on TV, and I was like, okay, time to change channel.
I'm Jackie Earl Haley as Freddy Krueger.
I forgot the chick from Arrow was in that. It's been so long since I've
But
seen
Freddy
it.
got burned. Let's make him look like a real burn victim.
I have different problems with that movie.
No, there's a lot more than just that, but I'm just saying he looks like.
But
shit.
yes, thank you for joining us on this journey. Woo! Oh man, now we gotta get back to the Child's Play movies.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what other franchise can we do?
We gotta go back to Child's Play.
yeah.
Actually,
Did you Saw?
huh?
Did you guys do all the? Saw
I've
movies?
only ever done one Saw movie. I should start going through.
Yeah,
the
'cause we
Saws.
got-
There's fucking. You got plenty of content for that, baby. There's.
I
like
know there's a
fucking
10th
20
one on
of
the
them.
way.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Do we say Saul X or Saul 10? What are we saying?
It's the same thing. It's just
Saw
like
10.
Jason X. You
Yeah.
just say Jason. 10.
Here's the thing.
Friday 10.
Yeah.
At the time of this recording,
Oh shit.
I think I have put out the first episode I did with Monica for Bloodline Hellraiser show. I think I've made that publicly available on Patreon. They're all complete there.
Oh really?
Every
Nice.
single Hellraiser review
Congratulations.
is there, and I've stitched them
terrific.
all together into one video.
Oh.
Even
So-
the last two, not like the newest one, but
The
the last...
Tubi ones, yeah. On Patreon, I'm going to put them all together, and I'm going to throw the one that we did at the very end of it.
That includes the
remake.
Remake.
Yeah. But because on the main channel, we've only ever done the remake publicly and my little breakdown of the
Gotcha.
work print. So
Well,
I'm going to
that's a
put the
treat.
first, as a Patreon sampler, I'm putting the first episode of Bloodline out. And if you like it, watch what me and Monica did when we went through all of the Hellraiser movies. What a fun journey that was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we should get back into Chucky.
Chucky, what else?
What
other franchise do we not really cover? Yeah, you said Saw.
Saw would be a good one.
I don't know if I would want to do a Hostel or not.
There's only 3 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know me, you, and Sean have been talking about worst Children of the Corn.
Oh,
but there's
we got your fucking number for Children of the Corn, man.
There's like 20
That would be a good
movies.
one.
I do have to make the spreadsheet to let us know who has watched what movie, so we
Yes.
can finally do.
I'm gonna try to watch them all in somehow.
Whoa.
Yeah.
There's not 20.
Not horror, but on
still.
Patreon, I do want to finish the Trancer movies.
Oh yeah, yeah.
because
Well,
I'm having a lot of
there's
fun
only
with
3
Trancers.
more of those left.
Yeah, I think there's only 3 more
Yeah.
of those. We already did Evil Dead. We did the worst Evil
did the
Dead, where we
Evil
talked about all
Deads.
best Evil Dead. Where we talked
What
about all
else?
of them.
I like a lot.
Phantasm.
Let us know what
Fantastic.
franchise.
What
Oh, you know,
other
me and
franchise do we
Joanna.
cover?
Me and Johanna haven't done the last Hannibal movie, Hannibal Rising. I got to do
Oh.
that.
How many Screams have you done? Just the one?
No, we did all.
Well, no, we did.
No, we didn't do all of them.
1, 5, and then on the monthly wrap up, we talked about 6.
Okay.
So we missed 2 and 3.
Can we do like the whole Conjuring?
I did that with Casey.
Shit.
We did Worst Conjuring.
Shit. Like in the whole
I could
Conjuring
go back and do
universe?
Insidious if you want.
Oh, worse.
No, I don't want to do Insidious. I hate the last we did on the wrap up. I hated 5.
Insidious, The Purge. I've never touched the Purge movie.
Oh, we could do Purge.
Yeah.
You should do the fucking Dead movies, man. The Romero Dead movies. And there's
Oh,
like
Those would be
shit.
good.
That would be
how
fun.
many? There's like 3 Day of the Deads.
Yes.
Oh, the Romero Dead movies. I
Yes,
don't know
that's
why
a
I
good
didn't-
one.
And I've been
That's a
talking
good
about them a
one.
lot because I got that box set behind you. That big box set they did for Dawn of the Dead.
Oh yeah.
I have it signed by all the main actors.
Oh, that's awesome.
Got Joe Pilato's autograph here.
There you go,
the
man.
guy from the first one.
Because you can do the 90s one. There's a
Yes.
lot. There's a lot of material.
Yes, I have a lot to say about those
What
movies.
about
too.
Exorcist?
We could do a Pittsburgh trip.
Oh, that would be fun. We'll
Yeah.
go to the mall.
I just saw the
By the way-
Buffalo Bills.
By the way, someone pointed out that you also add L's towards that end.
Yes,
in
I know.
AEW.
I'm from South Jersey. That's what we
you're
do.
from Jersey. Yeah, because it's like.
Why am I the only one who gets shit on for it though?
Because I'm special. We already busted on me for saying everything.
Yes, you know what?
else.
We should go to the Buffalo Bill house. I
Yes,
like those guys.
He said to hit him up. I just saw him at NJ HorrorCon.
You know, maybe
in
we'll do the
Edison.
last.
He said because he said there's a whole bunch of
Yeah.
things. There's a whole bunch of them in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
He has a whole list of
we
them.
should.
Most of the Romero stuff was shot. in
We should
Pittsburgh.
shoot a Hannibal Rising review there, hopefully, and then we should just do a tour of Pittsburgh. We can do a tour of Pittsburgh for all the zombie stuff,
Yeah.
all the Silence of the Lambs stuff, and of course, I know everyone wants to know all the Dark Knight Rises stuff. We'll do a
He
Dark
did.
Knight Rises
He
tour.
literally mentioned that. He goes, "I don't understand why Tony hasn't done it there because the Dark Knight Rises." And I was like, "Shut the fuck up."
That's why he's
I
really
know.
going.
We will. You know what? I'm gonna actually. Hack Movies is closing. I'm starting a tour business in Pittsburgh where I only talk about all the things I went to when I was in town for the Dark Knight Rises.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But
And I'm like, over there is my cousin's friend's house. They let me stay with them. And over there, the guy who drove me to the set that I went to college with, his old apartment's over there. And people are like, this is the worst tour ever. I don't know why I pretended to hold a microphone when I have a microphone right in front of me.
Also, you're talking into it like this. I don't know
I
why you were talking.
I was talking into like a megaphone. baby.
You were talking into a toilet paper tube.
Like, share, and subscribe. And also check out Movie Dumpster.
Please check out Movie Dumpster. We'd really appreciate it. Tony's been on a ton of episodes.
And YouTube doesn't like promoting those kinds of sites, but there are some spicy sites out there where you can find Crystal, right?
There's one.
Also, I'll give you her address if you want to hang out with her, and we'll talk to you later. Goodbye.
Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Check out our other videos and Patreon page.
Talking about tapes.
Hi, everyone. Tony from Hack the Movies here, and we finally made it to the final Nightmare on Elm Street movie. Nightmare on Elm Street 2010. We were pretty nice to a couple other Wes Craven remakes. Maybe we'll like this one. Watch and find out. Hi, everyone. Tony from the future here. This episode was supposed to come out on Monday, but I needed more time to edit it, so I swapped it out with the Dune episode. When I did that, I didn't realize that I forgot so much of this episode references the holiday that was on Monday, and there's a bunch of jokes about it. And it was too hard to cut out because we referenced it so much. So, let's just pretend it's March 18th, okay? Let's all pretend it's March 18th. St. Patrick's Day just happened. That terrible Yaira trailer came out. We're all still making fun of it. We don't even know that Star Wars Acolyte is a thing yet. We're all on Monday, March 18th. Okay? So just pretend you're watching this on Monday, March 18th, so it makes sense. Okay, goodbye. Hello, Crystal.
Hi, Tony.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Hello, Kaylee. How are you?
Lovely.
I want to apologize. I screwed up again. I didn't tell you guys about the big Christmas episode. And that was a very big holiday. Today is also a holiday. This comes out March 18th. And I forgot to tell you guys that this is National Forgive Your Mom and Dad Day.
Fuck. We're both screwed, I feel like.
I'm sorry. This was the National Forgive Your Mom and Day
National?
episode. Yeah. By the way, this is a real holiday. In case you
Is
thought,
it really?
I looked up what stupid holidays were March 18th, and as soon as I saw Forgive Your Mom and Dad, I'm like, oh, 100%. 100%. I didn't plan that at all. So I'm sorry I didn't tell you this was the Forgive Your Mom and Dad episode. I'm
okay.
just so bad
You're
at
not wearing your Forgive Your Mom and Dad outfit.
Yeah.
I'm not. The trauma is definitely forgiving my father, right?
See, I have Freddy Krueger on my shirt, and the movie we reviewed was all about dads and needing forgiveness.
Yeah.
So, that counts. But
And I have my surrogate mom, Marge Simpson.
I love it. I love it.
But yeah, we're going to talk about this movie, but I need you guys to be on a lookout. I got a lot of disturbing comments from the episodes we did together. Apparently, we have a bunch of comments. Apparently, there were 2 attractive women in the store. I watched both episodes. I didn't see anything. Maybe I keep missing it. So just look around. Maybe they walked behind you guys.
Mitt and Johanna were here?
Huh?
Were Mitt and Johanna here? We didn't know. Trisha?
Well, I mean,
Kira?
I'm talking about
Who
attractive women. I noticed you said Mint. I don't understand why you're bringing up all the other people. So yeah, if you see two women in the store that are like kind of cute, let us know in the comments and time code it when they show up because I wasn't able to find it in the other episodes. How are you guys doing?
Peachy keen.
It's so great to be back together.
Ah, what an honor.
You guys look so happy to be here.
I'm happy to be with her, not you.
Yeah.
Wow. Are you happy to Are you happy to talk about Nightmare on Elm Street 2010?
No.
Crystal, when did you first see this movie?
I want to say after I watched the Friday the 13th remake.
Oh, that was recent.
It was recent.
I
because
remember.
I watched that and everyone's like, I was like, this is horrible. I was like, I hate this. They're like, no.
Yeah, I
Wait a
remember you
minute.
saying that. I'm like, I don't think she's seen Nightmare on Elm Street because that one is so much worse.
Yeah, and then I was like, oh, it can't be that bad.
You don't like the Friday the 13th remake? That's next on the Friday the 13th list.
It's okay.
Okay.
It wasn't what I was expecting. I went in, I think, with so much love for the original, where it kind of ruined it for me. I wasn't going in with open. I don't know.
Yeah, that movie
openness.
was less of a remake and more of just a condensing of the first four films, whereas this movie is a remake. When did you first see this?
In the theaters.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you did?
I was one of those.
This is when I wised up. I was like, when this came out, I'm like, you know what? I don't like any of these remakes. I'm just not going to see it. And it felt great.
That was a smart choice.
It felt great. Every few years, I'll be like, I'm not going to do this anymore. What was a recent one? It was, the last Terminator movie. I remember going, you know what? I'm just not going to watch it. And eventually I watched it for the show. But years later, I'm just like, it feels great just not making things a priority.
I think you're kind of ruining it because you still end up watching them.
I did watch it when it hit video.
You still fail.
I did watch it when it hit video. So this isn't like Last House on the Left where I just went 10 years not watching it. And I hated it.
Yes.
Surprise.
I was like, this is awful. It's all jump scares. And don't worry, I have the jump scares in my notes. We'll talk about them. And I remember going, wow, that Rooney Mara is terrible. She'll never have a career again. And then she got like an Oscar or was nominated for one.
Turns out she doesn't suck.
Yeah.
Except for in this movie.
Can we just say
the girl with the dragon tattoo. She was not as good as Noomi Rapace, but people were really hyping her. I hated that remake. That was so fucking stupid. Anyway.
I was going to say, we should all say, like, how we watched it instead of, because on Amazon it's either you buy it or rent it, and we all refuse to do that.
You know what's weird?
So bad.
Like, so Warner Brothers owns this. I know Platinum Dunes, but it's Warner Brothers' New Line. This is never included. Like, I have like a DVD box set from like 4 years ago. It's not included. They don't even include it in box sets anymore. That's how much people hate.
But it did so well.
Yes, but Platinum Dunes, they learned from this. They were like
remakes.
Yeah, they stopped remaking movies, and then they started doing stuff like Purge and whatnot.
Yeah.
So they were still able to succeed, but like the movie did so well, but the negative reception from it, they were like, we're not going to get lucky again. We
Well,
got to just pull the plug on this.
They were planning to do 2
more
and
sequels,
3.
yeah.
Yep.
Because they are actually telling the actors during the filming, oh, you did great. We're going to actually do the second and third. Like, it was in the plan to do 1 through 3.
Yes.
Thank God they didn't even
Sometimes studios are lucky. Like, you can make a bad movie that makes a ton of money, but they'll be smart enough to know, like, it's not going to be like, they're making the new Last Airbender live action show for Netflix. The movie that came out in 2010. Wow, what a great year for cinema. 2010. The live action Last Airbender was the first Hack the Movies video in 2010.
Really?
That movie made a ton of money. But because the reception was so bad, they're like, we're not going to risk making another one.
Yeah.
So that's what they did here with this. They're like, we're not risking doing another one. We made enough money. We're just going to let this one die.
So why try to remake it again? I guess
enough time has passed. Enough time has passed. They're doing it again. But yeah, this really hurt Platinum Dunes' reputation, but they were able to rebound. But they had a really good director. The director of Melissa Etheridge's Come to My Window music video. And Nirvana's Smells Like Teen Spirit. But my mom played a lot of softball in the 90s, so I was more familiar with Melissa. I actually know a lot about Melissa Etheridge.
That's hilarious.
I have a lot of her songs memorized. That's a weird...
If you don't break into song right now, I'm going to be really disappointed.
You know,
Go.
somebody bring
Go.
me some water. Can't you see I'm burning alive?
That's the problem.
You know, Crystal, you shit on me, but I'm the only one who would walk across the fire.
Oh my god. We expected you to sing, not just quote it.
It's
That'd
too
be great.
early for singing.
It's not that early. It's after 12.
It's too early for singing. Okay. I forgot to write his name down. I literally put his name down as this. But I looked it up. Apparently, Michael Bay really wanted him to do this.
Yeah, Michael Bay convinced him to do it. Thanks, Michael Bay.
Yeah, and I think he told him it would open up like so many careers for him.
It would be opportunities, and the fact he refused it so many times,
Yeah.
and then Michael Bay's like, "Hey, no, this is you're going into a different direction than what you think you are, and it's gonna really be this dark and really touch people with this, and really scare people with their true fears."
Yep.
You're a goddamn liar, Michael Bay. Go
Yeah,
fuck yourself.
this director, when I looked up his IMDb, he never made movies again. He went back to music videos and like award shows. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, he
just
seems
did
like
the
a very talented music video director, so he's not like hurting or anything. But
Would you continue making movies if your film got the level of fan reaction negativity that this movie did? I would never make another movie ever again.
I would.
If I was a music video director, it worked out for one guy, David Fincher.
Mm-hmm.
He did Alien 3. People shit on it, but he was able to have a long career after that. But Nightmare on Elm Street, that guy not so lucky.
I think you could always have a second chance because there's always other aspects to it than just directing.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be hard for a studio to hire you again unless it's like redemption. Let me try something else. But then if you fail a second time, then you should just stop.
Yeah. Well, the movie, apparently, according to one of the writers, there were actually like multiple writers. Only 2 are credited. But Eric Heiser claims that most of his ideas were barely used. And he's one of the like co-writers of the movie. He made some good movies afterwards. He wrote movies like Arrival with what's her face, Amy Adams.
yeah,
Jeremy.
yeah.
Great movie. He also wrote another movie, The Thing prequel.
Oh.
Which me and Crystal reviewed with Joe Lascola.
No, thank you.
You can't win them all. You can't win them all. Have you seen The Thing prequel?
No.
Do yourself a favor and skip it.
All right.
Skip.
The other writer was Wesley Strick, who did Arachnophobia, which was awesome. He did Wolf with Jack Nicholson and Michelle Pfeiffer, the Cape Fear remake, and Doom, starring The Rock.
Yeah. He's nice to look at.
Did I ever tell you I did a Doom commentary track with Mint Salad, and I forgot to record on my end. So I wasted a night watching Doom with Mint Salad.
You really got to check that.
Really
you really need to check that because there was a time where we were recording an episode and he did that. We did it twice. He forgot to record twice. And we did like, what, a little more than half the episode each time?
Oh my
God. Well, the Batman, we did like 20 minutes and I noticed. Anyway.
Are you recording right now?
Yes.
Recording. All right. Let's make sure.
So yes, and the big thing about this was Jackie Earl Haley.
Yes.
He was hot off of Watchmen.
Yep.
That kind of
my goodness.
made him like huge. The whole Rorschach thing.
I think he did phenomenal in that too. I
In
love
Watchmen,
that movie. I mean,
Really?
the graphic. I love the graphic novel. It was just nice for me personally to see it on the screen.
We'll talk about
I liked-
Watchmen another day. I have issues with Watchmen. But he was good in it.
Okay,
He
I'll
was
go with
good. I
that.
think we can all agree about that.
Yeah.
It wasn't the perfect movie.
He was good, but his performance in it didn't give me faith that he would be good at something else, in particular being Freddy Krueger.
No.
Yes.
Like, I don't understand why he was so sought after. I don't understand.
Somehow it
Yeah.
just clicked for them. They're like this, like he did a reading and they're just like, this is the guy.
Yeah.
I think they were on drugs.
I've seen 2 different versions of the story. I've seen a version of the story where his fans started suggesting him, and that was why they ended up like casting him. And then the other version that I've seen in like the DVD special features, they're like, we were really seeking him out. We really had to pursue him. And I was like, which one is it? Because it can't be both of those things.
Yeah.
You watched the special features?
I did.
I'm
I
really,
know.
Put a lot of effort into this.
I
sorry.
was trying really hard to wipe
Don't-
my memory of the movie, so I wanted to watch the interviews.
That's worse.
It was no, they were better.
Were they?
Yeah. Than the
Okay.
movie, yes.
What you call it? Robert Englund gave him his blessing and was
Yeah.
excited to see him. I mean, if you're doing like a more scary, not jokey Freddy, I could see casting this guy. The execution was poor.
Extremely.
The look was a little poor.
Oh
They did put him in makeup, but then they threw CGI on top of it, which I get. It's apparently the same people who did Two-Face in The Dark Knight.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
And I think we talked about this before. I get why you go digital for burn, because you actually remove layers, but where you put makeup, you're adding layers. So I kind of get it.
I mean, part of the face too, it it moves with it, like the breathing and stuff like that. So it's supposed to be as if it's a real. They actually calmed it down a little bit because they thought it'd be too much to look too much like a burn victim. So they wanted to go as far as they could with being not too disgusting. Yeah. But I don't think it works because that face is so iconic. Maybe change it up a tiny bit, but to make it a completely.
And they have
his face almost looked like Voldemort a little bit.
Yes,
he does.
Right?
Completely
I think
agree.
it's the note. And I get it.
I
but,
did like how he looked in New Nightmare. Apparently, Wes Craven regretted changing his look for New Nightmare. I'm like, nah, he looks fucking cool. Okay, the bone thing was dumb, but his face looked pretty cool in New Nightmare.
I think the thing that really didn't work for me with the makeup is how little his mouth moved.
Yeah.
So it just always looked like a mask. So I like the idea of trying to give Freddy a more realistic look, and that is clearly what they were going for here.
Yeah.
But it was so ineffective because anytime that you got any of those close-ups, you could just see his mouth kind of like, and it just looked like a puppet.
Well, that's the other thing. Like, burn victims, they don't look scary. They just make you sad.
Yes.
Me too.
Yes.
That's why, like Two-Face in Dark Knight, he looks kind of scary. He's like fresh off of it, though. It's a little
I
unrealistic.
kind of wish it was more like that, to be honest. I like that burn look more than Freddy.
Then you would have to make them all charred in black, and then that brings up a bunch of other problems, which we talked about in our episode. Freddy doesn't make sense. It's like, did he die while he was recovering from the burns? Wouldn't he be all charred and scabby?
Real quick, did you guys see the alternate ending?
No.
No, save that for the end, though.
I am, but I have... That just reminds me because it's a different face.
Okay.
Let me say one more thing about his makeup because this was the most absurd thing that was in the DVD bonus features. Was they are all talking about how great and how effective his makeup is. And they're all like, everybody who's involved in the production is like, yeah, the makeup looks so great. It's so creepy. It's all this really cool stuff. And then they go, yeah, but it really looked the best when it wasn't very well lit. So like we were really, really conscious of the lighting. And I was like, if it doesn't look good lit, that's because your makeup sucks. Like that's the problem.
It's debatable. Like, because sometimes they factor in like shadows and stuff. I'm not gonna give them too much. Hey, at least the makeup was in the movie, even if it was touched up a little bit. I bitched about the movie that came out last year, Last Voyage of the Demeter. They did a whole.
Really?
I reviewed it with Movie Dumpster. Okay. It's good, and they fumbled it at the very end. But they put out a whole video about how great their makeup effect was, and then you see the movie. It's in 2 shots. Everything was digital in it. They painted over it completely. This one you actually see it's blended together. They didn't just completely paint over him. So I'll give them that.
It took 3 hours in the chair, and I'm curious for that kind of prosthetics if maybe it should have took a little bit longer. Maybe 3 hours to me is a little short. Because also, wait, was the rest of his body prosthetics too?
They didn't show a lot of his body.
They didn't, but like
he's rocking the
parts
sweater
that
for
he did,
most of it.
like his hands and besides obviously the glove. But
yeah,
I'm thinking of other parts. Was that also prosthetics?
It probably was, but I don't remember him without it. So
no.
But anyway, let's get into this movie here.
Oh,
yay!
Starts off with a creepy music video style opening.
Surprise!
Seizure-inducing, edgy, glitchy, super cool 2010s.
It's 2010s, but it looks like something from the 90s. It looks like something from Smells Like Teen Spirit, which he directed. It's got that grungy look to it. I actually didn't mind it. I like how like the titles are there, but then it's also written in like chalk and stuff. It's not the worst thing ever.
I like grungy and stuff like that, but I don't think it worked for this movie.
Yeah, but then we see a guy, Dean. He's hanging out in the diner, and the diner is all colored red and green. I wonder if he's dreaming.
I like this part. I think this is the only part I liked.
It's creepy. It's creepy. I like he follows the waitress into the back room, and it looks like a slaughterhouse. There's like fire and dead pigs and everything there. And then loud noise! Freddy's glove shows up on screen, and it needed to be accompanied by a loud noise. And then loud noise! Freddy attacks. When I first turned this on, I went, oh no. 2010s, they went overboard with the jump scare, the loud noise jump scare.
So horrible.
I think they finally toned that down, but there was a period where like I was annoyed seeing horror movies. Like what was it? Sinister. People were like, it's the scariest movie. Look at people's heartbeats. I'm like, no, I remember that movie. It's not scary. It's just you're constantly cranking the volume and startling people.
Yeah.
It's not scary.
No. A little fact, I didn't realize this, but it's either saw or read somewhere that the actor in this actually stayed up for 3 days.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Oh, you have
yeah,
that?
This
Okay,
guy,
cool. I
think
was like,
this
am I
guy
making
said
that
he
up?
did that, so
Cool,
he would,
yeah.
Which, I mean, dude, just act.
It's not that hard to pretend like you're tired. I do it all the time.
I guess. I don't know.
have to pretend. I stayed up 3 days for this.
You've been up since this morning. He wakes up and he sees Nancy, played by Rooney Mara. She's the only one who has a name from the original film other than Freddy. And I'm going to complain about that in an upcoming scene. Okay. But Rooney Mara is the not as hot sister to Kate Mara, who's way hotter and a better actress. She apparently hated working on this movie.
Yes.
And like considered like
never acting again.
Yes. Yeah. And it shows because I remember back in the day going like, holy shit, Nancy's like a really good final girl, and this girl is so fucking boring.
Yeah. She is like she's sleepwalking through the entire movie.
As bad as Scout Taylor Compton was playing Laurie Strode in the Rob Zombie Halloweens, that girl was at least trying.
Yeah.
She was putting effort in. Wasn't great. She put effort in. This one, I'm like, she just did not want to be there at all.
Yeah. It makes me really sad because apparently she was excited at first, and then actually working on it, it just became a disaster for her. But at least show admiration. Thank you. Admiration for at least the final girl and for the horror. At least try and do her some type of justice if you have any type of respect for this movie. And I think I don't care if you're not having the best time, but you got hired to do this role. Please have respect for such an iconic character that has touched a lot of other females as well as a great final girl. I think she's one of the best final girls. Yeah. One of them. And to not give her that type of respect really makes me sad.
When I recast you on the show, I'm going to make sure the other girl has a lot of respect for you. And like,
where are you going to find that?
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Good luck.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be hard to recast Crystal. It's got to be a black girl because I got to be like Hollywood.
Be Kira.
She hasn't gotten back to me. Rooney Mara sucks. And she's boring. Yes. Katie Cassidy walks in as Chris. Katie Cassidy, who was on Arrow and
it loves doing horror remakes.
Yes.
Girl,
Black Christmas, which you liked.
Stop doing horror remakes.
Well, she did stop. Then she was Black Canary in several other versions of the character on Arrow.
She does not look like a high school student.
No, she looks like she's 40.
Seeing her, and we'll get to it
Where
in the classroom scene.
Hey, she's a good-looking girl.
No,
she looks great.
We never said that she wasn't.
Yeah.
She just doesn't look like she's
she does look a little
school.
too old for the role.
Usually that doesn't bother me at all. Like, I know that when I am watching a horror movie that I am going to have people who do not look like they are in high school playing high school people. Like, that's not something that is bothersome to me. She was so far off the age range that I could not deal with.
And maybe she was the right age, but she just ages horribly like some people.
I think you look really, really good for 68.
Shut the fuck up. All right.
You look great.
Kyle
I'll never know that you're actually 72.
This is an early Kyle Gallner role. He was also in Haunting in Connecticut around the same time. He was in a bunch of shit. He was recently in the movie Smile. Did you get around to seeing Smile?
Yes, which I know we're going to talk about It Follows, but it's literally a remake of It Follows.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I have a commentary track for it with Cecil from Good Bad Flicks. Did you see Smile?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kyle Gallner is good in this. Yeah. Actually, last year, he, because it was, one of the anniversaries for Nightmare on Elm Street, he did a really funny post. He's like, shout out to the movie that either ruined your childhood or is your favorite thing. He was talking about how he's gotten so many different reactions to the film since it came out. So it's fun to see he had, a self-awareness about it. He was also the Flash in Smallville. I don't know if he was good. I didn't watch Smallville.
I've been wanting to get back into Smallville. I watched a few episodes like in the beginning when it first came out, and I stopped. So I want to watch it as an adult. Really?
He plays Quentin, who really likes Nancy. He's really into her. But Chris is worried about Dean and his nightmares. He's just like, I have so many nightmares. There's this guy, and then there's a loud noise. The mug drops.
The risk.
Were you guys scared by the mug dropping?
No, I wasn't scared at all through this entire movie.
Yes, agreed.
You don't have to keep asking us if we were scared, if you're going to do that.
It's okay
but
to have a jump scare as like a fake out
None
once
of-
in a while.
But none of them were real jump scares.
Jump scares work better with the thing scares you and is also
When-
scary.
And when you're not expecting it.
Yes. The worst jump scare I think I've talked about on the show was the second Silent Hill movie. Pop-Tarts come out of a toaster and they cranked up the volume and that was loud. And I was like, was that a Pop-Tart jump scare? And it happens
kind of like that.
It happened so early in the movie. I'm like, well, this is going to fucking suck. I'm like, this is going to be terrible.
I have a really important question on that.
Yeah.
What kind of Pop-Tart?
I don't fucking remember. I only saw the
That's
movie
a
once.
really important
I saw the
question.
movie
Yeah.
once. How can anyone remember?
Some top Pop-Tarts dominate others.
Yeah. Chris goes to clean herself off, and then Dean heads back into dreamland. Freddy comes out.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and he makes Dean stab himself in front of everyone, slit his throat. I thought that was a cool idea.
That was
That's
the
probably
only kill
the
I
only
liked.
effect that there are two scenes that involve neck stuff that I liked, and that was one of them.
Yeah, I was down because I felt like that was more of a original type kill, when the others were just sad excuses.
So when that happens and Dean, slits his throat, I was like, wait, is this movie actually good? And I just don't remember that it was good because it happens early on enough that I was like, oh my goodness, I'm gonna actually enjoy this movie. And then I was so wrong.
Yeah, and then and it's good if you know the original film because you're used to the friend dying first and then her boyfriend, so they switched it around a little bit. I'm like, okay, that's something. And then it cuts to the logo and we hear the theme for 3 seconds and then never again. Because they're like, don't dwell on the old shit too much. Do the dun, 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 and then get rid of it. Everyone's sad at Dean's funeral. And Chris is hallucinating a little girl.
Did she fall asleep during a funeral standing up?
I thought she was sitting down.
I thought she was standing up at the grave. Yeah, she was standing up at the grave, wasn't she?
Huh. Yeah, maybe she was dozing off.
Yeah.
Who hasn't fallen asleep standing up
At a funeral, significant other.
Yeah.
I can't shit on it too much because what's her face? Heather falls asleep in New Nightmare. That leads to a cool scene at her husband's funeral, which is not where you want to fall.
At least it followed through a cool scene. You're just a little bit more forgiving, but
Oh, you didn't think it was cool when loud noise? Freddy grabs the little girl. Watching this again made me realize how annoyed I was at the fucking jump scares.
Yeah.
When I first watched this, I'm like, Jesus Christ, is this all the fucking movie is?
at least it gave you something to focus on.
Connie Britton is Nancy's mother, and Clancy Brown, who I love, is Quentin's dad.
Yeah.
What do you like Clancy Brown from?
He's Mr. Krabs.
I didn't realize
I was so excited.
I like him as the Kurgan in Highlander.
Okay, well, I was excited that it was Mr. Krabs.
That's pretty awesome.
The Kurgan in Highlander is cooler.
No.
Well, I didn't disagree with
I
that.
have something to
just
say.
was excited.
It's better to burn out than to fade away.
I'll go with Mr. Krabs, actually.
Oh, he's done so many voices. That guy has
Yeah.
a very long career. Chris sees her in a picture with Dean, but she doesn't have memories of meeting Dean. She's like, wait a minute, I didn't meet him until high school, which I'm currently in and didn't graduate from several years ago. And then there's that other character, Jesse. He's kind of a douche. He used to date Chris, but then she broke up with him for Dean, I think. Am I remembering that right?
That seems about right. I'll be honest, the relationships were a little confusing to me.
They were.
A little bit, yeah.
But I didn't really care because I didn't care about any of these characters. So.
No.
Yeah. And then this is where I remember just completely checking out of the film. Remember when Freddy came out of the wall in the first film?
Using that practical effect with the spandex was so creepy
And by the way,
amazing.
And by the way, they did it again in Freddy vs. Jason.
Yeah.
Remember he
Yes.
comes out of the wall and it was also like a practical thing that looked cool? they do it again with CGI, which I guess is to be expected. But the problem is, it looks like the wall demon from The Frighteners.
Yeah.
Which was good CGI for 1996, but not 2010, and not after the previous Nightmare movie did it practically, and it looked very good. It looks so bad.
Really, really, really
And he's roaring and stuff.
I was
I'm
going
like,
to say, and it's too long. In addition
Yes.
to looking bad, it was like cut away if you're going to make it look bad.
Yeah.
Why am I still staring at this?
Why does he have to like roar and his
Yeah,
face
they're-
actually shows up? And it just made me really want to watch The Frighteners, by the way. I
Yeah,
remember really liking that movie. I did look up the Frighteners scene after this, and I was like, oof, yeah, it was acceptable for the time. But yeah, that effect has not aged well. It's a little too smooth. But yeah, I remember that's when I was like, oh, this is shit. I'm done.
Yeah.
But Chris's mom dodges questions about the pictures, and then Chris explores the attic. She's like, I know there's stuff up there, and she finds the pictures and the little girl's dress.
I guess they didn't hide it very well. It
Yeah.
was right there in the middle of the attic, and then I'm like, does she never go up in the attic, like ever? I guess she's never been up there.
But yeah, I wonder if she
I
remembers.
was mildly confused by that also because she's like, I'm going to the garage, and then she's in the attic.
Did she really
my
say
garage
that?
has
You have
a
okay.
space above.
All right. I was like, maybe that's a thing, and I'm just not.
Yeah, I guess
familiar.
it's not really an attic. It's like a storage space. Yeah, because my
Above the
garage
garage.
does have
Isn't it
that.
like a
rebuilt
it would
in.
be like a loft, right?
I
Almost
guess,
like a-
yeah. Yeah, I don't know what
I
the
was
official
confused by
term.
that.
Oh, yeah. People also rent that as apartments sometimes. They up it. I remember
mine's
like
not
people
that.
live above the garage in people's
Mine's
houses.
mine's not livable. Mine's not that nice.
Is
It's
there
very
a dress
tiny.
up there that we should go find?
Huh?
Is there a dress up there that has
I
little
don't know
slash
what the
marks?
fuck is up there, to be
Joey
honest.
C's dresses are
I
up
think
there.
a bunch. I think honestly, you know what I think is up there? A bunch of unsold Mummy Cop DVDs. I think they're up there.
What are you gonna do with them? They just gonna collect dust and
Probably. They're all in plastic.
You
wrap.
should actually sell them at cons and see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, you know, I tried when I first made them. Notice how season 2 isn't on
But
DVD.
now it's
Shows
just-
you about how well
It's retro now. It's retro now, right?
Anyway. She's up there, and I wonder if she remembers Freddy. Loud noise.
Remember me?
No. No, I don't.
No, I don't know who you are. I've never met a man who was burnt with claws and a Christmas sweater. Who are you, sir?
I don't even remember my childhood. How am I going to remember you?
Apparently, that other guy, the one writer who said like none of his stuff got in there, he was gonna like explain like the glove and like where the sweater came from. I always imagined he was at a Christmas party when everyone found out and ran away.
The same person who knitted the original sweater for the original movie also knitted the sweater
saw
for
that
this
in
one.
this,
And I was
yeah.
like,
Really?
that's a really weird thing to be like, we need the same knitter.
Well, that's whoa. Okay, whoa. I almost censored that one.
Mm-hmm.
That went right over my head for a second. I was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, oh.
I didn't even realize where it was going.
No.
I blame you.
Yeah, it's your head.
No, I blame
We're
I
just
blame
like,
Manny
yeah.
Muskets. Okay, Manny Muskets. He had the most censored episode of Hack the Movies ever. I know he's allowed to say it in person, but on YouTube, you just can't
Does not
say
work.
it that much.
You can say it on YouTube.
So yeah, Quentin tries to talk to Nancy about everything, but his dad is like, "Hey, go to class right now! Go!" It's like, "Okay, Mr. Krabs, I will go to class." But then Chris falls asleep in class, and she gets sent to Silent Hill.
Yeah.
Really bad CGI transition.
Yeah, it is. So this is originally it was Nancy. This whole scene was originally Nancy. Remember how she falls asleep in class?
Yes. Okay. I'll bring it up here then. I wish Nancy wasn't called Nancy.
Yeah, me too.
Same.
Because
Absolutely.
the movie, for a while, really makes you think Chris is the main character. Which, again, the original movie kind of did. Because was it Tina?
Mm-hmm.
I think is the character you're
Yeah.
introduced to first. And at first you're like, oh, is she the main character? And it's a surprise when she dies. And the other reason I really wish Chris was the main character is because in this movie, she's acting better than Rooney Mara.
Yes.
And like I've seen a lot of Katie Cassidy's acting. Most of it's good, sometimes not so much. But here she was really killing it. She was really trying. And yeah, I just wish it wasn't Nancy. It would have been more of a surprise if I was like, okay, I kind of like this character. They're acting well. No, they died. Instead, I'm just waiting for this girl to die and Nancy to take over the movie, and I'm not looking forward to that because Nancy sucks.
This movie is very odd when it comes to trying to be original and then taking a lot of scenes. It's almost a reason why I had a reason why I had a lot of problems with Mean Girl was when they tried to put so much original plus the Broadway plus the original.
Yeah. Also, this
Original-
movie also works in a lot of stuff from Freddy versus Jason, even lines from Freddy, because that was the most popular one, and it was still kind of because this is 2010. Freddy versus Jason's only 2003.
Yep.
People, there's lines toward the end, and even like the very end is basically Freddy versus Jason.
I found it so unimaginative. Sometimes you can do that, and it can really seem like a callback, and it can seem like an homage. It's not at all.
No.
It's just you couldn't come up with a better way to do something, so you're stealing the scene that has already been done successfully,
and not as scary.
Yeah.
Because now she's in Silent Hill and Freddy's on the board. Remember the first one, like, there are some dream sequences where, like, Freddy isn't even, like, really there. It's just creepy imagery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's the whole thing is messing with their minds. It's messing with your dreams, your nightmares, making it a nightmare. You don't need
eventually
that
they
person.
devolve into Freddy's got to be there for every single one. But I think we even talked about in Freddy's Dead. It's kind of cool how, like, that beginning, it's just like a dream within a dream within a dream. And Freddy's not there for every single part of that.
The whole point of Freddy is that you can't escape from him. And I felt very much like I could escape from this version of Freddy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's a scene later on where he just lets a guy go for no fucking reason. Yeah. But yeah, he's like talking to her, and I don't like his voice.
Oh, I hate his voice.
I know they wanted him to sound like Rorschach, so they like modulated it a little bit, but
he sounds like the 2000s commercial narrator where he's like, in today's world, I was a burn victim, but now, like I hated it so much. And again, that combined, his post-production voice combined with his shitty makeup, it was so challenging for me to watch because again, you see his mouth not really moving, and then this very deep, gruff voice coming out of it, and it was so ineffective.
It just doesn't line. I feel like that voice doesn't line up with the lines as well because it just, to me, it's a little. I have so many problems with the way this was written because they try to add tiny bits of the humor, but they took Freddy's humor almost. They didn't want his humor.
Yeah.
They didn't want. Even the first one has that little bit of humor and that playfulness. That's what makes Freddy.
He's not
Freddy.
quite dressing up like Superman and cracking
personality.
one-liners, but he's still a little humorous in the early ones.
Yeah.
I will say, I forgot to mention this earlier, but I remember it showed up in the trivia, but I remember when they announced this movie, Billy Bob Thornton was rumored to be, whatchamacallit, Freddy Krueger. And now I just want a version of this movie that's just Billy Bob Thornton, but as Bad Santa, just yelling at people.
I like that better, yeah.
You're fucking with me, aren't you? I fucking love Bad Santa so much. One minute you act like the deadlights are on, and then your Seabiscuit all over the goddamn. I just want that, just screaming at people with just like the burn and the hat.
I mean, that is a really good nightmare. Like Billy Bob Thornton just yelling at you all the time.
So then she screams and embarrasses herself, waking up. But then her hair's like cut off. She's like, "Oh no!" Jesse tries to comfort her. She mentions her nightmares about Freddy, and then he's all like, "What? What are you talking about? I don't know who that is. I'm not having nightmares about him at all." But yeah, okay, this one actually shocked me. She's clearly in a nightmare. She's looking for her dog Rufus, and I was like sitting there watching this the other night. I'm like, here we go, jump scare, and then they didn't do the jump scare.
No jump scares in that scene.
You see the dead dog,
yeah,
and then Freddy comes out without a big jump scare, and he's like, "I was just petting it." I'm like, wow. That was actually pretty effective. That was actually pretty good. For this movie, it was pretty good.
There you go. That was what I was looking for.
And then she teleports to
qualify it.
Yeah. Then she teleports to the school, and loud noise. Someone walks in front of the lens. I hate it so fucking much. She gets attacked in the school, and then wakes up. But then that was a dream within a dream, which was kind of interesting. And he's all like, "Found you." Yeah, because actually I like how they kind of drag it out. She wakes up, she goes to the bathroom, they do the mirror fake out, which is kind of... Actually, I think it's now become a cliche. I think in Scream 5 we noticed this too. It's now become a cliche to pan down from the mirror and go up and nothing is there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a complete fake out because everyone always expects now for there's something to be in the
Yeah,
mirror.
yeah. Well, it was cliche that something was always in the mirror, but now so many other movies are not doing the mirror thing. Now it's like now it's actually less cliche to have someone in the mirror.
That's actually
yeah. Yeah, so I like when she gets back in the bed and Freddy's there. I'm like, okay, that kind of works. But then they do the bedroom kill. And it's not as drawn out as the original. It's just like bangs her around a little bit and then dead.
I was so bored.
Yeah.
I was so bored. And that should be, if you're going to redo that scene, you have to take it to the next level.
Yes.
And this was like 2 notches down.
Yes.
Yes.
They sped it up. They don't even do the cool thing where under the sheet Freddy's there.
Yeah.
And I don't even feel for Jesse in that scene. You know, in the original,
Yeah.
like, you're like, oh my God, he's going to get blamed for this. Like, you
Yeah.
don't feel, you're like, I don't care what happens to him.
Yeah.
No.
Who gives a fuck? Like,
yeah.
The kills in this really weren't as bloody and gory as this probably should have been. I mean, if you're going to do a remake, then go all out. If you're going to do this, you should have went all out, and that scene should have been a lot more slashing, blood on the wall. Make it like a full murder scene instead of just a slash.
I
Also,
appreciate that they tried to like tone them down a little bit because they were getting a little ridiculous. Like, I'm going to turn you into a bug and squish you. I'm like, okay. I'm going to turn you into a meatball and eat you. I'm like, okay, we're getting a little lost.
That was fantastic.
We're getting a little carried
the
away
Roach
here.
House is amazing.
Let's bring it back. The knives are scary.
But the thing is, it doesn't have to be
I'm going to turn you into a video game and throw you through the ceiling.
like this.
They don't have to be ridiculous like that, but
Yeah.
just be over the top kills.
Yeah.
Not like how it's killed. Like not that kind of
Yeah.
kills, but make it, you're really ripping her body to shreds or something like that instead of a pathetic
Just,
swipe.
and
But,
it's literally just one slash and then
but
it's
I
done.
thought it was going to go even crazier because her body was swinging around the room like
Yeah.
crazy. And I was like, oh, it's going to get insane. And then it was just slash down.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's also a bummer because like, wow, that was the one likable character.
Yes. And
Gee.
now we don't have her for the rest of the movie.
Now we don't have her for the rest of the movie.
By decent
A
acting.
precursor to Godzilla 2014. It's like, oh, we're killing Bryan Cranston before Godzilla shows up. Oh, great. Awesome. I love hanging out with all these other boring characters. Nancy is up painting, and then Jesse just shows
Appears
up.
out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, covered in blood. And she's like, oh, hi, Jesse. How are you? Why are you
You
covered in
didn't
blood?
hear him? Like, it's quiet, you're painting. It just...
Does she even have headphones on to even justify?
No. Did he come through the window? Did he just walk through the door? Because there was nothing about opening a window. There was nothing.
It's hard to just climb through a window. And goddamn, I wish I could find. I have video of Johanna trying to climb into her window when she was locked out of her house.
That's amazing.
It was not graceful. It was not graceful at all. And this guy was able to just sneak in and jump right in. I'm like, no, I've climbed into windows. Like the windowsills like hurt. They're like sharp and everything.
Yeah, I actually want to mention though, the house feels like a character in the movies. It's very iconic. You
It
see that
eventually
house.
does. Not so much the first one, but it eventually
The first
does.
one, you still feel for it. You still feel like this is the home where a lot of shit is happening. That
Mhm.
door is it turns into be an iconic door. Even in the first one, that's the house. Plus, the thing is, towards the end, it's like barricaded up. All the
bars.
the bars on the window. It's
I put bars on the window. Bars. Yeah. Crazy mom.
but that's such an important scene to where this house you don't even see it. I think you see like a little bit of an angle.
You barely go through that house.
Yeah.
I also struggled just talking about the house as being a character. Something else that I really struggled with was Nancy not having a father character.
Yeah, John Saxon, his character is like,
Yeah,
ow.
it's completely absent. And that for me was a really, really big part of what made the original so effective is the idea of having somebody who is, part of law enforcement and is like a good guy within the family that somehow makes it much more intense. And same thing as we're talking about Jesse breaking into the window, we get this it feels like a caricature of that character. So he goes on the run because he is worried
In the original,
that he's going to get
grabs her while she's like walking. He's hiding in the bushes. He's not breaking into her house.
And it takes like a little bit longer for him.
Why
to get
her,
caught
by the way?
and-
Why not like his bros or something? Like I don't even think he was friends
Because
with
his
Nancy.
Bro, well, does he? They don't know that they're having the same dream. I don't know. Maybe it's like his bros definitely wouldn't believe him or something like that. Maybe it's
he
just
doesn't
like
know Nancy's having dreams.
no, but maybe she's just a little bit more open minded than his bros that are
Maybe
like.
it was just
"Nah,
that was
man."
Chris's friend. Maybe I don't know.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. I would just be running away from everyone.
Yeah.
But you're right. If she wasn't named Nancy, I wouldn't be expecting a father character. So it's weird. Also, second remake we've done where they got rid of the dad. Mean Girls. The main girl doesn't have a dad. They couldn't get the janitor from Scrubs back. He was such a good character. I ended up rewatching the original Mean Girls. I'm like, God damn this.
So good. So
By the way, we were right. They are not as mean in the new one.
No.
Fucking what's her face? Rachel McGowan. McAdams? Rachel
McAdams. Rachel McAdams. Rachel
Rachel-
McAdams.
You're mixing up Rose McGowan and Rachel McAdams. Is what you're doing
That's what you're doing. That's exactly.
Wait, that's what you usually do.
Yeah, I passed on to you.
Bing Cosby? Remember Bing Cosby?
I like to pretend I'm a little bit more adorable. So
Yeah, Rachel McAdams is the original. She's like throwing out the R word and stuff. Like, oh yeah, that new girl didn't say any of that shit.
no, they couldn't even say the word. I don't even know. I
It
can
really
say it on
should have just
YouTube
been called
anymore, but-
slightly rude girls who sing. Anyway, enough
Oh
about Mean
my
Girls. We have a
gosh.
review for the remake of Mean Girls. Go check that out.
But yeah, all the characters. I think a lot of the points in this movie where you do feel connected was completely taken out. Everything that you were like, oh, the realistic moments. Instead, they just replaced a lot of things with iconic scenes where you're like, I remember that, almost like a nostalgic, and then bullshit.
One change I do like, he gets arrested. Nancy calls Quentin and updates him on what's going on. I do like that Jesse has a cellmate this time. That's fun. Because in the original one, he's just by himself.
I mean, it's just for a second.
Yeah, no, but I like the idea that everything we're about to see, his cellmate's probably in there going like, ah, what is going on?
I would have loved to see that.
Yeah, but Quentin needs to look up some stuff, and he uses Giga Blast to blast off.
Did you notice he hits enter and hits the button? Like
I love like before movies wanted to like pay Google. They were making up their own search engines, and I think Giga Blast and blasting off is pretty fucking
looked like
funny.
such an old website too. Like back when like AOL first came up and dial, I was like, oh, are they using dial up here?
It looked like Ask Jeeves from like 1999. It didn't look
I forgot about Ask Jeeves. Oh
Should
god.
have been Bing. Oh, Bing wasn't around yet.
No,
was
Bing
it?
was definitely not.
Yeah.
No, it was
like that.
It was Google.
That first
and
Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movie, he's using Bing, and then the second one he's Googling. It's like, oh, okay, he switched back.
I see what time it is.
And he's looking up sleep deprivation. And then he sees a spooky girl staring at him. Okay, I kind of like this scene of the library slowly changing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he's like, the books are getting more disorganized, and then there's like little plants growing out of the books at one point.
It's not a library, also. It's Powell's bookstore. I was very excited about that.
It's a bookstore?
It's a bookstore?
It's a very famous bookstore.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Where's it at?
There's one in Chicago and there's one in California.
Where does this movie take place?
Chicago or California?
But no, because according to Freddy's Dead, Springwood is in Ohio with all the palm trees.
Oh, you know what? Maybe there is one in Ohio.
I hope there is.
There's a bookstore with computers in it. Like you
Yeah, I
can
guess
just
so.
go on and.
I can see that.
Now I'm
No.
second guessing all of my memories. But it's
Okay.
definitely Powell's bookstores, and I was really excited about that.
So Pal's Bookstore in Ohio by all the palm trees. I did find there's one asshole who makes grows palm trees in Ohio.
Oh yeah.
But like they don't last.
I was gonna
long.
say, how do they survive? It's not the right
No.
environment.
They're meant for like the summer or like inside your home. They're not meant to be out.
Oh, like indoor one. Yeah.
By the way, they never say Springwood is in Ohio until Freddy's Dead.
Yeah.
So it could just be anywhere. We were joking in the first movie. We're like, wow, a lot of palm trees in the background of this Ohio cemetery.
Why do they like doing palm trees in horror movies?
Because they all film in Pasadena and they can't get rid of them. That's why.
Use your magical CGI.
Why don't we just set it in Pasadena? Nah.
Doesn't make sense.
I've been to Pasadena. It seems like a regular suburb. It's just not alienating at all. Like, just set it there. I really like the setup for this scene. I like that he just sees Freddy sitting with the kids very, very quiet. I'm like, this is kind of spooky. And then jump scare! Freddy turns his head.
That was such a shitty jump scare. I hated it because it was like how would you explain that? It was like a shaky almost.
Yeah.
It was like you knew it wasn't a jump scare because you knew something was happening.
I don't think you need the sound. It was actually just creepier seeing him just sitting there being quiet with the kids. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was stupid. This next scene again is okay, where you think Jesse's getting bailed, and it's a trick. Like there's that big brick wall that shows up, which they did in another movie. And then he ends up in the boiler room, sees more creepy kids, and then Freddy chases him around a bit, and then fucks with him. He's like, "What do you want?" He's like, "I don't know. Could you bring someone back to life and all this?" And it's like, oh, okay. So they slightly changed his origin, which we'll get into. But like Freddy's got a vendetta against these kids specifically, not just because like they're the kids related to the people who burn him, or he just wants to kill the kids in general in the town.
Do you like the fact that they show kids early on in this movie before they start explaining what the hell's happening?
What do you mean?
Or
like
is it
the,
just
the
odd?
little ghost kids?
The ghost kids.
Well, I mean, in the original, they show
kids
the
in
jump rope kids before they explain who they are, so that didn't
It's
bother
not
me.
as much,
The fact that
though.
it's them when they're younger, which again
It's a little weird.
Freddy's Dead did.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they're just
This movie
born-
just ripped off of every other movie.
It really is.
It did. It
Yeah.
really, really did.
And not like again, like I like
Not in a good way.
I like how Friday the 13th condensed everything down, but this is not doing it well.
No, and they do admit that they did take parts of all the movies, but at least let it make sense.
Yeah.
Or at least pick the good things out of the movies.
Yeah, and then loud noise, Freddy punches a hole in his chest. Which I guess that's updated from the original, because the original he just gets hung. Here he
Yeah.
just gets like fucking hole right through the chest.
Yeah.
I remember when Freddy got his arm through his chest on Freddy vs. Jason in the previous film. Let's just do that again, but make it look worse. Although I do like the cellmate going, "I didn't do it! I didn't do it!" Which that would be a hard one to
That's
explain.
horrifying.
Because like if you had investigated, it's like, well, he's not covered in blood. How could he have possibly have done that?
And how did he, in general, how did he do it?
Yeah.
Like, how can you physically do that with nothing in there?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Freddy is usually, in some movies, he's good at like hiding what he's doing.
He's covert.
And then in some other movies, he's like, I'm going to turn you into a cockroach and squish you.
What I do like about that is that it actually shows what happened. It drives me crazy in horror movies when it's like, well, what happens when they find these victims? Like
Yeah.
once the killer comes and like, okay, they died. Now what happens?
No.
Like it's never like, oh, someone's going to get in trouble for this. Someone's going to think someone else did it.
Mhm.
But in this, it's like you see a little bit of that, which I do like about
Yeah.
like the effects, because it is in the dreams. There's no physical things.
Yeah.
So that I appreciate that they kept all that stuff in.
So yeah, Quentin offers Nancy like pills to stay awake, and she's like, "No, I don't want to do that." Do you like my Rooney Mara impression? No, I don't want to take pills.
That's pretty accurate.
Yeah, you know, stop Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
It feels like she's here. Oh
It
my
really-
god!
it
Oh
really
my
does.
god!
I'm a little starstruck.
You should be in the remake.
I'm gonna cosplay Rooney Mara from Nightmare on Elm Street. I'm just gonna go to conventions and go like, "Hey, what's up? Freddy Krueger's here." They'll be like, "Oh my god, you're Rooney Mara."
Be like, are you doing the second one? Are you doing?
Yeah, I'm
Nightmare on
gonna
Elm Street
replace
remake
her in
second?
the sequel.
That's what I thought.
The sequel, they're bringing me in to replace.
I mean, what was it? The second one in Nightmare on
Yeah.
Elm Street was a dude anyway.
Yeah.
That matches. It's perfect.
I'll be the male version of the remake Nancy.
Are you gonna shut a drawer with your butt while dancing around a room?
I did review Nightmare on Elm Street 2, and I did dance at the end of that review. So yes, I will.
Okay.
Tony in a shower scene.
Oh, baby.
See, that's the scariest part of the whole movie.
Fuck you. I shot a shower scene with you, okay, and it wasn't that great. All right.
Yeah, you weren't the actor in it. I was.
I know. I would have been a better
was the
scene.
first time I ever met
Would have
him.
been a better scene if I was the one in the shower. I would have been way more believable.
I'm showering and I pull out a gun. What is believable in that? What are you talking
Where'd you pull
about?
it out of?
Exactly.
First day I met her, like, "Hi, I'm Crystal. I'm naked now in the shower." And I'm like, and I
Hello.
went. This
Nice
is the
to
best
meet
we
you.
could get. I mean, I offered to be in there.
Listen, I didn't get paid. They weren't. I don't know if they were paying other.
Yeah, a lot
actors. I
of people
wasn't
didn't get paid on those productions, but that's fine. Let's move on. Nancy questions her mom about her past and about someone named Freddy, and her mom's like, "What? I don't know what you're talking about. You're crazy."
I do like her mom.
But yeah,
a lot.
then they do the tub scene. Now, would you like to say about the tub scene?
First of all, no nudity, not even a butt, is the first thing that I have to see. No.
I guess we saw Nancy's boobs when they were underwater for like a second, but you know.
Second of all, don't just completely copy it. It's
It
a
was.
straight up copy, except for the bathtub is way nicer. I do really want that bathtub. I was a little bit jealous of the bathtub. So the dream sequence that happens in the bathtub
Oh,
scene is what I had
God.
a very interesting experience with because she walks out into the snowy bedroom.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait a second, is this the same universe as Edward Scissorhands?
Yes.
And I was like, I had like this major flashback, and I was like, oh no, I'm gonna talk with Tony and Crystal, and it's gonna be Edward Scissorhands.
Well,
and there's gonna
Johnny
be a-
Depp is in Nightmare on Elm Street.
I mean, and there are like knife scissor things for the hands.
What would you have done if Freddy Krueger was doing a nice skull? I'm surprised they didn't have the restraint to do that gag.
I was like, it must happen.
That would
It
have been
must
amazing.
happen, and then it didn't happen, and I was so upset. I wanted him to be like sculpting Nancy, and then fuck up
That
the
would have
ice
been
sculpture.
Brilliant.
I know.
I
was
Brilliant.
so
But you're right.
excited.
The tub scene, it's just his hand coming out, but they don't do the thing where they drag her underwater.
That's the scary
although,
aspect.
again, I do like just visually, I like this transition of her room is covered in snow, and then she takes a couple more steps, and now she's outside. I'm like, oh, that's cool that they. It's way better than the CGI school turning into Silent Hill transition.
Yeah.
I like this, and same with the bookstore. Those transitions in the dream world are so good, and then that school one just stands out so
Wait,
bad.
which school one?
But when she's in class and
Oh,
it
yeah,
turns
yeah,
into
yeah.
Silent Hill, yeah.
Okay. There's another transition I really like. I don't know if it happened already, but when they're looking at the photo and it's like the flashback, what's happening. That didn't come up yet, right?
That's coming up.
Okay.
That's coming up.
The other thing that I liked in the bathtub scene, in the dream world of the bathtub scene, is he does the licking of the face.
Yes.
Kind of like in the original Last House on the Left. And
gotcha.
I hate that. Like, that is so... Ugh.
You know, like face licking?
Yeah, no, I mean, not when it's supposed to be disgusting and
Yeah, I guess
vile.
that would be.
But
Because I don't know, I saw Michelle Pfeiffer lick Michael Keaton's face when I was a kid, and that
you
had
were
a
cool with
profound
that?
effect on me.
All right.
I guess if it was a creepy dude and I wasn't asking for it,
There's-
although Batman was not asking for it, so Catwoman's pretty problematic.
No, but when the penguin and her, that freaks me out. I did not like those
continue.
scenes.
I just thought that was really effective. So
Yeah.
like, there weren't a lot of good moments in this movie, but the moments that were good, I did really enjoy, and that was one of them.
Yeah, he in the original was playful flirting and that
Yeah.
kind of stuff, but in this one, besides that, very creepy.
Yeah.
It was so much deeper and darker. Like
Yeah.
I felt very uncomfortable, but not in a fun way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Freddy says hi to her. He's like, "You don't remember me?" And she's like, "You were my favorite."
None of them remember you, Freddy. Get
yeah.
over it.
But yeah, then she wakes up in the tub. Quentin calls her and tells her Jesse is dead. And then Nancy and Quentin do more investigating. You know, they're gigablasting left and right. And they find out that they were in preschool together. And they question the mom about it. And the mom's like, what do you mean? You weren't in school together? What are you talking about? And like she calls like Quentin's dad. She's like, oh God, they're onto us. They're onto us. So she finally tells them about Freddy. And they changed the backstory. And Kaylee, I think I texted you. What did they change his backstory to? Because before he was a guy who worked at a boiler room at like a factory. What is it in this one?
Yeah, so he is now a gardener at a
school.
preschool who lives in the basement of the preschool, which is unimportant because he's just groundskeeper Willie.
Yeah. Crystal, he's
Yeah.
literally groundskeeper Willie from The Simpsons.
Yeah.
And The Simpsons did a Treehouse of Horror where groundskeeper Willie was Freddy Krueger.
Yes, they did. I
Yeah.
love that.
I'm like,
line.
wait.
Yes.
I'm like, wait, you're ripping off the parody of Nightmare on Elm Street?
I didn't put that two together because I've seen it.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was before.
I forgot he was a groundskeeper until I watched it. I'm like, oh my God, he's just groundskeeper Willie. He's even got the rake. I'm like, they literally just, I honestly think they might have just watched that Simpsons episode.
It's a pretty great, that's a pretty great
a good
Treehouse of
episode.
Horror.
Oh my
We
God.
actually
But that's why
have-
I'm so Simpsons-y today.
We actually
you might
have
be
it-
asking yourself, but why, Kaylee?
And you
Why?
can't even say like this is Simpsons predicting thing.
Yeah.
No,
It's just they
this
ripped
is-
it
yeah,
off.
they ripped
I
off The
didn't even.
Simpsons.
Yeah.
I knew they did that episode, but for some reason it didn't click together that they ripped it off.
It's so stupid.
There's actually an
brain
episode of the
hurts.
show I did with the Cinema Snob and Nostalgia Critic where we talked about our favorite Treehouse of Horror episodes.
I was gonna be in that.
You were?
Yeah, you told me to watch, and I watched a whole bunch of them, and then you did it anyway. It was really
What, for the
sad.
main episode? Because we had
Yeah.
cameos at the end. You weren't even in the...
I think maybe I was supposed to be in the cameo then, and no, I
Oh.
wasn't in it. I watched a whole bunch of Treehouse of Horrors.
Yeah, whatever. Cry about it.
I am. I love Treehouse of Horror. You're an asshole.
I don't know. We'll do another
I was-
Simpsons
Can we do
episode.
Can we do that?
Yes.
Because I would really like to
we-
participate in that. I have many opinions.
Okay.
Oh, can we do the Simpsons movie?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I would love to do that.
I have a lot to say
I'm
about it.
super into that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
See, my sadness just turned into happiness.
Coming soon or late. I already have most of the year planned out. Okay.
Damn. Okay.
Look. If we're not able to
I'm
get a
shocked.
Batmobile for the summer, we might have to fill the gaps in the schedule. So maybe Simpsons will work. But I'm working on getting that Batmobile.
Okay.
Again, I mentioned in another episode, but if the summer comes and we're not talking about Christopher Nolan's Batman, it's because we did not lock down the Batmobile. But we're gonna get it. I believe in us.
A lot of
So
faith.
they've repressed their memories of what happened because the parents started catching on. They're like, hey, you're a little scratched up and you don't want to talk about it. So they were all abused by this guy, Freddy. And we have no reason to think that they're lying because Freddy basically admitted it and he's killing them. But the rest of this movie, up until a certain point, will have a question, a mystery of whether he was guilty or not. I'm like, well, he kind of admitted it.
He
So
did.
me as the audience member, I'm ahead of you.
Yeah.
Also, if he really liked the kids, wouldn't he be like killing their parents?
Yeah.
Like the molesting thing was implied in the original, but the problem was he was killing the kids. So why is this guy who didn't kill the kids in life now trying to kill them in death?
So Wes Craven actually wanted to go further into that, but
Yeah.
just didn't. So that's
Yeah.
why they went into that, is because they're like, we're gonna honor Wes Craven, who hated the movie.
Yeah.
Good job honoring him.
You
They're
didn't
like, "We're
even
gonna
find
take the
out that
original."
it existed until it was mid-production.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Yeah.
Robert Shea was like, whatever, I do what I want.
So did they do the this is after they did the research though, finding other people having the nightmares, right? That was at the library or the
it's about to
bookstore?
happen right
oh,
now.
okay.
Yeah, Quentin
I-
has to go swim to a swim meet, get a nice little speedo.
Yep.
And then Nancy is giga blasting all over the place.
Okay, this
She's
is-
giga blasting all the
Oh
other
my
students.
God.
I really want to talk about
It was the style at the time.
That was the style at the time. She's wearing a rope belt and carrying an onion and giga blasting. So all the other students have died, and one of them is the guy from the Friday the 13th remake, the one who posted the video.
Yeah.
How do you this bothered me so much.
Yeah.
His head gets slammed against the computer screen.
Yeah.
And we're gonna assume his death happened right then and there. How did the video get uploaded?
He was live streaming in 2010. I'm pretty sure you could have
everybody
done that.
did that.
They didn't look like, I don't know, maybe
I'm sure like the cops like looked at the footage
and it was still online.
I don't know if you can get evidence like that. It's possible.
It just
I don't know. I'm not going to question that because that guy was funny in the Friday the 13th reboot, and we're going to give this one a pass. All right.
So was the ones that are left in this movie that Freddy is currently killing?
Those are the survivors.
Those are the survivors, but everyone else died. And
It's kinda
no
like-
one else put that together.
It's kind of like Nightmare on Elm Street 3 when they talk about all these suicides that are happening because he's like killing kids off screen.
And we also get they're taking the medicine like reintroduced.
Yes.
But they never heard of all these kids just randomly dying, like with social media and everything
It was
at
probably
that time.
spaced out. Are they all in
No.
Springwood? Does he have a limit in this, or can he kill them anywhere? That's the question.
So why would it be spread out though if it's so quick in this movie?
I don't know. I didn't write the movie, Crystal. I'm doing the best I can here. All right.
Because the thing is, he's brought back by memory. He's brought back because he's being
In
kept
some
alive.
versions, this version, he just kind of comes back on his
out
own.
of nowhere.
Yeah.
Out of fucking nowhere. Unless
Um,
one of the kids had a memory, that would be kind of cool to hear that if one of the kids
Yeah.
that he killed earlier. But
Well, there was
that
a-
was what was
Come on.
planned for number 2 and number 3.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you're not getting your backstory because you never got those movies.
There was
I'm okay with that.
There
Actually,
was
I'm okay
a
with
deleted.
that.
There was like a deleted thing, a deleted idea in the original where like all the kids were like siblings to the previous kids who died. like Nancy had like an older sister or something, but I think that was all deleted. I think I talked about that in the first episode. But yeah, Quentin swims his way to Dreamland, and now he's in a flashback.
So did he fall asleep in the pool? Who the hell falls asleep in a pool?
Well, he's been up for a couple days. Yeah, that's not where I usually fall. I don't usually fall asleep while swimming.
No, I think if you were to fall asleep, you would wake up very quickly because you're drowning.
But yeah, he gets to see his parents doing vigilante justice. And they're throwing the fire on Freddy, who's wearing a jacket. And then he's all like, I didn't do it. Oh my God. Because he fled town. The different backstory. He wasn't put on trial in this version. He just fled town when the kids started talking. So they hunt him down. They all start burning him. Connie Britton's like, we probably shouldn't do this. And he's like, nope, we're going to do it.
This is the only way.
And then as he's burning, he rips his sweater. He rips his jacket off to show the sweater. And they use that in the trailer. And I guess they just didn't have time to show 3 little fish demons coming in going, do you want magic powers? I'm sure they were going to do that, right? It works so well.
They used enough CGI. They really could have thrown
Why
that one
couldn't
in.
they throw in those little fish demons to give him his magic powers?
They're trying to make this
shame.
very realistic, okay? This was a very realistic, dark movie.
Realistic
very deep.
and original.
Yes.
No
Very
copied
original.
scenes.
Yes.
Um,
But my problem with that aspect then, if
Yeah.
you're bringing that into it, and he's trying to convey that he is innocent
Yeah.
to someone in his dreams, but yet you just basically admitted that you molested the others?
That's
So
the
how-
thing.
None of it
He's
makes sense.
kind of being pervy and molesty and not really hiding it. So the whole idea that the movie wants you to like think maybe he wasn't the bad guy, it's like, well, I kind of know how these movies go, and he's kind of admitted it. This isn't really a mystery. I'm just waiting for the characters to catch up to where I am.
Yeah.
Where I was at the beginning.
Yeah,
'cause,
I felt very similar.
Yeah.
So what do you think if I think this was an idea of actually keeping him being innocent?
That would have been something, but then you got to explain
Yeah.
why he's so sadistic.
Because he's angry.
Because
it's
now
revenge.
he's getting revenge. So the parents killed him.
Yeah.
Like they should not have killed him.
Yeah.
They falsely accused him of something. He ruined his reputation and he died. So now he wants revenge. And the best way to get back at somebody is to fuck with their kids.
I get that, but
That
wouldn't-
would've been great.
if that was me, I wouldn't be like cracking one-liners and being real like extra about it. I would just kill the kids.
Well, you're not Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Duh.
He's kind of fucked up in the head. I think if, you know.
But if he's innocent, then he wouldn't be fucked up in
Yes,
the
you would.
head.
If you were. How many people that are accused of wrongdoings? Would that
A
be?
crime that
Yeah,
they haven't
exactly.
committed.
So if you're accused and put into jail, how many people just kind of go crazy? Me, like, I didn't do it. But everyone else, you're like, but did I do it?
Yeah.
That's a whole psychological thing.
I guess so. I don't know. The thing is, I don't like the whole like question in the film because
Yeah, I completely
because I
agree.
know where they're gonna land eventually, and it's just a waste of time.
Well, and
really
again,
was.
it's entirely the hat is tipped to the audience, so it's not the mystery they expected it
yeah,
to be.
yeah. It's like Friday the 13th with Mrs. Voorhees. If she actually was in the movie early, which they probably should have done, because again, the movie feels like a whodunit until the end. But if she was in the movie early and then she was just like, I can't wait to kill some kids, and then the movie proceeded to be a whodunit, it's like, well, it's that lady.
Yeah.
She admitted it. That's how this feels. Where Freddy's like, I loved molesting you. Am I innocent? It's like, well, you just said.
Yeah.
Please don't clip out me going. God damn it. God damn it.
If you didn't say that just now, I don't think anyone would have done it. But because you said don't do it, now everyone's going to want to do it. So
Yep.
you just fucked yourself over.
Damn it. Damn it.
Whenever you tell someone not to do it, it makes them want to do it.
They do the body bag gag from the original.
Dude, fuck
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
And they did it poorly.
Yes, I
Yep.
believe that my notes on that were bad body bag.
Yes.
Bad. Oh,
And
say
I
that
don't even
5
remember
times.
what this one is, but apparently while Quentin is trying to get meds, Nancy gets a loud noise jump scare. And I can't remember what it was.
Were you scared?
No.
Okay.
But she burns herself to wake up.
That I actually thought was kind of interesting. So she burns herself with the cigarette lighter in the car.
Yeah.
Which was just like in the last House on the Left remake.
Right.
And I understand that they using the cigarette lighter in the car to burn yourself.
That was in Chucky, the first Chucky.
It's a little bit of a trope, but I did think it was interesting. It was in all these Wes Craven remakes.
How many people do you think actually, at this point, how many younger, Gen Z and below, even know that exists?
Yeah.
I know.
Do they still have them in cars?
No.
Yeah, I mean, my car has it, but I don't have the actual lighter.
Yeah, the lighter
I
doesn't
just
come
have
with
the
the car
plug.
anymore. The
hole's still there.
You get the hole, but you don't get the counterpart to the hole. And then you plug
Please
in
don't
the
clip out her
other
going,
thing
you get
from
the
a
hole.
You get the hole, and that's the best part.
So
And
what you're
then,
saying
you
is
know,
that
I mean, you can put other things in the
into
hole.
yeah.
Just
And then
not.
it works just as well.
Exactly.
It's
So-
just in a different way.
Exactly.
So does your car have that?
I don't have a car.
Oh, fuck. I was going to do a joke. I was like, oh, so if I'm in your car, can I plug your hole? But you just fucking ruined the joke. Cool.
You're welcome.
Awesome. Awesome.
So no is the answer. Can I plug your hole?
His is already plugged. He already said it. His hole's plugged.
This is going swimmingly.
I love this. Tony, you keep fucking yourself over here. I love you
Sorry,
on the show.
I didn't expect my stupid joke to get turned back on me. Okay. So the thing doesn't work. She's still in dreamland. They do the sparky hands effect, but they go overboard with it. Because it's like, shh. It's like, okay, relax. It was creepy when he put his hands on the wall, but now it's just like he's shooting a sparkler out of his hand.
Don't kill iconic moments like that.
Yeah.
That's such an iconic moment, and they killed it.
This I kind of like. I kind of like the cutting between the actual store and the boiler room. When he's like throwing things off and it'll cut to the shelves. Recently, me and Casey did My Bloody Valentine 3D.
Nice.
And there's a scene like that where the killer is smashing the lights and he'll like for a second look like the miner.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually didn't mind this too, of the cutting back and forth between locations.
And for me, that is a good, nod to the original. I like the idea of featuring the boiler room, and and again, I kind of liked that scene as well. I think that that's a good way to do it without making it too kitsch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so I think she gets sent to the doctors.
Mm-hmm.
They try to put her asleep and she freaks out. Do you know who the doctor was, Crystal?
No.
Can you hold up your keychain? Oh. It's Judith Hoag from the Ninja Turtles movie, the first April O'Neil in the live-action Ninja Turtles movie, who didn't come back for the sequels. I was watching that. I'm like, wait, I know that lady. And I'm like, because I did the Ninja Turtles over the summer. I'm like, oh, that's Judith Hoag. What the fuck is she doing in this as a cameo? What the fuck?
I hated that scene, though.
Yeah.
Because there's this whole subplot there where the mom is giving authorization to put Nancy to sleep.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
yes.
that is a really fucked up and interesting thing that we could have actually talked about a little bit more is, and instead of talking about that and the idea of the mom doing something to put her daughter in super severe danger is completely ignored, and instead we completely jump over that and Nancy just escapes out of the hospital.
Yeah.
But
and then we're done talking about that topic.
Yeah. It happened in earlier Nightmare on Elm Streets when they're trying to put them under, what was it? In Dream Warriors?
In 4, remember the mom like puts sleeping pills in
that's what
the
it
girl's
was.
thing.
And that was heavier. Like they focused on that, which was cool.
It should be a heavy emotional thing because again, here we are having these kids who aren't being believed.
Yes.
And now the parents are trying to be helpful, but the exact way that they're trying to be helpful is the thing that will kill their kids.
Yeah.
And that's a really interesting psychological thing to look at. And instead of us looking at it at all, it's just completely erased.
Yeah.
They like take the time to shoot her like signing off on the authorization.
Yeah.
They do a close up of her signing off
like,
on
why
the
even
document.
do this whole hospital thing anyway? Just
that whole scene could have been gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the fact that you already have established the fact of these kids don't have any memory already, because what, suppressed memory? Is that what it was?
Repressed memory.
Repressed.
She suppressed it.
I'm great with the English language. Repressed memories there. Okay, great. And then the kids never really went to therapy. Like the parents didn't help them through this. Instead, they just I'm sorry, but not every single kid's going to have repressed memories of this. So somehow this never.
Yeah, the fact that so many of them repress the memories, it's
a
like
lot of people have super fucked up trauma.
It's not like they
and
were
all
like
didn't forget it.
3. Like they were old enough to
They
have
were in
memories.
preschool.
Yeah,
I remember preschool.
Yeah, so do I.
And I will absolutely
Not
give
all
it.
of it, obviously, but yeah.
I will absolutely give it to a few of them did have repressed memories of
Yeah.
it, because that happens even as an adult. Your body wants to protect you, and it will.
And also, not to get like too graphic or too disturbing, like most of the people who commit those assaults are like family members and friends. So kids usually have like a reason to want to like push out those memories because it's someone close
It's a
to them.
survival mechanism.
It is.
But like the janitor at your school, you have less of a reason to want to make sure that guy doesn't get in trouble. I don't know. I feel like you try to repress it when it's more someone closer to you. That's how I think.
I
don't know.
I could see it happening, even if it's not someone that's close to you, because also as a child, adults that you look up to can also feel close.
I don't think anyone's looking up to the creepy groundskeeper.
If the groundskeeper is playing with you, playing hide and
he
seek,
doesn't
and that's
seem like he was being creepy to that. Like to a kid, that seems like an exciting.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
This is
Maybe it's just because he looks weird. I wouldn't be like, I don't like that guy.
But how many times have if you think back on adults that probably weren't the most appropriate or were kind of, not the best humans, but as a kid, you kind of looked up to them. Or maybe I just had more in my life.
By the way, I hope everyone's National Forgive Your Mom and Dad Day is
I'm
doing
so happy
well.
that I forgot about that.
Anyway, yeah, I think you're right. I don't think the entire class would all repress their memories.
No.
That's whatever doctor helped with that must be a genius.
I get that. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying there's already a good chunk of kids. How many people would you say, or how many children were you think in that photo?
Oh, there was like 15 or something.
Yeah. So
by the way,
15
there's
children?
kids who will definitely not bring it up and hide it.
Yeah.
But
Well-
the fact that they all deleted their every single one of them deleted their memories, that's a little.
And did he do it to every single one of them too?
That was what I was going to.
Well, he's killing them.
Don't you think it's a little bit weird? Like, I understand that people who are bad people don't always think things through, but I would think that you would not choose an entire school class to mess with because all those kids might talk to each other, might tell their parents,
Which is why, unfortunately, it happens in like families and stuff.
Yeah.
But
Oh, an entire
also
classroom?
he had they call it the cave. He had a secret room. It's like, also, where's the teacher during all of this? The teacher should be around the kids more than the groundskeeper, I think.
I'm gonna go with there was only one teacher dealing with a whole bunch of preschoolers, and it was just understaffed. Because actually, that does happen a lot, where a lot of certain preschools and stuff like that, you hear some. I would be petrified if I was a parent because you hear so many fucked up stories that happen in preschool.
And people wonder
There's
why
tons.
homeschooling is a preferred these days.
I would agree with that, but if they could afford to hire a gardener, for
Yeah,
their
if you're
preschool-
cutting the budget, the gardener is not high on your list.
Well, I mean, you have landscaper. Yeah, I guess like a.
Yeah, I don't know if you've
who
ever
lives
seen.
in the basement of your school.
Maybe
also?
there was a deal where he got to
Free
do
living,
free living.
Chris,
for
I don't know
doing
if you've driven around the suburbs a lot, but the landscapers I see, they don't look like Freddy Krueger. I'm just saying, they don't look like Freddy Krueger.
But they also don't live in the basement.
No,
of a
they
preschool.
don't. They don't.
So yeah, that's what my whole point around that was. These parents already fucked them up from being a child, and now they're doing, or at least the one mom's
they're
doing
making it worse again.
But yet, like,
Unless they tied it into like some supernatural thing, like the thing that makes Freddy come back. But no, that's not even explored.
Again, it was in 2 and 3, and we just never got to find out about it. What a tragedy. All of our questions would be answered if only we had those movies.
I do want to ask though, how would you feel if that was taken out? The whole molesting. Would you feel different about this movie? Or
well, then
does
you
it
kind
give
of don't
you
really have a story.
So I would
If
feel
it went
exactly the same.
Yeah.
because it's a story.
To me, I feel like that just gives it a whole nother level of I don't care for this movie, and maybe it's just that subject where I'm just like, I'm happy they didn't do that in the first, or just hinted at it. I don't think it needs to be that in your face, because I know we're going to go into scenes where it's a little bit more disturbing.
Yeah.
And I think for keeping such an iconic movie and such an iconic character and giving him this really disgusting, dirty, deeper like motive, just to me turns me off from this movie completely.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if he did it just as what the original did, if I would feel a little different.
I don't know. But what I do know is that Quentin really wants to date Nancy, and he's bringing it up right now.
Yeah, why not? While everyone's going.
Hey,
through
Quentin.
this.
Quentin. Let's wait a couple days. This is wait a couple days.
Maybe he just knows they're all gonna die.
Last ditch effort.
But it's a
He just needs to get
cute
laid.
moment.
He's like, I'm not going out a virgin.
Look.
No, I feel for Quentin.
Look, it's a very cute moment, and I sure hope it doesn't get ruined by a loud noise. Loud noise! Freddy is in the middle of the road. He's like waving or whatever. And then they crash their car. They eventually investigate the school, and they find the cave. So earlier, Quentin yelled at his dad. He's like, did you even find the cave? You don't even know if the guy was innocent or not. And they find the cave in 5 seconds, so... Whoever did the initial investigation didn't do
Really
a very good
muddled it
job.
up, yeah.
And all this stuff's still down there.
Yeah. Also, what is that room? How did he find that room? How do the people running the school not know about that room? What purpose does that room serve?
So the parents knew that this was happening because they all got into wanting to murder him.
Mm-hmm.
And then nothing. They didn't say, "Hey, let's find evidence. Let's get rid of all the photos."
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Why would you want photos? I think did the kids mention photos?
Yes, they
So,
mentioned that he took
okay,
pictures.
Photos of your
Because she
children.
found,
Yeah.
she finds the pictures. Yeah.
So if there are photos taken of your child, don't you think you want
No,
to
no,
find
no.
them?
The parents never found that room.
Yeah, but did the kids ever tell them about the photos?
They
of
did, but they
photos
never
being taken care
found.
of?
They never found them.
Crystal's point is that if the room was so easy to find by Quentin at this point, how the fuck did the parents?
No,
miss
no,
it
that's
to
my
begin
point.
with?
Yeah. That's
But like, you should have more of a motive because there's photos.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the reason why I'm bringing that up.
Yes.
There's
The-
such
the
motive.
parents should be like, oh my god, let me find
looking
these
at
photos.
The parents
Yes.
should be like, wait a minute, the outside of this building doesn't make sense compared to the amount of rooms that are in it. Where did this take place?
Where is the cave?
Yes. And again, she finds it right away.
Well, don't you think the kids would also know where they're being taken care? Wait. How did the kids even get there?
I don't know. Maybe he blindfolded them before
But
he
like
got them down there.
When?
That's another point. I'm like, aren't they like, when did he have time to get them away from the teachers?
How far away was it from the preschool?
No, it was in the preschool.
Oh, it was in the preschool.
Yeah.
I don't think that the continuity of this movie makes any sense.
It doesn't
at
make
all.
any sense at all.
It jumps around a lot. Like I feel like we're in the hospital, and then we're in this place, and then we're in the.
Anyway, let's move forward.
But when they condemned the school, that's right. It was in the school, and it was.
I mean, it's still a nice looking building. Someone's going to buy it eventually.
Okay, one. Did the school just be like, groundskeeper is gone? Wouldn't they do something with that basement? Wouldn't they find the cave by renovating it? Or I'm sure years went on.
I don't know, Crystal. I didn't write the movie.
This hurts.
So anyway,
I don't like it.
they find the creepy artwork in the box of pictures of Nancy. They realize now that Freddy was guilty, even though he already confessed to it.
Yep.
And confirmed it for us. But then Nancy
I
comes.
don't know. I think he's innocent.
Nancy comes up with the idea to pull him into the real world because she pulled a piece of his sweater out and she's like, I was his favorite. I'm the only one that could do it. I'm like, is that how that works?
He told everyone that they were his favorite. Just
Yeah,
so
I bet he
feel
says that to
special.
all the
He's-
girls.
Exactly.
Like me, I'm always like, you're my
And the guys.
favorite.
He molested all of them.
To my fans, I'm always like, you're my favorite. Insert fan here on Patreon who paid at the top tier. Sorry,
You heard
$2
it here.
tiers. You're not
You're
my
just
favorite.
You're just another money to him. Just disgusting, Tony.
I love money, and I've never tried to hide that fact. I've been very open about it.
Yeah. I
can't
appreciate-
sell out. I had no morals to begin with.
You're not wrong. You're so sad.
So yeah, they put her to sleep. And he's gonna use like adrenaline to wake her up. And they kiss. I don't know. Personally, if I was going to go fight a pedophile demon and I just looked at pictures of me being molested as a child, I wouldn't be in a kissing mood. But you know what? Nancy and Quentin, they're into it.
I'm shocked. Like, just seeing those photos and that coming to
Yeah.
a realization, Like they didn't really even take that into more of a moment. Like that's fucked up.
Well, look. You can process this thing, or you can fight a dream demon. You got to prioritize one over the other, Crystal. I think the dream demon.
But they
be sad about the pictures tomorrow. We got to fight the undead dream demon now. I'm just saying. That would be my top priority.
I feel so in the middle right now.
That would be my top.
Make me very uncomfortable, you guys.
Why every episode
Mom
we're
and
fighting?
Dad, stop fighting so that I can enjoy the forgive my parents.
Wait, you know what? Yeah, forgive us.
You're gonna enjoy that by
by forgiving you both.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Well, look. He finds an old paper cutter.
Yes.
And he fashions it into a weapon.
Yeah.
Like Thomas Jane did in The Punisher. So yeah, he fell asleep and he gets sliced, and for some reason Freddy doesn't kill him. He just leaves him. He doesn't even put him in like a dream prison or something.
Well, then how is the rest of the movie gonna happen?
He's so excited to see Nancy. He's like, well, I should kill this guy who's trying to kill me, but Nancy's here. And then he accidentally cuts his face because he's doing this and he's wearing a glove. He tries to be funny with her. Suddenly she's back in her house hiding from him.
In the dress.
Yes.
Come on.
In the little girl dress. And then, which
In the
again was
shoes and all.
Freddy's dead when his daughter is suddenly in the dress.
I know.
And then we get a loud noise. Boo. Because he's in the closet. Not a good closet scare.
Nope.
No.
The best closet scares were obviously Michael Myers breaking the closet, which we perfected in our Halloween short. I did such a better job breaking that door down. That was my head, by the way, going through the closet. And if you are a patron, you get to see that vlog where I show 6 different angles of my head going through that closet.
The vlogs were, I think, way better than the actual thing that we made. Because it was so
my favorite
funny.
closet scare is Pumpkinhead. When Pumpkinhead like looks in the closet and then walks away, and then he comes right back in the closet. Man, that scene. We gotta do Pumpkinhead at some point.
I'm totally down.
Pumpkinhead's so good. I did do Pumpkinhead 2 on Movie Dumpster. Not as good. Bill Clayton's half brother's in that movie. So that means his dad was probably like, I have 2 sons. One of them is the president, and the other one plays guitar in Pumpkinhead 2 Blood Wings. Check out that Movie Dumpster episode. That was a fun time. They do the liquid floor gag, which they've done in previous films. Yeah. It's fine.
I actually liked it.
Yeah.
I thought it was good.
It doesn't work so much in the original when she's going up the stairs because you can see which steps are supposed to be the liquid floor. It was done in, 3, I think they did it. It worked well. This one, it worked well, too. And then he goes, your memories are what fuels me. But she had no memories.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
That's why I talked about, like, is it the kids earlier that don't have repressed memory? Oh, I'm getting good with the word repressed.
You know, you're right. Maybe some of the kids,
new words every time
maybe the kids who didn't repress it had memories
memory.
and then fueled him. Okay.
And then once Nancy started remembering, that's when he gained more power, and that's why he was able to.
And the reason I forgot that line is because immediately after, he rips off Heath Ledger in The Dark Knight by going, "Look at me." He like almost does it verbatim.
Yeah.
Almost does it verbatim.
I can't wait to talk about the alternative ending. Keep going.
And then I have eye stab, and I think I repressed a memory because I don't remember what the eye stab is. I assume Freddy gets stabbed in the eye.
Yeah, Nancy stabs Freddy in the eye with scissors.
I literally can't remember that scene.
It's a repressed memory for you, Tony.
I repressed. If only I could repress all the eye stabbings I've ever seen in a movie.
I get people
The
still
other
show them
thing-
on Twitter to you. I love it. It's like recently too.
So annoying.
I think it's hilarious.
The other thing that we get though, in up until this point of the scene, so like when the floor turns into blood,
yeah,
we get some of the Freddy comedy. So we get, how is this for a wet dream?
Yes,
We
which
get
was in 4, I think, with the hot tub kill.
Yes.
Does he say something about like your body says no or something?
No,
he's because it's his when he's putting his claws against her, he goes, yeah, and that's when it's like going up the dress and everything, and it's saying your body says, what was it?
Your body
He
says no, but that's from Freddy versus
but
Jason.
I know you want to or something. Yeah,
He literally did that in Freddy vs. Jason. Also, I want the audience to point out that she said claws. I really want you to point out because I don't want to be the only one who gets made fun of for this anymore, okay? She said claws. Anyway, yeah, that is straight up.
South Jersey as hell, okay?
That is straight up from Freddy vs. Jason, that line.
Yeah.
So, which, again, was the most popular and recent one. So they're borrowing a lot from that. So Quentin wakes up because Freddy didn't kill him.
Yep.
And he stabs her with the adrenaline. He's just like shoves it into her heart like fucking Uma Thurman in Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
Do you like going into the bed? Because that is from the original. Which
Oh,
we
yeah,
didn't
and the
see.
blood
That's the
coming
first
out.
time,
Yeah.
right? That's the first time we see that is going
Yeah.
through the bed.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I
Like
feel
that
like that
too.
is a very iconic
Yeah.
scene.
Yes.
Right?
But yeah,
I'm
she
happy
pulls
with that.
Freddy out and they're fighting him for a bit. And then she goes, "You're in my world, bitch." Much like the girl in Freddy vs. Jason says.
Yes.
And then she chops off his head. Much like the girl in Freddy vs. Jason.
Yes.
It's like they literally watched that episode of The Simpsons and Freddy vs. Jason
Yeah.
and tried to make something out of it.
I hate this scene so much.
Yeah.
Because Nancy is stuck in a house with bars on it. She's screaming for help. It's so much more
She Home Alones it.
She does.
Yeah.
She is a badass final girl and she is fighting for her life and you see that and she is being so clever. I love the ending.
And the only
of the
reason
original.
Nancy died is because, I mean, unfortunately, she did forgive her father and hugged him, but it turned out to
what
be
happens?
Freddy. Yeah, you know
See
what?
what happens?
You
This
know
is
what?
a bad holiday. Bad holiday.
You were about to go home and hug your father, and you're like,
No,
he
I
might be
wasn't.
Freddy Krueger. I can't do that now.
I don't know where
I
he
don't
is.
participate in this holiday. I really hated the "This is my world, bitch," not only because of the blatant ripoff, but also because Freddy does not say bitch at all in this movie, and I need my Freddy to say bitch.
Yeah.
Do you find it?
He didn't really say it until like the sequels.
He didn't, but again, that's personality.
Yeah.
That I now like. If you're going to pull from his,
He did overdo it a little bit in 5. I think we were talking about it. But when he left it on the little Post-it note with the Freddy magnet on the refrigerator, he kind of overdid it.
I definitely, I mean, it became a trope, but if you are going to copy as many scenes as you did in this movie, so in, A Nightmare on Elm Street 2010, we have the body bag, we have we have the floor water, we have the
it's weird how they're like,
bathtub, we have all of these scenes. If you're going to do that, include the other tropes as well.
The language, the script, that the language, the
feeling of
wording,
Freddy.
the acting in those scenes is what made it iconic, just not the visual aspect. But they're just taking the visual aspect and being like, hey, look, these were in the other movies. Remember this?
Yeah.
Do you think that this movie was watered down a lot, being more because it was rated R, right?
Yeah, it's rated R.
But it almost feels almost PG-13 to me because
There were
isn't any
rumors
nudity.
early
There's
on,
no-
and they had to debunk them, but...
Yeah, they're just...
So then you would think they would go really into the R.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
They
don't
did
feel
not.
like there was enough gore or kill. I don't think that there was enough
Which the
language.
Friday 13th reboot previously had a lot of.
Yeah,
an
but
abundance of.
That's the thing. You're taking a 80s slasher and you're trying to modernize and stuff like that, but at least keep that feel.
I'm actually surprised they didn't try to connect the movies early on. This is while the MCU was going on, but Avengers didn't come out. If this came out post Avengers, they would have made this movie, but tried to tie it to that Friday the 13th movie.
They tried to tie it to Edward Scissorhands, and they failed. We have gone over this. That's what happened.
I need someone to do fan art of Freddy doing an ice sculpture.
I would.
That
love-
must exist.
That
it
probably
has
does.
to.
But I
guarantee
mean,
it
this
does.
is the movie that makes that happen. I did though enjoy. I hated this end scene. I thought it was awful, and I think Crystal, you hit the nail on the head. It is not. It's like a caricature of itself. Like it is not doing all of the things that it needs to do.
Yeah.
But I did actually think that the effect of Nancy slitting Freddy's throat was actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I liked both of the throat slashing scenes.
Yeah.
I liked Dean's in the very beginning, and I liked this in the very end. And I did think that was nice bookends to the film, despite the fact that I hated everything in the middle.
Yeah, but
I think the slow. It's a little bit of a slower kill.
Yeah.
I think is what makes it so more impactful.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it's slower. You can see the gore a little bit, and you see how everyone's reacting to it instead of just quick kill, quick kill, quick kill, where you can't even react to it because you really also there's not much to see.
Yeah.
Loud noise, as someone would say.
Yes.
Wait, there's a lot of noise in this movie.
Yeah, there were several.
Weird.
I made note of them. Go back and watch.
No,
And then
I'm
when you go
okay.
back and watch, let me know if there were 2 girls in the store. I didn't see any. Is anyone coming? Then this part really pissed me off. because fucking Quentin's like, let's burn it. It's like, or does Nancy say burn it? One of them goes, let's burn it. It's like, wait, but this room is evidence, and you have the killer's body. Why he's an undead zombie in a Christmas sweater, good luck explaining that. But you have him here and the evidence. You should probably let people know. Instead, they're like, let's burn all the evidence. It's like, wait, why? Why are we doing that?
That and the fact that he already survived a burning. Like,
yeah, that was the thing. Like, well, he kind of came back from that
does
fire
not
the
kill
last
him,
time.
Yeah.
And also, it means that they're no better than their parents. So, I
Really?
mean, I think that a part of what this movie is saying is maybe the parents didn't make the right decision by doing vigilante justice.
Yeah.
Perhaps they should have let him go to jail and then their kids wouldn't be suffering. And, they lit him on fire and now the next generation is lighting him on fire.
Yeah.
Like, shut up.
really nice that you're trying to give this movie
all that credit
and justice,
so
and
much
then,
but
credit.
it doesn't exist.
I know.
Don't try to make excuses for them.
So
it was very nice of you.
Wes Craven
It
famously.
is Forgive Your Parents Day, so I was just
But see
trying
what
to-
happens when you forgive? You die.
Crystal, you know how excited I was this morning when I looked up holidays and saw Forgive Your Mom and Dad
so
Day?
much.
I'm like, I had to check and see if I made the day as like a joke years ago and forgot about it.
No, you
Why
never
couldn't
have.
it be International Nachos Day? That's all I'm asking.
I don't know.
It's
They were like
National
every
Taco
single
Day,
day is
Nacho
always
Day.
like 10 holidays, and that was the funniest one. But listen, Wes Craven hated the ending of the original with the mom because it's sequel baiting. He didn't like it. He said the movie ends when Nancy conquers her fear.
Yep.
But this movie had to do the scene. And, you know, granted, really respectful to the original. The effect of the mom being pulled through the door was awful.
Yeah.
And this CG effect of her being pulled into the mirror after she turns into a cartoon face is also terrible. That was a good callback to the terrible effect in the original. Did you ever see my review of the Nightmare on Elm Street game? We remade that effect, but it was Jessica. Jessica turns into a dummy and gets pulled into a thing.
I love Jessica. Maybe,
love
is that maybe
that.
what one of the girls that came through the store? Was it Jessica? Do
No,
you
she
remember
wasn't in
Jessica
that
coming
episode.
through?
She wasn't.
No,
Sorry.
shit.
So yeah, that scene sucked.
Yeah.
Freddy's still alive and we never saw him again. This movie's terrible.
Alternate ending?
Okay, what is the alternate ending? Maybe
Okay.
this
Yeah,
will
I
win
don't
me
know,
back.
I don't know anything about this.
You ready for this?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to do a horrible way of explaining
It wasn't on the
this.
DVD?
I did not watch that far, apparently.
Okay.
I found it on YouTube.
Okay.
Because I was like, I'm not rewatching this entire movie. And then I was like, alternative
You know what?
scene.
I feel like it wasn't on. I feel like the DVD did not have any like additional scenes. There was just a little video about them making the movie.
Okay.
Because they didn't want to show
They
how
didn't-
bad
Yeah.
it was.
No.
So he's on the bed with Nancy, and all of a sudden, his face goes back to normal.
Okay.
No.
His face goes back to when he was the gardener.
Okay.
And he makes it super, super awkward and creepy. I think it's very similar lines. And then instead of falling through the bed, it's a really bad flash.
Okay.
And he gets pulled through, same way as the other, as getting the adrenaline.
Okay.
And it was a way worse fight scene.
Okay.
His neck does not get sliced. He backs up into the fireplace and his leg catches on fire. And he's really, really pathetic in the real world. He just looks like a really, really, really sad man. And she's
Which they try
yelling-
to do with Freddy's Dead, yeah.
But she's just yelling at him and yelling at him. And he's just cowering.
That's like the ending of the new It movie.
Yeah. Yeah. And then all of a sudden,
like
next
any of
thing you know, she kind of almost like pours some gasoline or whatever it is, flammable
The
liquid
kerosene,
on him.
probably.
Yeah. And then he catches more on fire.
Ooh.
The love interest over there, Quentin, he's just kind of like, nah. He doesn't have anything. He's just laying there. She goes over. It's like, okay, we got to get out of here. You see them go up the steps, and you just see Freddy kind of tumbling around in the basement.
That almost
And
seems kind
that
of
was
funny.
it.
That seems kind of funny, to be honest.
But in his real life, that's all it was. Is you just see everything kind of collapsing, and he's just like, oh, and it was just so sad and pathetic. I was like,
I get
how
the
did this
idea of
even-
wanting, like, he's been a threat the whole time, but now that the elements changed, the tables have turned on him.
But also,
not
like,
a really satisfying ending, I guess.
if he was able to change his face the entire time, but yet he's sad. because there's been, I don't know if in this movie, but I know in the other ones where he's like, "What happened? Look what you did." I think they might have said it. Look what you did to me. That's what they said.
This, I
yeah,
think.
and he goes, "Look what you did to me." She says it in the alternate. She goes, "What I did? Oh, look what you did to me. Look what you did to me."
Yeah.
And she's freaking over at that. But if you could change your face back to what it originally was, then what's your problem if you're complaining about...
And also, it's Freddy. He's dressed up like lady nurses. He could do whatever he wants. He doesn't need the burnt face. He just likes it for whatever
But he's
reason.
complaining about. I get like, oh, look what you killed me and burned. But
You
like,
know what? There was actually another deleted scene where he's like, I can't change my face permanently. The fish demon said I had to be the scary burnt face most of the time. And then the fish demons came in. They were like, "Ah, what's up?"
You don't see him really transforming though in this movie. That's the thing. How many did he transform into any other character? I know in the
Oh yeah, no, he does it because
He
the
doesn't.
original he's like the girl in the hallway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is
yeah.
it in the original where his tongue goes through the phone?
Yes.
That's in
Yeah.
the original. You see none
Oh, he
of
does
that
do
in
the
this.
boyfriend line. He's like, I'm her boyfriend now, or something like that.
Yeah, but he doesn't do any of the fun characteristic things.
Yeah, because it's not a good movie.
So if you're so you don't know he can change.
That explains that.
That explains that. We did it.
Yeah, the alternative scene, look it up on YouTube. It's
I'll
just,
look it up.
It's really bad. Unfortunately, I hate to say, what they actually did was better.
I
Which
can
is
see
how
that.
bad.
And maybe that's why they ripped off Freddy versus Jason. They're like, this ending sucks. Just do what
yeah.
they did in the last movie that everyone saw. Yeah, not a good movie. I mean, there's some, like I said, I like some of the interesting visuals. I like some of the transitions between Dream World to Dream World. Jackie Earl Haley sucks in this.
I was so sad.
Again, it should have been Billy Bob Thornton, but just doing Bad Santa. Not even in makeup. I would have preferred Billy Bob Thornton not even be in burn makeup.
If you could change 3 things in this movie to make it better, what would it be?
Well, 1, I'd change Nancy's name so we don't know she's the main character. 2, I'd cast Katie Cassidy as the Nancy character because she's a better actress.
If for all of your wishes, that's what you would wish. Like,
Yeah.
that's like, you could have anybody in the movie and you picked a different actor that was already in the movie to be in a different
They
role.
play
in the
both
movie.
characters though. The
Yeah.
thing is, in his head, they play the different characters. He was just like, that was the hottest actress in the entire movie, so we're gonna have her
Yeah.
as the lead. That's how Toady
But
thinks.
like, you could have had a different hot actress added to
Yeah,
the
who was
movie.
big in 2010? Who was like the it girl? Mary Elizabeth Winstead, I would put her in it. She did so good in Black Christmas. If it was a movie today, I'd be like Sydney Sweeney as the main girl, Sydney Sweeney as the mom, Sydney Sweeney as Freddy Krueger, Sydney Sweeney. I'm excited for Madam Web. This comes out afterwards. I'm pretty sure it's the biggest superhero film of all time. It's gonna be my
I
favorite
didn't
Spider-Man
know it
movie.
existed until we went to the movie theater. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, Madam Web. I used to see her in comics all the time and cartoons, and she's always an elderly lady. Now she's Dakota Johnson for some reason. They took some liberties with that casting.
This is the worst. It already came out, right?
By the time this comes out, it'll come out. It's not out by the time we're shooting this.
Maybe it was. This is the least anticipated Spider-Man movie that.
Well,
the
after
entire
Morbius,
series.
audience caught on. They're
Yeah.
like, "Oh, Spider-Man's not going to be in this." Anyway, we talk about Spider-Man all day long, and I intend to right now. So the first one, Tobey Maguire. No, yeah, we all hate this movie. I think it's the worst Nightmare on Elm Street movie.
Absolutely. With no question, hands
Some
down.
people still say Freddy's dead.
Well, those people are idiots.
They're idiots. And also, I don't know if you saw, I did do that video where I found the work print, and I wish some of those scenes were incorporated back into it. That helped.
I would love to see that.
You didn't watch my video?
No.
Oh.
Sorry.
That video didn't do super well. It would have helped if you watch it and shared
Yeah,
it.
I
But
share
no,
that
that's
one
fine,
view.
That's fine.
I'll just
Ugh.
keep it on
Bitch,
the
would have
way.
all the difference.
So, do you think this is the worst remake out of the classic 80s slashers?
I guess Halloween is technically 1978, but I kind of hate that one more.
You think that's worse?
That one I just hate more because I care more about Halloween. I will say
I
out
say
of
worst
the
made.
Platinum Dunes remakes, Texas Chainsaw, Friday the 13th, this is definitely the worst.
Yeah.
Out of remakes from that era,
Not from like because you care about one of the movies
Yeah.
more, but because it's
I think this
poorly
is the
made.
Yes, I
think so
I
too.
think that, like, as I'm thinking through all of the different remakes, I think that not only is this the worst at doing justice to the original,
Yes.
but I usually don't feel like things take away from the originals. I
Yeah.
feel like this took away from the original.
I think it disrespected the original,
Yeah.
even though they were trying.
It kind
to
of killed Nightmare
honor
on Elm
Wes
Street.
Craven.
Yeah. Again, I mean, I think that you don't even need to have a conversation more than that. Wes Craven did not know it existed until they were in production.
Yeah.
The bare minimum that you can do is say, hey, dude, I understand that you sold your franchising rights to this. I understand that it's not yours anymore, but you also created this universe.
But why not have him include? Because he was somewhat, or his son at least, was somewhat involved with the other two
Yeah. Oh,
remakes, and those
absolutely.
did well, were well received. Why wouldn't you get him and his son to be somewhat involved with this?
Was any of the other remakes that they did have anyone from the original involved? I know for like Halloween, wasn't John Carpenter was still,
No, John Carpenter just said, "Cut me the check."
Yeah.
but like he
no,
still knew it was happening.
He knew it was happening.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
So I think that something that was different about this one than Wes Craven's other movies is that in order to get the original A Nightmare on Elm Street made, he had to sell the franchising rights and all the production rights to it. So he had absolutely nothing. He had no stake in the game from them doing this.
Yeah.
And so that's probably why they didn't include him. Now, that's shitty. Like, that's
It
that's
is.
the end of the story. If you had gotten him involved and said, hey, what do you think? Maybe we can hire you as a consultant. Maybe,
Yeah.
you know, like, we would love to have your opinion, or if you don't want to give us your opinion, you know,
Yeah.
at least be
And
aware
look-
of the fact that it exists in the same way that, you know.
I'll side with the studio a little bit.
No.
They don't need to get his thing, but I'm thinking like, hey, wait a minute, him and his son actually worked on the other remakes, which were well received and made a ton of money. Why don't we have him involved with this one to help us out? Like, at least ask him.
but Robert Englewood knew about it.
Englewood? Robert Englewood? Robert Englund.
I don't know why I said that. And I know his name so well. My brain.
I
doesn't
interviewed-
work
You were
sometimes.
passionate about what you were going to
I
say. Say the
interviewed-
thing
I
because you were
interviewed
right
the,
there.
My brain stops when I all of a sudden I get like ideas,
You
or
were
I get
excited.
really excited and my words get jumbled. That's when my words get jumbled, I'm excited. My brain doesn't work normally.
I will say, my friends, I had them on the show, the episode on how to make film documentaries. I interviewed the directors of the Robert Englund documentary. So those guys were cool. That Robert Englund documentary is really good.
Great, yeah.
It's really good.
But you were just about to say,
Yeah.
why would you tell Robert when you didn't tell Wes?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, why would you do that? And Robert gave his stamp of approval.
Yeah.
And so why, again, not, like, why didn't somebody just be like, hey, Wes Craven.
But I'm curious if they were fearful of what he had to say because his opinions on it, one, would have probably been out there in the public before the movie got made and say
Yeah.
like, hey, this isn't good. I don't like
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, he could just be very angry that he just didn't know about it, which is what fueled his
He
emotions
probably
even
wouldn't
more.
have cared. He's not involved with all the sequels.
I
He
think
probably wouldn't have cared, I think.
I think they just did it dirty. I think
Yeah.
he obviously cares. And they wanted to do it a very specific way. They were very, very, very proud of this movie as they were making it, as you probably saw too in the interviews and stuff. Just bragging about the makeup and the special effects and how they were so excited to release this. But if you had the original, and they also say we wanted to honor Wes Craven. They say it multiple times, but you didn't even tell him about it. So how are you honoring
Well,
him?
the
You're
actors and whatnot
disrespecting
are
him.
not responsible for that.
But didn't the directors also say something about
Maybe. It was weird they didn't get Marcus for this one because he did Friday the 13th and
Yeah.
Texas Chainsaw. But then when he ruined Conan the Barbarian with that terrible remake, he got Rose McGowan to have a knife hand. Rose McAdams. Rose McAdams. He got her to wear like a knife hand. I'm like, oh, is that his way of being like, I didn't get to do the Freddy remake, so here's a Freddy reference in my horrible Conan the Barbarian movie.
Can we do Eddie versus Freddy?
What the hell? What's Eddie versus...
Eddie's Edward Scissorhands versus Eddie versus Freddy, please.
Again, that also probably exists. I'll figure it out. We'll figure it
I
out.
would love to see that.
Anyway, that is it from us. Crystal, where can we find you? And shout out your teddy bear
I got this awesome teddy bear. I love it. Like,
From-
I actually truly love this.
from the Flail. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you,
all
the
your stuffed
Flail.
animals you've given us.
I love this.
You weren't around yet. He didn't get one for you. Sorry. Maybe next year.
I'll live.
Maybe next year. Crystal.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to plug?
Find me on my socials. You'll see it. Twitter, Instagram. I'm streaming more on Twitch. Hopefully,
well, at the time of this recording, you were streaming. You were playing Outlast. That's a good game.
Oh my gosh,
Outlast.
So
Outlast
good.
2 is really creepy.
And I just started. At least this time, this being recorded, I'm playing Poppy, which is super interesting. That's a fun little horror game that I'm playing. It's just like I want to play more games, and I also want to stream more.
I got to get back to that too. Hopefully, I've gotten back to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I believe you have a cameo that I get residuals
Oh
from
yeah,
if people order a cameo.
I'm gonna wait. Isn't there like a time limit on that?
What?
Isn't there a time limit? Like first 3 months you get a residual?
You better be fucking pumping out those cameos.
I was gonna wait until I was done. I wasn't gonna announce it until the residuals were done. And then I was like, okay, great. Tony doesn't make shit from this. But thanks for my instant acceptance of cameo.
Good job. Good job. What is that cameo again?
Crystal Quinn.
Okay.
Literally all.
Why are you so bad at plugging?
Because I feel weird.
Literally,
I'm still not good at like self promotion because I feel
the last
weird.
live episode,
I've never wanted to get a cameo more.
The last live episode.
Right now, if I had to subscribe to Cameo right now, if I had to go and get a cameo from somebody that was in this room right now, it would definitely be Crystal.
Thank you. Thank you. You should have one too.
This is for the.
Can you please give her your thing so she can actually have a cameo?
Yeah, but we have to wait so that.
Oh, you can still get it. But the thing is, if you don't get it now, it's going to take, like, you got to wait longer for his residuals to end.
Go away.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so we got to get it now so we can, like, wait it out.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah,
So that's payback for the "Did you guys see any girls in the store?" bit. Thank you.
Oh, no,
okay.
that was
this
a
one
payback.
was real. That one was a bit. This is
actually
actually.
it's funny that he thought that was payback.
Kaylee.
Yes.
You sure you're not trans? Because we got more comments about it.
I know. Everybody always thinks that.
No, where can we find you?
It's my favorite question.
Where can we find you?
You can find me on my channel, which is Once Over with Kaylee, Cayley. I do movie reviews, lots of fun stuff. Sometimes Tony comes and joins me over there. And you can also find me every Wednesday night on Who Are These Podcasts, where we talk about really, really bad podcasts.
I'm so happy you're on that full time.
Oh, me too. I mean, at least as of right now.
You know what's funny? I
I
literally listen to that when I'm either at the gym or cooking. So it's become like this thing where I'm like, oh, it's Wednesday. I'm either lifting or cooking to.
You're lifting?
Yeah.
Okay, bro.
I'm sure by the time this comes out, I'll look a little bit better.
He's just jacked.
I'm
He's
like,
got a protein shake right next to him.
I'm like jacked. I'm like, yeah, Lucy, tell Stutter and Johnny sucks. Yeah!
Every other word that he says is bro in the review.
I'm here for that.
For one episode,
Yeah,
not
and
more
then-
than that.
yeah, and then I'm done.
like, God damn
Look,
it.
we're still early in the game here. Okay, it's not as graceful as it could be. All right, I gotta start increasing.
bro. Okay.
When I
go
worked out
ahead.
over the summer, I pinched a nerve in my shoulder, so I started off light this time. So anyway, Once Over with
He
Kaylee.
literally is doing 1-pounders. The old lady's next to him.
Who am I?
for
I'm not
more.
Frank
He's
Costanza.
doing the fast walk.
So
That's his lifting, though.
someone made fun of me. They call me Frank Costanza. He's like, I worked out with dumbbells yesterday. I feel vigorous. So anyway, continue.
Those are the things. Once Over with Kaylee.
Once
and
Over with-
also, Who Are These Podcasts?
And maybe a cameo at some point.
Yeah.
And I get a cut of Cameo's
No.
take. Yes, cameo.com/ShoneyBlue. So, and patreon.com.
Wait, can I get the cameo and then you get the residuals from it?
Oh, yeah. I'll give you my code.
Referral
yes.
code.
Referral code, yes. Anyone else want a referral code? We'll just make the whole world a cameo.
I hate you so much. Anyway, that is it from us. Patreon, check that out. Cassilla versus the Pod Monster. I'm sure
Tony,
that
where can
show's
we
still
find
going.
you?
I'm literally saying it right now. You dumb- Crystal, before we go, can you open up your WB horror blind
Oh, yeah.
box? I want to know who it is.
This is really cool. Thank you. Tony got me something for
Casey
once.
got Megan. I want to know who you get.
I don't want to like the coffins.
I think there's like a spot though. You didn't have to like shred it. Who'd you get?
I always get Annabelle.
Oh, you got Annabelle?
For some reason, I get Annabelle stuff constantly and it just appears. Like I did another mystery bag at a con and it was earrings. And I got Annabelle earrings. And like everything just pops up Annabelle.
Well, Merry Christmas. It's March, but Merry Christmas. Merry Forgive Your Mom and Dad Day. There is your gift.
Why is she black and white?
I don't
She's
fucking
not
know.
a ginger. But I still love it. Thank you.
I don't know. That's it from us. Goodbye.
Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Check out our other videos and Patreon page.